Fam, good morning. What's up? Can I get a roll tide inside the comment box? Kyle Henderson, a Bama Football on YouTube. Good morning to you. My goodness, it is icy out there. It is cold out there, but the news is hot. It is so hot out there. And I got you covered today. We're going heavy again all day. Bama Football on YouTube. I would appreciate you guys if you hit the thumbs up on all these videos. I don't know why, but it really helps. And it shows support to the YouTube channel. If you want to take it a step further today, you could hit the hyperlink above this YouTube video. Become a fan funder. Only $2.99 to support the YouTube channel and the coaches. Super chats appreciated. We have a lot to dive into. It's 8 a.m. It's January 16th. Good morning, Chris from New Jersey. Toast, what's up? I see you inside. Kristen, what's up? PJ, I see you. Our pets' heads are falling off. A reference used in Dumb and Dumber. An absolutely hilarious movie. I love Dumb and Dumber. That movie, it just makes you feel good. What's up, Isaiah Mendoza? Good morning, everybody. What's up? How's everybody doing? You guys feeling good? Got some good rest in last night. I went to sleep last night and I just went to sleep. And actually I was trying to chill. I was just trying to chill, watch some non-related football stuff. And then all this news broke last night at 9:30, 10. So I got on, jumped that out, but I got some sleep in. I feel good. And I'm here today. So I appreciate you guys. It is Kane Womack, and we're going to talk about that. So if you're new to the show, if you're a new Alabama football fan, number one, I need you to subscribe. You do that by hitting the thumbs up and actually hit the bell so you're notified, okay? This really helps the channel. And then on all other videos that you see, as you see it, boom, hit the thumbs up. How I make my living is literally from you guys. That's it. There's no way to put it. I'm not backed by a salary or nothing like that. Literally. It's because of you guys. So, I'm going full court because not only am I trying to support myself, my kids, I have a job just like you guys, but also trying to bring, the coaches and build a business out of this. Now we're at this 100,000 subscriber club, need to change it up. Not in terms of the content, but we need to go heavy on it. But I appreciate you guys. And there's a lot of people that I got to know. I'm going to open up the call line in just a minute. What's up, Ray? I see you inside the comment box. It's the same name as my pops. Pops just called like a few minutes before. Was like, what's up? And I was like, man, I haven't even had my head out because it's been so heavy. How cold is it? Let me ask you guys inside the comment box. How cold is it where you are living? So put how cold and the city that you're from. For me, I'm in Tuscaloosa right now. The feels like is 16 degrees and it's ice. Literally, it's ice on the ground. It's crazy. Damn, 4? Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, it's cold. It's cold day. Yeah, Robert became a member. I appreciate you. Las Cruces? Isaiah, man. Oh, man. Oh, hasn't been that okay. Oh my goodness. Where are you? -9? -7? -2? Jeez. 15 in PA. Pittsburgh sounds nice, right? Yeah. -7. Jeez. Oh my, I'm telling you, it is freezing. Anybody from the West Coast? What's it out there? All right. Toast is saying that Paid is saying not to worry about Caleb Downs. Wouldn't that make us all feel better? All right, so let's lay some groundwork on how things are going in the Alabama football world. Dang, -19 in Houston? What? That's crazy. Okay, so these are the headlines that we are tracking right here on Bama Football on YouTube, okay? So Caleb Downs decision watch. Now, is there going to be time for this today? No. Is it even going to happen today? no idea. Why I'm running with this is because ESPN, who's really been, outside of Bama Football on YouTube, ESPN's been all over it, right? They've had all the scoop. Chris Lowe has a hotline to Coach Saban. And yesterday, Elijah, I heard that Ryan Williams was in Tuscaloosa last night. We're going to talk about that as well. So ESPN said that he has a lot to think about, Caleb Downs, and he wants to see the new defensive coordinator and the new defensive scheme. Well, guess what? Alabama hired their defensive coordinator, or at least it's looking like that, with Kane Womack coming in. So now if you're Caleb Downs, you understand, who's coming in. We've seen the guys that are going out, right? So ESPN said that there could be some sort of a decision on Tuesday. These players are not required to make any sort of announcement if they're coming back, if they're leaving. They don't have to do that. I think it walk a lot of people off the edge or ledge, but I don't think that, he's required to make any decision. Like, I remember Najee Harris. People thought he was going to go to the NFL. I asked, is he going to make some sort of announcement? He just showed back up at practice. That was it. So the reason why Caleb Downs is such an important piece to Alabama football is he played in 890 snaps last year. Absolute baller in every sense of the word. And with T-Rob, the DB coach, leaving for Georgia, you've seen, I don't know, what would you guys say this is? I mean, would you call it fallout? Would you call it, just players leaving? Would you call it part of the changing of the guards? Because I'm going to post up something I posted on Twitter. And if you guys want to follow me on Twitter, it is Bama YouTube. Bama YouTube on Twitter. Jeez, the UK -4? It's cold everywhere. All right. So I posted this yesterday. And it's basically just DBs that are exiting from Alabama, right? And, it was, people had a lot of feedback on this tweet, and I get it because, early with the super chat. What's up, Tate? Appreciate you, man, with the 199 spot. Thank you so much. David's asking, what type of defense does Womack run? Well, if you kind of look to Womack, and I still need to do a lot of insight and detail to Womack because he's one of the guys that I really didn't know about, but it looks like a 4-2-5. So I don't know, if he's going, if he would bring that to Bama, but he's kind of from the 4-2-5 cloth. All right, so when I posted this yesterday, and you look to the defensive backs that are currently to leave. And we'll update this all the time. We have like a big roster board that we'll bust out on here. DBs to leave. Let me size that up a little bit better. All right. So, and we're going to talk about Trey Amos in just a second. But you have Trey Amos who hit the portal last night. And that was really kind of after the news that Alabama hired Kane Womack. I don't know if there was a correlation to that or if it was just coincidental. I don't know. Trey Amos didn't say that was why he was leaving because of the hire. And this is a really good point too. Jabbar Muhammad, who is a outstanding secondary player from Washington who hit the portal, he has Alabama in his top 3. Good friend at Rivals, Tony Tsoukalas, had a story on that yesterday. So that would be a really big pickup to the secondary, which, I mean, I wouldn't say, it's completely leaking, but, I mean, these are significant names. I mean, of course, you're going to have your guys go early to the NFL from Alabama frequently, Terrion, Kool-Aid, Christian Story. You saw he went to Kentucky. I'm kind of working my way up from the bottom to the top. Earl Little Jr. to Florida State. Antonio Kite yet to make a decision. Des Ricks yet to make a decision. And Trey Amos most recently sitting in the portal after last night. On top of that, you have T-Rob, who coached the secondary. He's going to Georgia. Now, I'm sure you guys know that the real defensive backs coach was Coach Saban, or at least the corners coach. So whoever's coming in terms of a DB coach, They're taking over for the GOAT. I look to the staff, and we're going to talk about the staff. We actually need to update this graphic right here. I'm gonna try to get an updated look because now we could just probably like size down those photos, or I don't know, maybe make it just text. But there's a couple additional names as the staff comes together that we should certainly talk about and highlight. Do not have a DB's coach as of yet. Do not have an inside linebackers coach as of yet. Carl Scott would certainly be a welcome addition. I don't know if he comes back from the Seahawks to coach Alabama's secondary. And I think he was one of the names kind of listed as maybe going after as a DC. I know with kind of the fallout with the Seahawks and Pete Carroll now leaving, maybe there's going to be some coaching changes. Because Carl Scott, when he was here at the University of Alabama, I like that. And when I'm looking at the staff right here, I still need to add Kane Womack. So I'll have an updated graphic shortly on that. But there's some other names in detail that I want to talk about kind of from the coaching standpoint. And you have Kane Womack, and that looks like a name to come in as a defensive coordinator. Looks like David Ballou will also be retained. This is an interesting name because David Ballou, and this is kind of interesting, is so Kalen DeBar was at Indiana, right? Same with Ryan Grubb. And at that same time, I believe it was David Ballou was there. So it looks like you have 3 former coaches that were from Indiana that have ties. Kalen DeBoer. So that's kind of how the coaching staff is coming together. William is asking me inside the comment chat, Kyle, so do we have Robert Balla anymore? I haven't seen Robert Balla's name being added. I would really like for him to be retained, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. That's with Robert Balla. We don't know who the secondary coach is going to be. And as Bailey is saying inside the comment box, Jeff Allen is staying too. I mean, Jeff Allen's been here since the beginning, right? Since everything was built. You can't let him go. If you're coming in, you can't let him go. So Dave Ballou in as the strength and conditioning coach. That's huge. And those are guys that help you also win like with the players, right? In terms of like recruiting with the players. People asking about Caleb Downs. Once we know about Caleb Downs, it'll be like a bright, shiny headline about Caleb Downs if we get some sort of announcement today. So that's kind of the major news is watching Caleb Downs and then adding names to the staff. But yesterday was big. There's a lot to go over. Yeah, we could add. I mean, Jeff Allen is basically head athletic trainer. People are going to ask about him all the time because he's part of the Coach Saban ecosystem. But Kane Womack, yeah, we got to add Kane Womack to the graphic for sure. I don't know what is going to happen with Tommy Rees. Yesterday, as you know, Ty Simpson posted out a photo of him and Tommy with a heart. Clearly, they worked together this past year. Players gain relationships with these coaches, and coaches come in and out, and that's the way we go through it. If you're new to the channel, I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up, like, and subscribe. You can also become a fan funder by hitting the hyperlink above this video, or if you're on your computer, just hit the join button as low as $2.99 to support the YouTube channel and everything that comes with it. Also, be sure and hit the notification button so you guys are always notified about videos when we go live, usually in the morning or as news happens. I mean, I pretty much like throughout the day, you might come back if I'm not on or one of the coaches isn't on, and you might see this graphic, which will be updated with kind of the latest headlines. And it might have some audio. It might not. Treat this all day YouTube video as kind of, a message board that is for free. I think that kind of the old message boards are outdated in terms of like having to refresh and all that stuff. It's like, this is the new world. This is the New World Order. And of course, it's free to watch, but not free to produce. So we appreciate you guys being here 100%. But just, if you're not in the spot to, super chat or become a fan funder, then just hit the thumbs up. It takes 1 second. Travis is saying, any news on Reese? No, not yet. Haven't heard where he's going to end up at. Same with Eric Wolford, who was a coach over here. Sandman saying, sometimes Kyle comes to Orange Blood, which is why I like his show. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, rapping with the Orange Bloods, guys, is great. Sean, what's up, man? I see you inside the comment box as well. And I think that you guys, deserve high-level content, and you guys deserve authenticity, and you guys deserve organized news. So do you guys like this graphic? Is there anything else that you guys would like to see added to the graphic? I want to ask you from like an aesthetic standpoint. Does it help when I kind of list things out from like a headline perspective? I think, because when people, I try to list it kind of where like the most important news, like I think still Caleb Downs' watch is a little bit higher than the Kane Womack is the DC, which are both pretty much like major news because everybody's been wanting a new DC over here. All right. F2P is saying, yeah, it's good. All right. Appreciate it. When we have our Texas fans in here, it's amazing when I look at the back end analytics to kind of see where everybody is coming in from, right? I mean, it's a great graphic in my opinion. Okay, cool. And we've heard from a couple graphic artists kind of in the back end that we might, maybe at one point we can have somebody working with our graphics department so we don't have to do that like directly in-house. I do a lot of the graphics myself. And it takes a lot of time to kind of do the graphics and the show at the same time, as you can imagine. All right. From Aruba, man. I wish we were in Aruba. What's up, Michael? Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. David saying looks good to me. Absolutely. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. So how the show is going to work today is I'm going to take calls, and then as we kind of go forward, I have the coaches jump on when they can. And we'll cover the news as it happens right here on Bama Football on YouTube. But I want you to get this in your mind. If you see the screen and I'm not around and I'm taking a break or whatever, as news happens, see at the top where it says "as news happens." Think about Bama Football on YouTube, right? So as news happens, Bama Football YouTube, and what will happen is we'll break the scoop. We'll come back. We'll talk about the news as it happens right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right. Gonna open up the call line, and we will get your guys' take. Call-in line number is open, or the call-in line is open, right? 205-850-1994. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here and talking with me about Alabama football. It's almost been a week since Coach Saban has retired. And yes, Trey Amos did hit the portal as well. And I think for me, some of the most impactful guys to leave Alabama so far since Coach Saban has retired include I'm going to say Isaiah Bond, number one. Good morning, Issa Ruggs. See you inside the comment box. Isaiah Bond going to Texas. And I think number two is Trey Amos. To me, Trey Amos was I liked Trey Amos's game. And I don't want us to get into kind of this realm to where if the guy leaves, he's not good. Look, sometimes the guy leaves, he might just not be a team player, might be a business decision. The guy might be getting absolute like bags of money, right? Let me ask you something. In your line of work, okay? What if I gave you $700,000 to come work for Bama Football on YouTube and I gave you a Ferrari? Would you come work for me or would you stay working at your spot? And would you really care what your coworkers thought? Seriously. I don't know. Right? So players are going to do what they want. There's no rules. There's no limitations. This is the craziest thing. And I got callers lined up. I got a 256, 832, a 334, a 205, a 229. This is the one thing that's freaking me out about this transfer portal. Stay with me. Hopefully I can explain this clearly. You want to know how much Wamek. All right. You want to know how strange the transfer portal is? Coach Saban retires. The transfer portal for Alabama players is open for 30 days, okay? Everybody else in college football can have access to these guys once they go into the portal, right? Because 30 days, they can go into the portal. The problem is Alabama cannot go into the portal because all the portal windows closed for everybody else. So like the other players are trapped at their schools. Like let's say there's a wide receiver that's like, I'll take Isaiah Bond's place. I would take Caleb Downs' place. They're stuck at their school. So really, Alabama can only recruit from Washington. You see how it's crazy? Like the transfer portal is just unbelievable. Like I'm saying, inside the comment box, if I offered you $700,000 to come over here, you're gonna be like, I don't know. I'm a team player over here. But just like Roll Tide saying, that's complete BS for sure. It really handcuffs Alabama on anybody that they can, get their hands on. BJ's like, he's proven a point while retiring. Look, NIL and the transfer portal together has completely took everything and just blown it out. It's crazy. All right, super chat in. Tate, what's up? Hey, Kyle, DM'd you on Instagram about Caleb Downs. Could be a sign he's gone. I'll be in touch. Got some questions for you. Keep it going. Roll Tide. I appreciate you, man. Oh, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, I'm going to put IG in the comment box. Mr. Kyle Henderson. Mostly just post, workout videos, inspirational stuff on IG. But if you want to hit me up, that's another way to access me directly. All right. 256. Good morning. Let's do it. One second, real quick. All right. Good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
This is Daryl from Huntsville.
Daryl, what's up, man? Good morning. I appreciate you joining in. First of all, before we get going, what's the temperature up there, Coach?
27 degrees right now.
Oh, that's warm. That's warm. Okay.
About an inch and a half. Well, you're exactly right. Compared to a lot of other places, hey, it's almost like being in sunny New Mexico.
That's right. Hey, Coach. So before we kind of dive all into it, I wanted to ask you about Trey Amos hitting the portal last night. He played in 340 snaps. I felt he's a really good corner. Would have thought that he could have came, this next season and really contributed at a high level, been a starter. What's your thoughts in terms of the impact loss for Trey Amos? I mean, give me your initial assessment on him.
Well, that's a huge loss because he's a starting corner, and he proved it when he came in and made plays against Georgia. He made plays a couple of times in the end zone. He virtually almost intercepted one pass. The receiver stopped him from doing it. So he's a very versatile back. You can move him around. He could play in the slot, and he could play out on the boundary. So that's a very impactful loss. I'm sorry to see him go. I hopefully, our secret recruiter, Nick Saban, can talk to some of these guys and see if they can change their mind, because I'd love to see him stay.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he would be a definite asset for us.
I think so too. I like his game. And I think when you kind of start talking about like a 4-2-5 defensive front, coach, what is your take with Kane coming in? Now, I'm not saying he's going to completely change the defense. We do not know that, but he is cut from the 4-2-5 cloth. And we're talking about Kane Womack, Alabama's new DC from South Alabama. From a 4-2-5 scheme, how do you like Alabama's defense? Just kind of what we know from the guys coming back and maybe switching to that defensive front now that we kind of go into this next world of college football. You've seen the schedule. We've talked about it, but 3-4 to 4-2-5. What's your thought process on that? If Alabama is to change defenses, which probably is likely.
Well, I'm a 4-3 guy. I'm a believe in the 4-3 guy. I'm also a Dallas Cowboy fan. Sad to say.
Oh, sorry, Coach.
And the gentleman who invented the 4-3 was Tom Landry. He invented it while he was a player for the New York Giants. Mm. And so it's been around a while, and it's still, for me, the base defense I would like to see us stay in because it's so versatile. But the 4-2-5 was invented by Gary Patterson from TCU.
Yep.
Who is now an assistant at Texas. Mm-hmm. And it has, you go back and you say, well, TCU had these great defenses, and well, it's easy to have a great defense in the conference they were in. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you. The 12, what is it? Well, it's not the Pac-12. It's the
Big 12.
The Big 12. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, give you a classic example. The year that they gave the Heisman Trophy to Kyle Murray, I watched at least 12 to 15 games from that conference. And Kyle, it was pathetic. 3rd down and 19, they pick up 25. 3rd down and 30, they score a touchdown. Kyle Murray, running left, running right, receiver is by itself every time. So, I mean, there's no defense in that conference because we was talking to somebody yesterday, and I said, I watched the conference, and I watched Baylor. It was Baylor and Oklahoma, I believe. Mm-hmm. Baylor put up 570 yards on Oklahoma and lost by 5 touchdowns. Mm. Now that's impossible. Mm. 5 touchdowns. Oklahoma put up 800 yards. Mm. So that 4-2-5, they're gonna have to prove it to me. Like I say, I'm a base. I'd rather see you play the 46. I think you get more out of the 46 than you would the 4-2-5, but we'll see. These guys are professional coaches. They get paid to see it, but I was still, I'm not sold on the 4-2-5. Mm-hmm.
Why do you think, why do you think, like, what's your pitch to Caleb Downs staying under Kane Womack and most importantly, Caleb DeBoer? I mean, there's been a lot of players coming out and, talking about their excitement and kind of like trusting in Coach KD. What's your thought process in terms of talking to Caleb and getting him to stay?
My pitch would simply be this: Caleb, you're a great player. We know we knew that when we recruited you. You're a special player. You have a great moral fiber. You're going to be a great man, and you're going to be a great NFL player. Yeah. But I believe that you would be a great NFL player wherever you go. But I believe it would be best for you to stay here and build on what you've already established. Become a legend here at the University of Alabama. Become one of the players people talk about throughout the ages. Yeah. And Caleb, at the end of the day, this is your home. Yeah. This is what you chose as home. And home is where we stay. Let's defend our home front. Stay with us, and let's play ball.
Yeah. Coach, any final thought before I move to my next caller?
I finally say this. There are a lot of people that are frightful now. A lot of people that the program's gonna sink into the mud, into the miry pit. But Alabama football is Alabama football. There are going to be people that come to Alabama simply because of Alabama, even though there's the NIL. I'm not got my hands stuck in the sand, but there are a lot of people that grow up wanting to come to this school and be part of it. So we have to relish that, but we also have to get out and work and keep our recruiting class intact. I know Jamie French decommitted, and automatically I saw that he was offered by Colorado to come play at Colorado. That's fine. That's part of the world we live in today. But at the end of the day, we got to be Alabama, stay Alabama, and get with this NIL. We got millionaires in Alabama too. We got one of the biggest alumni bases in college football.
Yeah.
So we got to rely and lean on that and say, hey guys, we need some money. How can we put this money together legally and build a base that rivals Auburn, that rivals Texas, that rivals all these other schools that are spending this money right now. We're Alabama, and we can do it. That's what I would say, and that's my final thoughts. Kyle, it's always my pleasure to talk to you.
All right, man. Take it easy, Coach. All right, Coach Dale calling in. We got an 832 up next, 334-205-229. What's good, fam? Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. These are the headlines that we are tracking today on January 16th. I appreciate you calling in. Call line is 205-850-1994 as to kind of read out the headlines of while you were sleeping last night and the things that transpired. You have a decision watch potentially for Caleb Downs today. From what we're hearing, the team meeting last night that Alabama had was really, really good with Coach KD, and I think you're starting to see a lot of these guys buy in over these first, couple days that he's been on the job. Like, I think, all of us should just kind of sit and wait tight, but with it being, we're not in season, this is out of season, and people in the comment box saying that Downs is not leaving. That would be great. I mean, stay, man. This and like you guys in the comment box were saying, like, Downs is from state of Georgia. Absolute baller. Georgia's been producing some high-level prospects. So is Alabama, man. I mean, but Georgia is up there in terms of, like, you look to the prospects that have came out of the state of Georgia within the last couple of years. It's really amazing. Just such a football-heavy state. Really amazing. Kane Womack in as Alabama's DC from L.A. L.A., yeah, Lower Alabama. How am I feeling? I'm feeling good, man. Appreciate you being here, Austin. I'm feeling really good. Got some really good sleep last night and just been nonstop, all gas, no breaks, as you like to talk about, because this news doesn't stop. It's cool. I'm built to work, built for it, and should hopefully have the coaches coming on throughout the day to help kind of facilitate the channel and the news as it comes in. Kane Womack, being from L.A., Lower Alabama, is out South Alabama as a head football coach, now coming to Alabama as the defensive coordinator. And the more that I thought about it, the more that I'm starting to like it. Like, I don't know if it's the absolute slam dunk hire, but there's been a lot of people from the area that watched Kane Womack at South Alabama, and people who know him a little bit more have been really excited about it. And the video that I posted yesterday had a lot of positive praise, for sure, 100%. I like the fact that he's been at South Alabama, so he's kind of understands the lay of the land, can recruit in that area, because that's really important. You come in from, like, Coach KD doesn't have any ties to this state, doesn't have any ties to the Southeast. And when you have to make sure to retain a couple coaches from Alabama's staff that understand the lay of the land. You got to keep the pipeline from Florida. You got to definitely keep the pipeline from Georgia. Louisiana, you got to be in there as well. Same thing with when you go to, like, Beaumont or Houston. Like, these are recruiting heavy areas, and we can't let those go because that's what Alabama is built on. I do not have any update on HaHa Clinton Dix. I think, like, I don't know if he'll, at some point in time, he's going to be elevated to, like, a DB's coach somewhere. I know he was kind of like a staff, like a support staff working with the DBs. But I think, maybe as he grows in his career, he would be somebody that you can look at. Players love him. Everybody from Alabama loves him. He seems to have one of those personalities that's kind of, like, infectious that you really like. We go back to the phone lines with the 832. Hey, good morning. You're on line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on line with, and where are you calling in from?
Good morning, Kyle. This is Mike in Austin, Texas.
What's up, Mike? I appreciate you being here, man. Good morning. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, once again, this is somebody that I personally have never heard of. Kane Womack, never heard of the guy. Now, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing at all. But just a lot of these, I've heard of Kalen DeBoer. Now, I couldn't tell you nothing about Kalen DeBoer prior to this week, but I have heard of Kalen DeBoer. This other guy I've never heard of. But they both the head coach and the defensive coach, they both have awesome resumes. All cause really, I mean, hopefully it translates to success on the field, because now that I have heard of actually Kane Womack and I read about the guy and I learned about the guy a little bit, he's had success wherever he's gone, and he seems like to be like the right candidate, the right guy. Just most and more importantly, and just very important nowadays, like Kyle, is just being able to relate to the players, being able to talk to the players, relate to the players, and make that kind of little bit of a personal connection with them is just a big part of the job too. So now we got Kane Womack in, which that's like I said, that's I don't know how. I just hope they're very successful, and they seem to have the right resume for the job. I just hope that translates to success on the field.
Yeah, thanks for calling in, Mike. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for being here today on this fine Tuesday, January 6th. Update the title. Thanks for the comments inside the comment box. I appreciate you guys looking out. A lot of text to type out as we continue to navigate through all this news. Mike, it's crazy. It's been almost a week since Coach Saban, and you're starting to see some guys exit out of the program. You're starting to see some guys buy into the program. From what I gather, the team meeting last night was very successful in terms of talking to these guys. Caleb Downs were on kind of some sort of a decision watch. Tom G with the 100 spot. My goodness, man. Whoo, man. That is a hell of a super chat. Thank you so much, man. Tom G and Kyle, supporting you and feel for Bama and their fans as someone who went through 14 years of hell with my team. For my Texas brothers out there, let's be respectful when we show up. Let's not be those fans. Hey, first of all, Tom, I appreciate it. Thank you very much for the 100 spot. And the thing with Texas is the fans, think about this. This was the first 10-win season for Texas since 2009, okay? Alabama fans have had a 10-plus win season since 2007 under Coach Saban, 2008? Like, to put that into perspective. So Texas, look, they are absolutely here. And they're here because of the fact that Steve Sarkisian is there. Pay Steve Sarkisian whatever he wants, and I know he has a new contract coming in. Steve Sarkisian is that guy. He is that guy that rebuilt himself. He is that guy that can coach. He is that guy who has fire in his belly. He is that guy that can work with the quarterbacks. You got to be really excited if you're a Texas fan about Steve Sarkisian. Now, coming into the SEC is different. The standards are higher. The 1 and the 2 team only make it to the SEC title game. To continue that high level of success is going to be something that you're judged on, and rightfully so. Coach Saban set the bar and what you can do in the SEC. Kirby Smart's trying to do it. He couldn't win the SEC championship this year, but there's some coaches in the SEC. The SEC is completely different than every other conference in college football. So that's kind of where we're at. But Tom G, I appreciate it. Mike, as I was asking you, when you kind of look to some of these guys coming in, kind of leaving the program, and some statements coming out about players that want to coach, that want to support Coach KD, what do you think about Isaiah Bond going to Texas? And what do you think about Trey Amos, too, hitting the portal yesterday?
Well, Isaiah Bond going to Texas, I understand. I get it. But I expected fallout, Kyle. When Nick Saban retired, I expected major coaching changes. I expected to lose a lot of people to the portal, but really it hasn't been that bad. Like I said, Isaiah Bond, that's a loss for Bama, but it's not. He's replaceable. It's not a horrible loss. Now, Caleb Downs is different. In my opinion, Caleb Downs is a franchise player for us. In my opinion, he's the best player on the field at most of these games. But so hopefully we do not lose that guy. And as of now, I don't think he's in the portal. But now that we have a defensive coordinator, and that's why I talk about being able to relate to the players, hopefully they can keep him on board, because now if we lose Caleb Downs, that will hurt the quality of the football team. Isaiah Bonds came to Texas. Another thing, like you mentioned about Texas a few minutes ago, make no mistake about it, everybody. Texas is a top 5 program. They're a top 5 program in talent. They're a top 5 program in tradition. They're a top 5 program in the top 5 coach they have right now, recruiting base. Make no mistake about it, that they're the biggest sleeping giant there is in the country. And when they wake up like they do every now and then, they're very, very good, win a championship. Yeah, they've been on a hiatus, and the reason why is because they had cultural problems. And for some reason, I don't know why. You know how like the things kind of turned the past 5 or 10 years? They had cultural problems. And Steve Sarkisian deserves a gold medal just for fixing the cultural problems they had there at Texas. So make no mistake about that. But yeah, they're a top 5 program. But also, real quick, Kyle, if you look at the final rankings of the AP, whatever rankings, the bowl rankings, the BCS rankings, or whatever they are, the SEC and the soon-to-be SEC, including Texas and Oklahoma, we would have had half the spots pretty much in the 12-team playoff. So half the spots. So that's really good. If you look at the 12-team playoff, there's a good chance that's going to be an SEC playoff as well for the most part, because the SEC is going to fill up them spots. But like I say, Kyle, I'll let you go. I know you got other callers calling in, but I expected fallout. It really hasn't been that bad. Hopefully we don't lose Caleb Downs, because that will be bad. And hopefully, like I said, I've never heard of these guys, but not a bad thing. But hopefully the good resumes that they have, because they appear to be the people for the job. But, they're not from here. I don't think they're from the South. Now, that doesn't matter. But hopefully that translates to success on the field. And if you look at the history of every first-year coach, they usually take an upsetting loss somewhere. Like Nick Saban early on, I think it was in Louisiana Monroe. Yeah. And then last year, Auburn with New Mexico State. And every year there's an upsetting loss. So if it happens to Alabama, just keep in mind, Bama Nation, the sky's not falling. I think the program's in good hands. So if we I expect to make the 12-team playoff. Yeah. But I expect there to be a loss somewhere in there that we don't expect either. But hopefully all these good resumes transport on the field, and hopefully we keep Caleb Downs. But Kyle, take care, buddy. God bless. Keep up the good work, man.
All right, man. I'll be around today. Call back later, Mike. Appreciate you, man. All right, Mike calling in from go ahead, Mike. What? You got a last comment? All right, Mike calling out in Austin, one of our good callers. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Today is Tuesday, January 16th. These are the news items that we are tracking. January 16th headlines. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up. Run the thumbs up on these videos and any other videos that you see posted from our YouTube channel. We appreciate you guys for being here. Link in progress. Roll Tide says facts. AJ Goofball inside the comment box. I see you guys being here. And thank you very much for joining me on today's show. 205-850-1994 is the call line number. If you call the call line number and it's busy, that means that the 5 lines are allotted. I appreciate you guys' support. I do pay for the call-in line, so when I have the call-in line, I do pay per minute. I could have like 20 call-in lines, but then I have to pay for all of them, right? Thank you very much, Adam. I appreciate it. And, I can get the coaches on in the back end of the show. If you guys want to support the YouTube channel, like I always say, you can hit the hyperlink at top of this video. It's a hyperlink, and as low as $2.99 to support the YouTube channel right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Of course, super chats are really appreciated. And if you're not in that spot, then just literally hit the thumbs up. It goes a long way. And I appreciate you guys being part of the show, part of the channel, part of the brand, and sticking with us after Coach Saban has retired from the University of Alabama. And now the changing of the guards with Coach Kalen DeBoer coming in to coach up the Alabama Crimson Tide. And from what we gathered Tuesday night, there's a lot of momentum start to be building behind the scenes. And I haven't seen look, Trey Amos kind of caught me by surprise, and there might be some other guys that hit the portal, whatever. But there's going to be guys that now can come in, like Jabbar Muhammad is the name to watch from Washington. If he does decide to come to Alabama, that certainly bolsters the secondary. Still need to figure out who the secondary coach is, along with the inside linebackers coach, but it looks like you have your defensive coordinator in Kane Womack. I think it was Nicole P. inside the comment box was like, stop talking about the fact that coaches don't have to know the Southeast. Agree to disagree. I think understanding the recruiting landscape in the Southeast is very important. Understanding the relationship with the coaches, that's something that Coach Saban literally did so well. And it takes time to do that. I mean, Coach, you saw him in helicopters. You saw him meeting and greeting and talking with all these coaches, and that develops trust. Shaking hands. You know what? Zoom doesn't do it. You know what does it? Handshakes, face to face. Like if you're out there and you've ever had a meeting, it's a complete different vibe than having a Zoom meeting and having a face to face meeting. 100% facts. Because face to face, you get to understand a person's posture, a person's eye contact. Did they open the door for you? Did they buy? Did they buy your meal? Like you get a really good understanding when you do face to face contacts, visiting people on their home turf, eating their type of food. And Deshaun is saying he knows the Southeast, so that's great. If you've built up those contacts and you feel good about it, then I'm all on board. I mean, it seems like the players have already bought on board, or at least some of them, and you're going to continue to see people support Coach KD. I think more and more as we get going forward, and of course, it's going to be continuing to see kind of from a recruiting standpoint, who he brings in, what his coaching clinic is, because I'm sure he'll have a coaching clinic like Coach Saban does probably around April sometime. So a lot to go through, a lot to cover. I appreciate you guys being here. Run through a couple super chats before I get to my next call. And Davis inside the comment box, the 5 spot says, Womack style is similar to Brother Oliver or Phil Parker at Iowa. Will be fine. Don't worry. When the portal opens up, we'll have guys coming here. Really great point. Mr. P says, good DC hire, Kyle. See, there's a lot of people really excited about Kane, to be honest, more than I thought. This is Kyle Feinbaum show. I don't know about that, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for the 2 spot. Kyle, recognize Kyle. The ones that do leave, y'all regret it. I just have a good feeling about what's going on at Bama right now, and you really should. I mean, I think overall there's going to be some guys that exit, some guys that do come in. It's a huge change of the guard, bigger than we've ever seen in college football history. But Coach Saban, I don't think he's just gonna retire and then just completely dip out. Like a lot of this, is his legacy as well. Like what happens after you? I think Coach Saban genuinely cares what happens after him. I don't think he wants to do that to the players and just kind of bail on them. So I think Coach Saban is in the back in this front office position, helping things get expedited from an NIL perspective, doing high-level things with college football. Plus, his office door is probably open, and he loves to mentor. So where would he go? He's right here helping these guys out, and I'm sure he was trying to get T-Rob to stay in some capacity, and I'm sure he's talked to Caleb Downs. I'm sure he talked to Trey Amos. But now this is a new regime. Kalen DeBoer is the head football coach, and Alabama fans definitely support him. We go back to the phone lines with 334. Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
You're on the line with Quentin Green. I'm from Montgomery, but I live in Fayetteville, Arkansas.
All right, man. Welcome to the show. I appreciate you calling in, and welcome on in, man. Feel at home.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. I definitely feel at home. Anytime you think about football, you always think about, the greatness and the culture and, the prestige of Alabama. So I definitely, appreciate being on the call, and I appreciate your show. Super accurate. I listen to this before I listen to some of my podcasts. So, I definitely appreciate you, the information, coaches that come on the line. I actually watch this show more than I actually watch ESPN. So I do appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here, man. I mean, I think that now because YouTube is so accessible, and I think that you're not being, force-fed some narratives or whatever it may be. It's opened up a landscape, a lot of content creators like myself to jump on and be able to interact with the fans and build out new relationships and talk college football. And this is really historic what is going on here in the state of Alabama. I mean, this is gigantic news. You had Bear Bryant, who started out here, and then everybody was always wondering what would happen after Coach Saban. You're seeing it in front of your eyes. This is historic stuff. And
exactly.
The players that are still here, like I was looking at kind of the returning defensive guys, minus Trey Amos and minus Isaiah Bond on the offensive side. There's so much talent. And just like one of our people in the chat said, there's going to be guys to still come into Alabama. I mean, if you get a player like Jabbar Muhammad, man, that'd be tight for the defense.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of positives, but it does hurt. Things do sting, like, right? Things sting
It does.
like Coach Saban. We haven't even had time to process that. Isaiah Bond, yeah, it stings. I mean, look at what he did for Alabama during his short career. Like, nobody's going to forget the Gravedigger. And it's going to be weird to see him in a Texas uniform doing his thing. Trey Amos, I thought, he had a higher ceiling here this next year. But whatever, those things sting. But look, the sun came out, turned the page, and there's more guys coming in. But anyways, Q, I appreciate you calling in from Arkansas, man. What's on your mind? Go ahead.
Hey, so I had a couple of thoughts. I think one, a lot of people are disappointed with T-Rob, but I think the thing that everybody's skipping over is the fact that he's an Auburn man, because if I'm not mistaken, he graduated from Auburn, right? So when you talk about, the business of Alabama, it's a business. It's corporate America. So, if he decided to move on, and it looks like he had already made a decision to uproot his family from Alabama to Georgia, it totally makes sense to me why he wouldn't want to take the job. But the fact that you meet for a coach for hours means that the board was actually trying to figure out ways that he could keep him here. So if I'm a player in that locker room and Coach DeBoer went after T-Rob, who was the first choice, and he still decided to leave, if I'm a student, I'm like, dang, he's leaving me hanging. I think we shouldn't beat up on the kids. I don't even think we should beat up on T-Rob. I think that this coach that's coming in, he's an excellent coach. When you look at statistically the numbers, his defense was ranked better than our defense last year. With quality wins against, I know one from Oklahoma State that plays a similar style to, your Michigans and definitely your Texases of the world. So to me, I think we knocked it out the park with Cal. I think the only thing that I was hearing, and my wife, she's from the Mobile area, and I would think, with him, he may have had some opportunities or issues with recruiting down in the Mobile area. I think that's like the only knock. But when you look at his background, he was a former DC, which is the checkbox. When you compare the two, I would rather have a former DC who knows how to operate in that space without having to be coached up, because you don't need someone who needs coaching up at this moment. You need somebody that can step in and corral the guys and corral the troops to go out there and play. And then two, I think we have to, and then my second point is you have to look at the overall scope of what's going on here. Kalen DeBoer has come in, and if you look at his background, he's used to rebuild. But the difference is in what he's getting ready to come into versus what, Brian Haskins and Hugh Freeze had to walk into, is that you're not coming into a team that had a losing season. You coming into a team that's already ready to play, and basically you're going to plug and play. So you don't have to do as much administrative things versus what those other two coaches did down at Auburn. So, when you look at it analytically, I feel comfortable. I think we may come out like 11-1, maybe 10-2, and still make the playoffs. So I think we'll be fine. And then my third point is when you look at everything, when you look at the landscape of football, right, and you look at what happened at Michigan and what happened at Washington, one name that I have not heard much about is Courtney Morgan. This guy right here is like, to me, like the Suge Knight of college football. Like I don't know, and people need to do their homework. Look at what he did for Michigan in 2021 and then he moved over to Washington. But if it were not for Courtney Morgan, Michigan nor Washington would have been playing in the national championship. The things that he did with the NIL, because I also think that's the reason why he came on, is to help the NIL, because this guy right here, if you look at the recruiting, have we ever heard Michigan being in the top like 5, or have we ever heard of Washington being in the top 5 recruiting? No. They made it happen with transfers. So with Courtney being in the background, in the backfold, I think that's going to be actually a win for us. I mean, when you talk about Cal and DeBoer, I'm not worried about the offense
Mm-hmm.
because Ryan Grubb and we going to have the ride outs ready. I think
Mm-hmm.
we're going to be good. Shepard coming in, we're going to be good. You got a staple full of receivers that want to be there. And we're not talking about some Rudy Poos. We're talking about 4 and 5 stars.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you talk about the defensive side, even though, hey, I like Caleb Downs. He is, a Mika Fitzpatrick 2.0.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that this is a team game. We got to stop focusing on Isaiah Bunn. Isaiah Bunn made a business move, totally understandable. But I just think if he would have stayed, he could have been one of those guys that had a 1,000-yard year this year. But I'm not worried about it. I'm really not. And I think that as a fan base, we have to just step back, play it cool, and let everything happen. I'm telling you, we're going to be fun. And for the Georgias and for the Texas of the world, y'all can pout on these players all day. But, just like what we say, everybody's replaceable. And, you have to, as long as we keep that mentality, we'll be fine.
Appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks again, and call in next time, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Q. Appreciate you, man.
All right. Take care.
All right, man. Take it
All
easy. Just in right now, this is on South Alabama's official website. Just so you guys know, this is official regarding Kane Womack, and we'll get to our new members and our super chats in just a second, our next call-in. But you have this is an official release. Kane Womack has resigned from his position as the head coach at the University of South Alabama. The school announced on Tuesday morning a national search for the next head football coach for the Jags will begin immediately. I deeply appreciate Kane's service to run our program, university, and city, said Director of Athletics Gerald Ehrlichman. His efforts propelled us forward, and we wish him and Melissa the very best. So there you see it right here on Bama Football on YouTube about the coaching search update at South Alabama in terms of Kane Womack coming to Alabama as the new DC here under Coach Caleb DeBoer. And here's kind of a look at how the staff is coming together. Right here, kind of read it on the screen. And there's a couple other names that we're going to add, but right here you have Ryan Grubb as the OC. Jarrett McElwain will serve as a scouting director. Wide receivers will be Jamarcus Shepard, tight ends Nick Sheridan. The GM is Courtney Morgan. As Q was just mentioning on our last call, Courtney Morgan's a G, like absolutely. He is, in terms of player personnel, he has all the players, phone numbers, parents' phone numbers. He's talking to everybody right now. Phil, he's done an amazing job. Who is everybody's asking about Kane Womack. Kane Womack, the DC, he was the former head football coach at South Alabama. If you're just joining us this morning, Alabama will retain Freddie Roach and Robert Gillespie. Roach working with the D-line, Robert Gillespie working with the running backs. And then you have Scott Huff, who is a great addition from Washington, working with the offensive line. And then you have Jeff Allen working as an athletic he's not the athletics director. He's the athletic trainer. Sorry, we'll get that updated in the graphic department. He's the athletic trainer. All right, thanks, David. But there's kind of the staff as you have it. Okay. As we navigate forward, I wanted to read through some of these super chats. Appreciate you guys hanging with us during today's headlines on January 16th. We're waiting on kind of a Caleb Downs watch or something like that could happen today. Tracy McGraw in was as a new fan funder. Thank you so much. To become a fan funder, hit the hyperlink above this video. As low as $2.99 a month. You could also hit join if you're watching from a computer. Also got a super chat in from Tracy saying Akron DB Kerry Martin has entered the transfer portal. He posted 150 tackles. Dang. 7 tackles for loss and 3 interceptions. Oof, man, that is certainly a name to certainly keep track of. Thank you very much for the update on that, and thanks for the super chat. Kyle, what's up? Kyle, recognize Kyle. People sleeping on Courtney Morgan. See, that was the thing that Q said as well in this last call. Like, he's big time to get him in terms of like player development, like player personnel and really getting these guys over. And I think he is a critical component in terms of like re-recruiting these players. And his role at Michigan helped build that roster. Those studs on the team have a relationship with him. Harbaugh leaves, it's open season. And see, that's the thing. If Jim Harbaugh leaves, that the floodgates open for Michigan in terms of the transfer portal, and that's where Alabama can recruit from. And then Kyle, man, there's a lot of Kyles on today. It's become a fan funder as well. Appreciate you guys being here this morning. Bama Football on YouTube, and I appreciate you guys being here, running through the comments. We got a lot of them to get through, and we will get to you guys all soon right here on Bama Football on YouTube. We go back to the phone lines on this busy Tuesday morning. It's a 2:05, and we'll take it right now. Hey, thanks for being on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Kyle Henderson? This is Marcus again from Birmingham, but I'm staying in Memphis, Tennessee.
Marcus, what's up, man? I appreciate it. Thank you very much for calling in. Yeah, kind of looking at Marcus before we begin. All right, on that title, it's interesting. When you look up Jeff Allen, it says title Associate Athletic Director, Sports Medicine Facility. I think for everybody, it'll be easier if we just put Jeff Allen, head athletic trainer or athletic trainer. That's how people know him. His title is Associate Athletics Director. Literally, that's what it says. I don't know if he's been like elevated or if that changed, but that's what it says like on the screen. I'm looking at it right now. Just put Director of Sports Medicine. How about that if that fits? Like, that's a fancier title. Marcus, you're calling from, did you say Birmingham?
No, I'm from Birmingham, and I live in Memphis, Tennessee.
All right, man. What's up, man? I appreciate you calling back. Good to rap with you, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I just had to, man. Like, I know, like me and others, I've just been anxious, man, the last week. Just every morning since I've been waking up, I've just been trying to see, is Kyle Henderson on? Is Kyle Henderson? Is he live? Is he live? I've been trying to that's been on my mind. I'll just getting the news, man, just getting the news. I just want to go on with Caleb Downs, man. Like, to the point where I feel like that he might stay, but I just want to actually do a cornerback coach. Is he taking that into consideration? Is he big on that, or do you think now he's going to stay because we have a DC, or do he really, wait on a cornerback like an individual coach? Can you kind of give me some feedback on that? Do you think?
In terms of like a DB coach for Bama, Marcus, explain it again. Go ahead.
Right. Like, do you think that he's waiting on a DB coach like Caleb Downs instead of waiting on a DC? Even though we got a DC, he's trying to handle the whole defense. But do you think Caleb is really want that, connection? Because I think a DB individual coach is really build that connection more than the overall defensive coach.
I got you. Yeah, look, I mean, I think he has every right to be excited about hearing who the new DB coach is and having a relationship with T-Rob and specifically like Coach Saban, because Coach Saban was in the DB room. And I think if you're Caleb Downs, considering the type of talent he is, he wants to know who can continue to get him to that next level, right? Who can continue to develop him. And everybody inside the comment box is saying that Downs is into the transfer portal. Man, I think we're going to hear that all day. I have not seen it officially. I don't know. Sean, can you look that up, or Bailey? They've kind of been my eyes on the ground in terms of looking at the portal while I'm on the show. But I haven't really seen anything other than Trey Amos from last night. So if things are official in terms of Downs, I will tell you guys. But I'm gonna send Bailey and Sean to go check it out. In terms of I think people are just trolling it. Okay, so
they're trolling.
Yeah, they're trolling. Don't worry. We'll bring it back if something does happen. So yeah, Caleb Downs. I mean. And from what I gathered, he was at the team meeting last night. He was at the team meeting when Kalen DeBoer was first introduced to the team. Despite his relationship with T-Rob, he does have a right to know who's going to be the new DB coach. He does have a right to sit in the room with Kane and Kalen and talk about the direction of this program. And talk about his development. And he does have a right to talk with whoever handles the NIL deals at Alabama to be able to be taken care of. That's why you see everybody with this "Yay Alabama" saying contribute. I don't know if the nickel and diming is going to hurt, is going to add to a monumental millions and millions of dollars. But it couldn't hurt. I mean, these players need to be taken care of for sure because this is the world we live in, like the pay for play. I'm not saying that's one of the big of Caleb Downs is like pay me, but I think honestly he's the best secondary player coming back in the country. As just a freshman, like Coach Saban said.
Do you think Kane? Right.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Right.
What?
I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off. Do you think Kane is going to bring maybe some assistance from South Alabama, even though he's not a head coach? Do you think he will have some input on maybe a DB coach or?
I don't know.
Anything down there? Do they have any good DBs? Did they? That's a
good question. I know we've been talking about kind of the 4-2-5. Style. I mean, Joe is saying you got Clinton Dix for DB coach, and then we were talking about yesterday that Carl Scott could be kind of in the mix. I don't know if he was going to be in the mix for the DC spot, but with everything happening in Seattle, maybe you bring him over to come back to coach the secondary in some elevated role. I think Alabama fans would be happy if he came over, Carl Scott, and had like a co-DC title and secondary. Maybe that's the way you do it. I don't know. Marcus, make one more point, man, before I move to next caller.
My next point, man, is not a point. Roll Tide till I die, win or lose. I'm a Bama fan for life. Thank you, Mr. Kyle.
Right. Appreciate you, man. All right, Marcus calling in from Tennessee. Appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much. We're tracking all the news, all the headlines, and there's a lot of stuff to track as we continue to navigate the post Coach Saban retirement. And I appreciate the super chats and you guys becoming a fan funder of the YouTube channel and you guys calling into the call line. I like this right here on the board. Clinton Dix for the DB coach. I would personally love that. I think it would make a lot of sense to have somebody who, is from here. The call line, by the way, is 205-850-1994. And if you ever want to, we're also looking for sponsorships for the show, for my call-in show when the coaches are on. So sponsorship deals or inquiries, Bama Football on YouTube, Bama Football YT@gmail.com. That is the email to get a hold of me. So Bama Football on YouTube @gmail. I'll leave that up for a minute and kind of roll through the comment box. But Cedric's like, if you pay me $700, I quit my job, and he's gone. See, it's like, and if you don't come from a family of money, and if you're like working, and someone's like, here's $700. Oh, and by the way, that's your new Lambo. And Isaiah Bond's a dog. Like he's straight up. He'll just tell you. I'm gonna miss interviewing him. You guys at Texas, if you have an opportunity to catch up with Isaiah Bond, it's fun because he just tells you. He'd be like, yeah, that dude sucks. I'm better than him. I'm faster than him. He just tells you. He's like a SID's worst nightmare because he's so honest. What's the latest? I've been like so lasered in. What's the latest on Jim Harbaugh? Does it look like he's going to go to the NFL with the Chargers? Because I saw that he interviewed, was it yesterday? Is there like a higher percentage that he leaves? His name is always in the mix for the NFL. All right, we go back to the phone line in just a second. Got a couple. Rome, what's up, man? Became a fan funder of the YouTube channel. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then Maddie Vince with the super chat as well. Downs is good, but he doesn't make Bama. Yeah, I mean, one player certainly doesn't make a program, but a player like this is a game changer every single time you step onto the field. What was amazing about it is and we don't know anything about Kalen's contract yet in terms of what he's going to be paid here at the University of Alabama. But Caleb Downs, playmaker, impact player from the jump. And you see that you put him to return punts, and the dude is the first punt at Alabama. He returns it back for a touchdown. Remember when Kool-Aid kind of had the drops, or it just didn't look like he was kind of the guy at punt return. Everybody was calling for a change. You put in him one time, and the guy returns a punt for a touchdown. Man, Caleb Downs just game. He is him, right? As we like to say, like he is that guy. Go back to the phone lines, and we have 865-913-205-205. Let's take this 205. Hasn't called in before. Bottom. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Oh, this is Tanner from Aniana.
What's up, Tanner? I appreciate it. What'd you say you were from?
Aniana, Alabama.
Where's Aniana? You got to help me. That's the first time I heard of this. Tell me where this is at. As I continue to learn out, I've been here for now 7 years, but I have not. I thought someone called in from Tallahassee. I thought it was Tallahassee. So tell me where are you from? Give me the map of Alabama. Where are you at?
We're in Blount County. It's about 50 miles north of Birmingham County, about 2 hours from Tuscaloosa.
Okay, got you. Okay, cool, man. That's a new one. I appreciate you calling in, and thank you very much for being on the show, man. Take it away.
Yes, sir. I was just about to say, South Alabama, the new defense coordinator, Womack, they had the number 15 offense in the country. Is that right? I think I saw that.
With Alabama football or on the defensive side?
No, South Alabama. South Alabama had the number 15 defense in the country.
I didn't see that, but I can look it up real quick while you're on the line, Tanner. Go ahead. I'm going to look it up on the other side.
And the Caleb Downs situation, I don't feel too confident in it, but I feel like if we do keep him, that's a really big thing. If we can keep him, he changes this defense. He can be a good leader for us the next 2 years under Nick Saban. And I just think he's a great leader for the young guys coming in because we have a couple of good DBs coming in through recruiting. I think he'll be a great leader for this team. And then the Trey Amos thing, I thought he would be a great player for us this year, but I guess he just didn't feel right with the new coach. And yeah.
Yeah, well, first of all, I mean, you're right. I mean, and thanks for pointing that out. So overall, what we're looking at right here is the total defensive stats from this last season for college football. And as you can see, as I'm kind of navigating through the screen, the number one team in college football in terms of defense was Michigan. Everybody knows about their defense. It was completely salty. There's the top five: Michigan, Penn State, Ohio, Notre Dame, round out the top five. And then when you scroll down, you see that South Alabama was number 15. Ahead of Alabama, who was at number 18. So good point out there in terms of their defensive success this last year. And like I said, I have to do a lot of research on Kane myself, and the South Alabama just kind of caught me off guard. But clearly, he was on people's radar, and a lot of people are really happy about Kane. So appreciate you bringing that out, Tanner. And then did you say your second point was talking about Caleb Downs?
Mm-hmm. I think if you also look at South Alabama, they had 2 all-conference safeties. I think that would be a very good thing for Caleb Downs to look at. I mean, he's a great coach for safeties, DBs, and I believe, one of them just transferred out of South Alabama and went to a big-time program, but Caleb Downs can work with this new coach. I feel like I get it's a hard thing losing Saban because he's a huge DB guy. I mean, our defense was always great, but they had 2 all-conference safeties in the Sun Belt. And the Sun Belt, if you look at it, was a very tough conference this year for the group of 5 conferences. And, they had 2 all-conference safeties, and if you look at that, that could be really good for Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I like that as well. And I think the thing is, despite the guys that have left, Alabama's secondary should be, maybe phenomenal. You look to the guys returning. Devontae Smith was supposed to already be a starter before he got injured. You have Caleb Downs back there. You have Malachi Moore returning. Caleb Downs played 890 snaps. Malachi Moore played over 700, right? So I'm not sure where these guys fit in the 4-2-5 scheme or if Alabama even plays that. Damani Jackson coming in. Don't forget about him. The corner spot, maybe the writing's on the wall that Trey Amos that he hit the portal because maybe he got word that Jabbar Muhammad now could be coming in. I'm just saying.
Right. Another thing is he entered the portal, but that doesn't mean he's completely out of the situation.
That's true.
I still feel like we do have a chance to bring him back, which that would be a huge pickup for us if we was able to keep Amos. He was a star in the SEC championship game whenever Kool-Aid got hurt. He came in, played phenomenal minutes in that game. And, if we can if we can get Coach DeBoer and get him and Downs back in, I think that would be very good, which Downs is not even in the transfer portal, but that's a big keep if we can keep him. Like you said, he was one of the best players on the field all season long, and I bet he's the number one player returning. I will agree with you on that too.
Yeah,
I'm a big college football fan.
And I think you bring up a really good point. I mean, just because this guy has entered the portal doesn't mean that he is completely gone. It's just he has some options that he's looking around. Like somebody asked inside the comment box, any update on Amari Niblack? Not yet. And there's kind of word. I mean, it's all over about Caleb Downs having a decision. He hasn't even entered the portal, so should feel good about it. But I mean, Alabama's secondary is good. And then, these inside linebackers with them making statements yesterday, or at least Jahad Campbell, haven't heard anything from Deontay Lawson. Not to me. I mean, he might not even need to say anything, right? He's just back to work. But those two guys, man, are such a huge combination coming back. I mean, last year we talked about Braz and we talked about DT coming back in terms of the edge rushers, but now your inside linebackers are absolutely loaded. And Keon Keeley, Yanze, where those guys will fit in along with Quay Russo, your defensive line coming together. Alabama's defense has some guys, 100%. Make a final comment, Tanner, before I move to my next caller.
My final comment is Caleb Odom. You said something about Amari Niblack, but the new freshman coming in, Caleb Odom, he's a player better, I believe, can be better. 1,000-yard receiver, I believe, this next year as a tight end position as a freshman. I think he'll be a great pickup for us. And thank you for letting me have it. I love your show.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Take it easy. All right, Tanner calling in from the great state of Alabama. Final point was on Caleb Odom. I like that. Caleb Odom, he was saying 1,000 yards. I don't know about that. I don't know how many yards anybody's going to catch for, but Caleb Odom is that guy for sure, too. Watch his tape. We've talked about it a bunch of different times. I mean, the guy is an absolute baller in every sense of the word. And I think, Cam was like, no tight end's going to go for 1,000 yards. I think the point is he's a playmaker, and you can get the ball to him, in several different ways. Even Amari Niblack told me that he could be better than him. I never heard a player say that. So got a lot of respect for the kid coming in. And I heard he was actually turning heads for the Rose Bowl. I'm talking about Caleb Odom. You can watch his highlights if you just type in Caleb Odom on Huddle. So we're hearing something that Mason Short just decommitted as well. That's significant news in my opinion. Let's look it up. Mason Short. Try to find that out. I liked his game for sure. All right. So what you're seeing is fallout or guys decommitting from Alabama's class of 2025. And Mason Short was actually, I guess I'll bring up rivals here. I'm going to bring him on the screen right now. So you've had a couple decommits since the new takeover at Alabama. So Mason Short, who is he? I'll bring it full screen. He is, let me minimize this off the screen. Mason Short, 6'7", 295-pound, 4-star offensive lineman, tackle out of Evans, Georgia. So what does he got? Fam, help me out. Is he the third 2025 commitment to decommit? Because you had Jamie French, and then I think you had somebody else, and now you have Mason Short. I'm not really worried about someone's saying second. I don't look, the way that I see the 2025, I don't really trip out about the far out recruiting. Because I've talked about this yesterday, the day before. It's like these guys commit, they decommit. This guy's back in the headlines. I think a lot of people, and look, he has his options open. He wants to continue to look at, other programs. Who knows? I don't know how it's going to work. But he is, I think he's the second player from 2025 to decommit from Alabama following 5-star Jamie French. You guys tripping out about any of these 2025 prospects decommitting from Alabama? I'm not. Like, zero. Are you guys? I don't think you guys are either. All right, we go back. And if you're just joining us, here's kind of a look at how the coaching staff is coming together. Actually, let me see if I can get a new graphic. Yeah, see, Amanda's saying, nope, not even a little bit. Neither am I. It's too far out. And like I'm worried about like what's happening like right now in front of us, the transfer portal. These 2025 guys, not worried about it at all. Like it's too far out to think about it. It just is. It's just that guy will probably commit somewhere else and decommit, and then I've said the whole story. Not tripping. But I did hear, was that Ryan Williams was in town last night here in Tuscaloosa. Significant. I don't think he was. It's not an official visit. That's good. But then again, it's like that whole thing has been drama filled, kind of like doing that whole thing. So I don't know. Hopefully it works out. I did see. I got a notification from him and Jalen Mbakwe. They went live together last night. Boys played against each other in the state title game. Yesterday, Jalen Mbakwe tweeted out an image of them. Clearly, he's recruiting him. And you got Mason is saying Ryan Williams, the official. That's this weekend here in Tuscaloosa. Love it because he just got back from Texas A&M. Can you imagine the deals that are on the table? Like legit deals from Texas A&M. What are you getting there? But see, if I'm Ryan Williams, you can come in here and be like the guy under Ryan Grubb. He's gonna get you fed. 1,000,000%. See if I can get. No, I don't. Is this true, Jay? Jaden Roberts released a statement, or are you telling him to? Because this will make me happy. Jaden Roberts is the Hulk. It's crazy that he didn't start from the get-go. Ryan Williams was at the team meeting last night on Instagram Live. See? I mean, and I think imagine Ryan Grubb getting the ball, like designing plays to get the ball to Ryan Williams. Like it. Sarah's like, growing pains. Yeah, growing pains. Thomas, what's up? I see you inside the comment box. We should not stress any of these decommitments in recruiting. Any smart kid who committed primarily due to Coach Saban should reevaluate their situation and may end up back at Alabama. Yeah, I like that. Very rational comment. Thanks, Thomas. By the way, now, you look good in that profile picture, man. Like the tie, nice and tight. Looks good, man. Good on you. Scrolling through the comments as well. It still looks frosty out there. There's a bunch of ice on the ground. Be safe if you're out there. Yeah, Jane Roberts is staying. Yeah, for sure. Your two guards are coming in. There's a couple guys that are out there in the portal, I think, from Washington. Nate Kelpo, I think, played guard, and I think Washington had a center hit the portal as well. Those guys would be welcome addition to Alabama, I promise you. They won the Joe Moore Award last year. Joe Moore Award goes to the top offensive line in all of college football. Those guys did that last year. Only allowed 12 sacks last year. Okay, 865. I know you've been patient, man. Let's do it right now. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, Angel again from Pigeon Forge, Tennessee.
What's up, Angel? I appreciate you being back, man. Welcome on in, and what you got?
All right, man. First and foremost, it sucks to see Trey almost leave because, he was really good last year. But it is what it is. Next man up. And for the new hire, I'm excited for it, but I kind of prefer to have Charlie Strong because he's been with the guys longer. But that's what Kalen DeBoer wants. That's what he wants.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. It's good that that all these players are actually staying and that they're telling to give the guy a chance. Don't just judge him off because he came from Washington or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. And Devontae Smith as well. He's really good at keeping the team together. For posting that post, what he said, and it's what we need right now to keep this team together. And with Caleb Downs too as well, I'm sure Devontae Smith told him that, and Jahad Campbell telling him to stay locked in because then Saban's not going to be gone. He's just not coaching.
Yeah. And
this will be a really great for their draft stock and make value from themselves, for the future. And, and plus Plus, I don't want to go somewhere new when you're already the place you want to be, and then you have to start over again. I don't know. I really like the situation that Alabama's in at the moment. Hopefully, you can deliver on it. And yeah, there's gonna be like 1 or 2 losses this year. I could probably see it with the Georgia game, and just maybe the Auburn game, but I don't know. Like, we gotta stay locked in, and hopefully Caleb Downs does come back.
Angel, let me ask you, Jeffy inside the comment box, saying Trey Amos' biggest loss in the portal so far. Do you agree with him on that? And what was your initial reaction to Trey Amos hitting the portal?
I was shocked. Like, I was like, I was just shocked. Like, I couldn't speak or anything because I'm just shocked because he really did really well for Kool-Aid. And it kind of is a big loss because if he left, and there's a high possibility that Caleb Downs would leave. I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's a shocker.
Yeah. Hey, Ty, can you hear Angel, by the way? All right. Ty, what's up, man? How you doing?
Man, excited to be here.
And Angel, can you hear Ty?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, got you. All right, appreciate you. Angel, make one last point, man, before we bring on Ty Hayes, man.
Yeah.
Got you.
Let's see. I predict our season to be maybe 10-1, 10-2, 11-2, something like that. But I can see that he's going to have a loss at some point. It might be the Georgia game, but that's all I have to say for now. It's just, it's a shame that these players are not giving this guy a chance.
Yep. All right, man. Well, thanks for calling. Thanks for calling in again, Angel, and I'll catch you next time. I appreciate you your continued support of the show, man. Take it easy. All right. Real Tide too. All right, fam. If I didn't get to you guys right now at this hour, these first hour and a half, I will get to you guys when I open up the call-in show again. So don't take offense to it. It's just got a lot of people calling, and I'm trying to get to everybody as I can. But with that said, I welcome in Ty. Before I do that, I need to take deal. Ty, what's up, man? I appreciate you joining, man. Good morning.
Man, happy to be here. Thank you for having me as always.
Yeah, I appreciate it. If you guys don't know who Ty is from Around the Table Sports. Follow his YouTube channel. Does a really great job. He has a guest host right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Ty, I kind of want to walk you through the headlines. I'm going to take a quick break. But we're tracking, Caleb Downs. Will he enter the portal? We don't even know if he's going to make a decision today, but ESPN said that a decision could be made today. Will we hear about the decision? Maybe on the low. Maybe I don't think he comes out and says anything. Who knows? I have no idea how this goes down. Kane Womack as a new defensive coordinator at Alabama from South Alabama. This is confirmed. He did resign from the University of South Alabama this morning. Trey Amos hit the portal last night. This was big, in my opinion. I think that he was a corner that has a really high ceiling, and I think he has really good game. I mean, he stepped in for Alabama last year many times. I didn't know that he played 340 snaps. He hit the portal. Just because you hit the portal doesn't mean you leave. And a couple miscellaneous notes. You had Chaz Preston commit to Tulane, Sean Murphy to Florida State. That's 5 now to Florida State. Isaiah Hastings flipped from Missouri and then hit the transfer portal to Syracuse. And then Mason Short, who's 2025, decommitted from Alabama this morning. And then Ryan Williams was on campus last night and his official visit coming up. So there's a lot to track. Can you fly the plane for a little bit?
Man, a lot to talk about, a lot of questions still, but let's dive into it, man.
You guys support Ty. I'll be back in just a few.
All right, man. Sounds good. Take yourself.
Oops.
I got scared there for a second. I thought I messed up. Ladies and gentlemen, where do we possibly begin? So many headlines flying through so quickly. And let's start with Womack, right? I haven't gotten to speak too extensively about Womack. The last time we sat down and had this kind of kumbaya, this therapy session, I didn't know too much about Womack, right? I knew a little bit about him, but ever since I went back, did a bit of research, not enough that I feel comfortable super diving into what you can expect. I haven't gotten to watch enough games or anything like that. And even if I did, I'm no expert. That should just be my opinion. But I did some digging, and there's some interesting things I found, right? One of the things I found is that he has experience and quite a bit of experience at several different programs, one of which was Eastern Illinois. And when he was there, here's some really interesting tidbits I think you should know. When he was at Eastern Illinois, his defense was second nationally in interceptions, third in takeaways, fourth in pass efficiency, eighth in red zone, 10th in tackles for loss. You're not going to get much better than that, ladies and gentlemen. Like, you're not. I think whenever you look at the talent he'll have at his disposal at Alabama, after we see who's going to transfer out, who's going to stay, he's never worked with a roster like this. And he is a smart coach. And one of the things that instantly excited me was seeing people who dedicate their lives to this sport, whether that's to just simply covering it or whether that's studying it and going into the X's and O's. Whenever you looked at those people online, they're really excited about this prospective hire, really excited about what it could mean for Alabama and the future of the defense. And on top of that, one of the things we talk about all of the time, and one of the things Alabama fans wanted so much, was members of this staff with ties to the South or SEC experience. He's got that. Not only was he the coach at South Alabama, he's got ties to the South, but his dad was the defensive coordinator at Ole Miss from 2012 to 2016. Now, that doesn't automatically indicate that, oh, well, you're going to be able to walk through the door and live off of what your dad did. But what I am trying to say here, with the point I am trying to make, that last name is familiar in the SEC. People around the SEC know who he is. It's not a stranger walking in there. Yes, this is a massive step up. He was up for a Broyles Award in 2020 whenever he was at Indiana with DeBoer. The guy can coach. Now he's got a lot more talent, but he is known by people in the SEC for what he has done at South Alabama, because he is from the South and because his dad was a defensive coordinator as well at Ole Miss for several years. That I find to be compelling. That I do find to be compelling. Everybody wanted somebody with some sort of ties to the SEC, some sort of ties to the South. And even Coach DeBoer acknowledged as much, which I have said and time again, was one of the best things I heard from Coach DeBoer at the press conference and the question and answer thereafter. And shout out to Coach Jay right here. You'll see him all the time over here. That was one of the things he indicated. Whenever I asked him before DeBoer was officially at his press conference, before he did the question and answers, what do you need to see for him to start checking the boxes? And one of the things Coach Jay said was that he kind of wants him to acknowledge, hey, I'm not from the South. I'm not from the SEC landscape. And I understand how important that is. And I understand that I'm going to have to fill my staff with that. Well, he ended up saying something very similar to that at the press conference question and answers, wherever he was saying, my staff is going to have some of my Washington guys. And when we look at the offensive guys he's bringing in, why wouldn't it? I mean, Nick Saban wanted that guy, Ryan Grubb. Jamarcus Shepard was a guy that people are already looking at for the wide receiver coach, even before Saban had retired. Why wouldn't you want that offensive staff? And if Scott Huff is confirmed to be coming over for the offensive line coach, and all indications are that I have seen that he is, per Chris Lowe, per all these great sources, that's an awesome hire at the offensive line coach, an offensive line that for 3 years, ever since Doug Marrone was at Alabama, has not been operating right. But the defensive side of the ball, that's where he said, I'm going to get some SEC people. That's why this hire is so compelling. Ladies and gentlemen, you're talking about someone that just got done having a top 15 defense in the nation in total defense, top 30 in scoring defense. The guy can coach. Now, this is a massive step up. There's no doubt about it, but he was up for a Broyles for a reason, right? He is a good coach. You don't see guys who study the game of football like Kubelik come out and say, hey, this guy is a really smart defensive mind. And the results show. Everywhere he has gone, you have seen significant defensive improvement from year to year. At one point, he led the 13th best turnaround, I believe it was, at one of his defenses. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm excited. He's a younger guy. We talk about how that can help in recruiting, though nothing is guaranteed. It's just theorized. So going to be interesting to see. Chat seeing some people say it's a terrible hire, some people liking the hire. Listen, I think that if you're one of those people, if you're a football guy, you probably really like the hire, right? Like if you're someone who just loves watching all sorts of football, loves getting into football, loves learning about football, you're probably intrigued. But I think there are some people who just don't think that it's the splash hire that that some people were hoping Alabama would have at the defensive coordinator position. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Another report that I really liked was that Freddie Roach looks like he's being retained. And to me, that's massive. If you can try and retain Freddie Roach, that is absolutely massive. Freddie Roach is somebody that has been a top recruiter for Alabama, and Alabama lost really good recruiters thus far in Holloman Wiggins and in Travaris Robinson. Ace recruiters on the trail. No arguing that. Absolutely not. But Freddie Roach is every bit of a recruiter as the other two gentlemen are. Alabama has used him extensively to try and win big-time battles. Right? Really solid recruiter. He has got to be being retained, or at least that has got to be something that they work towards. I saw that, Jeff. I did see Josh Pate said that it was a home run hire. And that's what I mean when I say, like, the people who I trust in the industry, I've had some people reach out to me. I haven't gotten to really dive into his defenses too extensively yet. But the people who I know that just grind tape all the time in the industry, I've gotten some texts saying, like, hey, it might not be the name a lot of the fan base was wanting, but you got yourself a dude. And that meant a lot to me. I'm really excited to dive into it. I was trying to find myself some Indiana stuff, some South Alabama stuff. So we're going to see. We're going to see what he says. Jeff says, I trust Josh Pate. He's got the inside scoop. Josh is super connected, and he is a really, really good guy. He is a really, really good dude. As good as he is at his job, that's how good of a guy he is. I've had the opportunity to talk to him several times. Want to shout out a new member, James Anderson. Thank you for joining the channel, my man. Thank you for joining. Thank you for supporting. Going to be nonstop content over here. The content is always free, but the support you give to Kyle allows for him to operate this channel at the level at which he has. And let's be honest, this is a lot of fun. This has been a lot of fun for all of us, even for you non-Alabama fans in there. Let's be honest. You're having a good time over here interacting with us. But it's been great for a lot of the Alabama community, myself included. And I am just beyond grateful that Kyle gives me a platform to come over here and kind of lead and be a part of these group therapy sessions. But some things are coming together. And it's going to be interesting. Campbell says, I miss Nick. Everybody misses Nick Saban, man. And this is what I was talking about the other day, Campbell. I think that some people out there in the Alabama fan base aren't satisfied with the moves that have been being made, such as people who originally thought, oh, DeBoer is an underwhelming hire. Well, everything is underwhelming when you're following the GOAT, right? Like everything is going to be underwhelming if you have to follow the greatest of all time. But when you look at him compared to his peers, he was a really, really good coach. You weren't going to do much better than that when you look at his overall record, what he's been able to do, how he's been able to develop. You're just not going to do a whole lot better than that. And I'm loving that he's bringing over the offensive staff. Can't wait for that to get together. Can't wait to see A-Day there. Can't wait to see A-Day there. Now, as we watch, we're obviously all watching the Caleb Downs decision. That's going to be super impactful to see what he does. I think that he's probably one of, if not the best, I'm going to go ahead and say it personally, I think he might be the best player in the nation going into next year. Certainly on the defensive side, I think he's that good. I really do think he's that good. That's not a new take. I've had that take for a while. I think his ceiling is otherworldly high. So keeping him is going to be massive. Luckily, if we look at the new defensive coordinator's scheme, he just got done working with two safeties that were highly productive. Defensive backs in his scheme, specifically that safety position, eat. And when you look, like I said, I'm one of those people, guys, that if I see something and I don't know much about you, such as this coach right here, I didn't know a ton about him, I'm going to go and learn, right? I really enjoy learning. So I'm going to go and try and figure some things out. And when you look at what he did at Eastern Illinois, it's a theme of what he has done everywhere, which is improve. He led a defense that ranked second nationally in interceptions, third in takeaways, fourth in pass efficiency defense, eighth in red zone, 10th in tackles for loss. So he knows how to put together a secondary within his scheme that's going to be very productive. And that could be enticing for Caleb Downs, but it is going to be something that we have to see. Trey Amos entering the transfer portal. I'm not going to lie to you guys. For me personally, and once again, I always want to say these caveats, right? In case there's anybody new listening, somebody that hasn't seen me before. I have no inside information. This is just my opinion. Trey Amos is one of the most surprising portal entries for the Crimson Tide thus far. Now, Kyle said it before he left, just because you're in the transfer portal doesn't mean you're officially going to leave. They will try and re-recruit him, no doubt about it. But I really am confused by this one. This was the one that really made me sit back and say, oh, okay. This one and Kite were probably the two that were the most surprising to me of anybody, right? Of anybody. Des Ricks as well. But we knew even before Saban retired, Alabama had to get down to scholarship numbers. Remember, last week, I was sitting on a stream Monday. I was sitting on a video Friday before the national championship saying, hey, Alabama is in the mid-90s at scholarships right now. They got to get down to 85. There's going to be a lot of people entering the transfer portal. Well, just the other day, 2 or 3 days ago, I believe, they just got down to 84 scholarships. So some of this movement we've seen even post Saban's retirement, it's not illogical to assume some of that would have happened regardless, simply because Alabama had to get down to the scholarship numbers anyways. But does not mean that some of the moves have not surprised me. And Amos, I think that was the most surprising in my opinion thus far. That was the most surprising thus far. You're talking about a guy that when he came in looked like he was going to be a really, really, really solid player heading into 2024. Looked like the guy you'd hang your hat on at cornerback 1 in this defense, especially when he came in relief of some of the defensive backs. I mean, they just did a really good job. Trey Amos was a guy that showed, I'm ready for this opportunity, and hopefully Alabama can go out there, re-recruit him, get him back, because I think he would be a great addition to the secondary. I think he'd be a fantastic addition to the secondary. We got a donation. Mr. Renrico, you says, Womack under the Saban tree will be magic. I hope so, man. I hope so. I'm interested. And I said this the other day. I said this in a video I put out this morning. That Nick Saban has retired. You can't be sad about it forever. Like, of course, we're still sad about that. But I'm also excited to see what this means. I'm also excited to see what this means going forward for Alabama, for the new coaching staff. It's going to be really interesting to kind of get these answers, but we're in the wait and see phase. For the past 3 days, for those of you that have seen me on the channel, you've heard me say one thing time and time again: wait and see. That's just where I am right now, because there's so much information. There's so much misinformation. I'm just in a wait and see phase. So we're all waiting to see the Caleb Downs decision. Trey Amos is a really shocking decision. Really hoping we can get him back. Chaz Preston to Tulane. Let's get to a little bit of positive news, right? Let's talk about a former Alabama player who, I don't know about y'all, but I'm certainly going to be rooting for. Chaz Preston, wide receiver. When he came to Alabama, he's got an intriguing skill set, man. A really well-rounded wide receiver. Heading off to Tulane. I'm going to be wishing him all the best over there. I'm really excited to see what he's able to do over there in that offense. It's going to be a lot of fun to be able to watch him. And hopefully, sometimes the transfer portal works out, right? Sometimes the grass is greener on the other side, not necessarily because it's just a better opportunity, but because it might be a better fit for you. And that's perfectly okay. And I'm praying that this is one of those opportunities. I'd love to see Chaz Preston go out to Tulane, absolutely ball out over there. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what he's able to do. Then we have Sean Murphy to FSU. And FSU, my goodness gracious, they are loading up on every Alabama transfer they can get their hands on. And listen, whenever you have a bunch of players that have been coached by the GOAT himself, especially on the defensive side of the ball, I can't say I'm hyper surprised that they're not sitting in the portal for very long. I talk about this all the time. There are a few programs around the nation that whenever players from that program hit the transfer portal, teams call and it doesn't take long. There's a reason why, because they've worked with staff that they know are good staff. They've worked with with coaches that they know produce, and they've been in environments that are conducive to winning. So I'm not surprised to see a lot of the Bama players not lasting long in the transfer portal because of all the things I just said. There's several different factors into it. And whenever you come from an environment that is a winning culture, that has surrounded you with great talent, that has surrounded you with great coaching, other schools are going to want to get their hands on that player. And it makes sense. Listen, in college, there's a reason why a lot of your tutors are students, right? A lot of those tutors that you'll have are students because students can relate to each other a little bit easier. And whenever you can get a guy that's been in an environment that you know his coaching has been superb, you hope that that kind of can translate. You hope that he can help after he picks up his scheme, kind of impart some of that knowledge. So not surprised at all. Now, the Isaiah Hastings to Syracuse is we're kind of taking a little bit of a turn through the college football world. And y'all know I love college football in general. This is my bread and butter. Isaiah Hastings to Syracuse. And this is super interesting. Watch Syracuse this year. I'm not saying they're going to win a national championship. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs. I'm saying they are assembling a coaching staff that's interesting. I don't even think that they're going to be a team that, I have no expectations for Syracuse, but they've made some really interesting moves. Whenever you look at who they've been able to hire, they're getting attention from players, whether that be in the transfer portal, getting in Texas A&M's old coach, the old defensive line coach over there, who a lot of the team over at Texas A&M loved. Syracuse is an interesting situation right now. So when I saw Isaiah Hastings flip from Missouri, someone who had transferred from Alabama to Missouri and then flipped from Missouri to Syracuse, I wasn't surprised because of the coaching moves I've seen happen up there at Syracuse. I'm really excited to see what Syracuse is able to do this season. It's just going to be super interesting to see. Just going to be really, really interesting to see. Ben Allen says Georgia is the new Clemson. Listen, all respect to Clemson, but Georgia won them back-to-back. Right, and Georgia was one of the best teams in the nation this year. They just lost to Alabama in the SEC championship game. I think Georgia is a step above where Clemson was. Now, that might be a little bit of a hot take, but what Georgia has been able to do, in my opinion, is a step above what Dabo and Clemson were able to do. All respect due to Dabo and Clemson, because what they were able to do is unbelievable. It's incredible the success they have and have continued to have, because we talk about Dabo as if he's fallen off of a cliff. He's still a winning coach, right? He's still a winning coach. He's not just competing at national championships at the level he was, or a guaranteed entrant into the playoffs, but he's still a winning coach. But with all due respect to Clemson, I got to put what Georgia's doing above what Clemson did. I just have to. And that's that. Once again, if there's a Clemson fan in here, no disrespect to your program. You've done a great job. You've had great runs. Dabo's a solid coach, and you haven't fallen off a cliff like everybody says. You're still winning a bunch of games. There's a lot of teams under you that aren't winning as much, but there are things that have gone wrong at Clemson that have kind of diverted from where they were. Dabo hasn't adapted to the changing landscape of college football as fluently as some would hope. The offense has not been the same for years. That's been a thorn in their heel, and they lost a defensive coordinator. And even though the defense at Clemson is still good, Brent Venables was massive to that team. And it's not just Brent Venables. You lost Todd Bates. You lost several pieces of that staff. when I look at Georgia, the run they went on, the back-to-back natties, and the fact that they were one of the best teams this year that got beat by one of the other best teams this year. Like, you look at who Georgia lost to, they lost to Alabama. If that's your only loss every year, you're probably a pretty good team. So yeah, you got to give them a little bit more. I'd put them a little bit higher on the totem pole than is Clemson in terms of the overall. Right? It is what it is, but you gotta acknowledge it. So listen, a lot of change is on the horizon, ladies and gentlemen, and change isn't a bad thing. I honestly think that Alabama has done as good of a job as they could have given the circumstances. And a lot of the people in here trolling are trolling and let them get their shots off, as Savage admitted the other day. He's had to watch Alabama run the SEC. He wants to get his shots in right now, and I get that. But I think if we were all to come together and really acknowledge how has Alabama done, they've done as good as you could, right? They've done as well as you possibly could have, because the only name that fans would have just universally said, oh, Alabama has got some, is if they would have hired Kirby. Right? And Kirby's at his alma mater. He's got a good thing going over there. It wouldn't make sense. Outside of that, I think Alabama did as good as they could have done. I think Alabama is in a really interesting position. I do. And I think offensively, they've hired a great staff. Super intrigued about the defensive coordinator. Very intrigued about the defensive coordinator. Everywhere he has gone, he has turned around the defense in a marketed way. Right? Like, we can see total improvement. And so I'm excited. I think if we were all being honest, right? And even the trolls in here, if we were to drop that, guys, and just talk ball, just straight honest ball, I think 98, 95% of us could come together and say, Bama has done as good as you could have, given the circumstances, given the landscape, and given the magnitude of what happened. I think that's the reality of the situation. Right. And I think 95% of people at the end of the day will come to that conclusion. But, people are going to troll. People are going to say, and it's all fun and games. It is what it is. You push through, because I am excited for what Alabama's doing. And I think that I'm not saying Bama hasn't ran football. Yeah, well, I don't believe it's over, Savage, because I think they're making some really good moves. I really do. I'm excited. I am excited. Sandman says, again, I'm not a troll, but who is Bama's number one choice as a replacement for Saban? So that he was definitely top two, Sandman. There's no doubt about that, because whenever Saban retired, there were articles instantly. And, you heard about the Dan Lannings, you heard about all of these names, but one of the first names that popped up is someone that they were like, hey, Bama's AD loves this guy. It was DeBoer. That was one of the first names that popped up, right? And as far as I know, he absolutely was at the top of that list. Jimmy Sexton just orchestrated a wild string of events to get a lot of coaches paid. But he was no doubt at the top. Now, where he was, Sandman, I'm not in those rooms. But what I will say is, through everything that happened, I remember when Saban retired and the first kind of articles were coming out, someone who was very in the know instantly was like, watch DeBoer. Watch DeBoer. The AD loves him. And there have been ESPN reports that stated when Saban retired, there was already a flight from Tuscaloosa to Seattle so that the AD could meet and sit down with DeBoer and go on from there.
Yo, what's up? I'm here. Can you guys hear me? Thumbs up. Can you guys hear me? Thumbs up. Ty had some sort of outage. He's all good. Yo, what's up? I went down, and truth be told, I was paying some bills. And Ty, you give me a thumbs up when you come back, Ty. Are you late?
They don't want to hear it. They're trying to keep us down over here, man.
What happened?
Ted Cruz and this government over here in Texas, they're trying to keep us down. They don't want us spreading the good word of what's happening over here.
What?
I was in the middle of talking and then
outage?
just boom.
Really?
Gosh, okay.
Man, that's crazy. When was that ice storm that was out? Where was that? What year?
Everywhere.
Right?
Everywhere. That was 2-3 years ago. My wife and I were without power for 5 days, and it would come on every 3 to 4 hours. It would come on for about an hour, and we were just stuck and completely snowed in, frozen in.
Yeah.
Texas doesn't have the infrastructure. I don't think that was it. I just the area I live in, the beautiful Denton, Texas, they're doing a lot of construction and they're doing a lot of stuff, and I think that I just got hit at a bad time. But I'm going to keep saying that it's a deep state conspiracy, that the powers that be don't want us spreading the facts of what's happening and why this is an exciting time.
Yeah, I remember that ice storm. It was crazy. It's not an ice storm here, but I understand why they originally put the kids on a 2-hour delay and then eventually canceled it. Because when I went out this morning, it was definitely ice on the roads. So I get it. And I think from what I understand so far, they could even put a 2-hour delay over here in Tuscaloosa. I mean, it's freezing here. It's starting to warm up. I mean, I saw like some other kids like down the street, like dressed up, going to play and stuff like that. But I mean, definitely a lot colder different places. But the thing is, when it does get cold here, it's cold. Tuscaloosa does get cold. But what's up, chat? I see you guys all in the comment box. Thanks for supporting. Hey, Ty, and Ty. If you don't know who Ty is, he's a guest host here on the channel. Around the Table Sports. Dang, I didn't know you got 6 inches up in Nashville. That's crazy. Go follow his YouTube channel. Does a really good job. Talks a lot about college football topics and does a really great job. We love having him here along with the coaches. So when different guys can come on here to lead the show, talk Alabama football, all for it. And that's kind of how we're rolling on this fine Tuesday, January 16th.
Some of these takes in here about me getting not losing power are funny. Savage says canceled for lying about the state of Alabama football. Someone said my mic entered the transfer portal. Someone else said my Wi-Fi entered the transfer portal. And it's just really funny.
And then Gory's saying, Kyle, deep breath you take when you come back. Stress me out. I do that. No, so I do that because I had to go, I mean, either I'm speaking extemporaneously for like 30 minutes or I'm taking calls or I'm like kind of just like getting back in or I just ran up the stairs.
I'm really sorry, man. I was sitting here and I was like, oh man, I hope Taylor's still in the background. Like,
yeah.
Oh, I apologize.
No,
Cruz.
It's all good. We appreciate you guys. Dang, 67 in Fairhope yesterday and 28 today. Whew. Yeah, that's how you get a cold out there. Man, that's crazy. What a temperature drop.
Yeah, that's wild.
Everyone's like the deep breath stressing me out. I'm sorry, I didn't know that was a thing.
And I've said it multiple times, right? I love him. I love him. He's a good dude, right? He's someone who's
That's it.
tuned into my show several times. He comments, he'll interact. But every time Hayes Fawcett tweets, my heart skips a beat right now. Like every single time. He's a good dude, but oh my word. Every time I just have an anxiety attack.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad your power's back on. And the crazy thing is when we were talking with during signing day, your internet was out and
Yep.
you were working at Rudy's barbecue.
Yep. We did a 6-hour live stream live from Rudy's barbecue. And if you go back and watch, there's a point where there's a bunch of sweet old ladies looking over my shoulder, like, what are y'all doing over there? And it was fun. It was fun.
I said this word the other day because I know Ty has a large vocabulary. Sometimes he'll bust out stuff that I haven't heard for sure. And
Superfluous syntax, indeed.
there you go, for sure. And I just busted out extemporaneously, which someone said is an underused word. So yeah, sometimes I can extemporaneously, basically like speaking, just about like because I do like to have kind of graphics on the board so I can go over things, but for the most part, I just ad lib everything. Like all my videos that you see, I don't have notes. I'll kind of like write out some bullet points, but I'm just kind of speaking through the heart on all my stuff.
Yeah, like I did a video earlier today. It was like 6 minutes just on the hire. Just jotted down a few little, and that's it. That's but I'm like you, man. There's no script. I want it to come off as authentic as possible. It's meant to feel like we're just a bunch of friends talking ball, right? That's how it's meant to feel.
For sure. What was your? I mean, I don't even know if you had time to kind of dive into Kane Womack being the new DC. What's your kind of like initial take on this, and have you had a little time to process it, or do we still need more time?
Yeah, so I told you yesterday I wasn't really familiar too much about him. I knew some vague things, and I'm excited. I'm excited. Listen, some of the things I did, Eastern Illinois, right? I dove into what he did at Eastern Illinois. While he was there, he was second nationally in interceptions, third in takeaways, fourth in pass efficiency defense, eighth in red zone defense, and 10th in tackles for loss. Then you couple that with him being a Broyles finalist whenever he was the defensive coordinator at Indiana. And then you mix into the equation that he took over a defense, continually improved it every single year by a good bit. And then you look, he had a top 15 defense in total defense, top 30 in scoring defense at South Alabama. Now you ask, like, okay, well, schematically, what does he do? The 4-2-5 nickel, as I understand it, something that his dad was super prevalent in. But the reason why that's enticing is you ask yourself, what does that do for someone like Caleb Downs? We're all waiting for his decision. Well, this guy just got done coaching 2 safeties that went crazy at South Alabama in his scheme. And when you look historically at his defenses, the defensive backs can get real productive real quick. Caleb Downs in this system, there was a great article on it, kind of going position by position. There's a position they call Husky in their defense that's the star in Alabama's defense. So right off the rip, someone like a Malachi Moore could slide in there at Husky. But let's be honest, Caleb Downs has so much ability. You could keep him at, I believe, what Womack calls the rover safety, which is kind of akin to what Caleb Downs was doing. Or you could slide him down. Malachi Moore instantly is someone who I would probably think would take that Husky position because he's got such a high football IQ. He knows kind of, what's going on there. He's super experienced. And Kyle, something I told the chat before Ted Cruz tried to take me out and take my power out, experience is huge. In college, there's a reason why a lot of your tutors are students. Because Alabama might be in a position where, okay, what if Mbakwe is starting? Having Malachi Moore there is so big for the future of this secondary because he has the experience. He's played in huge games. He has huge moments. He's been coached by the best, and he can help impart that knowledge on the young guys. There's a reason why college tutors are largely students and not other professors. So I haven't gotten to just do a complete dive into all of his stuff. And like I told chat, even if I did, I'm no expert, right? I'm just some idiot who watches a bunch of football and then talks about it, but I downloaded a lot of his all 22 from South Alabama last year, and I have his entire season defensively from Indiana, and I'm going to start going through it, see what we can't find out. But what excites me, Kyle, is that people who I trust, you listen to a Josh Pate, right? And he's saying, oh, this is a slam dunk hire. You listen to some of the guys who study football, not just talk about it, but I mean study the X's and O's, and they're excited.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the last thing I'll say before passing it back to you, Kyle, everybody in Alabama Nation wanted somebody with ties to the SEC. Preferably someone with SEC experience. Now, he doesn't have SEC experience in terms of a defensive coordinator, but his dad was a defensive coordinator at Ole Miss from 2012 to 2016. And in no way does that guarantee he's going to be successful. But the only reason why I bring that up, the only reason why I find that to be a compelling point, a compelling argumentation, is people wanted somebody that coaches in the South could have familiarity with on the recruiting trail. Kyle, coaches in the South know his last name, both from what he did at South Alabama, and they knew his dad. They're familiar with who he is down in SEC country. I think that's big.
Yeah, and Chance is right here. The walkout tryouts were supposed to be today. They are pushed to tomorrow. So if you're thinking about
Good. I'm gonna be out there
for Alabama, then certainly head to the walk-on facility. They could have just had it inside, but would have been amazing if they'd have been like, look, we want to see what you got. Come out to the field today is a perfect opportunity to see like what, because really when you come on a walk-on, like we all know, like it's not, a first class experience sometimes. You're kind of you're holding the bags, you're working your way on. I would have liked to see them keep walk-ons and see how many guys showed up. That's what I would like to see. But anyways, if you're interested to try it on walk-ons, then hit up tomorrow here at the University of Alabama.
I'll be out there.
Nick has became a fan fighter. We appreciate you. How do you do that? Hit the hyperlink above the top of this video, or if you're watching on your computer, hit the button where it says join as low as $2.99 to support the content. It helps me take care of the coaches as well as Ty and build the business model. I think now that we're at the point that we're under 100,000 subscribers, we think about kind of the direction of the YouTube channel, what we want to do, how we want to distribute our content, and certainly having great content creators like Ty himself from Around the Table Sports, which you need to subscribe to, is part of the plan. So we appreciate you guys being here. And thank you so much for hitting the thumbs up, liking and subscribing on our, I guess it's kind of like marathon coverage of after Coach Saban. And I think when I look to Kane Womack, I feel better and better every single time I kind of get on. And I'm not trying to sunshine pump. I guess for right now, I've been doing things on kind of like a 1 to 10 scale in terms of like how I feel about these hires. I said 7 out of 10 for Kalen DeBoer. And I'm going to say, I'm going to say 5.5 out of 10 for Kane Womack for right now. But these change depending on like what I learn, who's added to the staff. I like the fact that you retain Freddie Roach, and I'm being honest. Like I don't really know at this point, so I'm kind of just keeping it low, and maybe I'll raise it a little bit higher when I kind of dive into it. And we've talked about potentially a 4-2-5 or something like that approach, but with the components coming back, we don't know what type of defense. 5.5, that sucks. Way better than a 5. I don't know. I need to be able to do my research, and then maybe that will move up, dude. At least a 6.5. Okay, yeah. That's my take for right now. So we'll see. But what I do know is the components that you have coming back. Straight ballers. Last night I was caught by a surprise that Trey Amos at the portal. I've been talking about him. I liked him. I would have thought at least he would have been a starter here. So what was your take on that, hearing that Trey Amos at the portal, and why? Because I know yesterday you talked about maybe Jabbar Muhammad. Do you think because one thing leads to another, do you think they're not connected?
Well, look, I sat up here yesterday, and I'm gonna eat a little bit of crow right now. I thought that Jabbar Muhammad to Texas made a lot of sense for several different reasons. One, his cousin is Manny Muhammad.
Yep.
Two, I don't know, he's a senior, but PK came from Washington. So I don't know their defensive coordinator over at Texas. He was there when it was him and Jimmy Lake. I don't know like the timeline there, but because of that, there's that Husky relationship. Whether they were there at the same time, I'm not sure off the top of my head. But three, he's from Texas, so I thought it made a lot of sense. But reports are coming out that he's named Alabama in his top
Yeah.
three, and looks to be, if I'm not mistaken, he's taking a visit. I think he said he plans to. I don't know that there's anything
he plans to. Our boy Tony Sukalis of the Bama Rival site does a really good job. Had an interview with him, and he's in the top 3. So
yeah, that's all you can ask, right? I mean, and this guy was shut down. I mean, somebody is going to get an awesome player. Awesome player.
Yeah. So Big Dan is saying that Muhammad is a Texas lock. So who knows, in terms of what will happen with him. But I think if Trey Amos was to leave, which does sting,
yeah,
if you were to get to Muhammad, you feel perfect. And I mean, and depending on the system you have, because I was looking at Alabama secondary, we've been talking a lot about Alabama secondary, I guess, because like the focal point of this whole day was been around Caleb Downs. But I was just thinking about Alabama secondary, and I love the fact that you have Damani Jackson coming in.
Yes.
And look, I don't think we like, and there's been people in the chat that has definitely been high on Devontae Smith. I was really high on Devontae Smith, and him coming back, I mean, he just hasn't had a chance to eat yet.
I mean, we got to remember, ladies and gentlemen, he was being talked about as the guy that was going to start next to Caleb Downs before that injury.
Yes.
Having him back is really impactful for Alabama. There's no question about that. No question about that. I will say this, though, Kyle, out of all of the transfers that have occurred thus far, the Trey Amos one was the most surprising to me. Because some of the transfers that occurred right after Saban retired, you and I were talking about this, and it's something I've been saying. Whether they were going to be the guys that left or not, I don't know. I'm not them, and I'm not here to speak for them. But what I will say is Alabama was still over scholarship limit. So even if Saban hadn't retired the other day, you still would have seen a lot of players hitting the portal from Alabama because they had to get down to that 85. They just were at 84, I believe, Sunday. And that's, I think, why the Amos one really just surprised me. I thought he'd be cornerback 1. I thought he'd be a great piece in this defense. Hopefully they can re-recruit him, but we got to see.
Yeah. Here's an updated look. Ty, if you want to kind of run through the staff real quick. Mark is just become a YouTube fan member. We appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mark. We appreciate you being here. We also had a $20 super chat in from Robert. What's up, Robert? We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Kyle, I told you guys yesterday about Womack and South Alabama staff. Jay Hobson, Corey Toon, ties to Hugh Freeze and Kiffin, Trey Williams. By the way, you guys worried about a 4.25, but Michigan runs a 4.25. Yeah, I'm not really worried about a 4.25 myself, but I appreciate the point out in terms of the South Alabama staff. And I'm curious about where Trey Williams lands up. And then I just got a comment inside the comment box asking about Carl Scott. But we appreciate the super chat. And while we dig into more of that, Ty, will you kind of read out how the staff looks thus far?
Would love to. So we all know Kalen DeBoer up at head coach. Offensive coordinator looks to be Ryan Grubb. Scouting director, Jarrett McElwain, which this was an interesting one right off the rip. Someone with ties, knows Alabama, familiar with the territory. Wide receivers, Jamarcus Shepard. This is a home run, ladies and gentlemen. This is a home run, no doubt about it. Look at what he did for those Washington wide receivers. Impossible to argue with. Nick Sheridan coming in at tight ends. Now, tight ends were a little bit of an underrated aspect of the Washington offense, but when I look at what Alabama has, even in the absence of Amari Niblack, I mean, you're still talking about some really talented players. Caleb Odom is somebody everybody's going to be talking about, but don't forget Danny Lewis. Danny Lewis, ladies and gentlemen, is a very balanced tight end. He has got the blocking ability. He has got the playmaking ability. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what he's able to do. Now, the most, or in my opinion, the one that flew under the radar instantly, but the second people realized that there was talk of how impactful it was, general manager Courtney Morgan. Whenever we look at the national championship, 2 rosters that he had a hand in formulating, that is about as good as you could ask for. The fact that Alabama hired a coach that was just coaching in a national championship, and they got a general manager that had his hand in both of the rosters playing in that game. You're not going to get much better than that. Defensive coordinator, we have Kane Womack. And like I said, I've taken some time, haven't gotten to study a bunch of his game film yet, but people in the industry are responding really well. You even saw Shank Taylor tweet something out that he had sat down with him and really thought highly of him. So you love to hear it. Defensive line coach, you have Freddie Roach. Now, this is something we were referencing the other day. If you lose Wiggins, which you did, you lose T-Rob, which you did, you got to retain someone like Freddie Roach. And thus far, him being retained is huge. Absolutely huge for Alabama, not only for his coaching ability, but also for his recruiting ability. The ties he has been a fantastic recruiter for Alabama. Robert Gillespie at running back coach. A lot of the same arguments I just put forth for Freddie Roach carry over to Robert Gillespie, right? That same logic, that same line of thinking. He knows the area. Really interesting hire there. Love that him being retained. Offensive line, Scott Huff. Now, this is one that you have got to be excited for because I've said this time and time again. Alabama's offensive line, you know what? I'm going to pull the Band-Aid off. Alabama's offensive line has been bad since Doug Marrone. Let's be honest. They've been bad since Doug Marrone. Now, have they had stretches of being good? Sure, no doubt. Do they have really talented players? Sure, no doubt. But they have been bad since Doug Marrone was there. It was something I was hoping Coach Wolford would be able to fix, but it hasn't. Alabama gave up 48 sacks or 47 sacks this year. There was a graphic. For those of you in chat, you probably know it. By all means, if you have it off the top of your head, name them off. There were 4 teams in college football, Michigan, Oregon, and I can't remember the other 2 off the top of my head. I know one was Georgia. Maybe the 4th one was Ohio State, but all 4 of those teams combined had as many sacks or less sacks than Alabama had given up alone. That's unacceptable. And some people can say, oh, well, it's so-and-so's fault. It's so-and-so's fault. The problem has persisted for 3 years. This is an offensive line that has got to get better. Scott Huff just worked with the Joe Moore-winning offensive line. And I've even seen social media people saying, oh, well, he shouldn't have won that. Yeah, but his offensive line was good enough to be in contention. Alabama's was nowhere near good enough to be in contention of that. Alabama had one of the most porous offensive lines in the nation this year. That cannot continue. It's continued for far too long. The fact that Alabama has made it to 2 playoffs and a national championship game with a leaky offensive line is incredible considering football is won or lost in the trenches. That just speaks to how talented this Alabama team was when you look at how poor the offensive line has played relative to the standard that Alabama set forth years ago. And finally, we get into Jeff Allen. This is one that is going to fly under the radar for people that don't know, but if you know, you know. If you know, you know what a big retention this was. This was one that I was kind of quietly worrying about, quietly questioning in the background. What will he do to get some confirmation that it looks like he is going to be staying on staff? He even tweeted saying he's not going anywhere. Huge, huge, ladies and gentlemen. He has been a big part of the program, and to keep him there, I think, is massive. So thus far, this is what it's looking like. Now we have some rumors as far as some other coaches that could be joining. We still need to see something about a defensive backs coach, right? But thus far, ladies and gentlemen, especially with the offensive side of the ball, I am over the moon with how the offensive side of the ball has come together. I think offensively, there's some home run hires. Grubbs, Shepard, home run hires. And to be honest with you, Kyle, like I said, I'm going to go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. Alabama's offensive line has been bad.
Oh man,
You got me worried.
No, I got done watching the funniest thing on have you guys seen that thing floated around from Bo Scarborough talking about
Yes.
Cedric? Oh my God, that is the funniest thing I've ever seen. If you haven't seen it, it's on social media right now. I saw it was Barstool Sports just retweeted. I think It was on originally like Bama Standard, but basically it's and by the way, Ty, that was great, man. You really broke it down. And I think Alabama's offensive line has them in the standard. I'm gonna get back to that. But I just saw this is so basically Bo Scarborough is telling a story from you seen it, right, Ty?
Yes, yes. This is gold.
It's on Barstool Sports. It's absolutely hilarious. So it's about the painted picture is I think it's Bo, Jeff, Cedric is driving, and Coach Saban is in the passenger seat, and they're doing like 90 miles an hour. It's an unbelievable story. And they're flying through. I don't know where they're going or what they're doing. You got to watch it. Bo's telling the story. And Cedric calls somebody, and like the police are like on them. They're doing like 90. And Jeff, I'm not sure who Jeff is like, hey, like Cedric, like slow down, slow down. And the cops are behind him or something like that. And they're like, you got to slow down. They're going somewhere. And Coach Saban looks behind him. He's like, we're not slowing down. And Cedric's just like powering through. So go check it out. It's on Barstool Sports. Oh, my goodness. I thought that was so funny to check out. Look, Alabama's offensive line, I think they improved at times. It was the weirdest thing to watch them. And I guess the best way to describe it, what you're talking about, was like kind of like the inconsistency of it throughout the year. There was a time I'm trying to think. I guess Alabama's their best offensive line was it under? And I'm talking like since I've been here since 2016 was under Kyle Flood because Brent Key was here for a long time, and then it was Kyle Flood, and I thought he did a really good job. That was kind of like his forte was the offensive line. He had a lot of good components to work with. You had this incredibly sized offensive line coming into this season, right? And then Texas beat them up straight up. And then you had all these problems with the snaps. And I still don't understand. Maybe we'll find out on like the Netflix series about Saban, down the road, kind of like The Last Dance, about what the hell was happening with the snaps and why wasn't there a change. I'm sure this will come out at some point. There's always somebody who knows the exact reason. And I'm not pointing the finger at Eric Wolfer because I do like the components that Alabama has at the offensive line. It's just like they got beat up. Texas beat them up, and then Michigan. But Michigan was doing whatever they wanted with that Michigan defensive front. So I feel that Scott Huff coming in, he's got great pieces to work with. 3 out of your 5 offensive linemen return. I love the guards, and I really like Caden Proctor. Who knows who's going to be the other outside tackle? I guess you got Nyquil Bentrade in from Texas A&M, and you're probably looking for a center at one point. Maybe you take a guy from Washington. A lot of people are talking about Nate Kelpo. And then, Ty, can you double check this for me? Is there a center that also did Washington center hit the transfer portal?
Yep.
He did. What's his name?
Oh, let me see right quick. But
I'll give you a chance to look that up.
Come on down.
Yeah.
Come on down.
And Tracy's saying that Kevin Womack, he calls his defense the swarm defense.
Yep.
And you know what? There was a caller that pointed this out to me earlier today. And I didn't know this, but South Alabama's defense, they were ranked number 15 overall in the country this past season.
Yep.
So the swarming defense, the swarm is coming up over here. And who knows? I would think it's going to be a 4-2-5 because that's what, he's accustomed to. And if you do run with that defense, then you do have the components on the defensive side to run with. A lot of guys on the defensive line that we really haven't highlighted. Derek with the super chat, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. The defensive line, Tim Keenan, Jaheim Otis, LT Overton in, Tim Smith back. That's a lot of guys to work with, right? I mean, how would you? I mean, maybe I think you talked about it. Clint had an article about Alabama's defense in like a 4-2-5 scheme. What like with the components that coming back, Ty? I'll bring up an image on the screen that talks about the defensive returners. But what do you think from like a 4-2-5 perspective? What could the defense look like? I mean, and we're going to have more time to look at it going forward. But what do you think about a 4-2-5?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be interesting. The thing that I'm really curious about is to see if whenever he gets here, if he takes a look and if we can get some of these outside linebackers to stay, kind of making some modified packages to be able to maximize your pass rush packages, because Alabama has got such a deep talent pool at pass rush in terms of Keon Keeley, Yonze Pierre, Keanu Cott, Quandarius Robinson, Rusaw, Jeremiah Alexander. I mean, I could go on and on and on at that. So whenever you look, the 4-2-5, I think it's going to be interesting. If I'm theorizing, right? Once again, no inside knowledge. I'm just going to just guess, right? If you have Keon Keeley at the outside linebacker position, and then you have like an Overton at that other one, and I forget, I'm going to get them mixed up, but I know it's the names he has for the outside linebackers and then defensive end. That's something you could expect to see along the defensive front, right? I think that'd be super interesting. I think LT Overton, once you can get some weight on him, is going to be a fantastic addition. Personally, I think A&M was playing Overton out of position. And I'm not alone in thinking that. A lot of people who were really familiar with his game always kind of thought that they were playing him out of position. And it's because he's so athletic. Like, he's such a freak athlete that he's got the ability to do so, but I think he can maintain the size and not drop any athleticism. In the secondary, it gets a lot of fun because of what you can do from your safety position. And if Caleb Downs is to stay, this is going to be a defense he is going to be able to really succeed in.
Man, is this true? Sexton, Jimmy owns like 40 condos in Watersound on 30A. Whew.
I have no idea, but that man basically runs college football.
That's a swanky area down anywhere on 30A. If you're going down to 30A, you're living a good life. 30A that's where it's at. Man, there's some beautiful places for sure. Take him off the list. We need to cross out. I'll cross out Amos when he goes somewhere. How about that? Because who knows? Like, what if we cross him off and then he comes back? Then we add him back to the list. I don't know. But, these other guys so far locked in. I mean, Jahad Campbell, you heard from him. I'm going to add some other guys, too. I'm going to add the defensive components and maybe how even things would look out in like a 4-2-5 front with Alabama. Either way, I like it. Malachi Moore played in 751. And then, Tim, Q-Rob. I thought Q-Rob played a little bit more. He was playing in the beginning of the season and then didn't play as much. But, I mean, we can't forget about Q-Rob. He's going to eat. Because we've been talking about these freshmen like Quay, Russo, Keon Keeley, Yonze. And those guys will be the outside linebackers coming back who didn't really play that much at all. But Q-Rob, I really like him. So just kind of rolling with it. Ty, I know you've been on for about an hour, man. How you feeling, man? You need to take a blow? You want to maybe pop back on later?
Whatever you want, man. If you want to take some calls, I'm good to let you do that. If you want to keep on rocking and rolling, I'm good to do that.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and let me see where we're at. We're only at 10:30. What I think we'll do is I'll take some calls and I'll get some people in the call line, and then if you want to see where we're at around like the midday point, you can come back through if you want.
Yeah, well, let's link up at 12.
Cool, man. All right, take it easy, Ty.
See y'all then. I'll see y'all all at 12 o'clock. Can't wait.
All right. Ty Hayes, definitely be sure and follow his content. Around the Table Sports does a really great job. And just as Dennis is saying inside the comment box, Mason Short did decommit from Alabama. That's the second prospect from 2025 to decommit from the University of Alabama. Not really worried about that at all. It's like 2025 guys. It's a long way away. Things are so fluid that I'm not really worried about that at all. You guys are making me feel more. I'm feeling more confident about Kane though. Like the more and more I like read through the comment box, I'm gonna bump mine up from like a 5.5, which I originally cited, to a 6. Now that I can reiterate that they were number 15 in defense this past year, okay, I'm moving on up. And if we continue to see more guys maybe retained, or you start to see the inside linebackers, defensive backs coach, I'll kind of associate to his defensive coordinator crew. So hopefully that moves up And I appreciate the continued insight. If you're in LA or if you follow South Alabama, or if you're a coach who kind of knows the system around Kane, and someone said inside the chat that's a different pronunciation. Let's get it right. I'm saying Womack, it's Womack. Is that right? Is it Womack? Give me a thumbs up if it's Womack. Kane Womack. I don't know. The spelling says Womack to me, but maybe I'm saying it wrong. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna fire out the call line. I'll be right back in like 2 seconds. All right, I'm back. Call line is open. Someone said they saw a video of Ken getting mad and got them fired up. Yeah, I want the defensive coordinator to be mean. I want him to be nasty. How is it Mick? Ain't no I. Womack. All right, I guess I'm gonna have to watch an interview or something like that to see if we're getting the pronunciation right. Womack better. Womack. 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 All right, it's Womack. Russell's like it's. All right, let's take some calls. The call line. I appreciate you guys being here with me. 205-850-1994 is the call line number. I appreciate you guys. Bromac. All right, here we go. 205. Let's do it. Hey, how's it going? Good morning. You're online with Kyle Henderson. Who am I online with, and where are you calling in from? What's up, Rico? I appreciate you, man. Thanks for joining me this morning. I appreciate you being here, man. Rico, what's up? Oh, hold on 1 second, Rico. 1 second. All right, we got Rico on from Birmingham, the Magic City. Rico, what's up, man? Come on in with it. Appreciate you being here.
Man, I'm pleasantly kind of like I think I'm optimistic about next season and the coming weeks. I'm even looking forward to A-Day, just because I'm like I didn't know a lot about Womack coming in, but the more I heard about him and the more I saw, and the fact that he did work with Coach KD. I was even more kind of excited to see what's about to happen. And I just think that Womack being able to have access to Coach Saban and sitting under that learning tree is going to produce a little bit of magic, I think, just to be able to hear, him having access to Saban and getting advice and everything and all that stuff. That's gonna be huge for us in the coming years. What do you think about Womack being able to get some advice from Saban and how that might work out for us?
I like it because Coach Saban now in this front office position, I don't think he's just like out, watching Netflix like he said. Like he definitely has a role in this transition. I don't know what that role is, but I'm sure that he has that huge Rolodex and he has a lot of contacts because he brings in so many different coaches through his coaching clinic or works with so many guys at the college ranks and so many people. LA is an important spot for Coach Saban to get down to. He's always down there. I mean, you look at the prospects that LA, Lower Alabama has had over the last couple of years. And one of the things that makes me feel a little bit better, too, is I'm all about the type of continuity that you have in the coaching realm. And being that Coach KD has connections with Kane, that makes me feel good too. I mean, those guys are both at Indiana. You also have David Ballou, who is up from Indiana. So the more you kind of tie in the pieces together, it is nice to see kind of that coaching continuity. And I think a guy like Kane being younger, I don't even think he's 40 years old. I think he's like 36 or something like that. Man, what a responsibility to be able to lead South Alabama. And just as we pointed out when Ty was on the show, they had the number 15 overall defense in the country this past year. Yeah, I know it's a different quality of competition, but still the defensive mindset was there. And, I'm starting to feel a little bit more confident about it. I want to see the inside backers coach and the DBs coach. People have thrown out Carl Scott. I think that was maybe a name that was mentioned for the DC spot. But with things swirling around in Seattle, it's not Womack, it's Womack. So we'll get that pronunciation taken care of. It sounds like that's a hot topic inside the comment box. But no, I'm kind of feeling good. And today we're waiting on Caleb Downs if there's going to be some sort of decision made. And now that I'm sure he understands who the DC is going to be in, he probably feels a little bit better. But I've seen it out there on social media too. Like maybe let Caleb Downs pick, the DB coach, or I'm sure, the DC spot was spoken to him, and because he is your integral part of Alabama's defense. I mean, everything is around him. So anyways, but feeling a little bit better about it today and feeling good about this coaching staff as it comes together. What else you got, Rico?
I know I'm hoping with the DC set that I'm hoping they will elevate Ha Clinton Dix to the DB coach, the secondary coach, because I feel like he has worked, since he was in the Saban system, he will bring that level of excellence to the position that and still have that Saban feel to the position. I would love to see him get that chance and everything. And I don't know. I believe I would hope that they would move Freddie Roach over to the linebackers coach position and bring in somebody else's defensive line coach. That's what I would like to see, and hopefully they do that. But I don't know. But I do think the cooks are in the kitchen.
Yeah.
The kitchen staff is set, and I believe we're gonna eat good in the fall. The Bama fans are, I don't think the casual Bama fan is ready for what's about to happen. But the astute Bama fan, I think we're chomping at the bits. We're getting ready.
What I'm gonna do, because this is driving me crazy, I need to find out. I'm gonna watch an interview on my phone actually, with Kane, and see how people are pronouncing this. Give me 1 second. I need to figure this out. Rico, hang tight for me, man.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So I just watched a story by WK RG5. It's Womack. Kane Womack. That's how they're pronouncing it. There you go. Kane Womack. That's Womack. Womack.
Okay.
I didn't see your super chat, man. I get to you. Sean, my boy, man. You coming through with it, man. Super chat for this super channel. Thank you, Kyle, for your dedication to making this an incredible forum for us fans. And yeah, man, I appreciate you being here, man. Thank you so much. It's been good rapping with you, Sean, for sure, man. Thank you so much for your support and your contribution. So, Wamik, that's it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I just listened to it. Yeah, Kane Wamik. That's what we're rolling with.
Another thing, unrelated to Alabama football, man. I was watching when you showed your video of your playing days, man, and I had no idea you were a baller like that. And to me, that gives you so much more credibility as far as, and I'm like, wow, man. I'm like, that's awesome, man. Kyle he's awesome.
So what Rico is talking about, a couple days ago, I showed my highlights from my old playing days. All right. They're on YouTube. You can look them up. Kyle Henderson highlights. I could slice them up a little bit. All right. I was a wide receiver. And that's how I was rolling with it. So, yeah, that's what Rico was talking about. But yeah, we had fun with it. It was I had Coach Smook on in time. We are kind of breaking down the film. So yeah, it was nice. If you want to see a repeat of the video, I'll throw it up just to play with it because those are the highlights. But yeah, Rico, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thank you very much for the support. The call line is always open for you, man. I appreciate you being here, man, and I'll catch up with you soon.
All right, roll tide.
All right, roll tide to you. All right. Kane Wamik is in for the Alabama Crimson Tide at DC. Need to get used to saying it. I'm gonna like put it out here. Wamik. Kane Wamik. I know. That's how the news stations down there in Mobile are saying it though. So they're from the area. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, Schoolie's like, you got them hands. Yeah, man, it was good. I was slicing them up a little bit for sure. So Kane Wamik, and man, we're learning a lot. And we're gonna roll with it. Rico with the good call from the Magic City. My name is Kyle Henderson, the Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Appreciate the super chats and appreciate you guys becoming a fan funder. And yeah, native name they're not pronouncing right. Yeah, not from the area, so it's good to get the names pronounced right, and think we got it fixed. So Kane Wamik is your new DC of the Alabama K-Dub. I like K-Dub, Coach KD and Coach K-Dub. Wamik's dad coached at Ole Miss, Land Shark defense to beat Bama in 2014 and 2015. Oh, interesting. Very aggressive, same scheme, better players at Bama. Love this. What a great addition, man. Appreciate the 5 spot too. Thank you so much, man. Man, Kansas City, it's freezing. Yeah, absolutely. It's cold everywhere. We go back to the phone lines with the 205. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, man, I'm Zach from Lincoln.
Zach, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for calling in from
No, brother.
From Lincoln.
Yeah, I appreciate you being on, man. I listen to 2 people, you and Josh Pate, and that's about it.
Oh, man, thank you so much.
So,
that's a compliment to me, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you doing what you do, man. It's an inspiration to a lot of us, to be honest with you.
Cool.
Really enjoy listening to you.
Go ahead, man. Well, welcome on in, man. I appreciate you being here.
All right. I got a couple of questions. I wish Ty was on for some of these.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of hires outside of the SEC, and sometimes they end up like Urban Meyer or Coach Saban, and it works out, but sometimes it's a bust. Coach DeBoer is I kind of feel like he's in a tough spot already with the transfer portal and maintaining current and future recruits. I think he's done a good job so far to this point, and I think he'll continue to do a good job. But how do we as fans keep our excitement up? We got people like we had a guy on earlier that was talking about, Bond is he's replaceable. Isaiah Bond is replaceable, but that's ridiculous to me. Bond is one of the reasons we got to where we were this year. That process of bringing those players in, retaining them, training them, and getting them to the point where they perform like Isaiah Bond did is part of the process. And if we lose players like that, we lose that buy-in from the team, we're in trouble. So the process needs to continue. Mm-hmm. And I hope, and I think, based off what I've seen so far, that Coach DeBoer can do that. But how do we as fans look at that and expect it to continue?
I think, there's always going to be cause for concern in a changing of a guard, especially of this magnitude, compounded with the fact that you're dealing with NIL and you're dealing with the transfer portal. It's a lot to deal with because you turn into what is called reactive mode. You can't be proactive in this type of a setting, specifically when all of the other schools are locked down on transfer portal and Alabama is basically open for business. We can't do anything about that because of those rules that are in place, and tampering, whatever it is, like players are going to get paid to play. That's the world that we live in. I think when you look to what can keep you happy as an Alabama fan, or you kind of like look to the bright side, is the fact that you have a lot of these players that are starting to make announcements that they are following Coach KD, that they are excited about this transition. Nobody's excited about Saban retiring, but the fact that there is a really good cohesive unit returning on both sides of the ball. I agree with you. Losing Isaiah Bond, I said it, I think that is a really big impact. He didn't catch for 1,000 yards, but I think he is 1,000, 1,200 yard type wide receiver. The good news is here at Alabama currently, the depth is so heavy. Under Coach Saban, you're like 3 deep strong. So this coming season is still going to be a lot of Coach Saban's players, right? A lot of the players that Coach Saban still recruited for at least the next season and a half. Now, can you retain that level of high standard at recruiting, the transfer portal? And that is going to be the biggest challenge for Caleb DeBoer, is to be able to recruit at the highest level like Coach Saban did, right? Coach DeBoer is now going to be judged on his recruiting class for 2025. He's already lost 2. He's going to be judged on that. Coach Saban, we always felt comfortable because you're always like in the 1, 2, the 3 spot. He was also, he was a slam dunk hire. He was more of a hit rate with bringing guys from the transfer portal. So Coach TB is going to be judged on that in terms of what he can do with bringing guys from the transfer portal and developing those players. He's also going to be judged on how he develops players to the next level. But right now, you still have this spillover team in 2024 that is mostly going to be still filled with Alabama players, right? 80% of the players on the field will be from Coach Saban's guys, even the 2 deep. So that's what you can be happy about. And what that's going to do is you're still going to have success in that regard, because Alabama's schedule, while it is daunting, you're still going to have the better players on the field. And then after that, it's up to Coach KD to get the players behind them. And that's what, he's going to have to prove to everybody. It's a really tall task, but I think with the components that he has brought in so far, specifically on the offensive side, players are going to want to play for him. Players are going to want to continue to play for Alabama. I don't know what type of a role Coach Saban will have in this front office position, but he has a huge Rolodex that can get you to the NFL. He's going to be around for spring ball, I would assume. He's going to be around for pro day, I would assume. There's some good pieces in place. It's hard because it is a changing of the guards. It's massive. You do, like Trey Amos, I think hurts. Losing Isaiah Bond hurts. But like I said, you're 3 deep full. Who replaces Trey Amos? Well, you just swap in Damani Jackson. You swap in another guy at the corner position. On the offensive side, you got Kendrick Law, you got Kobe Prentice, you got Jalen Hell, you got Emmanuel Henderson, all those guys in. So I think, you look at the bright spot to still, all these players are still at Alabama for the most part. You're still gonna have kind of a Saban roster going into spring, into this next season. So that's kind of what I'm optimistic about. What else you got, Zach?
No, I agree with you 100%. I think the way you put it is very well done. I'd like to throw back to Tanner from Aniana, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe about 2 hours ago now. He called and said that Coach Womack was a really good DC hire. And I'm going to have to second that. I watched what he did at South Alabama. I had some friends that went there. He did a phenomenal job. And out of any of the hires, outside of Coach DeBoer, I think Coach Womack, he's the one that I'm most excited about. So looking forward to seeing that over this next year or two. And we'll see how they do, and roll tide, brother.
All right,
Thank you for having my call.
Absolutely, man. Thanks for calling in. Appreciate you. Zach calling in from Lincoln. You also have a 205-256-4884 and 251 coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Appreciate you guys being here and supporting the content right here on Bama Football on YouTube. It's been a really nice morning, though it was like really chilly. I think it was like, I don't know, feels like it was like 14. I mean, it's just the weather has been cold. Everybody's been calling in that was cold at their house, whatever. School is canceled. I think there might even be a 2-hour delay tomorrow. But last year was way colder. It was really cold. Phone lines buzzing for sure. Great show. Appreciate you. Thanks, T. Appreciate you being here. All right, let's do this with our next caller. I like this. This board right here looks good to me. Feel good about it. Let's go to 205. Hey, good morning. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Benji from Birmingham.
Benji from Birmingham, man. What's up? I appreciate you being here. Welcome on to the show, man. Make yourself at home.
Hey, just really appreciate, what you've been doing. I've been watching you a lot, or listening to you a lot from, since Saban's retired.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for being here. And I mean, look, it's been a lot. There's been so much to track and so much to organize. I feel like doing the show has also helped me kind of stay organized in terms of the roster management. And I think people, they can't always be on their phone, but having the stream and being able to come back and understand kind of the roster management or what it could mean. And honestly, I mean, I know I can talk about the team and stuff, but the chat also gives you such a great idea about guys coming in, guys leaving. You have a lot of people who have a great understanding of the game, and when they call in, it helps too. I mean, the more perspectives about kind of this direction, the players, the personnel, the coach, the better. So with that said, Benji, I appreciate you calling in, man. Take it away.
All right. I'm really excited for Caleb Odom coming in. He's what, 6'5", something like that, tied in. It's just really, I feel like, we can put him out wide or, have him play basically, in line or out wide. I don't really know if he can block that well, but from the way, the highlights that I've seen, looks really good.
Yeah. I'm going to bring his profile up from On3 so you guys can check out Caleb Odom. And from what I understand, I mean, I think it was Holman Wiggins said this too, and we're on the line with Benji calling in from Birmingham, talking about his excitement for incoming prospect Caleb Odom. Yeah, this is the guy. And then when you watch his tape, I mean, here he's listed at 6'4", 220 pounds, out of Georgia. Like we've been saying all day, and I know we have a bunch of Georgia fans inside the chat. The guys that are coming out of Georgia, I mean, you have Florida, right, recruiting pipeline. You have Texas, you have California. Those are kind of the states that are mentioned. Isn't Georgia like right after? I mean, the prospects that they've been sending, I mean, they got guys.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, Caleb Odom is that guy. I guess he's pretty close to being ranked as a 5-star right here, but he's already here, and he was already practicing the Rose Bowl. And from what I understand, at the Rose Bowl, he was already turning heads. So Caleb Odom, yeah, I'm excited about him too, Benji.
And someone else is Tim Keenan. He was really good in that back half of the season. Lost a lot of weight. I remember when he was at Ramsey, You know, he has a little brother too. That he was the quarterback at Ramsey. He's really good.
Tim Keenan, I'll never forget when Tim Keenan was here. The thing about it was I felt he was too heavy coming out of high school, but he was such a monster in high school. He told me he was like the best part about playing in high school was when I land on someone and I could hear them groan. And I was like, oh my God, I never heard a quote like that. Because I mean, how big was Tim Keenan in high school at Ramsey? Like, how much do you think he weighed? Probably
Close
like
to 400.
exactly.
Three.
Yes. He was at least he was close to 400 pounds. I'm serious. So the first time when he got here to Alabama, I remember going out to watch him at one of the practices, and I felt he was just way too heavy. And I think he had a knee injury, so we didn't see him.
Yeah.
He came back this last year. If you watch Tim Keenan, man, I keep talking about this. The Ole Miss game, he was close to chasing down Jackson Dart, the quarterback.
Yep.
Yeah, Tim Keenan.
Yeah,
Tim Keenan is that guy, super underrated. And I know we were really excited last year going into the season about Jaheim Otis. And I'm not saying that to lose sight about Jaheim Otis, but I think this last season, Tim Keenan outplayed Jaheim Otis for sure.
Oh, definitely. And you know, he has a little brother, Cam, at Ramsey. He's a quarterback. He's 2025 class. But you know, Cam looks really, really good as a quarterback. He can run, he can throw. I think he's set a couple records already at Ramsey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you also have that super young quarterback, Trent, in the Birmingham area too, right? Or is he from Hoover?
I don't know.
He just led the team to a state championship game. He's like in ninth grade or something like that.
He's from Thompson, I think.
There you go. That's him. What's his name, chat? The young quarterback. He's like ninth grade. That guy can play.
Mm-hmm. Really, really exciting. You know, some of the other guys that are coming in.
Yeah,
but
man.
I don't get why. You know, I was kind of just like questioning why Isaiah Bond went to Texas or just entered the transfer portal at all.
Trent Seaborn. Thank you, chat. Appreciate you guys. I mean, probably, I don't know. I mean, he hasn't came out and you know, made an announcement. He said what he said was Saban had a lot to do with it. But business decision. I think he wanted to be able to get money. I think he wanted to play at Texas. I think he's excited to go play for Sark. I think he's excited to play for Quinn Ewers. So, yeah, I mean, and he got a Lambo. And he got $700,000. That's a lot. That's a lot of cheddar to be getting up front. And a Lambo, and to go play, what does he have to play? One more year, and then he goes to the NFL? He don't care.
Yep.
He got the money right now in the bag. His checking account is huge. He's got a Lambo. I don't think he cares about anything about, you know, kind of focusing this next season and that he got paid. He sold himself at the highest level right now where he was at, and he's out. He's not going to get that deal here at Alabama. So, yeah, Salmon's saying Ferraris, Lambos. I agree, but he's gone. Yeah, I don't think he cares either. He has that mindset where I don't think he cares at all. He kind of has that mentality. I like Isaiah Bond, to be honest. I thought he was a baller, and I think he's going to do really well at Texas. Anything else while I got you on the line, Benji, before I move to my next caller?
Yeah, do we have but I was thinking about the new guy, Jalen Mbakwe, who's coming in. He can probably play any position, really, the skill position. Because what was he, Moody? Is that where he's from?
Yeah. Jalen Mbakwe is probably a guy that we should start talking more about, specifically with Trey Amos hitting the portal. And the good thing about Alabama is the fact that they got a bunch of defensive backs in this class that signed, right? So like I pointed out this yesterday, there's a lot of guys that hit the transfer portal from Alabama recently within that secondary, but you still have Jalen Mbakwe, who is from Clay Chalksville, right? Absolute baller on both sides of the ball. He could, I don't know if he could even play on both sides of the ball. Probably. That's what a lot of people say. He's that talented. Zay Mincy is somebody that we haven't talked about here. Xavier Brown, also on the defensive side of the ball. Peyton Woodyard. So Jameer Grimsley, right? I mean, I'm running through the names on the defensive side of the ball. Red Morgan. Trying to think if there's anyone else on the defensive Drake Kirkpatrick Jr. So you might see like it's open competition. Look, it might not be open I think you're going to have a battle for corner with Trey leaving, which is fine. But I think in terms of like the two deep, there's going to be hella position battles for two deep. And I think that you're going to have some younger guys in that two deep, which is fine. Get those guys experience. It's a long season. They're going to play. I mean, like Hugh was saying, he's pumped up about Red Morgan. I mean, there's some ballers in that secondary class. So despite you losing a bunch of guys, this class is defensive back heavy with what they're bringing in. And I tweeted this out. I'll try to find it. What I tweeted out this morning about. I think I tweeted this out yesterday. If you guys want to follow me on Instagram or Twitter, I'd appreciate that. But yeah, there's a bunch of guys leaving right now, but as I just read, there's a bunch of guys coming in with this recruiting class. So currently in the portal, you have Des Ricks, Antonio Kite, you have Earl Little Jr. going to Florida State, you have Christian Story going to Kentucky, Taryn Arnold leaving early to the NFL, Kool-Aid leaving early to the NFL, and then your DB coach, T-Rob, going to Georgia. But like I just pointed out, look at all those guys coming back again on Twitter at Bama YouTube. But Benji, I got to move to my next caller, man. I appreciate the dialogue, and let's catch up next time.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right, man. Take it easy. All right, Benji calling in from Beham with the good call. Yeah, so like despite these guys leaving, you're getting just about the same amount coming in. And we've talked about this before. It's kind of the roster management. Coach KD has a lot of talent in this locker room, a lot of talent. And looks like we're going to take a pause with the call. So if I didn't get to you guys, I will get to you guys the next time I'm on, probably like around 12 p.m. Central Time. So you guys call back. Don't hold it against me. Nothing personal. A lot of calls to kind of that I'm rotating through. But I'm going to get Coach Sean in. So give me 1 second. I'll get you guys next on the call line. Call back 484. Sorry about that. I'll get to you guys. Coach, give me a thumbs. You ready? All right, 1 second. All right. Coach, what's up, man? Give me a sound check.
Testing. How are you?
Sounds great, man. I appreciate you being here, Coach Sean. Thank you very much for joining us. I know a lot of people, like Coach Sean and his delivery, how he does things, how he carries himself. Coach Sean, just like Coach Jarek and Coach Smook, I mean, all those guys, known them for a bit of time, and started calling in, and then we started talking a little bit more, and I was like, you know what, why don't you come on and be a part of the channel, and here we are today. So Coach, I'll kind of give you the rundown real quick. I'm gonna take a break, and then I'll be back with you to chat it up for a little bit. You good for a minute, Coach, to be here?
Yeah, I'm good.
So I got we're kind of on this Caleb Downs decision watch, and we don't even know, to be honest, if there's going to be a decision watch. But ESPN said there could be some sort of an announcement today. The proper pronunciation for the defensive coordinator, we have solved this. It's Coach Kane Wamick. Yep, and now I watched the Mobile news station speak about him, talk to him, and it's Kane Wamick. So if you need to write that down like phonetically, that's what I did just to kind of like get it in the system. Kane Wamick is the new defensive coordinator, and potentially, he's bringing over a 4-2-5. And I was kind of talking about how the players could fit in that 4-2-5. As you probably caught, there's a lot of guys coming in from 2024 on the DB area: Zay Mincy, Peyton Woodyard, Jalen Mbakwe, Red Morgan. So while you have DBs going out, you have a lot of younger guys coming in.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I was also talking about earlier is the fact that this team, I don't know, like 85% is still going to be Coach Saban's team going into this season. That's why they're still going to be very good. And then now it's up to Coach KD to not only continue to re-recruit these guys, but develop these guys like Coach Saban did, and to continue to recruit at a top 5 minimum level for your recruiting class. And I think that will be the biggest challenge for him, because he's not Coach Saban. Nobody is. Coach Saban could recruit at the highest level because of the respect that he earned over his recruiting career, right? Over his coaching career, over developing relationships with everybody across the country. Especially he's just Coach Saban. Coach KD is not Coach Saban. We're not asking him to be that, but it's his responsibility to develop those relationships with those coaches, to have a good recruiting class, recruiting staff to chase down the next recruiting class of 2025. 2 guys have decommitted, Jamie French and then Mason Short. Not really worried about it. It's early to be talking about 2025 anyways. We're still in the first month of 2024. But this is where we're at. So Kane Womack takes over the DC. Caleb Downs watch. Of course, I'll jump on if there's like anything earth-shattering. But man, fly the ship, and I'll catch up with you in a minute.
No problem, man. I got you covered. My people in the chat, what's going on, man? How are you guys? Hope everything's going good with you. Hope you're having a great day so far. It's pretty cold. A lot of snow. Well, most snow what we've seen up in this area in a long time. It's not like being in Chicago where it's 3 feet every winter. What you guys got going on, man? As far as Caleb Downs goes, you know, I had talked to some of my partners last night. I talked to one in particular who's a coach at Morgan State, and he made a good point to me, guys. He was like, you know what? These kids are gonna make the best decision for themselves, right? So it's really no point in even sweating it. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, I hate to be that way, but at the end of the day, man, these kids are gonna make the best decision for them, whatever them and their families, and that may or may not fall in line with what we want as fans, right? So I don't even really want to let it simmer or stew or whatever. Just go on, get it over with. If you're gonna transfer, go ahead, man. If not, come on, let everybody know so we can get off of that, and let's build for next year. Let's build for this next football season. You know, all this hanging over my head and all this. Hire the defensive coordinator, make a decision, and let's just go. Let's just get on with it. That's. I'm just a reality based person, man. You know what I mean? JG, what's going on with you, bro? Roll Tide, Tyrone McGuire, Roll Tide, High Power TV up in the house. Marquita Easton Ruggs, what's up with you, Roll Tide? Let's see what you guys talking about. You know me, I like to talk with you guys. I like to see what's going on about the subject at hand. I want to know what you guys think about Coach Womack. I want to know what you guys think. I did a little research on him, and you know, checked him out and saw some background things that I liked, and seen some schemes that he ran, and seen some versatile defensive schemes that he ran against better teams, supposedly better teams. So I wanted to do my research. I seen what Big Shank, Alphonse Taylor, he posted that he was a great recruiter in that part of the state of Alabama. Being in South Alabama, he at least is familiar with the footprint, right? Don't know if he's had a chance to get any top recruits or anything like that being at a university like that, but at least at minimum, he knows the footprint of the university, 4 hours in each direction. And you know, that may or may not be a plus. So I guess we'll have to see. I want to know what you guys think about this. I mean, I think this is probably going to be the hire. From what I read, this young man has already not decommitted, but resigned from his position at South Alabama. So this looks like this will be our guy, right? So I'm hoping these guys, along with Coach Saban, you know, are talking to the young man, are talking to these players, are talking to, you know, everybody who they're bringing in, and trying to establish some type of foundation, man. Let's kick it off with Robert. Let's see what Robert is talking about. Robert Moody, what you got, brother? Robert says, Coach Smith, I'm not seeing Trey Williams on South Alabama staff anymore. Maybe Womack is bringing him to Bama. Okay, he's speaking with another young man in the chat. Let's see what Xavier Beach is talking about. Xavier says, Coach, do you think Downs is waiting to meet with Coach Womack first? I can imagine. If it were me, Xavier, that's exactly what I would be doing. If I was a defensive player, I would definitely want to meet with who's going to be running the defense to see how am I going to be used to really, get some information on what's your plan. Film can only tell you so much, guys. Film can only tell you so much. So I can imagine if I had to assume, obviously we don't know this for sure, but if I had to assume, Xavier, I would definitely assume that, yes, he is definitely wanting to speak with that guy to, put a lid on it or take it off, one or the other. Dontario Moore, what you got, bro? Roll Tide Roll, Coach. Roll Tide Roll, back to you, my brother. Top of the day, man. Top of the day. Bruce Washington says, morning, Coach. Nice applause. Hey, man, much love to you, my brother. We alive, man. It could be worse, right? Todd says, exactly. Christopher Perp says, oh, no, a 225 kid can't stay committed. I know, right? Hey, Christopher. Bro, I don't even see what the commitments are for in 2022, man. Like, what is it? 2024, excuse me. I don't even see what the hell's a commitment for. You know how I feel sometimes? Sometimes I feel like kids commit, especially to Bama, because when you commit to Bama, it enhances you. It make even the scholarship offers that you didn't have. When you commit to Bama, you'll get them, right? I sometimes think people use Bama as a pogo stick, if you will, to get the offer that they wanted. I sometimes feel that way with all this decommitting. Even before Coach Saban retired, I felt like that, right? Schoolie, what's up with you, brother? Roll Tide, man. High Power TV, what you got, High Power? He just beat a new SEC Texas. I mean, facts. He did something that we couldn't do with less talent, right? I understand we played them early in the year, and they played them at the end of the year, which is really more impressive because at the end of the year your team is better, right? You're supposed to be better. So yeah, they beat them. I mean, you got to give that man a love on that. Charles Granger, love to hear Coach Sean. I appreciate you, man. I thank you more than you'll ever know, right? Hey, you guys, I like to come in here and tap in with you guys and see what you're talking about. It's hard to get to every comment when we're all on here together. So I try to, when I'm on here, at least talk with you guys and see what you guys are talking about and try to answer your questions to the best of my ability. Given this, let's see, Bruce Watson says, given this kind of talent, he could be great. Just got to wait and see. I mean, true. That's true, Bruce. I mean, it's just the fact of, I think, man, a part of it is Coach Saban has been here 17 years, bro, right? So think about it. If you're a 21-year-old kid, you don't even have a recollection of what it's like to be without Coach Saban. So you can see where the panic is coming from. And those of us that was around, in I ain't been around that long, but I've been around enough to see when we sucked, right? So to see us going this run with Coach Saban, you just have a fear of going backwards, right? And I don't think that's the case. There's too much talent on this roster. This coach is extremely good. He's an extremely great coach. I mean, the guy can coach, man. I don't think the coaching aspect of it is anyone's worry. I think the recruiting aspect is everyone's worry, right? And losing players. Sure, Amaz says maybe the players don't believe it. I mean, that could be a thing, sure. I mean, you just never know. You just never know. You can't please everybody, right? So it may be a little bit of that, right? And it's like I was, I got into a little Twitter argument with somebody on Twitter, and I told myself I would never do that. Young man made a reference to my daughter and all kind of crazy stuff on Twitter, right? But we have to understand as adults, man, that these kids in 2024, if you have a child that's at least 18, you know what I'm saying. These kids today are just different. Like they're not the same kids as we know. They're I hate to say it like that. These kids in 2024 are social media raised, right? We had an old saying in the neighborhood when I was in Chicago, and the older guys would tell the younger guys, but it fits what's going on today. The older guys would tell them, I'm OG raised, not IG raised, right? It is a difference. I was raised by other people who did what I was doing, not raised by the computer and phones. And every time you see me, my head down and so it's just a different generation, guys. Like if look around, I can remember when people used to help old ladies across the street when their groceries was falling. I can remember when, You see an older lady going across the street, people would help her. People would help her. Like, oh man, don't matter who she was, where she came from. It's an elderly lady, you help her. Now these kids will whip out their phone, world star, and they trying to film her just because it's just a different day, guys. It's a different day. Nothing we can do about it, right? It's not relegated to one type of kid. Out of 20 kids, 15 of them might be soiled like that, might be raised like that. The other 5 have really good parents to really raise them tough, and they understand that, they understand the value of a dollar. They understand nothing's going to be given to you. They understand work. They understand integrity, but the majority don't. They don't, man. And that's just what it is, guys. Chris from New Jersey. What's the good word, coach? Oh man, Chris, just hanging in there, brother. You know what I mean? It's your world. I'm just living in it, man. I'm just trying to find out what's going on, bro. Try not to get too up. I try not to get too down with these kids, man. I don't play for Alabama, never played for Alabama. We can find ourselves as fans getting so attached at times that we're angry and this stuff ruin our days. Nah, I vowed not to ever let that be me, bro. I played at HBCU. I'm more loyal to that school than I am any school. So you have to detach yourself from sports at some point in time, or all this stuff that's going on to ruin your day, man. It really, really will. It'll have you mad and angry and pissed off at people that you don't even know. So I try to detach a little bit, guys. Got my Texas fan up here, man. Sandman 23. What you got, brother? Sandman said, he's talking to somebody else in the chat. Coach S. Let's see what you got. DR 334. Coach S, will the transferring eventually drive player jersey sales down? I don't know, DR. I don't know, man, because think about it. Once these kids get back on the field, it's a bad time now, right? What cures bad times? Winning, right? When these kids get back on the field against Wisconsin or whoever the hell we play first and we smash them, we're going to forget all about this, right? And it'll go right back to like it was. The winning cures everything, man. So it could, DR. It could, if this dark cloud of supposed negativity stays over us with Coach Saban retiring, because that will be the narrative, guys, going into next season. That's going to be the narrative. Even when we win, well, they did it without Coach Saban. It's unbelievable. When we lose, well, Coach Saban, that's going to be the narrative all year long. It's going to take a good football season, one good season of us to do well for us to kind of shake that Coach Saban shadow. BJS says Coach Saban left at the right time to expose this NIL and portal BS. I mean, yeah, but here's the thing, BJS. It's not really NIL that's causing all of this. It's the pay for play and the enticements and having no rules being cloaked as NIL, right? I know that's a lot. That's a mouthful, but that's what it is. These other schools are poaching kids. Think about it, guys. Why would Trey Amos transfer? He's a deadgum starter, bro. Why would you transfer? I understand Isaiah, but Bonds just put it out there. He just said why he transferred. You got to give a kid some credit. He kept it real. He pretty much threw Jalen Milroe under the bus without throwing him under the bus. He pretty much said, I want more targets. I want to be the man. I want to be Xavier Worthy 2.0. He put it out there. Cool. Shout out to you. Roll Tide to you. I'm off of it, right? So I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just no rules, BJS. That's the part that nobody understands. It's just no rules to this stuff. You got to set some parameters, which is what Coach Saban has been saying, guys. We need parameters. You need guardrails with this stuff. You need something to say, okay, you can't come from said school and offer my kid money to come to your roster now that Coach Saban's gone. If you do, your whole school will be on probation. So I'm imagining with Coach Saban retiring, being as big as it is, being with Coach Saban as tapped in as he is, I can imagine there's going to be changes coming, right? They just can't come soon enough for us. James Turner, what's up with you, brother? Rose Tide. Let's see what you got, James. New coaching staff always brings on roster attrition. Very true. We have to give the staff and a roster a chance to settle in and let the smoke clear. College football has free agency. Hey, man, you hit the nail clean on the dadgum head, right? The truth is in the details, guys. And that is one hell of a truth right there. You know what I mean? That's what's going on. They won't call it free agency, but it is. It is. Go to the highest bidder, right? And that's not college football, man. I am not with that, bro. I am with NIL once the kids sign with the school. And I personally think it need to be parameters with the NIL. If you transfer, then your NIL benefits get cut, you know, because we can't just hand out free money to sell a product and the kid signs on and then the kid gets upset because the coach screamed at him. Now the kid transferring, right? Kid is a little tender. He don't like to be screamed at. He's been a prima donna all his 4 years. Kid get to Alabama. He's screamed at by the coaches. I don't like it. I'm out of here, right? I think the NIL need to have some type of contract clause to where if I'm going to sign you, you cannot transfer, at least within the first 24 months, right? At least within the first 2 seasons. I understand every kid's situation is different, but at least within the first 24 months, you can't transfer. Ryan, Coach Sean, what's your username on Twitter? It is at JMHO Sports Talk. That JMHO just stands for what it is, guys. Just my humble opinion. I ain't nobody, right? Everything I did was high school kids, but I did coach a lot of kids who 2 of them that played at 3 of them that played at Bama, and several of them who in college right now. At JMHO, I love to have you, bro. I ain't as active as some like Coach Moog and Coach J. These guys have like channels. I'm new to social media. I really just popped onto this thing in like October. So I just, it's just about football, man. Every once in a while you get a knucklehead, get mad and say some stupid stuff, as we all know. You know what I mean? And that's fine. But yeah, man, I'm just on there rapping about football, talking with my people. Denzel Witherspoon, who do you like for a DB coach with a $2 super chat? Denzel, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you, and roll tide, roll to you. For as DB coach, man, that's a good one, man. I would probably like, if it were me, I like Florida's DB coach. I forgot his last name. I like Florida's defensive back coach. I like any of the DB coaches in the Southeastern Conference. If you give me a DB coach in the Southeastern Conference, then I know for a fact he'll be trained well in man coverage. For me, a lot of the other conferences don't play man coverage a lot, right? So I would love to get a DB coach at one of your top SEC schools. Willie Martinez, I know he's out of the SEC, but he's a top DB. He was at Tennessee. Torian Gray, he's pretty good. It's several good top DB coaches, man. I even take you one that's out of the SEC. Van Malone out of Oklahoma State. Very, very good defensive back coach, man. Dude is a dog, right? Can play, can coach, has some great DBs, and Oklahoma State put DBs in the league, right? So I wouldn't mind having any of those guys, man. So yeah, that answers your question, Denzel. It's several defensive back coaches I would have, even Corey Raymond. We can go get him from somewhere. See my boy Chris, what Chris got. Chris Chandler. Chris says, is David Ballou being retained? If so, he needs to be added to the staff list that y'all have. I love his scientific approach to it all. It reduces injuries since he came. Yeah, Chris, he is being retained. And I'm finding out that he actually coached with Coach DeBoer at Indiana. So they have a rapport. They actually was on staff together, along with Coach Womack. He was the defense coordinator at that time at Indiana. That year I think they won 10 games that year. So yeah, I read where Coach Ballou will be retained, and I'm sure Kyle will update that as soon as he get back. What we got here? What's up, Coach? From Dog Nation, we are on with y'all. Hey, what's up, Sir Boy 3000? Much love to you guys at Georgia, man. Y'all killing it right now, bro. I wish y'all cut us some damn slack over here in Bama. You know what I mean? We having a rough time, bro. We having a rough time right now, bro. Y'all killing it. You know what I mean? It's okay, though. It's okay. You know what I mean? They laughing at us now, but if you know like I know, we won't be down long. We won't be down long. Let's get through all these transfers. Let's get through all the hoopla and the roster hopping, you know, with or without Caleb. And I love Caleb. I love Caleb. He has a great family. As I said, I got a number of respect for this kid. You won't see Caleb out here pitching nickels and posting pictures of Lambos. You won't see Caleb Downs doing that, right? Not saying no disrespect to those that do. You won't see Caleb Downs doing that. So if he stay at Bama, thank you, God. If he go to Georgia, thank you, God. I'm just ready for it to make a decision, and let's get on with this process, man. Who gonna stay? Let them stay. Let's praise them. Who gonna leave? Let them leave. God be with you. Hope you have a great career, right? Yeah, man, you guys are killing it at Georgia, bro. There's no denying that. You know what I mean? We'll see how it have to go for the future. Bruce Watson, my brother. Let's see what Bruce got. Remember, have love for one another, folks. I mean, yeah, Bruce, I agree, man. I seen some outlandish things, man. I seen one fan, I couldn't even believe it, guys. He went on Isaiah Bond's post and wished he tore his ACL. I was like, good night, brother. Really? Like, I don't have no tolerance for that kind of stuff, bro. You know what I mean? How, as an adult with children, that's somebody's child. What if that was your child? That some fan who don't even know your child wished he tore his ACL. Brother, if you that type of fan, I'm not here to diss you or talk good about you. I'm just letting you know you really need to rethink your priorities, bro. If you're online posting under your profile that you wish a kid tear his ACL because he doesn't play for your little team, when nobody on that team know who the hell you are, wouldn't speak to you if they saw you in Walmart. You care a little too much, brother, right? So, yeah, man, if these kids transfer, you just got to let them go, guys. You can't be like that, man. You know, it's a different day, it's a different time, and that's what it is. We have to meet it with reality. The truth is in the details, man. So you got to accept that. That's what it is. Let's see who we got next, man. My man Toast right there. See what Toast talking about. Toast. Jake Pourback Downs goes to UGA. Jake Pourback of Downs. I don't quite understand. Are you asking is Caleb Downs to UGA, Toast? We don't know yet. Could be. I heard Ohio State was in it just as much as Georgia. So I don't know, Toast. Nobody knows, right? So we just all trying to hang in there, man. Best thing is not to even dwell on it, man. Let be what's gonna be, right? And let it happen. Whichever way it goes. Jake Pope back if we lose Downs. Nah, Toast. I don't. If that's what you're saying, nah, I don't think Jake Pope is back, Toast. I think he's already signed with Florida State. I don't quite know the rule with college kids. If you sign with a school, can you back out of that signing? Do they give you a time limit? I know on the scholarship you can, but I don't know how it is when you're transferring from school to school. I know how it is coming from high school to college, but I don't know how it is college to college. Is it a time limit? I don't know, man. But I'm sure now that Des Ricks, who else? Antonio, I know these guys are all in the portal, but I don't think they've picked the school yet, if I'm not mistaken. If they have, I hadn't seen it. I would love to keep Des Ricks. Des Ricks is going to be a talented guy. That kid was a 5-star kid. He showed out in A-Day. He did very good in A-Day, man. So, you know, I'm thoroughly expressed and I'm thoroughly impressed with the kids that stayed on the roster, the kids that are not all over social media, and the parents that are actually trying to keep things under wraps. I respect that, man. I really do. Let's see what we got, guys. Robert Moody, my brother Robert. What you got, Robert? Coach Sean, I'm 50, so I saw the tail end of Bear Bryant through the bad years, and at least in the last 17. My daughter's a freshman at Bama and think it's the end. I told her that the script day means it does, Robert. It does, man. It's hard to see it's hard to see the forest through the trees or trees through the forest or however the hell the saying goes because of the shadow that Coach Saban casts, right? And with that man retiring, all the vultures are smelling blood right now, man. And some of these kids are they don't have a clue. Like all they know is Coach Saban. I think honestly, if you want the truth, most of our fans, the majority of our fans are what 40 to 12, 11, 10. Most of the older fans, the guys who are older than me, they're not upset. They have a hard time with change, but you don't see them complaining a lot because they just kind of like, you know what? I've enjoyed the last 17 years, bro. I've enjoyed that. I'm good. So it's the today's kids that are all over online and to the up to speed adults on social media that are all online with the antics. So yeah, I understand, Robert, 1000%. Nicole Rose, I'm wonderful at Tim, loving this channel with my Bama peeps and looking forward to a great season. Likewise, Nicole. Likewise, I am too, man. I'm just ready to get it kicked off. I'm ready to sift through everything that we're going through right now. It's sort of disheartening when I look at the other teams poaching the players, and I know as adults sometimes we don't understand why would a kid do this. Like I said, I argue with some dude about a brotherhood, and I'm telling him that these kids nowadays, some of them, I'm not going to say all of them, some of them don't give a damn about that. They don't care. I got a kid that just signed 2 years ago at Florida State, will tell you, Coach, I don't care nothing about that. Such and such came with me with such and such amount of money. They don't care about that, man. And as adults, think back to when you were 16 and 17. If somebody gave you 100,000 cash, you and your family, your care might not be as much as you think it is today at 35 or 40. Right? So I don't judge them, bro. They just kids. Nobody ever hit me out with $100,000, or I might have made the wrong decision as well, right? So I made mistakes without the $100,000. God forbid if I had the 100,000, right? So I don't judge them, bro. I don't judge them because I'm in a different mind state at this stage of my life, right? So I don't judge a 17-year-old kid off his decision, even if it hurt me, even if it hurt my team. If that's the decision you make, brother, more power to you. You know what I mean? I don't want to miss my blessing by dogging a kid that's half my age, man. Sean Kerber. Hey, coach, respect to play. Hey, man, that's my alma mater, son. I love that, bro. That's my alma mater. Love it to death, man. Shout out to all my bros, man. Bulldogs for life, man. Sam, man, what you got, bro? Give me some Texas feedback, Sam, man. What you got on Texas, Sam? Let us know. Players want to enter the portal to see what this works. Facts. All facts. That's exactly what I've been saying, man. It's free agency. They'll enter the portal. They'll see what school comes with what bag, right? Now, here's the flip side, man. Some kids will get in that portal and their worth isn't like they thought. And they'll hop right back out of the portal, right? Some kids, ask Elijah Pritchard, they'll hop in that portal. It'll be schools there for them, but their bag won't be big as others, right? And they'll hop right back out. So they got to put some parameters on this thing, man. Sam, man, they do, bro, because Texas and Georgia, I seen a lot of Texas and Georgia fans picking at the Bama fans about it. But let me say this. Laugh now, cry later, bro. Beware the bearer of bad news, right? You laugh now, but guess what'll happen here in the future when you have too many wide receivers? Bringing in Isaiah Bonds. How do you think the guy whoever was behind Xavier Worthy feel about that right now? Sure, it's all fun right now. Everybody laughing, taking pictures together. Wait till the season start, right? And the targets start going to Bond and not him, right? Watch what happens, right? Dysfunction like a you know what I'm saying? Dysfunction like a I ain't gonna say it, right? Dysfunction. Next thing you know, they're in the portal. It's gonna happen. It is gonna happen. That's why coaches are overloading their rosters to make up for those attritions. That's why coaches are taking everybody they can, right, to make up for the ones that leave, because it's gonna happen. Georgia, it's gonna happen. You can overload at bringing in Caleb. I'm sure they'll have if Caleb, God forbid, commits to there, they'll have Caleb and Malachi. True, right? You think the other safeties that's on the other side of Malachi is gonna like that, right? It's all fun right now. Pictures be taken, social media with our arms around each other. Wait till the season starts, and all that love will go Caleb's way. Somebody ain't gonna like that, right? Somebody's gonna look at it like, man, you ain't even been here. It's destined to happen, right? Guess what'll happen then? That kid will be in the portal. It's gonna happen, man. I mean, it's just what it is. It's just the parameters that we live with today. right? There's no guardrails on this stuff. Roll Tide, Bobby Sprinkle. I appreciate you, my brother. Xavier Beat says NIL is not pay for play, so someone has to stop the cheating. Xavier, 1000% facts, man. I've been saying that forever. The reason why they're so intertwined is because it's no guardrails. It's no guardrails. It's no laws. It's no, it's nothing to prevent these schools from jumping over the boundary. Damian Davis, Bama Boy Davis says Trey Amos. Why? Hey, Damian, we all asking that question, bro. I could take that comment and post it all around the South, and we're all thinking that same question. But if you had to have the quick answer, let me hop in this portal. Let me see what my worth is worth, right? And let me gauge whether I'm gonna stay or leave based off free agency. And that's exactly what it is. Shout out to you for a great comment. But yeah, guys, it's just something that I think the NCAA unfortunately has to manage. They have to manage it. There is no other way. That's why I don't harp on these kids when they leaving, because you're gonna see it. The one I really hate is Sean Murphy. I hated to lose Sean Murphy, man. Think about it, guys. You have our two starting linebackers, which is Deontay Lawson and Jihad Campbell. We lost Blackshire and Sean Murphy, both of them. Right? Sean Murphy was a young, talented linebacker, man. So that would hurt me a little bit. Like, good night, brother. You leaving? Right? So that hurt. That one hurt. So now I think Jefferson is still on the roster, right? And we're gonna have to, and Jeremiah Alexander, they moved him to the middle linebacker. So, we're gonna be young, man. We're gonna be young at defensive back. I've been very, very high on Xavier Brown. This kid came from Mater Dei. Very similar scheme to what we run at Alabama. Very similar coverages, very similar calls at Alabama. The over calls, the pass offs, the pattern matches is very similar to what we run at Alabama. So I think this kid was going to be in line to play with or without the guys transferring. I was extremely high on Dez Ricks. Dez Ricks had a possibility to start. So I don't understand that, man. Money rules the world right now, brother, especially when you 18 to 22 years old. So, the parameters is the only thing that's going to help this. Again, let's not laugh too loud if you're Texas and Georgia and all these other schools, because it could happen to you. Eddie Wesley, $5 super chat. Great show, guys. Any info on who our DB coach may be? I hadn't heard anything about a DB coach, Eddie. Not as we speak right now. I'm sure info will be coming today, but I hadn't heard anything. I don't know if Kyle has or not. I'm pretty sure Kyle is tapped in and will let us know if he hears something. But as of now, Eddie, I hadn't heard anything. We really appreciate your super chat, man. Surfer Boy 3000, always coming with the great comments. Coach, that's the issue. It's the coaching relationships that will need to be built, and that takes time. Bama's fan base will need to show some patience to see if they can make it work in the next 2 years. Surfer, you 1000% correct, man. You 1000% correct. That I couldn't have said it better. I couldn't have said it better. The only bad problem with that is the only unrealistic thing, if I had to take the other side of it, Surfer, some of our fans don't know what patience is, man. No disrespect to nobody. Patience at the University of Alabama, man, that's like snow in Florida, bro. It just ain't there. You know what I'm saying? It's just not there, man. But, I do believe that the most of us understand it's going to take a minute. This guy is not Coach Saban. Nobody is. What's up, Dolomite? Roll Tide to Dolomite, the vet. That's why you got these scum-sucking teams trying to come for everybody else. Pay for play is good when all we know this is dirty. Right. And we all know this is dirty because we currently in the prohibition era of college football. Hey, Dolomite, 1,000,000% facts. Yes, that's what's happening. And this should shock everybody. If you notice, guys, look at what's happening since Coach Saban retired. Sure, the players are trembling because their safety blanket is gone. But look at now how the other coaches are licking their chops. Saban gone. It's almost like the bodyguards at the castle has left. The bodyguards are gone. Now we can go. We can attack now. Right? And that's what's happening. 1,000%, Dolomite. Cole Abercrombie. Let's see what my man Cole talking about. Did you coach that played at Bama? Players, if you're talking about players, Kale, Rob Ezell, William Ming, and Alfred McCullough all played at Bama. They all come from my team, my youth league team. I had them at youth league. I mean, Jaquez Watkins as well, but he didn't play at Bama. He played for the Eagles right now. Shout out to his daddy, Eddie, who's all on staff together. So yeah, guys, it's crazy. Rob's father, Garner Ezell, was my head coach. So yeah, man, it's crazy right now. I got my man Kyle back up in the house. Shout out to Kyle. Shout out to everybody.
Yo, I'm rocking the bomber jacket, man. Look, it's cold. Cold is cold, man. And look, I don't really have a problem with it being cold. The cold doesn't really bother me, but like this cold is different. And I have to say, like, I did not get my workout in this morning. And it wasn't because of the cold. It just happened to be coincidental. But like, I think I value sleep and I value working out. They help me. Clearly, sleep for everybody, but like I've been so like heavy in it that last night I was like, listen, I have to get sleep in. And the night before I had to get a workout in. So, yeah, someone was saying that I left the mic on hot last night. My bad. Yeah, I was calling for my daughter. I was like, Lacey, couldn't find her. Yeah, if you're new to the show, like I have a 10-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old son. So Caden, since they haven't been having school for forever, I just been letting the stream just go. And I'm like, yo, Caden, before you go to bed, just end the stream so people could just chat,
Yeah.
But other than that, kind of where we're at, we're on this Caleb Downs watch, if you will. And the reason that I titled it today is because they said a decision could come today. Like we saw that. I mean, I post a tweet right now that said, if he's going to announce some decision today, and maybe that had a lot to do with why Alabama made the decision to go with the decision in terms of you are 23. No, I'm not. I just turned 40. So I appreciate that. Thank you. No, but I got a 15-year-old. Yeah, Caden. Really proud of him. Really proud of my daughter too. So I know Coach Sean, you got kids too. Coach Smook has a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why, the DC hire was always going to be in play, right? To make the DC hire. I encourage you guys to watch this video. I just watched. I'm gonna send it in our group chat, Coach Sean. But it's of Coach Kane Womack.
Yeah.
And he is coaching up. He's mic'd up, and he's coaching up Indiana when he was at Indiana. I like it. It was good. Sounds, fired up, a lot of fire in the belly. I mean, he's not even 40 years old. I'm older than him. He's like 36 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good to have people come in with new philosophies, new ideas. And I think that the more that I look at Kane, I'm feeling more and more confident. I still need to watch like some South Alabama and see how they are in terms of like schematics and whatnot. But they were ranked number 15th overall in the country in total defense. We love that. Kyle, are you getting Wingstop today? No, yesterday I hit up. And that's the other thing too with like me now, like just all day news. The diet too is really important to me. So last night what I did was I hit up Hooligans. There's two Hooligans here in Tuscaloosa. One is on McFarland. That one was closed. So I hit up the new one that opened, which is by Central High School, if you're familiar with Tuscaloosa. And I go with the chicken kebab plate. It's just spot on. It comes with like a side of hummus as well. So you got the chicken kebabs. No, Hooligan and the burgers, they don't play with the burgers either. Hooligans has really good food. And if you've been to Tuscaloosa, you know about Hooligans. It's been around for a long time.
All of you need to come to Huntsville and come get this kava. I don't know if you ever heard of kava.
What's that?
Kava. I challenge everybody to Google kava, Huntsville, Alabama. CAVA. It's Greek, it's Greek, but it's very healthy. Salad based, grilled chicken based. Google kava, CAVA. Wonderful, wonderful restaurant. If you're ever in Madison, Huntsville,
that's what's up.
Kava is where you need to go. Anybody from this area will tell you about Kava. I'm sure some people in the chat that'll. Kava's wonderful, man.
Hey, Coach. So are you like? Because I know Ty. He likes to get. He has a. He likes to grill, and he actually has a smoker. that
Yeah,
and
I do
so he's
too.
always smoking stuff, and
Yeah.
it's good to hear like are you like are you a grill guy? Are you a smoker?
Oh,
What are you doing at
I,
the house?
man, listen, I have the grill with the smoker attached to it on the
Oh,
side.
yeah, okay.
So yeah, I grill and smoke a lot.
Mhm.
Yeah, ribs, chicken, anything, any type of
Mhm.
food you can name, I smoke everything. Corn, everything.
So my first job was actually there's a Cava in Birmingham, I guess.
Yeah,
That's what Jasmine is saying inside the comment box. Cool. I'm gonna check that out for sure. Someone asked who is Womack. Kane Womack is a new defensive coordinator at Alabama. If you're just joining in, if you're just stumbling in and you see if you've just popped up, Kane Womack is a new DC. This is official. South Alabama had an announcement today that he is set to resign from South
yeah,
Alabama. So he will be the DC here. We've been talking about him and what he brings to the table. And we're really excited to kind of learn more about him. I said initially that I was at kind of 5.5 in the excitement scale. I've now gone up to a 6, and that's going to probably continue to increase as I learn more about him and I learn more about who's going to be working under him, because I'm kind of looking at him responsible for the entire defense. Now, I do like
yeah,
the fact that you're keeping in Freddie Roach. People have said they'd like to see Coach Roach at the outside linebackers position, but we know that he's going to be retained. And then we still need to figure out who the DB coach is. Last night we were talking about Carl Scott being a name. I don't know if he was going to be named for the DC job, but maybe you could spin it to where you come here as a DB's coach and co-DC. You know, titles mean a lot.
yeah,
Titles are associated with higher pay, right? So being that he was just in the NFL with the Seattle Seahawks, and I know he has ties here, yeah, maybe that would make sense. Yeah, we have Greek food here in Tuscaloosa. You have like your tzatziki's.
yeah.
But you also have like Hooligans is actually really good Greek food. Like they do it right. So half of their menu is Greek, and then half of their board is kind of like hot dogs and hamburgers. It's good.
Mm,
Yeah. So I when I grill, I have just a Weber charcoal grill. And I like stuff on charcoal. I do. I really like to grill chicken.
yeah.
When my family will send me out like some New Mexico chilies, we'll put that on the grill as well. Of course, steaks. You know, you got to get your iron in as well. So
Oh yeah.
that's what we do in terms. Like sometimes if you're out there, like for me, sometimes I might feel like a little bit lethargic. Sometimes it's just like you need a good steak.
Mm,
So I'll hit up the steak. You know, actually, where look. Where I really like to go sometimes, to be truth be told, is I like to hit up Outback. I go to there's still an Outback here. It's like
yeah,
it hasn't changed. Super consistent. I get myself just a nice little 6-ounce sirloin, medium rare with the loaded baked potato when I'm feeling good, and that's it. And
yeah,
it hits. I like it. But I mean, there's some good spots here to hit up here in Tuscaloosa. It's a smaller city. So when I went up to Huntsville, and that's why that's where Coach is from.
yeah.
I was just really amazed with how clean the city is. I
Mhm.
felt super safe. The downtown was really, really nice, and there was some really good music spots to hit out. So I can't, now that I know that you're up in that area, specifically kind of by that Madison area, which is by the Trash Pandas.
Yeah, that's right.
Are they a double A team?
They're a yeah, I
Or
think they're a double A.
they're
Yeah,
a
they're
double
double
A,
A.
right? They're not triple
Yeah,
A yet. They're double A.
no.
So yeah, so I definitely liked cruising up there.
So it's crazy where I stay, where I live right now is considered Madison. But if I go to the red light, literally I can walk to the
Mhm.
red light right here, it's
Yeah,
Huntsville.
yeah,
So it's
yeah.
really all Huntsville. It's just Madison has grown so big, it wants to be its own city. If you're familiar with
Uh,
Birmingham, it's sort of how Hoover was years ago. I can remember when
mm,
Hoover was a part of Birmingham, right? It
mm,
was the county of Birmingham, but Hoover got so big, it wanted to be its own city. It wanted to be
yeah,
separate from Birmingham,
yeah,
even though it's in
yeah.
Birmingham. So
Hmm.
it's the same, sort of the same thing.
Yeah, got a comment in here um, from Robert. Hey, Kyle, I'm not a Bama fan. I'm born and raised in Iowa. Diehard Hawkeye fan, but always watch your shows and respect your views. Your honest reporting. You're only opposite team I view. Hey, I appreciate it, Robert. Thanks so much. You know, um, when I was living in, so I used to live in Iowa. I used to live at, I know you guys are like, you lived all over. Yeah. I went to Central College. So if you know, it's south of Des
Mhm.
Moines, lived in Central. It's the home of Pella. Pella is the city, Pella Windows, if you're familiar with it. And, you know, when I was in college, it was a long time ago. And I'm sure you know this, Robert, but I actually, I dated a really nice woman. from the Iowa basketball team when I met her in DC, and she was the point guard for Iowa. And I think she's like number 2 or 3 all time in shooting threes and baller. And I took her for a date one time in DC to the ESPN zone. And Division One athletes don't play, like, period. Dialed in. She broke every single record. It was cool. So the other thing was about Iowa, it was freezing. I mean, yeah, I'm cold now here because I got soft because I'm in the South, but Iowa doesn't play. Like, Pella, Iowa was terribly cold. It was just located the right of Lake Red Rock, and the wind would kind of blow through, and it was just freezing. But had a really good time at Central College, and then from there I went to New Mexico State. Also did some schooling up in Washington D.C., and then I lived in Los Angeles, and now here I am in the great state of Alabama, living in Tuscaloosa, covering the Alabama Crimson Tide for the last 7 years. Coach, when we kind of look to outside of the decision watch, and I know I asked you kind of about the 4-2-5 that Kane could install here at Alabama. Based off in kind of the roster that we're working with, I mean, from a coaching standpoint and kind of looking at the 4-2-5 and how some players could fit in, I have a question for you. How would the outside linebackers, like let's say Keon Keeley, Yanze Pierre, Quay Russo, how would they fit into like a 4-2-5 type scheme, and where are you putting those type of players with their skill set?
And Keon Keeley's, I'll start with him. And Keon's repertoire, I don't think it'll hurt him because Keon can play with his hand in the dirt or he can stand up, right? I think at times and on down and distance, we actually ran a 4-2-5 at times, right? That's why sometimes you saw Will with his hand in the dirt.
Yeah.
Sometimes you seen him standing up, right? Sometimes he's playing defense to simplify it. Sometimes he's playing defensive end. Sometimes he's playing outside linebacker, depending on the front, right? So I don't think it'll be too big of nothing different than what we usually do. Some of the responsibilities on down and distance are different, right? But I don't think the overall play is any different because I think somebody like Keon, somebody like Quindarius Robinson, somebody like Quay Russo, these kids can all put their hand in the dirt and stand up, right? I think Keon, if I'm not mistaken, came from a defense in high school where his hand was in the dirt most of the time. So I don't think it'll be any different for them. The difference will come in the middle linebacker situation, having only 2 on down and distance. I think that'll be a little different at times, right? But 4-2-5, 3-4, you know what I mean? Gap, front side of the gaps and things like that. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. 4 down linemen, 3 down linemen, gap control, gap integrity, A gap, B gap, head up on the nose, in the gap, shade. It's all different, right? But it's all the same. I know that sounds crazy, but it's all different, but it's all eventually all the same. Same responsibility depending on down and distance. Like you may have something different on third down that you call, that you may have something different to do, right? But for the most part, it's all the same. These guys, if you can play in a 3-4, you can play in a 4-2-5, definitely.
And then, whenever you get some downtime, whenever, you get off again from here, I want to have you watch, and same thing with Ty. I want you to check out Jabbar Muhammad and watch some of his highlights and tell me what you think, how he could fit in from a technical standpoint. If you like him at the corner, if you see him as a versatile, member of the secondary, that because Alabama is in his top 3, and being that the Washington staff just joined Alabama staff, I think it would be a good fit considering that Trey hit the portal. I don't like that Trey hit the portal, to be honest. And there's I like his game. I really do.
Yeah.
I think he's a very talented player. I don't know where he's going to go. I don't know why he's leaving. There's quite a few guys leaving from the secondary that I think, look, anybody can go anywhere. That's fine. But I wish that some of these guys would have just waited just a little bit. There's 30 days, and I get it. You got to get enrolled in school, and definitely, different elements like that, which are very, very important.
Yeah.
But at least try to figure out based on the timeline who is coming in and let the staff kind of set in place. Because you could have, there's no need. Like, it seems quick. Like, wait at least till Friday or till Wednesday. Like, we're barely on Tuesday, and guys are hitting the transfer portal, or at least a couple of them. And a lot of that is going to be because of the Saban bouncing out. A lot of it is because, call it tampering, whatever it is. I mean, these guys are going to get NIL deals immediately when they hit the portal. And Coach, don't you think that this is crazy about the transfer portal? Is like Alabama can get basically picked apart roster wise because Saban is left and you have a 30-day open window. But Alabama, that doesn't mean that Alabama, like the coaching staff, has 30 days to go and
That's a fact.
scour all like the rosters across college football. All the transfer portal's closed. So the only place that you can turn to is Washington, and you're probably hoping that Michigan, because of Courtney Morgan, who's a GM here, he has connections to Michigan. If something was to happen, that you can go out to Michigan, but those are the only schools that you can pick from. I mean, it seems like a completely unfair time for if you're Alabama. You're like really like you're a turtle on its back.
Look, let me get on my conspiracy theory just for a second. But first, shout out to George Johnson and Kay Lee. I appreciate you guys, man. In the past, when kids transfer at this stage of the season, it was always 20 days. It was either 20 days. I don't remember them ever giving 30 days to transfer. I know that's just 10 extra days, but it's like maybe that's a new rule they came up with. I don't know. But all the fans, think about what Kyle just said. If you're Bama, you can't go to any other place but Washington, where you just left, and get players while everybody in the country can raid your roster. So how fair is that? And usually I thought when the coach retired or left or whatever, I thought the players had 20 days. It was either 14 or 20 days, you know what I mean, to transfer. But they gave them, I think it's 30. They gave them a month to decide. So for 30 days, other coaches can come in, offer deals to our starters, to our people. And it's just hella unfair, man. I'll say this as well. When you look at our defensive back room with Dez Ricks, with Antonio Kite, right? Both of those backup guys who potentially could have been starters on the other side of Trey Amos. And now Trey Amos, you have Xavier Brown, you have Xavier Mincy, you have Drake Kirkpatrick Jr., you have Red Morgan, you have Jameer Grimsley. All these kids are coming in, right? Probably the best defensive back class that Alabama has recruited in recent memory. Right? Very high on these guys, very high on Xavier Brown, very high on Xavier Mincy, probably the best athlete of them all. I think Xavier is probably the best technical corner of them all, but I think Jameer Grimsley is probably the best talent of them all. This kid is so good, they may put him on offense. Jameer Grimsley, kid's about 6'2", 6'3". Wow. And he is an absolute monster. I'm telling you, Jameer Grimsley and the little Arian Hampton kid, Jalen Waddle 2.0. So we got some young kids that can make plays to come in. I'm not worried about them on the offensive side. Offensive, it's easier to play offense coming out of high school than it is to play defense. Especially, I'll just say it's easier to play wide receiver than it is to play corner, right? A lot of times wide receiver is little things that they have to teach you, blocking, really, really honing your skills on your routes, coming out of your breaks, sinking your hips, things that you probably didn't really do a lot in high school because you were better than everybody. But a corner is different. You got to learn how to play that position. You got to learn how to play that position, man. The coverages, the leverages, right? Sectors of the field, inside, outside. It's a lot of different things at corner. So I think Arian Hampton and Jameer Grimsley may possibly be on the offensive side of the ball. But that kid, I think Grimsley's a better athlete, man. Jeffy, I mean, just my humble opinion, right? I could be wrong.
Damn, that's crazy. That's amazing that we're even having that conversation. That just shows you the talent because like Zay Mincy's a baller, Red Morgan coming in. We can't forget about him, right? Xavier Brown. I mean, these are younger guys that I think are going to get quickly into the two deep when they got here. One of these guys, I don't know who it's going to be, is going to have a shot to definitely contribute right away, right? We see it. But I think like Jalen Mbakwe, what he was able to do on both sides of the ball this past year, because combine him and Ryan Williams in the state title game, where they account for like 500 yards and like 6 touchdowns or something crazy like that. That's crazy. So just to be thinking that, they have all these athletes on the defensive secondary, I think is the bright spot, considering that you do have like Des Ricks that entered the portal, Trey Amos, Antonio Kite, and that you're losing Terrion and Kool-Aid. I mean, those are 5 big hitters right there. And then, compounded onto that is Trey Amos just recently. Oh, thank you. Peyton Woodyard, right?
And Peyton.
That like
and Peyton.
it's a hell
Thank
of
you,
a secondary
Trevor
class coming
Sports.
in. A lot of these
Yeah.
guys are going to be like elevated to 2 deep automatically. I mean, probably now. Oh, and thank you. We're forgetting about Kendrick.
No, I
Drake
said Drake. I said
Jr.
Drake. I
Oh,
said
okay,
Drake.
man. And he had 2 interceptions in the All-Star game. People sleeping on him because of his rating or whatever. He's like a 3-star. But man, that's a loaded secondary class.
That's a fact, man. Listen, Jalen Mbakwe is one of the best athletes, pure athletes I've ever seen come out of high school. Imagine him 3 inches taller. That's Jameer Grimsley. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So, yeah, and Peyton Woodard may play at safety before all of them. Peyton Woodard has his. I'll give Peyton this. Peyton's body is ready to play right now. Like this kid is bigger than some of the safeties on our roster right now. Just as athletic, smart kid, good family. That kid may play. I mean, we are not hurting with young talent. We are not hurting with young talent, man. It's just the growing pains of playing in a college secondary can be just that at times, growing pains. It's not that they're not talented. It's just going from a high school defense to a college defense and trying to defend college receivers, which you defend every inch of the field, not just hash mark to hash mark. You have to defend in college every inch of the field. That's the only thing when you're young that kind of catches up to you at times. But at least we got to be thankful that the talent is there.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, Coach, I know I've had you for about an hour, man. How you feeling? I just got a message from Ty. He said he's about to pop on. I mean, are you good to go? Do you need to go and get some stuff down? You want to pop in later? I mean, it's all good. I'm feeling good, man. I'm going to be here for a little while.
Yeah, I can pop back in later, man. You just, as you always do, give me the green light, man. I'll be right back on, man. You know how we do.
All right. Appreciate you, Coach Sean.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat. Goose, Sam, man, everybody in the chat, man. You guys, I love talking with you guys. It's freaking awesome. I thank you. And roll tide to everybody. Just give me the green light, Kyle, and I'll be back, brother.
All right, man. Take it easy, Coach Sean.
All right.
All right. Coach Sean, ladies and gentlemen, has a great, that's one of the reasons why I'm asking you guys to fan fund the channel. So if you want to do that, hit the hyperlink above here to support the channel as low as $2.99. I mean, if you do the math, I mean, even getting 4% out of 100,000 subscribers, I mean, that's going to carry great distance because I have plans to turn this into a business operation in terms of who we have on the channel, our delivery, and, having somebody as well versed as Coach Sean. I really like to be able to have him out. Why you be kicking the coaches out? This isn't their full-time job, man, by any means. This is my full-time job. So having these guys, be able to come in, because how it works is, I send out the link and have these guys pop on whenever they can throughout the day. They have kids, they have full-time jobs. So them being able to pop on means a lot. And Coach Sean certainly kills it. He used to call in, and he still sometimes will call in. But just like you, on the call-in shows, I started rapping with him a little bit more. I even like his voice. It's kind of like a calming voice that he has. His delivery, super well versed, and having him on here has been great. And Coach Smook is cool as well. Coach Smook, tied up. I think he's going to be able to come on the back end, and then Coach Jarek, Jant Sports. He's got a YouTube channel himself. And I like to have those content creators to come over here to Bama Football on YouTube. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys rocking with me today. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. I got kind of the bomber jacket on or whatever you want to call it. It's a little bit cold. And, we're rolling with it. Plus, this is the most comfortable jacket that I have. It's just a comfortable jacket. I feel comfortable in it. I feel confident in it. And I'm rolling with it. So I'm just chilling. I'm here for you guys, and we wouldn't be anywhere without you guys' continued support and for you guys watching the show. So I appreciate it. Plus, I think when you have kind of a rotating window of you have the coaches, then you have the call-in show, you have myself, it kind of breaks it up. It keeps it fresh, and you have different ideas, and of course, different news and notes comes in, and that's how we rock it right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So I want to get an updated graphic real quick about how the staff is coming together now that Kane Wamick has joined the Crimson Tide coaching staff as a DC. And I just saw an article, if you want to go read it, on AL.com, which has quotes from Kane saying basically this was a job that he couldn't turn down. And I get it. I mean, you get called from the University of Alabama to be the DC to work with a young coach like Kayla DeBoer, you take it. I mean, this is a huge opportunity and a huge jump up. I get it. The things that he did at South Alabama. Look, I'm not going to say you're limited, but you're working with a different caliber when you come over here to work with the 5-stars. And with that said, we welcome on back Ty Hayes. Ty, what's up, man? I'm going to bring you to the screen in 2 seconds, man. Welcome on in, man. Welcome back.
Man, happy to be back.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Yeah, and like Seti's saying inside the comment box, instant millionaire. I mean, because you come over here. Did we find out what was he making at South Alabama? It was under $1 million?
I actually have no idea about that.
All right. So, but you come over here, you got to think the defensive coordinator position here at Alabama, you're going to get like 1 point.
Oh yeah, you're clearing that.
Yeah, right. So I think you're definitely, a millionaire. You're probably like 1.3, something like, I don't know what it is, but 800,000. Yeah, 800,000. They probably double that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
probably. He's probably making 1.5. Like he's making good money now. He's making good money.
Yeah. So welcome on in, man. I mean, we've been tracking kind of the news and notes, and we updated this graphic. Here's how everything looks so far in terms of where things are at from the coaching standpoint. And by the way, Ty, so I watched the video, and then I was getting a lot of feedback from chat. What is chat's record, Ty, overall?
What is
chat's record? They're undefeated. Chat, right?
Undefeated all the time.
Thank you. They were like, look, we were pronouncing the defensive coordinator's name wrong. So I just wanted to update you on this when we're talking about it. It's Womack.
Womack.
Okay. Womack. So Womack. So it is Kane Womack.
I've been known to butcher a name.
Man, all the names that come in, it's always the new name. So Kane Womack is the new DC. Have you had a little bit more time to kind of process the new DC hire as you kind of like pop in and out?
Yeah, I actually was watching the South Alabama Oklahoma State game, just sitting out there taking some notes, doing some things. Listen, I think there's a lot of upsides. I'm interested to see how it transitions with this much talent, but I'm really excited to try and see like a 4-2-5, especially with if you can hold on to Caleb Downs, him in this system, some of the edge rushers we have, plus an LT Overton. I mean, you think about the possibility of possibly Payne and Otis, or Otis, Tim Keenan on the inside, LT Overton beside them, and Keon Keeley, and that's your front. That looks really nice. But I was even telling you earlier, I'm excited to see if they do any like packages, right? Like, because Alabama has so much outside linebacker talent. I'm interested to see if he gets here once like spring happens. Maybe during the summer, he starts looking around and is like, oh man, we have got a lot of pass rushers here that we can really utilize. Let's get some pass rush sets in here. So listen, I said it earlier. I'm going to say it again. Thus far, I'm as happy as I could be with what DeBoer has been able to do. I think everybody has to be realistic that whenever someone like Nick Saban retires, there's going to be movement. The fact that we've been able to respond so quickly with a head coach that was just in the playoffs, with an offensive staff that is as good as I think we could have hoped for, and the defensive staff is coming together, and it's been less than a week. It's gone a lot better than I think it easily could have had. Or easily could have gone.
I think not only the playoffs, Ty, but like the national title game, right? Like, man, Kalen was just in the title game with a team, and I think we've kind of gone away from highlighting the fact that, Kalen made the title game and what he was able to do. We got 2 fan funders. Oh, appreciate you guys coming in, man. Rolling through hard right here.
Carl Taylor, and here we go, Horns.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. How do you become a fan funder? Hit the hyperlink atop of this video. As low as $2.99 per month to support the channel and its growth. Helps me take care of the coaches and Ty. Here we go, Horns. Appreciate it, man. it's amazing. I do have a pretty good following in Texas. I've been on Orange Bloods a couple times, and I've talked with them throughout this season. They've been able to put me on their platform, kind of how I'm having you like on here, man. So Ty, you're gonna get, and you should, man, more people to follow you because you do a really great job. And I wouldn't have you on here if you didn't. So thanks. Here we go, Horns, and then Carl Taylor inside the comment box with always the defensive schematics. So we appreciate you being here too. Thank you very much. We really appreciate your content. If you're not in that position, then hit the thumbs up. And it's really easy. If you're a fan funder, it's easy to become a fan funder. Just hit the hyperlink, and then if you're on your computer, hit the join button, and then super chats greatly appreciated as well. Remember, the show is free to watch, not free to produce. So we really appreciate you guys being here right here at Bama Football on YouTube.
Likes are always free as well, and that genuinely helps. Likes, comments, all of that, massive for content creators.
Nah, appreciate it. Yeah, and as Helen said, always a pleasure to have in my Orange Bloods. Yeah, I love rapping with the Texas fans about kind of what they have going on as well. And I like talking college football as well. And as Byron is saying, Ty and Sean Rock. Yeah, and
make a lot of content with some Fanatics Perspective, which is a big Texas fan, and Nino's Sports Corner. We do a weekly show together, and we all were on the 4 Bleacher Report Pick'em show. So, I have a lot of Texas fans around my channel. We have a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. As we kind of, I mean, and if you're on today, I mean, the main thing is, some sort of watch for Caleb Downs. Do you think there's going to be an announcement?
I have no idea. I think that he's probably in the process of talking to the new defensive coordinator, trying to figure out who the defensive backs coach is. But it has to be encouraging, or at least put us in a good position, that the defensive coordinator just coached 2 safeties that were really, really good. I mean, hyper productive. And I think there's a few different positions in this Alabama defense. Caleb Downs, especially under the new defensive coordinator, he could absolutely eat in. And I'm excited about that. I think it's as good of a pitch as you could possibly levy, given the fact that Saban's no longer there, T-Rob's no longer there. But I think Bama has retained some leaders thus far that you have got to be so excited about. Seeing Tyler Booker put that post out there, I mean, that's huge. Talking about how I camped, because for those of you that know the story of Tyler Booker, he camped at Alabama's camp when, Kyle, do you know how old he was? But there's the picture of him next to Saban when he was a child.
Yes.
And so
I saw that.
For a guy like him, right, that has looked up to Saban and has that moment when he was a child to say, hey, changing landscape, but I'm here to continue the mission he started.
Mm-hmm. No.
I mean, come on, guys. That's already a leader on your team, and that's his take. Stuff like that's big, right? Stuff like that, it's all you could ask for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that as well. It was I don't even know where I saw it. I think I saw it on Instagram, just like wildly scrolling, and I was like, is that Tyler Booker? It looked like he was like 8 years old or something like that.
Real young. That was an awesome post.
And look, a lot of people were like, don't talk, prove it on the field. He did prove it on the field. The guy's only a sophomore. I can't even believe how well-spoken and polished he is and how articulate he is as a young man. I'm really proud of him, to be honest, because he handled this season with a lot of class. There was a lot of people that were, like when the offensive line wasn't performing at its highest ability, people will call him out personally. He did a lot of interviews. I'm sure you guys have all seen him, and people would be like, don't talk, do the work. And he never, ever stooped down to like a trolls level. You know what? Even after the national title game, more than I think about it, I appreciate the comments, Chris. He said, he was like, he went up and he hugged Michigan. He was like, you guys get it done. And after I interviewed him literally in the halls of the Rose Bowl. And yeah, those guys are hurting. They wanted to win. It's not like they didn't care. Like he was just like, he was focused in. He finished out his interview. He was very respectful. And yeah, I'm sure he hurts. I'm sure he's pissed off, that they didn't get it done. But he's only a sophomore, and I think he sees the bigger picture. And I love the quote on Yay, Alabama, where he said, what is going to define me is how I'm a leader during this transitional period. That was amazing. Like the emotional intelligence that that young man has at that age to understand that this is bigger than him and that this team needs leaders to be able to get behind and continue to pave the way in the changing of the guards is really commendable. So Tyler Booker, I'm a huge fan of you. If you've seen this, and do your thing, like not only on the field but in life, like be a leader and continue to carry yourself with class. People see it, people respect it, and positivity always wins on the top end. Adam is asking straight up. He's like, "Are we? Is down staying?" Right? Like that's Adam's one of our great fan
The $1 million
funders.
question.
Yeah, and super chatters as well. And that is the $1 million question. Yeah, is so that's kind of what we're tracking today. And Ty and I are just chopping it up about kind of the headlines of today that we are tracking. I just saw this come into play. Do you see like Talia Tungavailoa has been denied his final year of eligibility, and
Now he's going to the draft.
he's going to the draft? What you think?
I saw
I mean,
that.
so hey Larry, welcome on into the club, man. Thanks for being a fan funder. We really appreciate you. Thanks for being here and thanks for supporting the channel. So Talia, long story short, as you know, brother of Tua Tungavailoa, was here at Alabama. Transferred out when Coach Loxley took the head coaching position at Maryland. I think Coach Locks had been there for a year, and then Talia went to Maryland. So Talia did his thing at Maryland the best that he could. Was trying to be, thought about he was going to hit the transfer portal because I think he had one more year, and then he's been denied. So that would have been his 6th year. So now he's going to the NFL. I mean, I don't know where Talia falls in the NFL draft.
I don't either. And someone, I think it was Jimmy in chat, he said that's trash, let him play or something to that effect. And look, whenever you look around college football, there are quarterbacks, there are players in college football that are coming back for another year. And I'm genuinely looking around like, what is happening? You've been around since I was in middle school. Like, how are we still here? But listen, whenever it goes towards Talia and them, I had a lot of fun watching Maryland's offense. I had a lot of fun watching Maryland over the previous few years. That was a team a few years ago I was talking about. They were doing some interesting things in recruiting. I mean, he's a fun quarterback, man. Like, he really is. I'm excited to see where he goes in the NFL draft, but I would have really liked to see him get another year to just keep playing in college football. But that was, I don't know why they would deny his, but we have other players out there that are like on their 7th year. And it's like, okay. I don't know.
Yeah, what? Well, yeah, that's a really good point. And Kerry Cox, what's up? See you inside the comment box. A lot of people talking about, have at least thrown out the name, haha, Clinton Dix. I don't know. I think it makes good sense from like a PR standpoint in terms of like winning over the locker room. Plus, he's very capable. This young man has been played in the league, played here at Alabama. A lot of players really like him. He kind of has that another like gravitational personality in the sense that players like him. He's here. And but I don't know if he's a serious candidate for the DB spot. At some point, he has to be a DB's coach. I mean, he worked hand in hand. Guess who his mentor was? So Coach Saban was really the corners coach, but guess who was right behind him? Haha, Clinton Dix. That's enough credibility to be like, I think he's ready for it. I mean, he's probably watched the GOAT hours and hours and hours, been right in his hot picket. No. There's no audio issue. I don't think it's the people in the chat are saying that they don't have audio basically. So I think we're good on that. Carl Scott, who used to coach here at the University of Alabama, I really liked his game. And a lot of people before he left the NFL felt that because I think he went from here to the Vikings. And then I think he went from the Vikings to the Seahawks, right? And before he left, a lot of people were like, man, give him a shot at the DC spot. And not maybe it just, things don't have, it's all about timing. That's why it's careful not to burn bridges for in any shape or form because circles are so tight, specifically at coaching. I mean, these coaches all know each other and circles are tight. So that's kind of how it is. All right, Bama for Life became a fan funder. Appreciate you as well becoming a fan funder. Hit the hyperlink to become a fan funder of this YouTube channel. Only $2.99 per month, or as low as $2.99. There's different levels up in there. We appreciate you guys. Also appreciate the super chats like this from Denzel Witherspoon for DB coach. Will be sick. Yeah, like I'm telling you, Clinton Dix would be a great pick for DB coach. I don't know if he's seriously being considered, but he's right here, and I mean that would make sense to me. Ty, when we look to, I was talking with Coach Sean about this earlier about this damn transfer portal and how Alabama is basically like sitting ducks because everybody could come in and poach Alabama, but Alabama can't go back. Like I think Alabama could. Where can they recruit from basically right now? Arizona, Washington.
Any team that's lost a coach and has a 30-day window
Right.
opened
So
up, or anybody that's already in the transfer portal that hasn't already committed.
thank you. So that's a pretty unfair advantage for Alabama right now. And I think what's happening with that, and I want to get your take on that, is like the NCAA is in such a reactive mode because I don't think they thought about all of these parameters that are happening. By the way, if you're just joining us, Kane Wamick is the new defensive coordinator. Yes, that is how it's pronounced, Kane Wamick. Ty, your take.
So I have a little bit of a theory on this, right? And 1 second, coming down with a little. So I have a little bit of a theory on this, and my theory is, and this goes back to years ago. The NCAA is terrified to act in any meaningful capacity on anything right now, whether that be transfer portal, whether that be NIL. They won't take a principled stance. They're sitting on the fence. And the reason is it dates back to a Supreme Court case, NCAA versus Alston, in which Justice Kavanaugh basically painted a target on the back of the NCAA. They were there for a small detail, and he essentially blew the doors off the NCAA and cited their antitrust law structure. And I'm not going to get the quote right, but effectively he was saying you can't operate a business that operates under the premise that you don't have to pay your workers a fair wage under the guise that you don't have to pay your workers a fair wage. Basically, the Supreme Court said in no other capacity and no other industry could you get away with what you're doing, and your entire antitrust law structure is unconstitutional. But that's not what they were there for, right? And to me, I'm no lawyer, but I always thought I would end up at law school, and then 2020 happened. To me, it seemed like Kavanaugh and the Supreme Court were begging people open up a blanket antitrust lawsuit against the NCAA with their pay structure or lack thereof, and take it up the court system. And we would be interested in hearing it because Kavanaugh went a little bit scorched earth, like a little bit out of left field too. Kyle, do you know what's so interesting about that? What do you think happened 10 days after Kavanaugh went scorched earth on the NCAA? What do you think happened 10 days later?
Fill me in.
NIL all of a sudden became a thing. 10 days later. The problem is the NCAA put no parameters around NIL. There were some states out there looking at you, Florida, looking at you, Alabama, that had foresight. And at the point where these states thought name, image, and likeness will be coming here soon, we just don't know when, states started to self-legislate what laws they would allow for NIL. The problem is that when the NCAA allowed NIL, they put no parameters on it. So the first year of NIL, like Florida, for instance, they were at a distinct disadvantage as opposed to most of college football. Alabama was another state that was at a distinct disadvantage because the state legislatures had written in laws that were overly restrictive as compared to what the NCAA would do. So there were states out there that really everybody had access to NIL, but some states who were trying to get ahead of the curve actually ended up handcuffing themselves. And states that just kind of said, we're going to stay and wait, they were really ahead. So ever since then, I've been operating under this theory, right? And once again, this is just my opinion. I'm operating under this theory that the NCAA is fence sitting because they are terrified that the second they make a stand on anything, someone's going to open up a lawsuit, and that's going to be real bad news. The way that Kavanaugh was talking the last time they sat in front of those justices, it's not going to go well. I promise it's not going to go well. It feels to me, Kyle, like the NCAA, like this is obviously a problem. And not just speaking for Alabama. Let's pretend Saban was still here and DeBoer goes somewhere and Fish goes. Those rosters can be absolutely cannibalized.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing people can do about it right now because the transfer portal window closed just a bit ago. Now, this isn't new. Other coaches have left. Remember, Lincoln Riley just left in the middle of the night for USC, citing that he couldn't recruit in Norman and he needed to go out west. Meanwhile, Brent Venables is bringing in better classes than Lincoln Riley ever did. I digress there. That happened in December. So the transfer portal window was still active. Whenever he left, they could still get busy, and Brent Venables hit the ground running at Oklahoma, but that helped. The timing of when Saban retired allowed for Alabama's roster to be absolutely poached, and I blame the NCAA because they won't do anything because they're scared. They are terrified and they're incompetent, and that's a terrible duo, to be scared and incompetent.
Yeah.
That's not a good duo.
Yeah. The timing of it. I mean, it was clearly on Saban, on his timing, and he thinks about everything. But I wonder, is like, I mean, he knows the rules and the parameters and what was going to happen, and it's happening. And you see that, a lot of people are now going after Alabama's prospects, and the most notable one that we're going to be talking about for years. And what's up, Tim? I appreciate you becoming a fan funder. Same thing with Steven, what's up? We see you becoming a fan funder. Same thing with Alberto. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Hit the hyperlink if you want to become a fan funder. We really appreciate you guys. The most notable one is clearly Isaiah Bond, right? I mean, literally the transfer portal opens and he saw it as an opportune time to, seek out an option, and he got absolutely paid. I still cannot believe that $700,000 in a Lambo is the going rate for somebody like him. Not about his playing style. It's just like that's where we're at. I mean, Matt Rule for the Nebraska said that he's the head football coach in Nebraska. Said a good quarterback in the portal is costing you $2 million. So, man, it is wild, and you got to think that's why it's amazing to think about a quarterback like Ty Simpson coming back to Alabama, because I guarantee you, if he would put his name in the transfer portal right now, considering the fact that all other transfer portal windows are closed and people know about his abilities, Ty could get paid right now, major money, right?
Yeah.
A lot of, I mean, the same thing with you could say it with Julian. I don't know, Julian Saint just signed. Same thing with Dale Lonergan. All these players, it's really amazing to see. The reason I say it's an advantage is because disadvantage for Alabama is they can't, if these guys exit out, like Alabama can't just reach in. That's why we're talking about Jabbar Muhammad coming in potentially, because he is in the transfer portal because Washington's coach just left as well.
Yeah, 100%. And here we go. Asked earlier if I liked an independent hamburger. Yes, I do. Here we go. That's a great place. But there's a lot going on, man. And once again, I just absolutely blame the NCAA. It infuriates me to think about everything they don't do. I mean, a lot of things could be so much better the way they are. I am a proponent of name, image, and likeness, right? It's something that, in my opinion, should have been in the game a long time ago. And Kyle, just to give you a little thing, like, what didn't make any sense to me is in college, I competed at my university's moot court team, right? So University of North Texas, they would send me to Northwestern, they would send me to U Chicago, Ohio State, wherever, but they'd put me up in a hotel, pay for all of my food, pay for all my travel expenses. But then if I came back, I could then go tutor the local high school, right? If they wanted to do speech or debate stuff, I could go tutor them and help out with the coaches and get paid.
Mm-hmm.
It never made any sense to me that I was on a team like Moot Court and I was allowed to profit off of basically my name, image, and likeness, because the Moot Court team I was on was very good. I ended up placing top 10 in the nation. So like I could go around and these high schools could pay me to come in there. I could profit off of my name, image, and likeness that I had gained through my university, but I had friends who would come over every Sunday to watch NFL football who were on the football team at UNT. And they couldn't go host a camp at the time and charge for it because that was against the rules. Like, that makes absolutely no sense. That makes absolutely no sense that the university is paying for everything for me, but I can profit off of my name, image, and likeness whenever a lot of where I'm gaining it from is off the back of the university, but they couldn't. The problem is the NCAA, they just sit on their hands. They didn't think about doing name, image, and likeness. They did it because they were scared.
Mm-hmm.
there's no thought put into this. This is a idea that needed to happen, and they just thoughtlessly put it out there like a wisp. It's just uninspiring. The NCAA is.
Hey, Ty, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back here in a few minutes, man. You good with that?
Absolutely, man.
All right, man. Ty Hayes is Find the Plan. I'll be right back, fam.
So as y'all can tell, the NCAA absolutely drives me up a wall. They have for a long time. But that's neither here nor there. There's nothing we're going to be able to do to change that. Chat, hop down in there. Let me know how y'all are doing today. Let me know the big questions you have, both about the staff, its current capacity. Who would you like to see a defensive backs coach? Danny joining a new membership. Thank you very much, Danny. That means a ton. Kyle does a great job over here, and you guys signing up allows him to keep doing what he is doing at the rate he's doing it. And I said this the other day, usually quantity of content and quality of content, they don't necessarily mix. But if you were to draw a Venn diagram, Kyle's channel is in the intersection of that Venn diagram where it's quantity and quality. Always doing this. Kim says, listening in algebra class as we speak, you're better than me. Ben Adkins says, Burton, Bond. They're both very talented. Isaiah Bond's a very talented wide receiver. Look, I would have loved for him to stay at Alabama. I would love for him to catch passes from Alabama's quarterback, Jalen Milroe, and in this offense. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just going to wish him well and move on. Bama's got very talented wide receivers as well, like a Kendrick Law. And to me, the story is less about Isaiah Bond leaving. Wish him well. Hope he finds what he's looking for at Texas. That's all I can really say. Life is a journey, and I hope you find your destination. But what I will say is that the flip side of that, and the conversation I'd much more like to have, who are the guys that are going to step up? And I mean, that's a fun conversation to have now. You're talking Jalen Hale. You're talking Kendrick Law, you're talking Cole Adams, any of these young guys, Rico Scott, all of that. I mean, that's the conversation we need to have, ladies and gentlemen, not the other one. The conversation we need to have is which one of these young, talented wide receivers is about to absolutely feast in this offense in place. That's the conversation we need to have. No ill will, no hard feelings, nothing, right? Do what's best for you, but to the people who are on the roster, very excited to see them feast in this offense. It's going to be a lot of fun. Conrad says, Ty, Carl Scott, defensive backs coach. That would be awesome, man. That would be awesome. I would love for Carl Scott to be the defensive backs coach. I mean, that would just be huge. What he did last time in coaching capacity for Alabama, what he can do on the recruiting trail, unbelievable. Neo, thank you for the membership as well. I think I'd missed you right before. Someone asked about Pruitt. Yeah. Someone asked about Pruitt. Randall says, any updates on staff or downs? Been a while. I don't think we have anything new on either of those fronts. I will check right now as I'm talking about Pruitt. Let me know if you're the person who asked about Pruitt, because this is a conversation that we need to have. No doubt about it. Whenever we look at Jeremy Pruitt, as much as I'd love to have him on staff, because you look at the defenses he led at Alabama, my goodness. Absolutely ace defenses. Denzel with the $2 saying, ha ha, Clinton Dix with the DB coach. We'll talk about him. No doubt about that. I'll talk about him right after Pruitt. Let me make a note about that. But you look at Pruitt, the interesting thing with Pruitt, and the thing that is the big holdup, is right now whoever hires him, they're going to be subject to a year-long suspension. So you're not going to hire him as, say, defensive coordinator, because you're not going to pay a defensive coordinator to not be there. You'd bring him in as an analyst, right? That way you pay him very minimally. He can sit out. It's not an impact to your staff. The hard part is, even during that year-long suspension, then you have to give reason as to why you are exempt or you should not receive the penalties that come with Pruitt and the show clause. So it's almost a double-edged sword, because for the first year, you're going to be paying somebody to do nothing, and then he's got a 6-year show clause on top of that. And so that's the tricky part, right? That's the really tricky part. makes it very difficult to try and do anything with him there. Nicole, thank you for becoming a member over here, supporting what Kyle does here on the channel. He gives me a platform to ramble and rant, and I appreciate that more than he knows. I appreciate that far more than he knows. I saw another question in here I want to hit. If you have any questions, drop them down there. Randy says, Ty, what does Alabama need to say to convince the players that there is value at playing for Alabama now that Saban is gone? Well, it's kind of one of the things that people have been using against Alabama, Randy. For a while, one of the pitches that other coaches have levied against Alabama is don't join something already made, go be a part of something that can be created. Well, Alabama's is a little bit different because once again, we talk about the Venn diagram, right? And that Venn diagram, Alabama is now in a position where they are made. DeBoer inherits the best situation you could ever ask for, but now you do have to take what's made and make it yours. And that's going to be a pitch levied to these guys. It's exactly what Tyler Booker said, saying that now the thing he could do to cement himself as an Alabama legend is to see this transition through and to make sure that that culture happens. Robert with the $2 says, Corey Baton, DB coach, very good. Check him out. I'll definitely will. And speaking of, need to get back to haha for Denzel. My bad about that, Denzel. I have a little bit of a squirrel brain, but I did make note of it here, so I wasn't going to completely forget you. But you can ask my wife, and I have the memory of a goldfish. Clinton Dix has the NFL experience. He's played college football, and one of the things I talk about all of the time, imagine being a high school athlete. Put yourself in their shoes. Your family's sitting in the living room with you. You're sitting there and you have a college coach coming to talk to you. You're a defensive back even. And in through that door walks HaHa. You get to sit down and talk with somebody that you know played in the NFL. You know he succeeded at the college level. And he's telling you, hey, I was just coaching under Nick Saban. I was just working under Nick Saban. He was coaching me up. He coached me up as an athlete. Then he coached me up as a coach. And now I know what it takes. I have been where you are. I have been you. I have sat in the living room with recruiters and had this conversation levied upon myself and my family. I know how to make the transition from high school to college, from college to the NFL. And I did it in this very building. That's a tough pitch to say no to. I mean, let's be honest. If you're a defensive back looking to go to the college ranks, and in walks a defensive back that played in an elite level at the college level, played for years in the NFL, and he's telling you, no, I know what it's like to be you. I was you at one point. But I also know what it takes to get from where you're currently sitting on your couch to succeeding at the University of Alabama and then succeeding in the NFL. And by extension, because I'm sitting here, succeeding in life. Right? So I think that's awesome. I think that's awesome. I think he would be a great name. But I don't really know much about Corey, Robert. I'll have to check him out. I'll definitely have to check him out. DeBoer is the next old lion as well. Hey, I'm not going to put that weight on anybody's shoulders, but I will say this. Patrick. If you're replacing Saban, getting a guy that was just in the college football playoffs, getting a guy that took a 4-8 program and went 11-2, like he can coach. That's about as good as you're going to do. Love that. Love that. Joe says, I like HaHa as DB's coach. I'd love that, man. I think Carl Scott would be a great one. HaHa, right? I don't think you could go wrong with either. And Jarvis, 100%. As we kind of look at the headlines today, I'm going to go check to see if there's anything new. If anything new has hit my phone. Luckily, I don't think we have too much. But the biggest surprise for me has got to be Trey Amos. It's got to be Trey Amos. I did not see him hitting the transfer portal. Out of all the players that were going to leave, out of all the possibilities, that was the last one I saw. Yeah, Taylor, you're good to go. I'll make sure Ted doesn't have a power outage happen to us again. We'll revolt. Me and everybody in chat, we will create a revolution. $5 from Denzel. Denzel, thank you so much, my man. You have been awesome the previous few days, being in this chat, interacting. If you're not in a position to financially support guys, your interaction in terms of likes, in terms of comments, that's a lot, man. I mean, that is a lot. I love whenever I get to hop in here and we can have these interactive streams. It's unbelievable. It's a lot of fun. Denzel with the $5. He says, you think Milroe gets to start with the upcoming quarterback competition? And what do you think happens if he gets beat out? I would listen, he played last year. And the thing I will say is he improved. But Grubb had never worked with a quarterback like Jalen Milroe. Look at the quarterbacks Grubb had worked with. I'm so sorry. Tommy Reese. I'm already getting the Tommy Reese had never worked with a quarterback like Jalen Milroe. Okay. He'd never done that. Grubb is far more seasoned. DeBoer has been a quarterback coach himself. So now you're talking about two offensive minds that can work with Jalen Milroe. And I saw improvement from where he was under Bill O'Brien to where he was under Tommy Reese. It took during the season with Reese because I think Reese also had to learn about Jalen Milroe. But when I look at Grubb, when I look at DeBoer, they might be able to do something. Oh, man, they could do something really fun with this offense with a Jalen Milroe. Ty Simpson, very talented. I know people are asking about him. He's a really talented guy. I love the fact that even before, whenever there were rumors of him transferring out, he doubled down and he's like, nah, I'm staying. Like, that's the type of attitude, man, that you need. That's what you need. That's someone who's embracing competition. That's someone who's embracing the grind when he has probably all too many options. That's awesome. I got a lot of respect, man, for Ty Simpson. The way he's handled the offseason, the way he's only said more like 10 toes down. Like, no, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here for the quarterback competition. I'm here for the team. Like, you love it, right? You love to see it. And then Julian Sayin. I don't think I need to talk too much about him. I mean, number one quarterback in the nation, Elite 11 MVP, absolute baller on the football field. Absolute baller on the football field. Tino asked me my percentage on down. Tino, I'm not even going to answer that because I'm not just a little stitious right now. I'm superstitious right now. As I get off my first bad joke of the day. Once again, feel free to throw tomatoes. They're free. Tony says, what about Chuck Morrell as defensive backs coach, Ty? So I've talked about this, Tony, not extensively, but I think it's a conversation we need to have. Let's unpack this a little bit. Washington's defense was bad. Full stop. But if you want to really dive into the weeds, it wasn't the pass defense that was terrible. In fact, that was what they really hung their hat on. Their rush defense was abysmal. They couldn't stop the run. They couldn't stop a Leaky Faucet. But they weren't awful against the pass. And I even said this the other day when I forget who it was on. And maybe we were even off air. Maybe it was me talking to the coaches and we were just sitting in here kicking it. And I was saying, if you can't stop the run and you have to constantly pull resources to try and stop that, of course that's going to affect how effective you are against the pass because you're not balanced. You never had a chance. To quote the Fast and Furious, you never had me, you never had your car, right? Like it's just not going to happen. But the secondary was the one bright spot of that university. Yeah, I see the tomatoes coming in, and that's fair. Oh, some apples this time. That fair. That wouldn't be my first choice, Tony. That wouldn't be my first choice. I like Carl Scott. I like Ha. I don't know much about Corey, so I can't really speak to that. But what I will say is if he is the guy, I know a lot of people are going to just say that Washington defense was bad, and it was. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it was a good defense. I'm not going to lie to you. But they were terrible against the run. And the only thing they did, at least well, was in their pass sets. That's the only thing they did at any level that was like worth anything. Careful. Thomas says, careful with that math. That's what I was thinking, Thomas. I was good with the tomatoes. I feel like I'm bobbing and weaving up here with the apples. Tim says, Muhammad coming to Bama. This is going to be an interesting battle to watch, ladies and gentlemen. I've talked about this a few times. Janet, thank you so much for the $49.99. Your support these few days have been unbelievable. Absolutely incredible. She says, great reporting, Ty. All of the players who have stayed loyal to their guys and teams have earned my utmost respect. Yeah, this is a tough time. This is a tough time for the players, and you got to love the guys that have acknowledged they're staying 10 toes down. That's going to create a lot of leadership. That's going to create a lot of bright lines in the locker room as to who the leaders are. And yeah, that's a great thing for this team, right? That's a great thing for this team. Speaking about Muhammad and Alabama, Tony, it's all good, Tony, but I appreciate the transition from apples to tomatoes. I appreciate that. The tomatoes are free game. The apples, I got to work on my bobbing and weaving, man. Denzel with the $2. He says, what's the scoop on Ryan Williams? So we'll get to the scoop on Ryan Williams, and then I'll double back to Jabbar Muhammad, because that's an interesting conversation. Ryan Williams, ladies and gentlemen, is he, won't he? We don't know. Here's what we do know, though. If you were a wide receiver, remember that pitch I just gave you? If you were a defensive back and Ha walked into your living room, how compelling that recruiting pitch would be for him to sit there? Well, if you're a wide receiver and you've been plugged up at all in college football to the previous 2 years, and you watch that Washington offense, how are you going to say no to Grubb, Shepard, and DeBoer? Their wide receivers got busy up there, and it wasn't just a Dunze. I know he was the best, but it was not just him. It wasn't. You go back and look, the way they featured that offense, the creativity, the way they would utilize pre-snap motion to get advantageous matchups. If you're a wide receiver, why wouldn't you want to come and play for that? Why wouldn't you? And for Ryan Williams, you were committed when Tommy Rees was the offensive coordinator. No disrespect to Tommy Rees. I think you did a fine job for the Crimson Tide, no doubt about it. I just think that you were also learning at your craft. I think he's going to have a bright future. Really excited to see where Tommy Rees ends up. But Grubb's put together 2 top 15 offenses back-to-back. DeBoer and Grubb inherited an offense at Washington that was ranked number 108 in the nation in scoring offense and turned it into a top 15 unit in less than 12 months. That's awesome. That's why I've been saying I'm not worried about the offensive side. The offense, to me, set, right? Set. If you're Ryan Williams, he popped up for a visit. I feel really good that he's at least listening, right? That's all you can ask for, ladies and gentlemen. He's got a long-standing, pre-existing relationship with not only Nick Saban, but with T-Rob and with Wiggins. And now none of them are there. Now none of them are there. The fact that Ryan Williams is the player everybody wants, and he's already coming back when 3 of the most major factors in his recruitment aren't there, being Saban, Wiggins, and T-Rob, that shows you he loves the Bama brand. That shows you he loves the Bama standard, the Bama culture, right? That's what that is. He's interested in what this new coaching staff has to say, and it seems like he and Mbakwe are close. I'm not here to say how close they are, but just the dynamic every time I see one talking about the other. Mbakwe seems hell-bent on keeping Ryan Williams a part of this class. So it's a possibility. He's giving Alabama the time of day, and that's all you can ask for. He's giving Alabama the time of day. That's all you can ask for. Now, talking about Jabbar Muhammad, I've said this the past few days, and I had to eat a little bit of crow this morning, right? I had to eat a little bit of crow this morning. Yesterday, whenever I was asked about Jabbar Muhammad, I was of the assumption that Texas was the team to watch. Why? His cousin is Manny Muhammad, who's going to be a starting cornerback for Texas, a guy that Alabama was after. Very talented, by the way. He's from DeSoto, Texas. And I don't know that this has any bearing at all, but the Texas defensive coordinator, PK, came from Washington. No, I don't think there was any intersection between them. I don't know that PK was a recruiter. And to be 100% honest with you, I didn't even look at the timelines off the top of my head to see. But just saying, he's got a familiarity with the program, and that could help. But then we fast forward to today. And there's reports that Jabbar Muhammad has Alabama in his top 3, or he would put them in his top 3, and hopefully they can get him out for a visit. And there's no doubt that Kalen DeBoer has a leg up in terms of being able to say, hey, we have the familiarity. We just worked together. We just rocked together. That will help. So it's going to be interesting. Jimmy says, Ty, talk about Austin Max for 5 seconds, please. So before I pass it to you, Kyle, I can do this take in 15 seconds. Whenever the season was about to begin, Josh Pate was talking. Y'all know I think Josh Pate is just like the standard, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was saying, hey, there's a lot of chatter around the Washington quarterback room. He was telling this story, and in this story, someone was like, hey, there's a lot of chatter around the Washington quarterback room. And Josh said something to the effect of, yeah, Michael Penix is there. Why wouldn't there be? And whoever he was talking to said, not about Penix. They got a freshman out there that they are blown away with in Austin Mack. Now, obviously, he wasn't going to start above Penix, but they were, from everything I was hearing, they were really encouraged about young quarterback Mack and what he may be able to develop into. So, yeah, no, that's certainly a name to watch. Whether he comes to Bama or not, I don't know, but just a name to watch if you're a college football fan and intrigued to see where a talented player may go.
Did you take care of some of these super chats too? Like, man, look at you blowing up on here. 50.
Yeah, no, I gave shouts out. I did, speeches.
Yeah.
King Mario, I believe it was 64.5%, but let me double check. I'd hate to lead you astray there.
And then Denzel again, scoop on Ryan Williams. I'm sure you talked about that a bit. Cool.
Yeah, we hit that.
Because he was in town last night.
Yep, huge.
Tuscaloosa. Yeah. That's what's up. Yeah. I mean, look, I didn't see this one. I think usually Bailey and Sean can chase down the social media stuff. Can we chase down this to see if they or Ty, if you see that? Is Carl Scott really interviewing for LSU?
I've heard that from several different places.
Now, what we know is true is that Bo Davis is going to LSU, which I think is huge.
Yeah, and when I say I've heard that, a member of the channel really helps. And Money Main saying, Ty, y'all are like the Justice League of Bama football coverage. We're like the Avengers over here. You know what I mean? Doing what we can. Jason Dill with the 199. Thank you for all the support, guys. This is unreal.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, man. When I say I've heard it from several different places, I don't mean anywhere legit. Right? I haven't seen it from anywhere legit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's not. Yeah. I was about to say, I've only seen it on Twitter from accounts that I went and looked at, and I was like, I'm not putting any stock into this. Because I was going to say, if he's interviewing just for a DB coach, well, come on down, right? Like, if you're just interviewing for a DB coach, come coach DBs at Alabama. Like, I can solve that one real quick. Don't go to LSU. Come coach DBs at Alabama, and we can get rocking and rolling. So I haven't seen it from anywhere official. X saying he's not. If we find anything contrary that
I haven't seen it out there either.
Yeah,
I mean, the only reason his name has kind of been thrown up there is the fact that everything going on with Seattle, with Pete Carroll leaving, and that Alabama, I think, was maybe had him as a possibility to be a DC. He's been here before, and people really liked him from especially like recruiting. He killed it recruiting here, 1,000,000%. And that's when I was back with Bone, and Bone, has all those contacts recruiting wise, and it looks like Caleb Downs has been named to the freshman All-American team. No surprise. He's the best freshman in the country. But yeah, Carl Scott, definitely a name to watch. And I would love him to be back here as kind of like a co-DC and the DB coach. I think then you get like super excited about overall the staff, which I already feel really good about. I want to see, we need to figure out who the inside linebackers are going to be. We need to figure out where Freddie Roach is going to coach on the ball. We need to figure out the DB coach and the special teams coach. And sometimes they put like a Nick Sheridan. Sometimes when you have a tight end coach, they also work with special teams. I don't know if that's a particular case here, but that is what Joel Cox did here at Alabama. And as you see, you do retain a couple coaches within this staff. So Ty, I just wanted to come. I appreciate you filling in for this this last 30 minutes hour. What you've been on here, man. What's I guess if you want to like pop back on here in a little while, that's cool. I mean, I know the back end is you're at home and stuff like that, but man, feel free to jump back on, man. We'd love to have you back.
Before I go, I'd like to get your take on one thing, right? Because
Yeah.
I think I have a feeling I know where it's going to go, but there's been a move that Bama made, Kyle, that I don't think is getting the press it deserves in terms of how big it is.
Okay.
So I want to hear from you because
Sure.
your boots on the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, you're as good of a source as any of us could hope to have for Alabama football.
Mhm.
How big is it that Jeff Allen is retained?
Oh, he's like a staple here. I mean, he might not get like a full statue or something like that. But he might get like a bronze pair of like athletic scissors that are like put in that like people touch for like good luck or something like that. Or
Love it.
because first of all, he's an incredible person. He is Alabama football. He's been here since the ground. He's part of the foundation. When you build a house, you start with the foundation, you go all the way up. He's part of the foundation. And it's been really amazing to see him develop in terms of the Sports and Science Center, because the Sports and Science Center is a part of Mal Moore. And they built this Sports and Science Center to basically help facilitate these injuries that these athletes get in. And they're able to get these athletes up to speed at a really incredible rate. Think about this. This past year, Alabama, thank goodness, was a pretty healthy team. They didn't have many injuries. Like in the past, there's always been and there's always going to be injuries. It's a game of war, right? It's big dudes flying around. But what they've been able to add at that Sports and Science Center, they've been able to really expedite the healing process of these athletes with incredible technology that they have. So not only has Jeff Allen kind of been at the forefront of that, but he's back there getting these guys healthy, providing the treatment. Really awesome dude. Tuscaloosa loves him. And that Sports and Science Center is unbelievable. So I don't know how many years Allen has towards like retirement or whatever. And I mean, look, he's a young guy. But he's incredible. And I think that's marquee. Same thing with Jeff Ballou. And Jeff Ballou is the strength coach. And he is connected to Coach Kalen DeBoer because they used to Kane Womack as well, because they were all at Indiana together.
Yep.
So that's pretty cool.
Love that.
And I think Dr. Matt Ray was part of that as well. Dr. Matt Ray was like kind of the evil scientist with the numbers and the statistics and kind of like the speed guru. But then he left. And actually, those guys were Indiana.
IMG.
Were they,
So people worried about pipelines. They worked at IMG for a bit.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah.
And then came to Bama. So
Jahad Campbell had a post about them the other day or months ago, talking about how he had the connection to them and how they were the best and they were at IMG. So yeah, it's deep.
Yeah, and Jarvis, we talked about that at the beginning of the hour with Talia. Is for 7 years. Damn, 7 years in college. You better be working on close to what? Your PhD, man. That 7 years.
He's writing his dissertation. Give him time.
Man, 7 years. Better be that's a long time to be in school.
That's a long time, man. All right, Kyle, I'll let you open up the phone lines, man.
Yeah, all right. Appreciate you, man. Thanks, Ty. Do a great job, man.
All right. Appreciate y'all. I'll catch y'all soon.
Yeah, catch y'all in a little bit. Ty Hayes coming with it. Appreciate him. He's really good. I like how articulate he is. And the great thing about him, I didn't even know this about Ty when I started rapping with him, is the fact that he has like a legal background. So inside the chat, he does such a great job with being able to play kind of both sides of the fiddle. What's up, Nicholas? I see you inside the comment box. He's good. I like him to guest host. He's guest host before here on the show, and I think that's what we wanted to continue to have. He's smart. The dude is like, he's super intelligent, really good personality, and like him to be a part of the crew as well. So having all those elements is great, and we appreciate the super chats. And if you want to become a fan funder on the YouTube channel to help to continue, and literally that's how I feed Ty, I feed Sean in terms of like what I mean by feed, pay for their work, and they should be paid for their work. So a good way to do that is to help the overall business model. Hit the hyperlink up top, and you can become a fan funder of this YouTube channel. You can, of course, super chat, and a thumbs up goes a long way. And if you're interested to take it another direction, you can also be a sponsor of one of our hours on our show, right? Want to sponsor, have your company logo at the bottom, hyperlink. I can do readouts, for example. Yo, what's going on? You're on the Subway Fresh call-in line with Kyle Henderson, who I'm on the line with, and where you're calling in from. We can do different things and be creative with it. So if you want to be a sponsor, hit me up on email, Bama Football on YouTube at Gmail. That is Bama Football on YouTube at Gmail. Appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to open up the phone lines again, and I definitely want to get your calls. So give me 1 minute, and I'll be right back as I crank up the phone line. I want to get your host. I want to get your calls coming up next. I saw Reek got to me in my brain. I want to take your calls next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Be back in 1 minute. Yo. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys being here with me today. We have been streaming now for 5 consecutive hours. The stream is not over. The stream never ends. That's it. That's our slogan. The stream never ends. And sometimes you might roll through and you might see, because I mean, life happens. There might just be, we've kind of exhausted like wherever we're at within like that point in time, but news always happens. So one thing I want you to get used to is back as news happens. So if you don't see me online, you're going to see a logo like this, and I'm not going anywhere right now, and I will inform you guys because I'm going to do, I'm having you guys hit the call line. We already got 5 calls on. You will see basically this graphic, and I might put some audio in the background, but I might not. But anyways, treat it like a live chat, and basically I will pop back on like this when news happens. So like there was, let's say, we're kind of chilling. I go out for lunch. I go to Wingstop. And then boom, news happens. Back. So just get comfortable with that kind of idea as we kind of navigate this new world of streaming right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you also liking the videos. So when you see like a naturally uploaded video, one of the things that you could do for me is just hit that like button as fast as possible, and that would be really great. Horns, what's up, man? Love what you do, Kyle. Appreciate it. Yeah. Chris from New Jersey, man. Silver lining of Saban retiring is the channel is blowing up. Yeah, and we've always been ready for it, at some point. I mean, I can't believe that we are now over 100,000 subscribers right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Started a Lambo dealership in Tuscaloosa. Truth be told, before I get to my calls, let's see what I have in the call queue. 205-256-256-256-334. When I was in New Mexico, try to find it. I had kind of the same business, but I would cover New Mexico high school football, right? And there was a dealership. Oh man, you guys are gonna love this. There was a dealership that reached out to me, and they were like, "Yo, Kyle, we love what you do, and we want to sponsor you." So I was like, "Oh, that's what's up." And, I'd worked for it, so people knew who I was in New Mexico, and same thing, it takes a long time. There's no shortcut to greatness, and people have to believe in your product, and you have to deliver on a consistent basis. So I was like, yeah, you can hit me up, and gave them my information, and they were like, well, why don't you come down to Artesia, and we got something for you. So I go down to Artesia, and this is the truck that they have for me. So this was my sponsored truck in New Mexico. And it was powered by the Tate Branch Auto Group. And it was dope. And I still have this truck. I just recently took off the wrapping. I'm going to ship it back out here to Alabama. But yeah, it was nmpreps.com. And see these logos on the side rails? I would go to every single high school. So I had to work for this. I went to every single high school, and I would talk to the coaches, talk to the players. And then before I left, I would ask them, could I have a decal to put on, a helmet decal to put on the truck? So look, what I'm saying is this channel gets out there. So if you are a part of a dealership, yo, hit me up. I'd love to represent you, with the calling line. So Lavish is it's gross. Lavish, you're getting pretty close to being kicked out, man. You better change your behavior inside. I'm just, what? We don't really ban people because sometimes what those people Lavish, sometimes what those people are crying out for is love. We talked about that before, right? Is the fact that sometimes, those people just need attention. Somebody was mean to them. Somebody bullied them. And, I'm all about mentorship and feeling good. So definitely want to make sure that everybody is taken count of and, he's getting some attention. Is probably doing a little bit for himself. On the dopamine side. So it's all good. All right. With that said, let's go to the call in line. 256. Let's do it. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Timmy. I'm in Oakland, California right now.
What's up, Timmy? I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for calling back to the show. It's good to rap with you. Glad you're being safe on the road. And welcome on to the show, man. Feel comfortable as always, man.
Thank you. I put a question out in the comments. I was asking with the Kane Womack hire, do you think that the defense could be top 10 or top 5? And if so, do you think if Downs was to stay with us, do you think he could finish top 10 in the Heisman voting?
Repeat that first question for me one more time to me. My bad.
Oh, no, you're good. Since Kane Womack was hired, do you think that he could lead this Bama defense to be in the top 10 or top 5? And if so, do you think Caleb Downs, if he was to stay with us, could he be also in the top 10 in the Heisman voting?
It'd be amazing if Kane Womack is able to step in and have a top 10 defense at Bama, top 15. And I'm not saying that because, it's hard to have a top 15 defense for sure. Latest news is we're chilling, waiting on an announcement for Caleb Downs. Thanks for joining us, Five Solos inside the comment box. He's coming in with a lot of seasoned veterans. He's coming in with 2 inside linebackers that I feel are going to be the tops in college football. And I think there could potentially be somebody added to the defensive side from the transfer portal that we're going to be really excited about. You already had Damani Jackson. You have LT Overton coming in. So you get these guys to buy in. You develop some continuity within the springtime. Everybody gets to know each other. It might not look like a top defense right away. But I think as you get going in the season, there's enough people, on this roster that could really facilitate something great. it's hard. Defense is hard in this day and age in college football. That's why I was so amazed and impressed with the job that Kevin Steele did instantaneously. And now as we learn more about it, we learned that Coach Saban was, kind of under a lot of stress because he was behind the scenes. And I think T-Rob was behind the scenes as well on the defensive side. In terms of Caleb Downs, I mean, it's hard for a defensive player to win the Heisman Trophy Award. You kind of look at the Chuck Becknard Award or some of these, the Jim Thorpe Award, I think goes to the most outstanding individual that plays in the secondary. I remember I talked to the representatives. I don't know where I was. And this was when Minka Fitzpatrick was about to win the Jim Thorpe Award. And they asked me, I was at a football game. I was up in the stand. I was up in the press box. And, I was eating like the press box food or whatever. And they were like, hey, you cover Alabama football. I'm just curious, get your thoughts on Minka Fitzpatrick. Not only was he an absolute baller, but his personality and the way that he treated people and the way that he represented himself, like everything was like perfect for that award. And I think the same thing with Caleb Downs. Not only is he an absolute baller on the field, but he carries himself very well. And I really hope that he sticks with Alabama. I don't know about the Heisman Trophy Award because sometimes if there's a player to win that award, it's kind of somebody who has a lot of interceptions, like maybe a corner. I don't even know who the last player to win the Heisman Trophy was for the defensive side of the ball. I think the last person I could think about was it Chase Young that was up there with the final four? But Caleb Downs is that guy. Like I don't want whatever happens. Georgia fans might not say that he's not good enough if he decides to stay with Bama. They're wrong. I have a clip from Kirby Smart Ready, I promise you, talking about his respect that he has for Caleb Downs. Coach Saban said the same thing. And Alabama fans, if he leaves, it's going to sting and it's going to hurt and you cannot replace him. I don't know what he's going to do, but the guy is worth it. I don't know what time he'll announce LDM. We're just kind of just chilling, just waiting. I don't even know if he will make an announcement, to be honest. That's what ESPN said yesterday, that some sort of announcement I don't even think they said announcement. I think they said decision. So, everything's been leaking out, from one way or another. But Caleb Downs is that guy. And look, if he does make an announcement or if he doesn't, I'm telling you, like he is that guy. His ability is that. I feel Isaiah Bond is good, but Caleb Downs is really that guy. I mean, he's generational, and he's everything that we talk him up to be. What else you got, Timmy?
Yeah, I was thinking. I was reading about Jim Harbaugh interviewing with the Chargers and whatnot. And I started thinking, like, if he went to the Chargers and whatever, then the Michigan transfer portal opens up. And I started reading into who their best defensive players were. And Will Johnson came into mind, the guy that defended, I think his name was, he played for Georgia and he transferred to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Pickett. I don't know his name. But I would love to see him in a Bama uniform because he's a lockdown, and I would love to see Muhammad. And it's weird because, like, Muhammad, I started watching some highlights of him, and he's really good. And I started watching some highlights on Will Johnson. Those two, I think one's a corner, one's a safety, or they're both corners, but they're both lockdown defenders.
Yeah.
And since Trey Amos is gone, I would love to see Muhammad come in, and if Jim leaves, I would like Alabama to pick up Will Johnson. So I don't think that's likely, he'll probably go to NFL or whatever, but if we can just get Muhammad and Ron Williams and Caleb stays, I think that's a big win. I'm just excited to see what Kane has to offer and what this offense can do under Kalen and Brian Grubbs, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. So if Jim Harbaugh does leave, everybody's going to be going after Michigan guys. Now, the thing is, Michigan's guys have to go into the transfer portal, to be able to be interested to go other places. And I think one of the key components of that where Alabama could really benefit is the fact that Courtney Morgan is now Alabama's GM in charge of like player personnel. And he was the same position of some sort with Michigan. So that would be amazing in terms of having that type of connection. There's so many guys, that were ballers on the defensive side for Michigan. So, I think Alabama would welcome any of those guys with open arms. As we were talking about earlier, though, with Coach Sean on the show, the guys that Alabama has recruited and that signed from the secondary, I think could be, maybe not day one starters, but I mean they could be day one ready. Meaning that you have Jalen Mbakwe, Zay Mincy, Xavier Brown, Red Morgan, Jameer Grimsley, Payne Woodyard. Like these guys coming in are ballers for sure. I just saw a crystal ball for Des Ricks at Texas A&M. Is that true? Not surprised. Des Ricks, I thought he was a ball. He's a 5-star. Every time I would talk about the secondary, people would be like, don't forget about Des Ricks, and he goes in the transfer portal. And Trey Amos, I haven't seen where he's going. But anyways, I thought he's a really good prospect on the defensive side of the ball. I didn't realize that he played in 340 snaps. What else we got, Timmy? Anything else before I move to my next caller?
Not that I know of. The only defense corner that really hurts he didn't play much, but I would say Christian Story, because I think he played against one of the FCS schools or whatever. But his first play, he had a diving interception that was out of bounds, or where he dived out of bounds, the interception. And I was looking at him, and I was like, oh, if he can play too, a limited amount of snaps each game, he would be really good. But it sucks. He's going to Kentucky, but Kentucky does need some players, and it hurts to see him go as well.
Yeah. Latest news on Caleb Downs is there is no news, and sometimes when there's no news, that's good news. I don't know if they said that he could make a decision today. I don't know if there was going to be an announcement, but we are watching it, and we will bring that to you guys. If you're just joining, like somebody's just said, Trey Amos in the portal. Yeah, Trey Amos in the portal, and we say that again because not everybody's on their phone. People work different hours. There's a lot of news to keep track of. That's why I kind of have the headlines here on the board. But yeah, Trey Amos hit the portal last night, I think at around like 9 p.m. something like that. So we're all kind of just waiting on Caleb Downs to see what's going on. And then in case you missed it too, Alabama has a new defensive coordinator, Kane Womack, who is the DC. And imagine if you didn't have your phone for like 4 days, right? And you weren't on social media or whatever, you were somewhere out of the country or something like that, and you just like turned everything on right now. You imagine that could be like a Netflix series. And like, you're just like, what? Right? Imagine if you just like woke up today. You're like, what the hell? Man, that'd be crazy. This is there's a lot of moving parts. But anyways, Timmy, I appreciate you calling in again, man. I'll catch up with you next time.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, man. Take it easy. 256 are up next. They got a 256 at 334 and 917 coming up next right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here and being part of the show today. Streaming for now 5 hours on this beautiful Tuesday, January 16th. Looks like the sun is starting to get things a little bit warmer outside. Today was crazy. You went outside, you could have ice skated across the asphalt. I appreciate you guys becoming a fan funder. Hit the hyperlink up top to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel, as low as $2.99 per month to support the channel. And super chats greatly appreciated. And of course, thumbs up goes a long, long way. All right. Let's see. New Mexico, a hotbed for high school football. Who's the best player you covered? I don't know if it's a hotbed for football, like high school talent, like every year and I think a lot has to do with like kind of the population base, but you get like 5-6 guys going Division I. I think the best guy out of New Mexico to like ever play is Brian Urlacher, right? Played at Lovington High School. Kid was, absolute beast. So there was this, I covered like Landry Jones. Remember, he went and played for Oklahoma. He won multiple state championships. Zach Gentry, who played, believe he was being recruited for Texas before ultimately going to Michigan, and then played, I think he's on the NFL roster right now. Trying to think other like guys from New Mexico. We don't send a lot of guys to the NFL, but one of the guys, I'll tell you what, his name's, if you're from Albuquerque or from New Mexico and you've been there, you'll know about the name I'm about to talk about. His name was Ronnie Daniels. So Ronnie Daniels was an elite running back. I've never seen a running back like this. And I'm telling you, he would have been a standout here in Tuscaloosa in Beaufort, Georgia. The guy would have been a phenom. Ended up going to Texas Tech. Things didn't work out for him. But yeah, I mean, that was absolutely the best running back I've ever covered for sure. I think he was like 2009, 2010. I have highlights. You could look him up, Ronnie Daniels on YouTube. It was unbelievable. All right, back to the phone lines. We got a 256 in. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Cal, this is Danny from Tuscaloosa.
What's up, Danny? I appreciate you, man. Danny, it was freezing this morning, right?
Man, look, I just went outside to go to my car, and man, it's so fucking cold outside. I said,
I know.
I'm taking my ass back inside.
I know. Look at me. I think this is the first show. Not to be like it's cold in my office, but it's just cold. It's cold
Man,
here.
Look, I'm in my bed right now. I feel to my window. I had to put the heater inside of here. I said, woo.
Oh man. All right. So anyways, man, welcome on in, man, and take it away.
Well, I want to talk about our new DC Womack. I guess how you say it.
Womack, yeah.
Do you remember in 2022, South Alabama was blowing out UCLA? You remember that, right?
Okay. What year was that?
2022.
Okay. Gotcha.
South Alabama went 10-3 that season, but everybody was so shocked because they was whooping UCLA. Who was the head coach?
Was it Kane?
Yeah, he's been there since 2020.
Yeah.
He was whooping UCLA. And everybody was shocked. Yeah, they lost. It was like 32-31 because I'm looking at it right now. But I remember that because everybody's like, UCLA is losing to South Alabama? And everybody was shocked about it. Like, this man know what he's doing. Like, last season, everybody was shocked that he went to Stillwater and beat Oklahoma State, who beat Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And went to the Big 12 championship. And then the Eastern Michigan game, you would have thought South Alabama was playing like Alabama. They were up like 38-3 or something by halftime.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this guy knows what he's doing. People just need to chill out. Let the team just build up. Just let everything just come on around. Like, everybody's just pushing and worrying. Like, man, look, these kids gonna do what they want to do. Coaches are trying. If they can't keep them, they can't keep them. We just gotta just chill out, go on by our lives right now. Just wait till the season starts. Season ain't even started yet. Like, spring game is nowhere near close right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's only been like, what? I mean, he got hired. It's crazy. He got officially hired like on Saturday.
Yeah.
Feels like it feels like he's already had a season here.
Like, look, Kyle, I've been around since when Alabama was losing damn Hawaii and Northern Illinois the same damn year. Alabama could barely beat Middle Tennessee State. Alabama losing to Auburn, Tennessee every year. I was around them times. These new fans that are like, they only grew up around Saban, I understand, but like, they don't understand Alabama's had some dark days. Like, shoot, you think we had to go through, like, we were like, man, we suck. We will never win again. Mm-hmm. We all went through it. I mean, Georgia fans, they in there trolling because, look, you the best. Look, we got the best podcast because I guess the other ones suck. They will be on our podcast so much. But, look, Georgia fans went through it, but they went through it longer than us. 42 years. Look, I wasn't even born when last time they won a championship. So, they went through a lot of heartbreak and stuff for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That's why, they trolling because, they feeling themselves because they got the little 2 national championships. They're on everything from Alabama because, they need help from Alabama. They can't be nothing without Alabama. We all see that now.
Yeah, someone said it hasn't even been 72 hours. That's wild. Yeah, I mean.
Everybody just need to chill, man. I'm not even sure. Look, it will hurt if Caleb Downs leave because I've actually met him at Jack's across the street from the practice field getting food. All right, the kid he's you would think this is like a 30-year-old man you talking to because he's smart and he's brilliant. I mean, if he was all about money, hell, he should have went somewhere a long time ago. He don't care about the money. He don't care about that. He just want to be a better player.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he's worried about. He just want to know who's going to get him to the higher level and get him trained well.
Yep.
But if he leaves, it's going to hurt. But we can't protest and stop him from going and stuff.
That's right. I know.
Make his own decision.
That's right. Like, I mean, somebody wants to leave, that's it. Right? You can't control it.
I mean, nobody has a contract saying you can't go. No, if you leave, we're going to take everything from you. Nah, come on, man. Y'all just got to.
Yeah.
Y'all just have to chill. But I'm ready for this season. I'm not too much worried about the defense as much. It's just the secondary a little bit. But I know our linebackers and D-line, that's not even out of the question. But our offense, I'm telling everybody, Kobe Prentice, I watched this kid at Calera. This kid, he can move.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody keep talking about Bond and stuff. We just didn't have the right OC. See, Tommy Reese was just overwhelmed of all the talent we had.
Yeah.
He didn't really know how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
But, Grubb, he will know how to use it. I mean, look how Washington was calling plays against Texas. I watched that game over and over. I'm like, damn, how the hell did we lose to Texas? This team is throwing on them like crazy. We got better talent than them.
The thing about Kobe Prentice, I'm so glad you brought up Kobe Prentice because he's like one of the that I feel we need to talk more about. I think in this system, he could probably catch for 70, 80 balls, something like that. And the thing about Kobe Prentice, and we came in as a freshman, he was cold, right? I think he was third in receptions or at least yards his freshman year. And this past year, his hands were really sticky. I mean, that guy caught every single thing. Amazing. Dan said, Kirby just announced as the new head football coach at South Alabama. But Kobe's
look, man, Georgia fans heard it, boy. That whole state would be coming at in Athens.
Oh man, but Kobe Prentice is the truth, man. And after the game, I think I put some footage of the players walking off the field, which was really heartbreaking. It sucked to film that.
Oh yeah.
But I think what's good is those players can go and watch that film, and they can have it looping in the locker room. Look, one more rep. Let's stay one more set. Right? Like, this is what happened. This is what it takes. They didn't get a job done. Job's not finished. Kobe Prentice was visibly upset, and he has every single right to be.
I saw that too. Yeah,
you saw it.
He was very heartbroken.
He's that guy. So Bond, he's gone. He's got his Lambo, and Kobe's about to start eating for sure because Kobe has a very high ceiling, and I think the more times we go to him, the better this year because he's got it, man. But Danny, I appreciate it, man. Stay warm here in Tuscaloosa, and we'll catch you on the next show, man.
All right, roll tide, man.
All right, roll tide to you, man. All right. That's Danny calling from Tuscaloosa. Appreciate you guys being here. Hit me up, being a part of the show right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Thank you very much for joining us today. Today is Tuesday, January 15th. Here are the items that we are tracking today. News travels fast, so anytime that news pops up, think about coming right back here to Bama Football on YouTube. If you want to become a fan funder, I appreciate it. Hit the hyperlink atop of the screen, as low as $2.99 to support the YouTube channel. And just like Nicole right here, she is a YouTube fan funder. So is Schoolie. You get a different icon, you get different emojis to use, and of course you support Bama Football on YouTube. And I appreciate it. When I step aside and I have the coaches on, you guys supporting them as well. Today, I think the major news, we've kind of been tracking, this whole Caleb Downs thing and what he's going to do. That's probably why you have so many Georgia fans in here. Because they want him. I mean, this is the best player in the secondary in college football returning. But he hasn't even hit the portal. Until you see him hit the portal or you see some sort of announcement, then it's time to freak out. I mean, and I think he probably had to hit the portal first, before he decides to do anything. So maybe we're just kind of sitting here, just waiting for an announcement that's not going to come. What we do know is that Kane Wommack, yes, and it is Wommack, The reason that I watch the news station down in Mobile, a place that literally covers him every single day, is Kane Womack is the new defensive coordinator at Alabama. And the more you talk about it, I mean, and just like Danny was saying right here on the show, you go back and look what he's been able to do. And I mean, it's pretty impressive at South Alabama. Now coming over here with Alabama's roster, man, you got to be excited about it. We go back to the phone lines with the 334. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, it's Wesley from down in Kinston, Alabama. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Wes? I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for joining the show today, man. Welcome on in. Make yourself at home.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to make a statement about the see what your take is on it, but I just wanted to make a statement on the Kane Womack. I didn't know the guy really. I followed being from in between the Troy and South Alabama rivalry, and a bunch of my buddies going to Troy. I kind of followed South Alabama, but I didn't really, other than the Oklahoma State game. Was it Oklahoma or Oregon State that they beat this year?
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State, that's right. Yeah, I watched most of that game, and I would say that they are that 4-2-5 base is not going to be much different from what we already have been running for like at least the last couple of years. I know we kind of went away from it a little bit with Kevin Steele, but I feel like people say how are the fits going to work, but I feel like the way we recruit the players that we have, it's they can pretty much fit into whatever style defense that they throw out there. It's just going to take the terminology, everything should. I don't know if it'll be, without drawback, but I feel like we could still have if we have a top 15 defense, we could be a national title contender every year with the way our offense should perform.
I was thinking about that too. Look, you got someone in here that can really build a base and continue this consistency of kind of the carryover from last year's defense. And though it's going to look a lot different than even probably schematically this year. Whatever defense you run, you get it in here. You got the Jimmies and the Joes to do it. Now it's kind of the X's and O's on the execution front. Because I'm telling you what, that offense. Look, I need to do kind of more research about the defense, and I'm feeling better about it, but I need to figure out who's the inside linebacker coach and the DB coach. But that offensive staff that Alabama has, I don't know how many points they're going to put on the board. Ryan Grubb, man, that dude, that is a really, really good offensive staff for Alabama. I think they hit out the park on the offensive side of the ball, 100%.
They really did. I mean, and also a little tidbit, I think South Alabama was actually ahead of us statistically. We were 16 and they were 15 overall defense this year. Am I wrong on that, or am I right?
Yeah, they were ahead of Alabama. They were ahead of Alabama this year. Yeah.
And you can't really say much because of the level of competition.
Exactly. And think about, I mean, look, okay, great in South Alabama. We're all proud of you and the defense that you had, but like, the teams that Alabama played last year were different. Texas, Ole Miss.
They didn't have neighbors and the other guy from
Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. From Jason, right?
Mm-hmm.
So but we'll see, because he's also going to have a huge step up in talent. I'm with you. It's really, really going to hurt to lose Caleb Downs, because wherever he goes, it feels like it's going to be Georgia or us. I don't feel like he leaves us and goes somewhere other than Georgia. I feel like it's 100% either us or Georgia. So we're going to be facing Caleb Downs and Kalen DeBoer's first SEC game at home if he goes to Georgia. I mean, that's going to be. But I feel like we have plenty of depth, and people really. You'll have some people who's been laid in the bushes, so to speak, that's going to spark that we're going to be like, I knew this guy had it. He just never hit the field.
No.
With all these departures, we'll see that. I feel like we'll have 2 or 3 players that's been on the team for 2 years that's never touched the field that will have some kind of. Devontae Smith I feel like could be a very, very not the same talent level as Caleb Downs, but he could be a really good replacement. You know what I'm saying? And he seems to be all in for Kalen DeBoer and whoever they put on defense. So
I really am a huge
Did
fan.
you feel like?
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Devontae Smith. Go ahead.
Did you feel like his words the other day? I felt like he could have left the old y'all are all idiots out of the statement, but I feel like it was to the point. Like if you didn't. Like he could have said it like a few different ways and left that out. But at the same time, because you got some guys leaning, and then all of a sudden they're like, "Well, you think I'm an idiot? I'm gonna go ahead and leave anyway." but at the same time, you're like, "Yeah, man, we're behind you." I mean, he's fired up for it, and I'm glad there's players getting behind him. But the wording can be construed sometimes. They'll exactly think they're idiots, but at the same time.
Yeah, no, I agree. And Jack's like, what if there's never an announcement? He just stays. That could very well be the case too. They don't. He's under no requirement to make any sort of announcement. He could show back up at work. That's in reference to Caleb Downs. And then getting back to you, Wes, in terms of like if he doesn't, the article about Devontae Smith on Yay Alabama, he was just like those guys are idiots for leaving. I mean, look, say what you want,
I'll be honest with you. In Bond's case, if you gonna have a Lamborghini thrown in your face, there ain't many smart people gonna turn that down. But at the same time, but at the same time, yeah, I get it with him because I mean, dude's waited his turn. He looked like he was gonna start last year.
Oh yeah.
And then all of a sudden he hurt. He's thrown in the back burner, but hey, maybe we have another Devontae Smith that's a first-round draft pick next year. Who knows? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I like the kid. I really like Devontae Smith. He's very talented and a very good person. I've talked with him a couple times. All right, Wes, I appreciate you being here, man. I'll catch up with you next time.
Yes, sir. Roll Tide.
All right, roll Tide to you. Yeah, I had a chance to rap with Devontae Smith before the Rose Bowl. I think you guys caught that interview right here on Bama Football on YouTube, and the guy's a baller for sure. I talked about him too, having like the same name as Devontae Smith, and he's actually even like the same nickname, Smitty. Crazy that he's just on the other side of the ball, right? Who would have thought that Alabama would be like? I mean, we've had our Jalen's here. I'm trying to think of other like similar type names, but I mean, to have literally two they even spell it the same. Everything about it is the exact same. 250-205-850-1994. Lynn, I think you asked for the call-in line number. Yeah, that is the call-in line number. Call-in line is open. I appreciate you guys being here, rapping with me today on Tuesday, January 16th, as we track the news. Popped open a little Red Bull. I think, I've been trying. I used to like Monster, and I'm not like super huge on energy drinks, so I know like the health stuff. I get it, but like sometimes you need to ride the bull a little bit. But Red Bull, for what it was, one of the ones that I remember that being like a first energy drink. I don't know what was before that. Was there like energy drinks? I don't know, for somebody who has more wisdom than me, like in the 80s or in the I was around in the 90s too, but was there like energy drinks? What was it? Like Mountain Dew? I don't know. But I remember like Red Bull being one of the first ones that I rolled with, and I started to roll with the Monster. And do I watch UFC? Yeah, I check it out from time to time too. I love judo. So I'm all like, most of my stuff that I watch on Instagram is like judo related. There's some really good content creators that talk about judo. So that's kind of like one of my things that I low key like judo. Those are the moves. It's amazing. Surge. Okay. Yeah, that was it. Surge. I think Surge was one of them. Surge. Surge. It brings you back. Coca-Cola with real cocaine. That probably did the trick, right? All right. Coffee and tea. Oh, Jolt was another one. All right. 917. Let's do it. I appreciate you calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with? Where are you calling in from?
It's Connor from Muscle Shoals, Alabama.
What's up, Connor? Appreciate you calling back, man. Good to ride with you. Welcome in to the show, man.
Yeah,
Take
man.
it away.
First, I just want to salute you and all the work y'all are doing. It's so great as a fan just to be able to tune in like this, and get constant updates. And I think it speaks to Alabama. And, we're talking about the football team, Saban, and all this, where it goes all the way down to you and what you do. You know what I mean? Like that, I don't know if I could say that about, I don't really tune into other podcasts, but, just the effort and the lengths y'all go to is so great, and I think it speaks to, the Tide on a whole and what we're all about. But I wanted to kind of zoom out and just hit on the NIL. And, right now we're talking about Caleb Downs and these players transferring and just the overall kind of thing going on with college with money and what are these players about, and then kind of backtrack to, I don't know if you remember recently when the Bama players were kind of speaking out about the new players and kind of saying they don't have what it takes maybe and all this kind of element of things. And with that being said, I think Alabama itself, and we're seeing that with Nick Saban leaving, has another layer of that where not only are you getting paid and all this, and you're on the main stage, but you're at Alabama where some of these kids may be coming in like it's going to be handed to them. You're expected, we're going to win a natty and we're just Alabama and we got Nick Saban. And maybe Nick Saban's departure is a blessing in disguise and is going to kind of create, get rid of some of that mentality. And, the kids, like these guys that are coming out with their statements on, staying around and, kind of spark that fire back up in the team. And even to let all the naysayers know, now it's like really let all the naysayers know. And I'm thinking maybe this whole thing is a positive and a blessing in disguise maybe, and kind of revamps things. And I don't know what your thoughts on that are, but
Yeah, well, I mean, if you like the Link mentality, like let a naysayer know, like that is going to certainly spill over again, because now everybody is not going to believe in Alabama. There's going to be more naysayers than ever this coming year, which is going to be great because Alabama can then start the season with reverse rat poison. Because every single year that I've been here, there's been too much rat poison. Number one team, we're on it. Let me ask you this inside the chat. Where do you think Alabama will be ranked to start the season? I think they were ranked number 5. They were even ranked below Georgia, and they beat Georgia in an SEC title game, which was weird to me. Let's just say they're like 5 or 6. Okay. Okay. Yeah. 5, 4. Right. That's an amazing amount of talent. Top 10, 100%. 8, 7. Okay. So let's just say 6 or 5. They're probably 6. I probably rank them like 6. That is going to provide so much fuel for this team. So like the more doubt that they have about Coach KD, about Coach Kane Womack coming in and these guys leaving and other players going elsewhere, that is only going to fire up this team. And sometimes, that's going to be a good thing for the players to be able to come in and be fired up. And I think that is going to add fuel, a lot of fuel to the guys who haven't played, the guys who haven't shown that they're able to play at this high of a level yet, that this program still exists despite losing Coach Saban. Yeah, I think that you're right. I mean, this could be a good thing in terms of kind of like re-jolting everything, regentrification of the program, if you will, under some, Coach KD's young, Kane is young. And you got some guys with some new offensive minds, a younger defensive coach. I like it. And plus, you still have a ton of talent. Look, for everybody from the jump inside chat to automatically say that Alabama is like a top 5 or a top, let's just say it would look like 6 or something like that. Yeah, I said that. Kind of like a changing. I think it's good. I think that this team is still super hungry and super talented, despite some of the guys that you're losing, the coaches that you're losing. These guys are going to have a lot of fuel. What else you got, Connor?
Yeah, I'd agree, and I think we could even be like really surprised, and they might come out and do something really crazy next year for all we know. But hitting on that, I'm also curious if maybe you have intel or your thoughts on this. Is when people like Devontae Smith are saying things, which I love it. I wouldn't have worded it any other way, but calling people idiots if they're leaving. And do you think on personal relationships from these players and within the team itself, if there's maybe any kind of rift going on where it's like a divide in the team?
No.
Or, I don't, because like I I don't know how these players feel in their relationships with. Some of them are saying if you leave, you're an idiot, and then others are leaving. You know what I mean? And it's like I wonder if within that, if there's something going on with just the player-to-player relationships and stuff that's going on there right now, which I have no insight into. But I'm wondering if maybe your thoughts, or if you do have insight into something like that.
I don't think so. It's been interesting not to hear from like one of the leaders of the team, which is Jalen. I'd be curious, and that's I'm sure he's having some time to soak it in. Talk with Coach KD, talk with the new staff, but you're starting to see a lot of leaders rise up. And if he does have, if he says something that at some point, imagine kind of the magnitude that would have, because he's the leader of this team, 1,000,000%. I don't think there's really a rift. I think it's just like, with Coach Saban exiting out, that's emotional for the players. That's a lot to comprehend for us that followed the team.
Yeah, and then
we have
maybe
new. I mean,
let's say hopefully there isn't a rift.
I don't think there is. And from what I understand, the team meeting was like really impactful. And you know what? I think that we will learn a lot about the team meeting and kind of like if there is a riff or anything, and which I haven't heard that at all. But I'm just saying, if from that, the team meeting and the players staying in, and kind of, what tells us a lot is like players entering the transfer portal or players staying. But most importantly, like players coming out and supporting, the new coach. I mean, shoot, this is really the first day of the work week because yesterday was a national holiday. I think that these guys are, for the most part, I heard that the team meeting went over great yesterday. And now you have your DC that's going to provide another team meeting for these guys to come in and meet Kane. So I think it's probably more optimistic now these next couple of days as you see like the team coming together and the staff coming together for sure.
Yeah, I think you're saying that maybe it's more of a reflection of the opposite of how much people are already buying in and saying, hey, like we're buying in, we're all ready to go, let's do this thing.
And also too, think about this, like even from a fan perspective, I was really blown away to see how many fans were waiting on the tarmac to see Coach Kalen DeBoer land. I think that says a lot too.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of fans. Like we sometimes talk about the fair weather fans, and there's going to always be those people who are, upset about this and that during game day. But there's a lot of people at that game at the Tuscaloosa airport that were super excited and are super excited to contribute to Yay Alabama, or however they can contribute to, get behind this team and this coaching staff during the transition period.
Yeah, it's really good to see, and I think it's going to be good. Before I get off, I just want to say if y'all have some time, given that we've seen a lot of the people in the transfer portal and whatnot, we're still waiting to hear on Caleb Downs, obviously, but kind of maybe a perspective, or not perspective, but speculation on what the starting lineups might, or the starters for offense and defense might look like, going into next year.
Yeah, well, I think when you look to Alabama's offense, I mean, I have a graphic I think that kind of shows you snap counts. I'll bring that up, and then I'll build out another graphic that kind of shows projected depth chart, the way that things could potentially fall in. But for those who haven't seen this graphic, I sometimes put this up. So Jalen Milroe at quarterback, Jam Miller, Justice Haynes. I probably put Justice Haynes as my number one running back. Isaiah Bond, is going to Texas, so we'll scratch him off the list. But you have, just as we talked about earlier in the show, Kobe Prentice, Kendrick Law, Jalen Hell, insert Emmanuel Henderson for sure. Emmanuel Henderson, an absolute baller in every sense of the word. CJ Dupree will cross out Amari Niblack, but as you can see, CJ Dupree played in 524 snaps, and in place of Amari Niblack, you got to put Caleb Odom. Robbie Oots is there for your H-back, and then you return 3 out of your 5 offensive linemen, Caden Proctor, Tyler Booker, and Jaden Roberts, you see all the snap counts that they had. So, man, that offense is ridiculous. And in terms of like a 4-2-5, I don't know how it's going to shake out, but I know that you could return up to 6-7 starters, maybe let's say 5 to 6 starters, depending on how you look at it. I mean, it's always hard to say how many returning starters, but there's a lot of guys with a lot of experience coming back as well on the defensive side of the ball.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, I appreciate all that, man.
All right, man. I'll catch up with you again, Connor. Thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah, I'll definitely be back on here.
All right, man.
Salute, man, and roll tide.
All right, roll tide to you, man. All right, Connor calling in from Muscle Shoals. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Yeah, I'll update. I need to make me a note to update that graphic about the offensive starters. Offensive starters and defensive starters under Kane Womack. Oh, man. Appreciate you guys hitting me up and staying with me guys today on Bama Football on YouTube. Run the thumbs up on these videos. We appreciate you guys, and any type of videos that you see out there that are uploaded naturally. We appreciate you guys being here and supporting the product and the content. And a good way to fan fund the YouTube channel is to go up to the top and hit the hyperlink that says fan fund as low as $2.99 per month to become a fan funder right here on Bama Football on YouTube. What that does is it helps us as a business take care of Ty, the coaches, and overall just support the product, the call-in line. We pay for the call-in line as well. So all the super chats as well. We really appreciate it. Plus, this is how I, make a living, believe it or not. You have your full-time job. I have mine. This is it. Same thing. After, I pay bills, taxes, have kids. Unfortunately, there's a Publix not too far away. And I said this yesterday. I just feel that Publix is just too expensive. So we have Publix here. We have Winn-Dixie, and then we have Piggly Wiggly. We have Fresh Market. And then there's another one. What is it? Super Savers? I forget which other one it was. But man, the prices are so different depending on where you go. Anyways, but I'm just like you. So, and if you see me out, I've been meeting a lot of people now that the show, has been gaining traction. I've been meeting different people, throughout Tuscaloosa or whenever I'm on the road. Come say what's up to me. Come rap with me. I'm not like in any way, shape, or form like a celebrities. Just come rap with me, and it's always good to talk and meet new people out on, wherever I'm at right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate the continued support. With that said, we go back to the phone lines, 913. Hey, we appreciate you calling
Kyle,
in. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Kyle in Kansas City. I am actually a Bama grad, so I haven't been a fan as long as a lot of people that are calling in. But I just wanted to talk about a couple things. First of all, the expectations of the staff, and what I mean by that is I've seen some people who are either not happy or mad about who we've been hiring. And just a serious question: if you look at the way we filled out this staff, how many staffs across the country are you taking over ours? Because for me, it's not very many, especially on the offensive side of the ball. When you've got Grubb, you've got Shepard, you've got Gillespie at running back. I just don't know how it could get much better on the offensive side of the ball. So I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that first.
I think in terms of like offensive expectations, they got to be super high considering what they were able to do. Aldi, I do go to Aldi too. I haven't been there as much as I'd like to, but Aldi does have a really good selection of the finest fruits and vegetables you get imported in Tuscaloosa. I think the offensive expectations got to be super high. Because of the fact that you have the offensive coordinator coming in and you have a ton of weapons to work with, right? All these wide receivers, like I've been talking about. I mean, you certainly have still Saban's staff, guys that recruited, guys that played last year. So offensive expectations got to be through the roof. I'm talking like out the door, better than last season. You have a quarterback who now has played a ton of snaps, over 777 snaps. So offensive expectations for me, for this staff, if you're just asking me, I'm saying like through the roof. Figure out your center, figure out your tackle, and put points on the board, a lot of them, and get guys like Justice Haynes fed at the running back position, because I remember like Dylan Johnson for Washington had 1,400 yards. So if I'm Justice Haynes and I just think Justice Haynes is the guy. Like, feed him in every way, shape, form. He needs to have a 1,000-yard season, and if he gets enough touches, I don't know what he could do in terms of damage. Jam Miller is going to be there as well. He's a 1-2 combo. We got to update this graphic, Mike Pierce. I got to update it. It's you still have Isaiah Bond, you still have Amari Knobloch. So I'm just kind of talking off it. So I think that Justice Haynes, I mean, that combination is going to be really great. You got Richard Young. You got the 2 running backs that you signed. On defense, I don't know. The defensive expectations are always high here. And that is one of the things that people are going to be hypercritical of, because you have a lesser known name taking over as a DC. Let's call it for what it is. I mean, for the most part, when I first heard Kane Womack, I was like, I didn't know who it was. I didn't know who the South Alabama head football coach was. Did you guys? I mean, there's a lot of people who are familiar with the state of Alabama, that follow South Alabama, that knew who he was. I didn't know his name. The more I dive into it, so what are the expectations? People are going to be like super hypercritical of the defense, because I said this yesterday. We still have PTSD from the Pete Golding defense, right? For those seasons over here, that wasn't it. That wasn't the standard, and people complained again and again and again about the defense. Kevin Steele comes in, and I guess maybe Nick Saban took over, but last year that was the defense we're used to. So the defense is going to have heavy eyeballs on it, and I guarantee you, during the season when the games start playing, every touchdown scored by the opposition is going to be like under a fine scrutiny comb, because these fans do not tolerate a subpar defense. And I don't want, what I'm scared of is you come in with this high potency offense and you forget about the defense. Why am I saying that? Because Washington's overall defense was ranked number 94. Again, you're not taking the Washington defense over here. These are guys that play at the highest level, and standards are high. So those are my kind of expectations, or when you talk about expectations of this coaching staff. What else you got, man?
Yeah, so I was just going to talk about the timing of Coach Saban's retirement. And I think one of the things that makes this so difficult for the fans is that this is both the worst time in college football history to lose a coach like Nick Saban, because teams have full access. They can throw cash at your players, and you can say that, they have to already be in the portal, but there's really no such thing as tampering. We haven't seen a single case of that being investigated by the NCAA. Until that happens, I'm just going to assume it doesn't exist, and that they're really not going to pursue that the way people would hope. And on the other side of that, it's the best time to lose a coach like Nick Saban, because it's going to be easier to refill some of these positions in the portal once that opens back up. And the reason I say that is because Coach Kalen DeBoer is going to have more leeway than Saban could ever dream of. Every year that DeBoer's at Alabama, he can lose 2 games and still make the playoffs. He'll have a shot at a championship. And I think the stress of Saban is that most years he had to be virtually perfect.
I want to address something inside the comment box. That was an old graphic. Amari Knobloch is in the transfer portal. Isaiah Bond has transferred to Texas. So I will update that graphic. But go ahead, Kyle. Continue.
Yeah, so I was just talking about how I think it's the best and worst time for Saban to retire. The worst because you have open season for teams to throw cash at your players.
Yep.
The best because he's going to have a lot more leeway than Coach Kalen, than Kalen DeBoer's going to have more leeway than Nick Saban ever got. He can lose 2 games a year and still make the playoffs every year.
Yep. And the reason Kyle is saying this is because of this 12-team format, right? And the way that like the schedule, like this season is going to be completely different than any other college football season we've seen before because of the changing of the conferences, the depth of the schedules. I mean, you're going to have the championship team could have 2 losses on their belt. I mean, to go undefeated in this next round of the season, you're going to have one hell of a team to be able to go undefeated, because these super conferences are going to, and along with the parity that NIL has already created, man, it's going to be tough. And I think you're right. I mean, so 2 things. Number one, the fans and the expectations here are so high. Like, what if he doesn't make the playoffs this season? Because that's unrealistic. He's going to make the playoffs. What if he doesn't make the top 4, like the final 4, right? What is that going to tell us? What if he doesn't make the title, right? Give him another year. I think a lot of it will be how did the defense perform? Did you make the SEC, like reaching the SEC title game? I can't wait to see what the bonus is on Coach Kalen DeBoer's contract, because making the SEC title game is going to be a gauntlet. There's no more East and West. It's just the one or number 2. I don't think we can understand how difficult that's going to be the top 1 or 2 this coming season with all the talent in the SEC. It's going to be just a hell of a race for 1 and 2. Anything else, Kyle?
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is with Grubb and with Shepard, and obviously with DeBoer, I think you look at our wide receiver room, and it may not have been elite the last couple of years, but I think you look at names like Jalen Hale and like the previous caller said, Prentice, and then obviously Kendrick Law. And I think you give me those 3, and then hopefully Ryan Williams and some Amari Jefferson as well, and that's plenty for these coaches.
Yep.
And I think they're going to light it up, especially with Jam Miller and Justice Haynes.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about some of those wide receivers, I like the fact that you mentioned Jalen Hale. Showed out in the game against Ole Miss, young cat, and then Amari Jefferson. I really like his game as well. Emmanuel Henderson, I'm sure you're going to mention him. He's another guy that we've been talking about, the last week, about just being a guy that can step on the field and contribute. Because, look, with Isaiah Bond going, you still have so much depth at that wide receiver room. Even with Jermaine Burton leaving, we haven't talked about him leaving. Amari Niblack's leaving. But, I mean, there's plenty of guys to step up. Caleb Odom, somebody, he's kind of like a fan favorite that people are excited about. So, yeah, there's so much depth, man. But, Kyle, I appreciate you calling from Kansas City, man. Try to stay warm, and we'll catch up with you next time.
Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you, man. All right, Kyle calling in from Kansas City. Kyle, there's been a few Kyles out there, which has been pretty cool. There was something that I wanted to get to inside the comment box. Calling line, we got 205-334-702, a 757, and a 256. I'll take those coming up next here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys rocking with me today. These are the headlines that we're tracking. Some sort of announcement or some news around Caleb Downs. Yesterday, we waited all day for Kane Womack to be announced as maybe the DC, and then it came like at 9:30, right? That's when I literally went downstairs, and then I came back up, and it was like the news had come out from Chris Lowe. Shoot, man, it's like the news. You never know when the news kind of comes, at like different times. But I'm thankful I was here for when Saban retired. I told you this. I was literally mounting the TV in this next room here, my little girl's room, and I looked at my phone and I was like, what? Saban retired. And then I popped online and, threw the hair up and just, came in here, threw the microphone on. And look, a lot of people are like, man, why do you wear the microphone? Well, I have this mic and I have this other mic. I'm going to get to my calls in just a second. So I have this mic and then I have this mic. This mic is off right now. So you can't hear this mic. But I have this mic. And look, I like this look better with this mic. But the problem is I have to wear these really uncomfortable like headsets, like basically like kind of like earplugs, right? And with this, I think this sounds better. I think you can hear my voice better, and then I can hear the calls. So that's why I'm just rocking with this. But I don't really like the way it looks, to be honest. But I think people care mostly about the audio, like the quality of the audio, which I do too. I need to be able to hear what people are talking about. All right. So phone lines 205. Let's do it. I appreciate you calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, man? You're on the line. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
This is Josh calling from Tuscaloosa.
What's up, Josh? I appreciate you, man. So you're with me, man. You woke up this morning and there was like ice on the road. It was cold, right? I mean, it was freezing this morning, man. I just, it gets cold here, but I'm glad you're warm. Or at least I hope you are, man. But welcome on to the show, man. Take it away, Josh.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm warm, man. I really like to say I love what you do, man. I love what you got going on, Kyle, and I just got 3 questions for you.
All right, let's do it.
All right, question number 1. I was a real Trey Amos fan.
Okay.
And I'm kind of disappointed that he's in the portal. And I want to know what's your thoughts on it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I kind of want to know what's your thoughts on bringing back old school players that actually respected and valued the Alabama standard as far as coaching or assistants go.
Mm-hmm.
Like Clinton Diggs and former, running backs and things of that nature is no longer in the NFL. It's just mainly on podcasts and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm. And then third?
And my third and final question would be, I kind of would like to see the combination of Caleb Downs and the former DB at Washington. And what do you think our chances with that? With us having a new DC and one that not a lot of people know about. And as far as Carl Scott being the DB's coach.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, man, cool. So point number 1 is talking about Trey Amos. And I'm with you.
Yes, sir.
I feel that it is a loss. And I was like, all right, Trey Amos is a baller, 100%. And I thought in the opportunities that he had last year, he stepped up. I mean, you look at how he was able to perform in different situations. He's really good. I would have thought he would have been 100% a starter this coming year, right? So him leaving kind of caught me by surprise. Not gonna lie, it hurt a little bit for sure. Then I was talking with Coach Sean and some, everybody else inside the chat this morning, and then I thought about it, and I was like, with the younger guys coming in, maybe it doesn't hurt as bad because you got some younger guys who haven't seen the field, but they're ballers. I mean, Saban got these guys coming in, right? Jalen Mbakwe, Jameer Grimsley, Davion Brown. Zay Mincy, right? So Peyton Woodyard, like some of these guys are in the back end components from the secondary. And then I started to think about too, is maybe Jabbar Muhammad could come over here to Alabama. At least he has him in his top 3. I know it's going to be hard to, land a guy of that talent, but maybe. You also had Damani Jackson coming in. So I started to feel a little bit better about it, but I'm not going to lie. I think it hurts for sure. I think he would have started. Then is this let's see, is this true? Is this sure? Because this is gonna make me really happy. EA Sports Football launched July 12th. Is that like official? I'm about to get that game. Man, I loved EA Sports Football. Like NCAA football was like, man, I loved it. I used to keep a notebook of stats on the seasons that I had because I just love that game so much. Okay, old school players, keeping them at Bama. I think you definitely have to have somebody from the ecosystem of Alabama, from Nick Saban, be able to stay on. That's why I like to see Freddie Roach here. If it works out with Clinton Diggs to be and somehow elevated or retained in a support staff role or whatever it is, I love that. And I think some of those guys understand the mindset of that championship mentality, and that could spill over into the younger guys. It could also make the roster feel comfortable because they're comfortable with those guys already. That's why it's important to retain guys from the former staff, whether it's 2, 3, whatever it's going to be. But I'm glad to see like they have Jeff Allen because the players are comfortable with him, comfortable with David Ballou. Those two facts right there that I just said, those guys are with the players all the time. David Ballou and Jeff Allen all the time. And they feel super comfortable. They have a lot of trust for Jeff Allen. Right? Yeah, on True with EA Sports. Woo, that's awesome. Yeah, I can't wait for that to drop for sure. And then Caleb Downs and potentially like landing Carl Scott. I think it would be amazing, and it would be a high selling point for Caleb Downs if you did get Carl Scott, because you're like, look, this guy's coming in. This guy just got here from the Seattle Seahawks, just got here from working with the Minnesota Vikings. Plus, he's under Saban. He's been here before. Man, that would be honestly a slam dunk. I don't know if it's going to go down. I haven't seen anything else regarding Carl Scott coming to Alabama, but I think if that was the case, I think that, that would be huge for Alabama 100%. Anything else that you got while I got you on the line?
Yes, sir. Just want to know, you got any kind of input on the recruiting and how things could go with, landing big time Southern recruiters that are, pretty much are the likings of Georgia and things like that. Because I think the SEC is just going to turn into a, two-man race, and it'll just be Alabama and Georgia year after year after year. So,
Look, in terms of recruiting, I don't know when the staff is complete, we'll get a better sense of idea, like the regions where these coaches are coaching out of. That I think will help us in terms of kind of the recruiting. Right now, you have two guys that did decommit from Alabama. You had Jamie French and you had Mason Short. Not really worried about it so early in the process, but, we'll have to see. But anyways, I appreciate you calling in, man, and let's catch up soon.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Take it easy. I'll put the call line up back in just a second. That's the call line number if you want to call in. I'm going to see the Twitter. Well, it's called X now. So you got to call it X. But I want to see, I'm looking to see the EA Sports. Oh. EA Sports. Yeah, here it is. Dope. That's what's up. EA Sports plan to launch on July 12th. Love it. Love to see it. Man, that's going to be amazing. And just wait. Because remember, they used to have the players on here. This is a false report? Ugh. Anyways, whenever it comes out, I can't wait. And remember when we used to watch it and we used to play it, they had players. It was like named, they were kind of like the players. And then Ed O'Bannon went and then everything got changed. And that's kind of what happened to where now like NIL came. So this was like, because then the game got canceled. I still have the old copies 100% with me. I mean, I haven't played in a while just because I've been so busy. I ain't played video games in a long time. I do have like the PlayStation stuff. I don't play video games. But I could still get down on the sticks for sure. Like if I had to play NCAA football right now, I could play for sure. Just from muscle memory. But I don't play anymore. I stream. That's what I do. All right. Back to the phone lines, 702. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Oh, shit, this is me. Oh, hey. What is it? Hey, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, what's up, man? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hey, what's up? I'm Adam. I'm calling in from Las Vegas. How you doing?
Good, man. I said this before. We have a good little community that calls in from Vegas, and every single. What was your name? Sorry, I missed it.
My name's Adam.
Okay, Adam. So, and I used to, or my uncle lives in Henderson, and every time I go out there, I visit with my uncle out in Henderson. And one time I stayed at the Green Valley Ranch. Another time I stayed at, honestly, I think I stayed at, was it Stations Casino? It was like, I don't know if you guys know where
Yeah,
that's at in
I actually
Henderson.
don't live too. Yeah, I actually don't live far from there. So I live in like Boulder City. That's kind of by the Hoover Dam, and then
Oh, yeah.
Henderson is like the closest city over.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, Uncle Henderson. Yeah, Uncle lives in Henderson. Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, I've driven through Boulder City plenty of times because I've driven from Las Vegas to New Mexico. So, of course, you got to go over. So, I remember driving like all the way down when you could go down to Hoover Dam, which you still can. But I remember before there was like that really high bridge that goes over the top. So I know exactly where you're at. Before we get going, what's that? Like kind of coming into Vegas, there's like a really big roller coaster.
Coming. I'm not sure which roller coaster it is. I haven't been on it. Are you talking about the one that's connected to the one of the casinos?
No, but it's
On the
like coming
strip?
in. It's kind of by like Boulder City. It's kind of like going out towards like when you go in the direction of Hoover Dam. Am I tripping? I think there is
A
one.
roller coaster.
It's huge. It's like in the middle of like nowhere.
Huh, that's weird. I might be in like a spot.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, man,
can't see it.
I appreciate you calling in from Vegas, man. It's good to rap with you. Phil at home, man. What you got, man? Welcome into the show.
Hey, what's up, man? Cool. It's nice talking to you. I've been watching your show for a couple years now, so first time talking to you. That's what's up. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy times here, but how basically, I guess, get down to the meat and potatoes of the whole situation. How are you really feeling about the situation next year? New coach, players transfer portal. Also, do you feel like other players might come in to the transfer portal once they see who leaves? Stuff like that. And just overall, how are you feeling about the season? Feeling confident?
I think like the way that I've been going about it is like we've been just going like heavy, like on like news, on streaming and tracking down all this stuff, right? And it really hasn't stopped. So I really haven't even had a time to really like absorb Coach Saban leaving, because like that it's so weird to like even think of like somebody else replacing him. In the press conference that Coach KD had wasn't even in the Mal Moore where Coach Saban does his press conferences. But what was really weird for me to see, there's a photo, I don't know if somebody could find it on social media, but it's of Coach Saban's office and it's completely cleaned out. That was weird. That's really weird for me to say, for me to see, because that like kind of shows you, that this is real. I feel optimistic about the season, and I'll tell you why. The offense, I think, is going to flourish. I don't know what we're going to see in spring. It takes a long time for things to develop, and the offense usually develops slower than the defense. I don't know, like I've been saying all morning, I don't know a lot about Kane in terms of what he's going to do with the defense. I mean, the dude just got hired, I guess, this morning. But the components coming back are still there, and there's still so many players from the University of Alabama under Coach Saban that are still here. That's why I feel confident. Sure, you lost Isaiah Bond, maybe Amari Niblack, maybe Trey Amos, and I'm saying maybe on those guys because they just entered the portal. They could very well pull themselves out. I think a loss is T-Rob going to Georgia, specifically because you played Georgia again so early, and it's your first SEC game. So, there's going to be losses, but nobody is ever going to replace Nick Saban. You could never do it. But in terms of keeping the momentum, I think you could still do it. I mean, the offense, you come out here and you have an offense that can put a ton of points on the board, which clearly they did at Washington. I mean, the guy has won. Coach KD has won wherever he's gone, and he's never had the athletes that he's had here at Alabama. With that said, he has never he has never played in the SEC. So Vegas, New Mexico. Yeah, spick and span burritos. Yeah. So I'm feeling good, but I'm an optimist. And I like to kind of absorb it how it's going in, but I still need to do my own research about Kane. But I'm feeling a little bit better based off, a lot of things that people are saying. Plus, he was a Broyles Award finalist back, I think, in 2020. So what else you got, Adam? Anything else, man? You want to make a final point before I move to my next caller?
I guess my other question was just going to be, what type of role do you think Saban will really have for the team in his office or whatever? And also, I was just going to say before you get on to the next caller, I was just going to say, yeah, I agree. I'm pretty confident. I think our offense is going to be good. I think it could look closer to might not look like the first 5 championships with Saban, but closer to the 2020 team where our offense is airing it out and stuff like that. So yeah, how do you feel about Saban? And I appreciate the call. I appreciate the way you run the show. It's like, make everybody feel at home, actually having a conversation with everybody instead of just trying to move through the callers. So, that's pretty dope, and appreciate that.
Yeah, no doubt, Adam. Thank you so much, man. I'll answer on the other line about Saban, man. Thanks for calling in for Vegas, man. Have some in and out for me, man.
Appreciate it.
In and out, and all right, man. Take it easy. See, I got
yeah, you too. Thank you.
I got a question for you guys inside the comment box. All right, I'm about to start a war here. Carl Scott just, all the stuff at Seattle. He was just with the Seattle Seahawks, so that's where he's at. With Pete Carroll retiring, we don't know what's going to happen with Carl Scott. Let's see. Man, this dude is smooth channel. He needs to upgrade and just be past Bama Sports. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the feedback. I really appreciate you calling for the comments inside the comment box. Honestly, man, we're trying here, so appreciate it. I was about to ask, so 2 things. I'm going to get back to like what I think Saban is going to do at Bama. But I want to ask you guys about, I guess maybe I'm getting hungry, but In-N-Out, I brought it up. I'm sure you guys have been to In-N-Out. I want to get your take on In-N-Out. I personally like Fat Burger. Okay, they don't have a Fat Burger out here. They don't have an In-N-Out out here. And I got respect for Five Guys as well. Five Guys is good. And I love the fact that they load you up with fries. Thank you, JG. Look, Fat Burger, for real. If you haven't been to Fat Burger, I like Fat Burger for sure. That you also have Freddy's. Freddy's is cool. The only thing that is frustrating about Freddy's is the fact that the fries are so small. I don't really mess with that, right? Like, but I do like that dipping sauce that they have. And Five Guys is pricey too. I know. I roll through with my kids. It's like, what? You're in at least. Five Guys is expensive too. And I'm not saying In-N-Out is in Hoover. What? No. King Mario. Is there In-N-Out in Hoover? Freddy's burgers are legit. I know they're kind of like, what do they call it? The type of hamburgers? They're kind of like patty melts almost. I just don't really, what, Five Guys? Sure. Smash Burger. Okay. But let me know in the comment box. Oh, Whataburger, of course. Whataburger hits. I want Whataburger. Whataburger is so good. All right. I think Coach Saban will have some sort of front office position to where he's able to help facilitate this next wave of Alabama football. I don't think he's going to bounce on Alabama and just go watch Netflix or just exit altogether. I think that he's going to really have a heavy emphasis behind the scenes in terms of NIL, in terms of player guidance, in terms of helping these players continue to get to the NFL. He's still, he clearly said he's in good health. He still wants to be a part of the program. It's still important to him. Yeah, that double animal style for sure. Now, I'm not hating on the animal style for sure. And Jay is saying that Five Guys way overpriced. I agree with that. If you were to buy 3 hamburgers there and fries and drinks, what are you up, like $42? Yes, and I think that Saban will kind of play some role in helping to raise money for the NIL. So that's kind of what. Five Guys so greasy. Yeah, that could be the case. All right. Let's Bomb Hours. Bomb Hours is good. Bomb Hours is here in Tuscaloosa. The thing that I get when I go to Bomb Hours is the fact I get the clearly the wings, because the wings are nice and fat. Now, the wings at Buffalo Phil's are really good, but they're really small. They're like these bite-sized wings. They're the Buffalo wings. I get Buffalo when I go to Buffalo Phil's, and when I go to Bomb Hours, I get like the Thai flavor, whatever it is. No. Joe, what's up, man? I appreciate you being here. These are the headlines that we are tracking today. No news on Caleb Downs. Kane Womack has officially been hired for the University of Alabama. He resigned this morning. Trey Amos entered the portal last night, and then a couple other pieces of notes. So we're just chilling here, talking kind of the news as they come in. And when there is news on Caleb Downs, or if there is news or any other breaking news, I'll definitely bring that to the forefront right here on Bama Football on YouTube. So I appreciate you. Every once in a while, I kind of just mix it in and throw topical stuff, because I'm human. People like to talk about that stuff. I do too. Buffalo Phil's is fire for sure. Like those little wings, they're good. They're good. They're just not. They're small. So I don't think this is a meltdown by any shape or form. People are here because the Georgia fans, I think it must be really tough for them, because they didn't make the playoffs. They felt that this is the year to go 3 in a row, and Alabama controlled that game. In a game where they were really confident. No word. Neil, what's up, man? Appreciate you being a fan funder. No word on Downs yet. No. And it must be really hard for them, because clearly Alabama is living rent free in everybody's house in Georgia. Right? This is supposed to be the team again to go 3 in a row. But the thing that's amazing is they really won their last 30 out of 31 games, but not 31 out of 31. Remember that. Saban in his career beating Georgia in the state of Georgia. You'll never, ever be able to beat Nick Saban again. And you have to live with that SEC loss for the rest of your life. Sucks, that must be really hard. Like when you lay down at night and you're thinking about all the amazing things that are happening at Georgia football, because it is. But it's like you go to sleep and you're like, oh, Saban beat me for the last time. It's gotta be hard. That was his his last win ever as a coach. It was over Georgia. Crazy. That would make me mad too. You're never, ever, ever gonna be able to beat him again. And he beat you in your home state. So you're like saying your prayers. You're like, dear God, thank you. And please let us beat Nick Saban again. I can never beat him again. Never. Sucks. You can't. You're never ever going to be able to do it again, man. And that must be really, really hard to deal with. Now I lay me down to sleep. Right? And you're like, take a deep breath like me. I can't. Wifey, I just found out I can never beat Coach Saban again. Never. Can't do it. Sucks. But it's fact. But the truth is, you got Kirby Smart, and he's a great coach. And you got Stetson Bennett coming back, and he's an above average quarterback. So those are the components that you're working with. Just saying. We go back to the phone lines. Adam from Las Vegas was our last caller. Let's see where we go this time. 256 waiting patiently. We got an 843. Let's do the 843. We'll get to you guys. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. I'm Les from Summerville, South Carolina.
What's up, Russ?
AJ Green's hometown.
Oh, cool. Appreciate you calling in, man. Yeah, go ahead.
On the burger situation, you got to try Bad Daddy's.
Where's that at?
I know it's a chain. It's a chain. I don't know if they've made it to Alabama yet. They've got them here, and that you talk about big burgers.
Huh?
That's the place.
Wait, what's it called again? I'm writing it down.
Bad Daddy's Burger.
Bad Daddy's. Okay.
Bad. Yeah, man. That's the stuff.
Yesterday was crazy. We had this. Go ahead, Russ.
Getting to the football part, I love Caleb Downs. He's a great player, but we will survive if he leaves.
Mm.
All these people that are leaving, I mean, that's their choice.
Yeah.
But what we need to do, and, just from a practical point of view, there had to be a reason that Coach Saban didn't pull McLaughlin out after earlier in the season and switch him out with some other players.
Mm.
Maybe the other players weren't as good.
Mm.
Now, that being said, Washington's starting center is in the portal.
Yes.
He started 15 games for those Cats, and he's got, 3 years of eligibility left.
Mm-hmm.
We really, you got to shore that up. We're going to have a great offense, but somebody's got to block to be able to get it out of his hand.
Mm-hmm. Does anybody know what is his name? I'm going to pull him up on Pro Football Focus. What's his name, Russ? Do we know his name? Oh.
Parker Brailsford.
Parker Brailsford? All right. I'm gonna bring him up right now on Pro Football Focus. Go ahead, Russ. Continue, man.
He was a 3-star, but everything I've seen, that kid can play.
Mm-hmm. Let's look him up compared to Seth. I mean, completely different offenses, whatever. But we're just gonna bring him up because I know that Nate Kelpo is also in the transfer. He has some pretty good grades. I mean, they're not. I mean, I'm gonna bring his grades up and now look at Seth. So here are Parker Brailsford. Here are his grades on Pro Football Focus. Pro Football Focus basically gives us analytics to look at, to dive into, to chew on. I'll walk you through it. So basically, the higher grade, the higher the performance. So overall, this past season, Parker Brailsford, who is 6'2", 275 pounds, which I think is undersized. I like my centers bigger. But with that said, I mean, he does have some pretty good Pro Football Focus grades. 76.3 grade out against Boise, 60.9 against Michigan in the finals, 77-75 against Stanford and USC back-to-back. Before we get going, or before I move on, let's look at Seth's. But go ahead, Russ. Continue while I look up Seth's grades.
That was just really the main thing. I mean, everybody's so focused on the showy players.
Mm-hmm.
The wide receivers, the safeties, the quarterbacks. But we've got some really good defensive line talent and some coming in. LT Overton's going to be amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the guy, the new coach's name? Huff? Scott Huff?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He's going to have something to work with. And they've got to have more time to play that kind of offense.
Mm-hmm. So
I know we're going to go fast, but still.
Wow. So Parker Brailsford, his overall grade was much better than Seth's. Seth's overall grade at the end of the year was 59.0. Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
He had a 44.8 against Texas. Man, the grades are just unbelievable. I mean, and I think the grades were reflected what we saw. I mean, we didn't come up with the grades, but we saw it. I mean, it was just, it was not it from the center position. I guess the only thing that I don't like about Parker is kind of the size, but maybe with the offense getting the ball out and, who knows, maybe he could do a better job in that regard. But Parker Brailsford, certainly a name to watch and something in a name that's available. You look to Alabama and the fact that they do return Caden Proctor, Tyler Booker, need a center, Jaden Roberts, need a tackle. So if Parker Brailford, wants to come on over, I think Alabama will be all open arms because you do have James Brockemeyer, like Kendrick is pointing out, but I think you need a position battle there. I don't know who the better player would be in that regard, but like Russ is saying, something had to be going on. Otherwise, I think we would have saw James Brockemeyer or T. Ferg play more.
Yeah, I agree with that. He would have changed them out.
Yeah, for sure. Anything else, Russ, while we got you on the line?
No, man, I appreciate it. Love your show. You take care.
All right, man. Take it easy, man. All right, Russ calling in from South Carolina, talking about, was it Big Daddy's Burgers? Got everybody hungry, right? No, I don't. There was 2 years, actually, believe it or not, that I went vegan. And that was a wild experience. It was in the South is not built to be vegan, right? So, and it was hilarious. Like just at the time that I went vegan, Alabama Football got sponsored by Conecuh Sausage. And if you've ever had Conecuh Sausage, like it hits, like it is delicious. You throw it on the grill, whatever, it's amazing. Breaking. That would be my dream, man. If there's an In-N-Out, maybe not my dream, but that would be what's up. Jimmy is saying Nate Kelpo for sure. I would definitely like him for sure to come on in. Now he's a guard. Now I don't know if he can play the center position, but he was another guy that I was looking at from Washington's offensive line. No, I attempted that because just for like health reasons. And it did change a lot of stuff, but the problem is it's too carby. Like there's not like, if you look at it, it's just, it leaves you empty. The protein, like the proteins that I was going for is like tofu, tempeh, right? You're like disgusting. And there's not a lot of options here, like in the South. I think if I was in California, it would have probably been a different experience, but whatever the case is, I'm not vegan anymore. I'm probably going to have a hamburger here in a little while, truth be told. Mess up your health. No, it messed up your attitude too. That wasn't it for me. All right. So if you're just joining us, or if you're like popping in and you're like, okay, what's the update? We're like on some sort of like Caleb Downs watch or watching the news. We're also just talking college football. We're talking Alabama football, and I'm taking your calls. We've had the coaches roll through a couple times. We had Ty roll through today, and it's been a good day in terms of checking out the news. And you do have, I think the biggest news is the fact that Alabama did add Kane Wommack as a defensive coordinator from South Alabama. So that's kind of where we're at in terms of the coaching staff. Coaching staff is definitely coming together and feeling good about it. And it looks like, I think other than that, you have Des Ricks, who it looks like he is projected to go to Texas A&M. You had Ryan Williams, who was in town last night. Conecuh. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, right here. Mitchell's saying Conecuh sausage is amazing. And they even have a spicy Conecuh sausage too. That's also really good. And so like if you get involved, look, if you want to be the best, most interesting person at the party that you go to, take some Conecuh sausage. And what you can do, it's simple, literally. You could probably even throw it in your air fryer. But if you do it on your grill, throw it on your grill and then just cut it up, put some little toothpicks in it and take it to a party. Take it to your friend. You want to make a best friend? You want to make up with somebody? Conecuh sausage, right? Hey, Conecuh, you want to sponsor the show? I'm telling you, it will help you mend, keep, like if there's someone that you had a disagreement about, take them Conecuh sausage. It's that good. I'm serious. It's really good. With the mustard. Yeah. Oh yeah. And there's some good mustard here because there's a German population. Oh, Amanda's saying the bacon wrap Conecuh. There you go. Yeah, Sean's like, you hungry? Yeah, I know. Everyone's starving. Who's hungry? Put your hands up in the comment box. I am. Got you really? You have some Conecuh right now? That's what's up. All right. I need a burger. All right. Yeah, vegan, some Pac-12 stuff. Probably true. All right. We move on. We got a 256. Thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where you calling in from?
Hey, what's up, Kyle? This is Matt. I'm calling from Southern California, Laguna Beach.
No way. What's up? What part of Southern California?
Right in Laguna Beach. I'm kind of like halfway between LA and San Diego.
Yeah. So I used to live in Redondo Beach, and then I worked in Torrance. And then every single year, we would have the Elite 11 camp. I don't know how old you are, but this was probably like 12, 13 years ago. We would always have, before the Elite 11 blew up to what it is now, they would have the Elite 11s at, I think it's like Soka, which is right around there, University.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like kind of like.
Yeah, that's right.
You know where that's at, right?
Yeah, that's right in the canyon, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Beach.
You would have to drive up in the canyon, and that's where the university was, and it kind of looked over everything. So, man, that's an amazing spot. Thanks for calling in. What's the weather out there right now? Because when I was just out in Los Angeles, it was cold. There was like some gale winds coming in. I was out in Manhattan Beach, and it was cold. What's the temperature out there today?
It's in the 60s, but SoCal will make you kind of soft. I'm from Alabama. I'm from Madison, Alabama.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And, I came out here as a travel nurse, and I just loved Southern California, so I kind of stayed. But, yeah, even when it gets in the 50s, man, now I get uncomfortable. So there's all this crazy weather across the country, and I'm sitting here in the 60s complaining that it's a little chilly. So.
All right, man. Well, welcome on to the show, man. Go ahead, man. Take it away.
Yeah, I wish I linked up with you when you're out here. We went to the game, so it was really cool. It's the fact that we got to go see Saban's last game. I'm really, pumped about that. It was fun. We had a great time. But I called because I want to offer some perspective for some people too. That we had this like coach that was the greatest of all time for so many years, and this year, as he said, like it was a really long year for him, long hours. Even Coach Steele was having to put in long hours to make sure the defense was going to be up to par. It could have easily been a 7-5 season, and just think about that, like, because the amount of close games that we had, the fallout that could have ensued after that when Saban retired from a 7-5 season. Instead, and we could have had a mass exodus in the portal. Instead, Saban goes out a winner. We got to the playoffs, and and I just think that this whole thing has been done with so much class. I mean, like, what other universities, schools do you ever see this? Like, pretty quickly, we get this great hire. He's hiring all the right guys. I mean, so just like taking a step back and just looking at this, we're still having a really good shot next year of contending. And, I just love the way this has all gone on, with our athletic director. And I just think it's just been so much class, and, I love to see it. That's pretty much all I had.
Yeah, I think, the timing of everything has been happening so quickly. And what were your thoughts when you heard that Kalen DeBoer was going to be the next head football coach here at the University of Alabama? I mean, the guy, look, like we were talking about earlier, he wasn't in just the playoffs. He was in the national title game. Like, to be able to go and have that power to be able to get somebody who is just coached in the national title game, that says a lot. What were you thinking about when Coach KD was hired?
I didn't know a lot about him.
Yeah.
Honestly. But then I got some friends that I actually traveled with up in Washington, and they live up there. And they're really, pretty let down that he's left. But they're also just saying, man, like, this guy is so incredible. You guys are going to love him. And apparently this guy is just the way he is with players. He has these talks with these players, and they get to know him, and then they're ready to run through a brick wall with him. Like, he's a player's coach. And I think that a lot of our team's just going to fall behind him. I'm really excited about him.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, the more time that I think you give him, people are more excited about him. And right now, his biggest challenge is to re-recruit the roster, because these are not his guys. Right. He has to prove himself to these guys. He has to show them the game plan. He has to show them who's going to be on his staff. He's building his staff. I mean, we think we're all busy. I mean, I bet you he hasn't slept too much, because he's taking over for Coach Saban. And can you imagine the level of detail and the level of, basically performance of Coach Saban every single day, even from a job perspective? That means when you're taking over, you got to try to outdo that, honestly. Coach Saban showed up at 7, you got to show up at 6, right?
Yeah.
Right? Coach Saban got home. He got home at 12 or at 7. You got to get home at 8. And you got to have a talk with your wife and your kids. This is my email, by the way, Bama Football on YouTube at Gmail. And you got to talk with your family. And, of course, you have to make time for your family, because that's the most important thing. But you have to have a talk with your wife before you even take a job of this magnitude. And you say, look, this is an opportunity of a lifetime. But, where we're going, like, I have to give it my all. And there's a lot of people that are going to be very demanding of me. And the standards here are, to work. There's people here in Alabama. I mean, as you know, you've been from Madison, like, people here work. People in Alabama are not afraid to work. Long days, long hours. I get it. There's definitely, millionaires here, and a lot of those people didn't get there without working every single day. But people here, like, they put in the work. So it's a lot taking over this job. He's got to talk and figure it out, because you got to, from Saturday on, like, this doesn't stop. I mean, this is a lot to take on. There's not a lot of off time when you're the head football coach anywhere, specifically here at Alabama. I think you get June, and that's pretty much it. Then you go back into the football submarine. Anything else, man, while I got you on the line?
Yeah, I just think, we really have to let this guy be himself, because that's what led him to be successful. Like, we can't, try to force, let's say, other coaches on him and whatnot. And I think, Byrne even said, I'm going to let him do his hires. If I'm trying to tell him who he needs to hire, then I hired the wrong guy. Mm-hmm. So we have to let this guy be himself. I think he's going to take us to this next era. And, I've been sitting here waiting, and I think a lot of the rest of the country, like you were saying, Game of Thrones, like, they were waiting for the Red Wedding, and it just never happened. And I don't think it's going to happen. I think Bama's still here. I'm all in, no matter what, I'm Roll Tide till I die. So, but I think this new era is going to be really bright for us. I'm really stoked on it. And, thanks for taking my call, and I enjoy the show. And I'm actually going to try to become a member. I didn't see that button on the video, but
all right.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call, man. You're a real one, and wish we could have linked up when you were out here.
That'll be another time, man. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the support, man. See ya.
Yeah, see you later.
If you want to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel, hit the hyperlink above this video if you're on your phone. If you're on a computer, look for the button that says join. It's also on around our other videos. It says join. There's different levels to become a fan funder, starting at $2.99 a month. And really appreciate your guys' support. You can't click the link on the screen. Maybe we can make like a QR code that basically you could take a picture of that goes to that link. Idea for later. You can also watch this on your big screen. Or you can watch it on your podcast. You could minimize the screen and just listen to it. So whatever it is, I appreciate your guys' support. Kyle Henderson, the Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up. Run the thumbs up on these videos. Long story short, we've been just kind of almost like a stakeout waiting for some sort of announcement for Caleb Downs. We've been covering the latest news and notes for Alabama football. James wants to ask about the SEC championship and how that's going to work. So there's no more SEC West and East. It's just all the SEC teams inside a big pot. And the team with the best record will finish number 1, and the team with the second record will finish number 2. And then those two teams will play, regardless if they played before, for the national championship game. So I was thinking about it. I mean, there's a scenario where Alabama and Georgia theoretically could play 3 times. And you're like, how? Well, there's 12 teams that make the playoffs. Alabama and Georgia are going to be loaded this coming year. So let's just say, hypothetically, Alabama and Georgia, which is fact, they're going to play in week 4, right? September 28th. They play that game. That's one time. What if they are number 1 and number 2 in the SEC? They play in the championship game. That'd be twice. What if somehow they're able to get into the playoffs, even if they're on the same side of the bracket with 12 teams? You think Georgia's going to be outside the top 12? You think Bama is? No. There's some auto bids that, are going to lead to the playoffs, but I would think Alabama and Georgia both make the playoffs. So then they could play again. So you could have 3 times of Alabama and Georgia. There's a lot of teams that could play, 3 times. They're playing each other once during the season, and they have conference championship games. And just like Mason is saying, he may not announce anything, and he doesn't have to. Najee Harris, we were waiting on a really big percentage, not percentage, I saw percentage in the comment box. A big announcement from Najee, didn't say anything, just showed up to work. And I like that. Show up. I promise you, there's people that know, because the way that the transfer portal works, the player has to file the paperwork with compliance, and then it'll go into the portal, and then everybody who scoops the portal will blast that out. So I'm looking at it as no news is good news. We would already heard. We've heard all the bad news. Every time there's bad news, we hear it. So if there's no bad news, I take it as good news. What percentage that we retain, Caleb? I'm feeling pretty good about it right now, but I don't know. I would say, I don't know. I don't know. It's up to him. And I hope he does come with it. And I hope he does come here. Wherever he goes, he's a day 1 starter. I mean, he's the best player in college football on the defensive side of the ball going into this coming year. Yeah, I like that, Nicole. Appreciate you. Red Helmets. Y'all support the channel. For sure. Appreciate you guys being here and being fan funders of the YouTube channel, supporting the coaches when I'm not here. There may be some times throughout the day, and as we continue with the show, where you roll back through and just kind of giving you a heads up that you just see this graphic. There might be audio, there might not be audio. Treat it like a live chat. And if I take a break and I come back, then we just kind of pick it up. Right? So you guys just treat it as a chat, and then I'll be back as news happens. But I'm here for right now, so we're just chilling. All right. Let's do this 504. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm in line with, and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Kyle, man? This is Jay calling from North Carolina.
What's up, Jay? I appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me, man. I've been waiting for a little bit, but man, riding and listening. A few things I just want to say. For one, man, I'm a follower of a few Facebook groups, Southeastern Conference football groups and stuff like that. Georgia fans are the worst, of the worst. They somehow, I don't know how these people have amnesia. Alabama hasn't owned them. Y'all beat us, one time in the Natty, and that's simply because John Mechie and J-Mo people forget the play that J-Mo got hurt on. He literally he just caught a bomb on their defense. He was getting ready to score again.
Mm-hmm.
And people forget. You feel me? If Ajayi Hall could catch a cold ass neck in December, we would have beat him in the Natty again. So we've owned Georgia with Kirby. We've owned Georgia with Mark Richt. I don't think Georgia fans remember when Bama came to Athens and they had that blackout game after we had lost to Hugh Freeze and Ole Miss, and we came there and put 38 on them in the rain in Athens, and they sitting there looking. It's the same face they make every week in Atlanta. Every time we play them in Atlanta, you just might as well say Georgia is Alabama East. That's all it is at the Alabama JV team or something like that. I don't know. But that's that with Georgia. I can't stand Georgia fans. I love Kirby. I love their staff. I just hate their fans. The next thing, man, the transfer portal. I'm kind of, sad to see Trey Amos in them. I'm sad to see Amari Niblack in them. But people forget, just like you can go in the portal until you sign somewhere else, they can change their mind and come back to Bama. I think what a lot of these players are doing is they're doing like most of us would do. They're shopping around to see what would be the best situation for them. And I think that it's best for them in their career. Shop around to see, hey, am I going to be a starter here, or what are they offering NIL? I mean, it's not even NIL. It's pay for play. That's what it is. But I think they're doing what most of us would do on our job. They're shopping around. And I think there's a chance that Trey Amos could come out of the portal and say, you know what? I like this defensive hire, this defensive coordinator hire. I'm going to go back to Bama. And I'm willing to bet you we would take him with open arms. I would love to get this Muhammad guy. Would love to get him. I would just say, people, be patient. Let Kalen DeBoer, give him some time. He's not Nick Saban. It would be a huge mistake for him to try to be Nick Saban. People forget Nick Saban is the greatest of all time for a reason. Even the great Bear Bryant wasn't Nick Saban. Even Kirby. Now, I think Kirby has a chance to catch Nick Saban. But, I mean, this dude is the greatest for a reason. They don't grow these type of coaches on trees, man. So I'm excited to see what our offense will do. I need Jalen Milroe to get better in that intermediate pass game. I want to see Jalen Hale, Kobe Prentice. I want to see those guys, man. Emmanuel Henderson, people keep skipping over him, but he's a dog. Ryan Williams, I want to see those guys step up. I think our defense is going to be fine. I'm still on the fence about this 4-2-5 defense. I think our defensive front with LT Overton, Keon Keeley, all of our linemen up front, G.I. Campbell say he's coming back. Deontay Lawson is coming back. I think we're going to be stacked, and I think we're going to be fine if we give it time. People cannot jump off the Alabama train just because we fail on a fourth down conversion, and they start talking about, fire this man. Now, if we're freaking down 35-0 to Western Kentucky, get them out of here. But other than that, man, I think we're going to be just fine, because people forget, in Kirby's first year, in his second year at Georgia, Kirby was struggling. Everybody was talking about, this might not be the right hire. Dabo has struggled. Jimbo was struggled. Hell, Jimbo just got fired. Every great coach, Ryan Day right now, he struggled. Jim Harbaugh, Khaki Pants just beat Nick Saban. Like, how many times has Khaki Pants been to the playoffs and got blown out? Like, give these people time. Our time is coming. But we will not be the same Alabama as we were with Saban, because it's impossible. So I just want to temper all expectations. Caleb Downs is coming back. Man, we're not even worried about that, because he knows he's at home. Home is right there in Tuscaloosa. So that's all I got, Kyle.
Jay, I think when I take my breaks, I think I might just replay your call, because there's so many Georgia fans in here that need to listen to it. That was it, man. I could feel like you've been wanting to talk about that for a long time, and I appreciate you coming here.
Because I'm a Bama guy. So I'm from New Orleans, man, and I started loving. I'm more of a Saban guy than I was an Alabama guy, and Saban has turned me into an Alabama guy. I used to be an LSU guy when he was there with Marcus Spears and Jamarcus Russell and those guys before Les Miles.
No.
So, and I began to coach high school football because Saban, inspired me to become a coach. So I know what it's like to go through, classes. This class might not be as good, or our incoming freshmen might not be as good as the ones we had. Actually, the crazy thing is, I actually was on the staff that coached Travion Henderson from Ohio State up here in Hopewell, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And right after Travion left and went to Ohio State, everybody, they was looking at us to be the same, but our incoming freshmen in our classes weren't the same.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is, man, if we give Kalen DeBoer some time, let him wet his feet, and the crazy thing is, everybody was Dan Lanning. We want Dan Lanning. We want Sark. Kalen DeBoer beat both of them dudes with less talent. He beat Sark and he beat Dan Lanning twice with less talent. He beat Sark with less talent. So my thing is, the man knows what he's doing. Just get off his back. Now, I'm not going to lie. Womack, I'm from the South. We call him Womack. But we just got to get this man time. For a 4-2-5 defense. Now, my thing about that 4-2-5 is when you play your teams like your Georgias, we got to go up to Wisconsin. You know Wisconsin's going to want to line up and run the ball. Are we going to have the bodies like our linebackers? I know we can walk safeties up in the box and Caleb Downs and those guys can tackle, but you're going to need some linebackers, man. I think what people are forgetting, man, we have cats like Justin Jefferson that didn't play. I'm sorry to see Kendrick Blackshire in the portal. He still hasn't gone anywhere. He still could come back. I mean, I think we're going to be fine, man. I just, I want people to slow down, slow their roll, take a shot of Jack or some corn liquor, and chill out, man. Get some apple pie moonshine and wait for next season.
Love it, Jay. I appreciate it, man. Hell of a call, man. Anytime you want to call and let our fans in the comment box know, man, hit us up, man. You know the number.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Roll Tide.
Roll
man.
Tide to you, man. Appreciate you, Jay. Jay calling in from North Carolina. Appreciate it. Was that the call of the day? Thumbs up if you think so. I think it was. Run the thumbs up. I appreciate you guys. Man, Jay coming with it. That was really well put. I could tell that he wanted to talk about that for some time. He has every right to. He brought up some really good points, man. Damn, Jay coming with it, spitting it. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. See, the people have spoken. The thumbs up inside the comment box. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. The update on Caleb Downs is there's no update. There's been no type of announcement. No major news source had said anything. 4-2-5 is a defensive front. We've talked about that a little bit. Maybe like draw out a diagram of how the 4-2-5 looks with some of the new players and bring that to you like a graphic. But basically what we're talking about, Keena, is like the defense. Alabama ran a 3-4, but it's kind of like situational depending on like where players are placed on the defensive side of the ball. Appreciate you guys being here at the thumbs up. I told you, Jay crushed it. Everybody completely in agreeing that was the call of the day. 1,000,000%. Man, that was good. Yeah, in Deadly Precision, what's up, man? Kyle, we keeping down Getty Muhammad. I mean, that would be huge, right? That would continue to show like getting, because there really hasn't been anybody yet from outside to come in under Coach KD, right? But can you imagine if they bring in Jabbar Muhammad on the defensive side of the ball, and if they bring in one of the center who we were just talking about, or Nate Kelpo, member of the Joe Moore Award? Those are going to be some huge additions. All right, we go back to the phone lines, and let's do a 208. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, this is Will, calling from Savannah, Georgia.
What's up, Will? We've spoken before, right, Will?
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
Yes,
and every
this
time,
not
and every
Savannah
time,
number.
yeah.
This is a Boise, Idaho number.
All right, Will from Savannah, and every time I call, and every time we talk, I always tell you, like my appreciation for Savannah, because it's so beautiful. I've had the opportunity to go there a couple times. I love like the parks and the trees and everything. So every time you call, I'm probably going to tell you that again and again. But with that said, Will, appreciate you calling in, man, and welcome on into the show.
Thank you, Kyle. Hey, this new defensive coordinator, is he going to build his own staff, or how this going to work?
Well, so far, what we know
Does he have names already?
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to bring over any defensive staff members from South Alabama. What I do know is that he has retained Freddie Roach, right? And that wasn't him. Coach KD did. He retained Freddie Roach, which I think was really important. So everybody is curious about the DB spot and who's going to coach the defensive backs, because you've had, I would say some leakage in that area. You were already going to have it with T. Arnold and Kool-Aid leaving, but Des Ricks is out. Antonio Kite out. So defensive back is now kind of where my focus is going when I'm looking at the defense. But with that said, we highlighted so many guys that are coming in that are signed from this class of 2024. So I'm not sure if he's going to build it, but I'm sure we'll begin to see how it's going to fill out. I don't think Robert Balla is going to be retained. We probably would have already heard that. And there's been a lot of talk about Carl Scott, the former coach here who coaches defensive backs, who's now with the Seahawks. He could be a name, but I really haven't heard anything else in terms of that.
How about this? I read something. It's on the message boards, and you can take it for what it's worth. Somebody mentioned Patrick Surtain Sr.
Yeah.
He's coaching somewhere as a high school or
I think he's at Florida State. I think he's at Florida State, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was one of the big reasons that Earl Little Jr. Went to Florida State. And I don't know if you guys saw, but yesterday I think it was Sean Murphy committed to Florida State. That's 5 guys from Five Guys Burgers. That's 5 guys that are going from Alabama to now Florida State.
Well, they needed to go. Not saying I didn't like them to get playing time. Yeah, go there. Rodell Williams, we got running backs.
Mm-hmm.
I like that offensive lineman. I wish he would have stayed.
Me too. Terrence Ferguson.
Terrence Ferguson, yes. But why don't they elevate Clinton?
That's what people are saying inside the comment box. Yeah. I think in terms of winning over the roster and having guys that are part of or a former part of Coach Saban or played under him, played in the league, he makes perfect sense, really. So I don't, I think that would be really great. And I think there was last year, Clinton Dix was just talking about on social media, on Twitter, about how Coach Saban, kind of welcomed him back by getting on his ass. That's what people want, because he knows he's part of it. And I think he's ready for it. So that would be a great one. I don't know if he's a target by any means, but certainly he would be a guy that I would like to see as a DB coach.
Yeah, somebody need to push his name further out there within the program because the guys, the players know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these are all the guys.
Carl Scott.
Yeah, Scott has listed inside the comment box. These are all the guys leaving. I forgot. I tweeted something about this earlier, but I forgot to add Jake Pope's name because I did it from the top of my head. Jake Pope, Christian Story, Des Ricks, T. Arnold, Kool-Aid, Trey Amos, Antonio Kite, Jalen Key, all gone. That's a lot. That's a lot gone from the secondary for sure.
Yes, but that's what the portal's for. I mean, to make up for some of that loss.
Mm-hmm.
But Carl Scott, they should get him back, give him a title, cornerback coach or safety coach, with co-defensive coordinators onto that.
Mm-hmm.
And Carl Scott, let me tell you, Kyle, he can recruit.
Hell yeah, he can. Yes.
He's the one that got Kool-Aid McKinstry to come to Alabama because he was supposed to have been all Auburn.
Man, it's crazy that I just saw. It's funny you say that because I just saw a video of Kool-Aid. I was going through YouTube videos and I saw him when he was at Pinson Valley. Man, it seems like it was just like a couple years ago. And to see how quickly that has gone by has been amazing. I know he's leaving early and stuff, but man, just time flies. All right. We'll make a final point, man, before I move to my next caller.
Okay, Womack, his position, he's a defensive coordinator, but he's a position coach. They only had linebacker. Is he outside linebacker, middle linebacker?
Who is that again, Will?
Womack, the defense coordinator. What's his specialty? Is it going to be? They said he coached linebackers.
Well, then maybe that,
linebacker
yeah,
or
maybe.
outside
Well,
linebacker?
that's a good question. I think, considering that Alabama is going to need a new inside linebacker coach, I could see him working with the inside linebackers, and that could be. And then a lot of people have said that they'd like to see Freddie Roach elevated to the outside linebackers. I don't know if he's going to move from DL to outside, but I think it would be good if that is the play. We're kind of keeping track on like the exact movements of the defense, but we don't really have an inside linebacker coach, an outside linebacker coach. We don't have a special teams coach or who's going to be working with the special teams, and we don't have a DB coach. So as that news comes in, we'll keep you guys posted. But Will, I appreciate you calling in, man, and I'll catch up with you again next time.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you, Cal.
All right, take it easy. That was Will calling from beautiful Savannah, Georgia. Jeff asked inside the comment box. Kyle, again, we know Kalen DeBoer here in Courtney, Morgan, and Kane Womack. But has any other coaches actually been reported coming here for sure? No, to be honest. But, there's enough reputable sources out there that have pieced together the coaching staff. People from the Tuscaloosa News are saying the same thing. People like Chris Lowe was saying the same thing. So that's why we felt confident in the sense of the coaching staff that we have put up on the board in terms of, the head coach, OCDC, everybody else kind of being on board. We just don't have a couple other positions. And I would assume we probably know those by the end of the week. Someone's saying Clinton, Clinton Dix on social. I'll go check it out. I don't know. People, saying a lot of things on social media. I'm going to check this out real quick before. Who would you guys like to see as the defensive backs coach? I haven't really seen anything from Clinton Dix on social media. So if anything pops up or anything comes through, I'll post it inside the comment box, and of course I'll bring it to you right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, we go back to the phone lines with the 773. Hey, thanks for calling. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's Mike from Chicago. How's it going?
What's up, Mike? I appreciate you being here, man. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, still worried. I think the coaching staff is good, but it's not great. And you're going to need to be great in the SEC. I think your coaches, the coaches show, they pointed it out. This is the SEC. You're going to play Missouri, you may play Kentucky, you may play LSU, Tennessee, and that's back to back to back. And the thing that made Alabama so good was that iron sharpened iron. You had a level of depth where your second team that could probably be in the top 25. So your second team going against your first team, and some of these key losses, again, as I said, it's about the depth. Deontay Lawson didn't play a whole season. You have a lot of guys that don't play a whole season because of this grind, and you need that depth. Everything that's going on is good, but the standards that Alabama has set, and again, I'm a person, I think I can roll with it.
Mm-hmm.
For some of you fans, you like Golden. Golden was a good defensive coordinator. He wasn't terrible. I think we ran Golden out of town. The year they were 12-2, they lost to LSU and Tennessee on the last second play in front of 100,000, and we roasted the team. We thought they were the worst thing since sliced bread. Everybody's saying, "Oh, it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay," until that first loss come around. And when that first loss come around, hey, DeBoer needs to be out of here. He needs to be out of here. So I just think that what needs to be done is, I think some of these losses are not bad. I think, everything is going okay, but they need something that's a home run. I don't think Womack is a home run. I think Carl Scott, because you're going to need that recruiting. You're going to need that depth of recruiting to stay where Alabama is. You have to be in the top 5 of recruiting every year. If you think about what Nick Saban did, I think Nick Saban, 17 years, his average recruiting was like 1.5 or 1.7, something like that. The level of depth and talent that he amassed, you're going to have that in order to compete at the level that Alabama has competed in the SEC. It's going to be a grind. And then if they mess around and they say, okay, we want to go 9-game season as opposed to 8, oh my God, it's going to be even a deeper grind. And I'm just, the coaching selections have been okay. You just don't have that ace killer recruiter that's on the staff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I remember, like, you know, when you think when Saban was here, you think most of the season, you're looking at during the season, they're hovering around 7 or 8 as far as ranked. And then a week before it's time to sign, you start flip. They start pulling this person. Next thing you know, they go from 7 to 1. And it happens almost every year. Same time. It's like we're 10th ranked. 2 weeks before signing day, flip. Next thing you know, we got the best ranked, you know, class in the whole SEC. And you're going to need somebody. Saban's gone. So you're going to need somebody. I think one Saban recruiter is probably equal to 3 regular recruiters. You're going to need some home run hitters to go into those homes and do the flips. Because now we're going to be the ones targeted that's going to get flipped. But I'm just looking for that key recruiter that's going to bring in the talent and keep that depth, so they can always say that iron sharpen iron. You have that practice squad. You have that depth that, you know, when injury occurs, it's not a big drop off. We need that depth, and we need a recruiter. Shane Womack, you may be a good X's and O's guys, but they always say it's always not about the X's and O's, but the Jimmies and the Joes.
Yeah.
So we're losing people. I would have loved to get Carl Scott. I would have loved to get T-Rob. I'm hoping the Courtney Morgan can be that recruiting guy that when it's time to come around and sign, the next thing you know, we got flip, and we go from 8 to 2. Because if, you know, when signing day comes and we're at 13 and 14, it may be good. But if you give Florida a third ranked, you give Georgia a first ranked, you give Texas A&M, you got Texas, you got Oklahoma. It's going to be a gauntlet. And we're going to need some recruiters because this is going to be a gauntlet.
Yeah, and I think, look, I don't want to put it, I'm not sure otherwise how to put it, but I think, you know, this coming year's team is still going to be Saban's team, like Saban's players. So what Coach DeBoer is going to be judged off of is can he continue to rebuild like Coach Saban did? The transfer portal, you're going to lose at least 17 from the roster after the season. Every single year. It happened before this season. That's kind of like where it's going to go because of the roster management. So you got to be able to go into the transfer portal. You got to be able to sell the guys to come to Alabama, which isn't hard because of the brand. But then again, you're not Coach Saban. You got to be able to, you know, show them NIL deals. I don't know where Alabama is in terms of that, where they are, if they're like a top 10 program with NILs. I know they're trying to get everybody to sign up for Yay Alabama. I don't see any. I'd be curious to see what other programs are doing if they have, you know, if they're begging their fans to support their NIL deal, or if they just have the money naturally. I don't know. It's going to be tough. The SEC is a complete grind. And this is an area where Coach Kalen DeBoer has not coached in. He has not recruited against these guys. This is a copycat. It's turning into a copycat format, and these guys are sharks. Look what happened the first day that Coach Kalen DeBoer is hired. He got, Kirby Smart goes in and takes T-Rob. You don't think like that timing? Yeah. Like he didn't wait for he did that because he knew that people were waiting for news. Like it's amazing. So this is, you're coming into the SEC is no joke. He knows what's, I hope he knows. And look, and with Pete Golding, I think that the thing about Pete Golding, when they lost those 2 games in 2021, it was because of the way that the defense played in those 2 games, right? They allowed, 32 to LSU and 52 to Tennessee. And I think, it would kind of been like a compilation of things. But with that said, too, there were a lot of penalties. What they have, like 14, 15 penalties in those types of games? I don't know. It seems like the defense was just night and day under Kevin Steele or whoever, T-Rob or Saban, as opposed to Pete Golding. Mike, make a final point before I move to the next caller, man.
Okay, real quick. those 2 games they lost in front of 100,000, it's hard. So it's gonna be flipped this year.
Mm-hmm.
So that deep, well, we won't know now because the team is gone and disbanded as far as, but to be in, they played in Tennessee, they played in LSU that year. Now this year they're going to be in Tennessee and they're going to be LSU. So now let's see if they can handle that 100,000. Would it be, the same type of defense? I think Pete Golden did a good job. I think, certain circumstances, that's end of that. But again, my biggest thing is, as you said, okay, you're going to have transfer porters, you're going to have people transferring out. But the key thing that kept Alabama on the top is that Saban was 1, 2, or 3 when it comes. I mean, I think his lowest recruiting class was 5.
Jeez.
That was the key. That if you transfer out, so what? I got 5 more behind you, and the recruiting class that's coming in is another. Sometimes we needed those 17 people to transfer based on the recruiting class he was bringing in. That you needed a lot of those people to actually leave because he was bringing in more 5 stars. So we both agree it's a grind. I just want to see that big recruit coach that come in to say, hey, I can feel confident that we're going to stay in the top 5. Because if we don't, get ready for 8-4 seasons, 9-3s, 10-2s. Got to be in that top recruiting class in order to, sustain that, like Kirby is doing. You got to be 1 and 2 every year.
Yo.
Thanks a lot for the time.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for calling in, Mike. Mike calling in from Chicago. I think if you bring in like a Carl Scott, because Mike did bring up a great point about Carl Scott. That guy was a ace recruiter. You bring him in with some sort, and I think I forget who it was. One of our callers said that you bring in Carl Scott, which I agree with, and you give him an elevated title with some defensive responsibilities at DC. I think, man, that would be great. And I think a lot of players would really be excited about the fact that they could play for Carl Scott, somebody who just fresh out of the NFL in terms of coaching. He was with the Vikings after Alabama, and then he went to Seattle. So maybe he comes back. I don't know. Certainly knows the territory, has clear relationships with a lot of DBs. But if it's not him, then Clinton Dix would be my pick if it makes sense. A younger guy that can definitely get in the mix. So Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. I appreciate you guys being here. Run the thumbs up on these videos. I appreciate you guys doing that. We've had some really good content today and different fans calling, different perspectives. We've been on for 7 hours and 17 minutes, and we're going to keep it going. I feel good about where we're at, and I really appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Sean Dion Hamilton, I liked him, man. The only thing that happened with Sean Dion was the fact that he got banged up, like his knee injury. But, man, I love that guy's grind. I thought he was a really good inside linebacker. Really liked his game for sure. If you're just joining us or you're like popping in and out, like when there's major news or something happens, we will like broadcast that. We'll change the graphic. We'll make sure that you're completely dialed in terms of like knowing what happened, who called in, all that stuff. So with that said, we go back to the phone lines and we have let's take Angel from Pigeon Forge again. Angel, what's up, man? Appreciate you being patient, man. Welcome to the show. Go ahead.
What's up, man? I'm doing all right. It's a little chilly today. It's 17 degrees out here. Tonight's the low is 9. But other than that, it's really good, man. You know who they're not talking about to bring in as a coach? George Hilo. Hello?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm letting you go, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, George Hilo, man. Even though he's not part of the Saban staff anymore, they should bring him in as a linebackers coach because he was coached at Michigan. But that'd be an awesome advantage for us to have. But I'm not sure Kabor will take it. To hire George Hilo. You know what I'm saying? George Hilo.
Yeah, I mean, so George Hilo was at Alabama and then he went to Michigan and then Coach Saban hired him back. I pretty much think it's a clean sweep. So any of the guys that you were kind of wondering about if they're going to stay as support staff guys, or because George Hilo's job was to be the special assistant to Coach Saban. But then again, if you need an outside linebackers coach, theoretically, he could be your outside linebackers coach. So, yeah, I think that's a good point out to bring up George Hilo, quality coach. I just don't know if he's on the staff. I think we would have seen it listed if they're going to retain him because they've already said that they're going to retain Ellis Ponder. And you like this jacket, Devon? I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I actually got this jacket in Los Angeles. So I've been rocking this jacket for a little while. I like it. It's comfortable. It's a good weight. Feel good in it. Appreciate the shout out on the jacket. But I don't know about George Hilo in terms of like what he's going to do. But I think if he's around, he's available, then you could keep him on. But anyways, what else you got, Angel?
Yeah, another guy that no one's talking about. How about for special teams? Probably maybe Scott Cochran, but I'm not sure he'll be able to come back. But man, it'll be an awesome addition to come back to help these guys get motivated for next season, because he knows what it takes to win at Alabama. He's always on the sideline yelling out. It'd be awesome to have him back.
Yeah, I don't think Scott Cochran comes back. I think sometimes when we think about guys coming back or whatever, I don't think that he comes back. I know he went to Georgia where he was on special teams or whatever, but I think he was Alabama got his best here when he was the strength coach. I loved his energy on the sidelines, but he goes back to Georgia, and like we all do. I mean, he went through some stuff. He had to work on himself, and he's back. I'm glad he's healthy, absolutely crushing it, and he's a really good guy. And I think a lot of people would like to see him back, but I don't think that's going to happen. Angel, I got to move to my next caller, man, but I appreciate you calling in, man, and calling again.
Thank you, man. Real done.
See you, buddy. All right, Angel calling in from Pigeon Forge, where he said it was, a balmy 15, 16? I went up to Pigeon Forge. I like going up to Pigeon Forge. It was nice. I don't know if I could when I went up there, it was it was in 2020, right before COVID happened. And there was so many people. And I think, like, Pigeon Forge is like, I don't think there's a ton of people moving in, but man, that's a lot of people go out there. And I rode on one of those, like a sky coaster, or what do they call them? It's like it was the Alpine coaster. You know what I'm talking about, chat? You basically you go up the mountain, you get into like this little capsule, kind of like a roller coaster, but you control the speed, and then it takes you up the mountain, and then you kind of like come down. Alpine coaster. Yes or no, chat? You guys know what I'm talking about? It was pretty cool. It was fun. They have different ones. It was, it's a big tourist. Yeah, exactly. I've been up there. Yeah, it's tons of tourists, everybody. It's really pretty. I've never really had the opportunity to go deep into the Smoky Mountains. I like to do that at some time. Absolutely beautiful. Alpine coaster. That's what it's called. Yeah. I don't know if Sean Dion Hamilton will come back to coach, Carl. Is he coaching now? I haven't even really followed him since I don't even know if he's still in the league or whatever. Yeah, Trip is saying Pigeon Forge. Yeah, that's where the Alpine coaster was. And then I went to Gatlinburg as well, which was really pretty. A short drive from Pigeon Forge. Really nice places. Just check out. David Ballou is being retained. He's a strength coach here at the University of Alabama. All right. 770. Let's do it. I appreciate you calling in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle. My name is Lucas from Georgia, and just don't be worried about this. Do you remember when Nick Saban got to LSU, for the first time? He brought over his staff about the same way it is now. Mm-hmm. And then it took Nick Saban a while to get going, like the recruiting. It was not good. It was bad. It was not good. It was like low. Nick Saban was bringing low players to LSU. But how Nick Saban managed, he managed the game. He managed the players. That's how Nick Saban had LSU winning a championship. And then he went to the Dolphins, and he came to Alabama. So I'm looking at this the same way. What happened at LSU? Because remember Nick Saban was Virginia. Used to have access to the South. He used to be over at Michigan State. So I'm looking at this. I think this is a great hire. It's going to take time. Yes, it cannot be only now, but things will get better. Things will get better. It takes time. It's kind of like now you bring in a brand new car. How you make that car better is by putting some stuff on that car to make it better. But you cannot rush that car. It takes time. So if we don't get no guys like, oh man, why don't you have this guy? Well, it's going to get better. This is how this guy is going to learn. This is how this guy's going to learn. So I think it's just going to be fine. So it's not sweat it, man. I'm not worried about it. I think this is still Bama standard. it's still going to be there. Nick Saban's still going to be around in the program, so he's not going nowhere. The only thing different, he's not going to be the head coach, but he's still going to be around to make sure he is doing things right. And I want to remember, if this guy, you ain't taking my legacy down. No. I won't go to Greg Burns. Hey, no. I thought this guy can do it. It's the easiest thing when he came in, the easier he can get right back on his jet and fly back out.
Hey, we're on with Lucas from Georgia. Lucas, I have to ask you. And by the way, Alabama hired. Alabama hired their new defensive coordinator, Kane Womack. Why am I saying Womack? I looked it up on the mobile news station. That's how they're pronouncing his name. Literally, the newscasters. So I know it looks like Womack to me, but it's Womack. So Kane Womack is what we're rolling with. That's what the news stations say. Lucas, what was your thought about Alabama hiring Kane Womack?
Well, I think it's a good hire. This is because the reason why you want somebody young, understand, and he has been with Alabama, but over at South Alabama. So if he comes up here, yes, it's going to take him time. Yes, he might get these 2 stars, no star players, and they're going to be like, oh my word, you ain't getting these 4. It's going to take time when he's going to get better. And so I think it's a good hire because now the generation of football, it is changing. It's about the younger guys now. He can go in there and translate to these younger players. It's kind of like, yes, it's been nice to have like a guy like Nick Saban or like a Kevin Steele. I want to mention this name too. Is a Charlie Strong. He is 73 years old, and I think Kevin Steele is 65. So he's kind of like one of them older veteran guys.
Wait, is Charlie Strong really? Charlie Strong really 73? Chat, can we confirm that? Lucas, is Charlie Strong 73?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize he was 73.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. I'm telling you, this is going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Trust the process. This is a new chapter. It is going to be ugly. It's going to be nice. Just give this guy a chance. Maybe, you expecting this guy's going to come here in his first year and win a championship? No. It's going to probably take his 3rd season, maybe 3rd or 4th season, to have this team in the championship. So because he's building, it's part of building. It's the same way how Nick Saban did to LSU when he started up. He did not start winning off the bat. It took him a while.
Yeah.
When Nick Saban, he got better.
All right, man. All right, Lucas. Well, I got to move to my next caller, man. But I appreciate the optimism on Coach KD, and I will catch up with you in the next round, man. Thanks for calling in for Georgia. All right, Lucas with the call about, give him time, that things are going to be good. Things are going to work out. And by the way, Chat has won again. He's 63 years old. Chat's Charlie Strong. So thank you so much, Chat, for looking that up. And yeah, we covered Antonio Kite in the portal. I think that was, what was it, yesterday? It feels like these days have been really long. Like really long. Like I'm talking like years, like a month-long days. Does it feel like it's been long? We've been just waiting for a long time. Well, not like waiting, but it's just like they've just been long. I don't know why. And usually when in the wintertime, it seems like they're faster because the sun goes down so fast, but it just seems long. It seems like we've been here for a long time. And yeah, today has been too quiet. Yeah. Well, you know how to expedite the news. Watching this channel more than ESPN. I appreciate you guys being here and supporting the content, supporting the channel. It's been good. It's just been, today has been kind of a little bit quiet. Yeah, you have been going 11-hour days, Kyle. Yeah, it's been, Kyle, love you, avoid expressing your opinion sometimes. I appreciate it, man. I guess. He was born in 60. Like Lucas was saying, though, I mean, it's been really nice to see the optimism in terms of like coach taking over. And when we start talking like expectations and like, you know, I don't know if I'm even ready to think about expectations because you need to see what we're working with going into spring football, right? Like spring football, I think will give us kind of a small glimpse, but there's another transfer window after that. Then we have to go into August camp, and when things are starting to get together, this is going to be a long season. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. It's just like there's going to be different parts of that season that are going to give us different opportunities to learn about this team and how they come together. This is kind of some major news right here from Jared. Ross Rourke, it will be the new athletic director at Ohio State. So now you have Texas A&M looking for an athletic director. Did they come after Greg Byrne? That would be interesting. I mean, what do they pay at that job? And why is Ross leaving? All right, they just got a new head football coach, and he was kind of behind, the Jimbo Fisher, right? Yeah, so I think that's kind of some of the bigger headlines in college football too. All right, Jimmy Baker. I was told that Wyoming hire was decided around 5:30 p.m. Was ran by the entire team last night at the team meeting. They approved, including Caleb Downs. Said he is not expected to leave. Oh, I like that. Thanks, Jimmy Baker. Yeah, I mean, I like that timing because they did have a team meeting like at 6:30, and as you guys saw, Ryan Williams. Everyone asking like what the yeah, Jimmy. He does have a dream job. And Ryan Williams was in town last night, and he was posted on Instagram with Jalen Mbakwe. So that was kind of, you know, one of the highlights of the recruiting. And even though Coach Kalen DeBoer has lost, I mean, he hasn't even lost recruits, but two guys have decommitted, Jamie French, and then you had Mason Short, but I don't think 2025 recruiting, I'm not really worried about that at this point in time. Back to the phone lines, and we take 256. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Kyle, this is Jay. I'm calling in from Florence.
What's up, Jay? I appreciate you calling in from Florence, man. Welcome on in the show. It's always good to talk to you. Welcome on in, man.
Chilling, man. I like your boy Lucas, man. Hey, man, we need a little positivity, man.
Yeah.
We appreciate you for the community.
Yes.
Group, what it is, therapy session, man.
For sure.
Therapy, Kyle.
Yeah, I think kind of when you look to Lucas's call, I think, he's a fan who understands that it's going to take time for things to come together. Shoot, the staff isn't even put together yet. He understands that. And same thing with Jay from North Carolina. I don't know if you caught that show, that call, but he did a really good job. Yeah, Tim, we got that Charlie Strong is 63. Appreciate it. So, yeah, the calls from Lucas and the call from Jay have been some good points today. But with that said, man, appreciate you being here, and welcome on in, man. Take it away.
Hey, preseason, when we got Trey Amos, I called in and I told you, I said, man, I feel like we got 3 first-round corners.
Yep.
And I really wanted him to start over Terry Arnold. You remember?
Yep. A lot of people did.
That's a huge loss, man. Like, if we can't get him out the portal, not saying I don't trust these other guys, but I just saw, I ain't go to school to play football or nothing, but I feel like I'm a fan analyst too. I feel like I know the game too. So what I saw out of Trey Amos, I'm like, yeah, that guy, he got it.
Mm-hmm.
And we need him, and we need the Muhammad guy out of Washington.
Yeah.
Just to help with depth purposes. You know what I'm saying? And he an older guy. We got some talented DBs coming in. He can drop the knowledge he got. You know what I'm saying? But man, and then his defensive hire, I like it, man. I like it because he gonna bring kind of like an exotic blitz package with him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That 4-2-5, you could do a lot out of that by just with pressure on people. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
I like that.
No, I do. what I want to do, because I'm trying to encourage other people to come onto the show. So if you don't mind, Jay, because I know you're a big fan of the show as well, and I know that you've been supporting me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go full screen real quick and just give a shout out to everybody real quick. And then what you could do for me inside the chat is if you guys could all encourage people by giving a thumbs up. I'd really appreciate it. So when I tell you guys, I'm going to give a quick shout out and thank you guys. But if you guys could also hit the thumbs up, I'll tell you guys when to encourage other users to come to the channel. I would really appreciate it. So I will tell you guys when. But Jay, hang on just for 1 second, man. Appreciate it. All right, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Hey fam, what's up? It's Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I really appreciate you guys being with us for our post Nick Saban retiring right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I know you guys are new to the channel. There's a lot of people coming in and out, but I just want to say I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Thank you very much for supporting the content right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I know there's a lot of different places that you could be, but you choose to be right here on Bama Football on YouTube for all the latest coverage. If our fans inside the comment box, if you guys can let us know if you guys like the content, definitely show the thumbs up right now, and you can show other people that are watching nonstop right here on Bama YouTube on football, just what you're getting on a daily basis from the calls. And Jay, I appreciate it, man. You've been calling in for a long time. Jay, tell everybody why you support the content. Jay's calling in up from Florence.
Cause Kyle the GOAT, and he was covering the GOAT. So it's two GOATs, you know what I'm saying? And if you ain't tuned in to Alabama football, Kyle Henderson, you's a fool. He talk about Alabama football, but we cover college football as a whole here too. You know what I'm saying? So support my man and hit the like button.
That's it right here on Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys for being here, and run the thumbs up every single time you see a video right here on Bama Football on YouTube. Your boy Kyle Henderson coming to you from beautiful Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I appreciate you guys more than you know. All right, Jay, back to the show. Thanks for hitting me with the commercial, man. But I appreciate you, man, and thanks for calling, because I know you've been a long-time caller here, and I appreciate you calling in and sharing your viewpoints with me and everybody inside the comment box. I appreciate it. If you guys have just become a fan funder, means a lot to me. Thank you. Welcome in Amanda for becoming a fan funder as well. We really appreciate you hitting the join button. How to do that, hit the hyperlink above this video, and you can become a fan funder as low as $2.99 to be a member of the channel. I appreciate you guys. Jay, what else you got, man, as we kind of navigate through this day? I mean, for who we know, we might not even understand, get an announcement from Caleb Downs, which is perfectly fine. But it is what it is, and we'll keep you posted right here at Bama Football on YouTube. But anyways, Jay, back to you, man. What you got?
I'm about like you with Caleb Downs. No news is good news in the transfer portal, because I know I didn't Google transfer portal about 40 times today. So you know what I'm saying? No news in that portal is good news on Caleb Downs and family. Man, we just gotta stick behind this coach, man. He ain't even got a chance, man. His first SEC game gonna be Georgia, man.
I know.
He got to go to Wisconsin.
Yep.
Man, once he get this staff together, guys, we got to love on this man, because he gonna need it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, I know. It's pretty amazing to see. Oops, sorry about that feedback right there. I know you look at the schedule, and that's kind of the thing that I was talking about, is like the new wave of college football this next season. The schedule is very daunting. It's tough. It's challenging. It's going to be hard for anybody to get to the top two of the SEC. And look, I understand Coach Kelly DeBoer, he's building his staff and he's winning over these players. And I think kind of the less and less the leaking will stop. And if we don't get an update from Caleb Downs, that's great, because no news is good news, and everybody's been all over the transfer portal, and I think it's good that you give this man an opportunity, and also as he builds out his staff, we'll continue to keep you posted. But it's a good staff. I love the offensive hires. I think it's really good. So that's kind of where we are for right now. But Jay, I'm gonna move to my next caller. Please call again. I always like rapping with you, man. You got a lot of positivity, just like our boy Lucas from Georgia, who just called in, and we'll catch up with you soon.
Roll Tide, y'all. Roll Tide.
All right, roll tide to you, man. Our boy Jay out in Florence hitting me even with the commercial. Got a 205, a 229, a 205. Call line is at the bottom of your screen, 205-850-1994. My name is Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys rocking with me all day. 7 hours and 40 minutes of streaming content right here on Bama Football on YouTube. All right, we go back to the phone lines, 205. Let's do it. All right, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson, who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Oh, this is Tanner from Maniana again.
Hey, what's up, Tanner? I appreciate you calling in from Maniana. Welcome back to the show, man. Appreciate you here, and let's get it going, man. Welcome on in.
Yes, sir. I was going to talk about the offense real quick because last time I called earlier today was all about defense. But the first point I would like to say is I saw something in the thing on the NCAA football game. It was fake on the release date.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, we'll put that under the fake category left.
That's what I had saw on Instagram. Somebody posted that, and then the offense. I heard somebody calling in about Kobe Prentice earlier today. But you got to realize we got Kendrick Law. We got him, and we got a bunch of receivers coming in. I hope we can get Ryan Williams back in.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna have some firepower on the offense with this new offensive coordinator, and yeah.
Well, let me ask you something, Tanner. With Ryan Williams being in last night, and I think an official visit is coming up from him soon. How are you feeling with everything around Ryan Williams? Clearly, like the dude is a talent beyond. I mean, he comes in here. I think he fits in nice the system. How are you feeling in terms of what he's going to do? And it seems like there'll probably be more drama, but because he's not signing until February 9th, so we're probably going to be talking about him for the rest of the ways. But how are you feeling about him?
I feel pretty good about him.
Yeah.
Really because of Jalen Mwakwe, however you pronounce his last name.
Mbakwe.
Yeah, I think their friendship, I think that carries it a long way.
Me too.
Especially after the state championship game. I was had the pleasure to watch that game actually, but their friendship is a long way together. But I think if he does not come to Bama, I really don't see him going to Auburn. A bunch of the speculation says that.
Mm-hmm.
I really think Texas A&M or Georgia has the best shot to get him. But I really would like him to come here. If we get him, I hope he can be a number one receiver for us as a true freshman. I doubt that will happen, but it could be. He's a Devontae Smith type player. He's a freak of nature. He's so athletic. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I think if you're Ryan Williams, you kind of look to the two offenses and which offense can feature you more. And I get it. This offense, you haven't seen the coaching staff. But if you look to Washington's staff and how they're able to utilize their wide receivers, I think that, you like what you see as opposed to Auburn. I mean, who's Auburn's quarterback even going to be, right? Do we know who Auburn's quarterback is going to be yet? So I think those are the things that you kind of look at. So that's kind of how I'm looking at. I know Mike 4172 has just tweeted out it's going to get bad. What did he tweet? He said it's going to be. I think it'll get worse before it gets better. I don't know. I mean, yesterday he tweeted that. I don't know. He was tweeting out some stuff that I don't know that hasn't came through. So before I feature this dude again on Twitter. Let's just kind of wait and see before he really has some scoop, because there's a lot of information out there that's just kind of weird to touch, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. What else you got, Tanner?
On the Ryan Williams situation, if you look at Auburn, because all the Auburn fans want him to flip to Auburn. If you look at that, they have 2 or 3 5-stars already committed wide receivers from this class alone.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think in his opinion it wouldn't be the smartest option for him. Bama were not. I mean, he's the number one receiver right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you look at Washington, what they did with Romeo over there. I mean, they made him a first-round draft pick in 1 season, 2 seasons with him over there.
Mm-hmm.
I think if Ryan can stay here, it'd be amazing. And thank you for having me on Roll Tide and Bama Blitz.
All right, man. Take it easy, man. Thanks for coming through with that. Appreciate it, man. Tanner calling in with the good call. Appreciate hearing from you guys. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. We'll get the call online. What's up, Car Conversations? Thank you for your continued support. You become pretty much a regular in the chat. I appreciate you, honestly. Everybody who's definitely contributed to the chat and who continues to. The show and kind of the channel, it was amazing how everything kind of just like took off, right? Because I don't know if you guys have been here before, but I've been having a morning show. I used to have an evening show, and then based on schedule, I moved to the morning show. And I'd have the morning show on, and look, I wasn't getting like disheartened or anything like that, but I was during the season. I had a morning show every day at 9 a.m. and we have like 100 people on, probably like 100 and 150 people on. And I would think that was like kind of a reflection of me or my work. And then after Saban, and I know like news is hot, so like everybody's channels are blowing up, and the evening show is good. And maybe I'll come back with that if I'm able to have more staff, because there's only one person can only do so much. And then now that I've been having the shows, it's been cool. Like clearly, you guys like the product, and I appreciate the feedback inside the comment box. And I'm always receptive to positive criticism, whether it's like a name pronunciation or something that you like to see, improve graphics, or and I make errors or whatever. It's all good. I mean, you're literally seeing me work all the time. I don't have like a proof editor, or I don't have a script. It's all just how it is. So I appreciate you guys. 229, let's do it. Hey, thanks for being on the show.
Hey, am I on?
You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Brandy from South Georgia.
Hey, what's up? How you doing? I appreciate you calling in, and welcome to the show.
Well, first of all, roll tide, baby.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to say, all the Bama fans, and we're scared, and it's like, man, I want, when Bama takes the field, I want them to go out there and be aggressive and kick ass. And then I'm listening to our fans be all scared. Oh, no. It's like, no, man, as a fan base, we need to have a little more confidence, you know? I mean, to be honest, I hear all the fans, they're also like, oh, when we lose one of our players, they're like, oh, I wish him well. And I don't wish him well. I mean, Bond made a bad decision. Let's look at it. You went to Texas. Like, Bama played their worst game of the season, and Texas, squeaked by Bama. I mean, I watched Sark lose a national championship for Alabama with his play calling. It was terrible. That Clemson game, everybody, 5-year-old girls knew that Bama was a running team that year. He went out there and threw the ball, tried to throw the ball, went 3 and out the whole second half, gave Clemson the ball back, and they won the damn national championship. It's like we've been bad breakups with Lane and Sark. It's over. I'm glad we got a fresh start. But Bond, saying he made a business decision, it's like, son, I think you made a bad business decision. I mean, I don't know if, Texas is that much of a springboard for the NFL. And, even if he got a Lambo and $500,000, if he don't go pro, he ain't going to be able to afford to service that Lambo in 5 years. You know what I'm saying? And I think that this whole portal being open for 30 days after a coach leaves, I mean, it's messed up. I mean, the intention of it is good for the kids, but the reality of it is terrible. When you got the sharks and the vultures circling from air and water, it's a terrible situation. You're leaving a historic program laid out for dead for the vultures to pick their bones. This is a messed up situation. For the NCAA, it's asleep at the wheel. I mean, they got this. This is a rule that needs to be changed.
Yeah.
Whether it's, if you poach a player from a team like that, then that player can poach a player from, then that team can poach a player from you. Something to give it a little parity instead of leaving these programs out for dead. And like the NCAA is a program, it's an organization that's asleep at the wheel. They can't even finish an investigation for Michigan. Michigan shouldn't have been in the damn playoffs last year after all the scandals they've been through. And then the NCAA is like, oh, well, this investigation is going to take time, but until then, we'll just let them go on, standing on, all of their cheating. I mean, it's ridiculous. The NCAA needs to lock this down. People say that free agency destroyed the NFL. This situation in college football is way worse than free agency. And if players are going to be paid, then they need to be under contract that they can't lay out of the damn bowl game. They can't just jump ship because they had a bad day at practice. And all I'm saying is, to the players, man, this is Alabama. I mean, this is still a Final Four team last year. So what? Saban retired, and we got the other coach that went to the final. I mean, it ain't going nowhere. Where do you think you're going to go that's going to be better than Bama? And if you don't want to get on the bus, get off, and we'll run over your ass. Roll Tide.
Brandy with the call. Appreciate you, Brandy. Anything else before I move on? You have a question for me or anything, Brandy?
No, that's it.
All right, Brandy with
That's it. Thanks.
all right, Brandy with a hell of a call. Appreciate Brandy calling in, and a lot of facts right there. I mean, I think one of the great points that I look at for Brandy is, and I think sometimes we lose sight of this, is the springboard to the NFL. Because when you watch all these games now in the NFL is literally built by Bama. And you go into Alabama's facilities, you see all the jerseys up on the wall. Isaiah Bond, yeah, the 700,000 in a Lambo, hard to turn down. But what's amazing is these NFL contracts are much more than that. I don't know. I would assume that Isaiah Bond is going to play in the league. I mean, I believe he has a talent, man, but I just think it wasn't. I just think he could have been the featured wide receiver here. And I think if they would have came up with some sort of NIL deal to take care of him, who knows? Maybe that was the case. And then she's right about in terms of NIL. Like what is happening is terrible in the NCAA. I mean, they literally can't get anything done. And the slap on the wrist I'm with her. Like Michigan, I mean, everything that happened, they got a 3-game suspension for the head coach. And then what? It just disappeared. Like we never even talked about it again. Like the sign stealing, and I get it. Sign stealing does happen or whatever, but I mean, 3-game suspension, that's it. Yeah, so really good points by Brandy. Brought it with the fire. And yeah, I mean, she wants to be aggressive. And I think a lot of Alabama fans are used to that Coach Saban mindset of being aggressive. I would be curious to hear from Saban right now about his thought about the direction and the transition process of a new coach and kind of his philosophy. And those are going to be some of the things that I missed because a lot of times he brought things into perspective, right? You're like, what does, you talk about the transitional process. He would have laid it on the line perfect. He's like, well, it's only been, 2 days and you're freaking out. I mean, they haven't even solidified a full staff. So yeah, Brandy with the great call. Appreciate it. Really good stuff for Brandy who's called in. We'll go back to the phone lines and we got a 205 calling in. Yeah, I appreciate you being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Corey from Birmingham.
I'm sorry, what was your first name?
Corey from Birmingham.
All right, Corey, go ahead, man.
I got a question for you, Kyle.
Go ahead, Corey.
Have you heard of the guy Torian Gray?
Torian Gray. No, I have not. Can you fill me in?
Yeah. Yeah, he's a DB coach for South Carolina. He got ties to the NFL. He put guys in the NFL like Cam Chancellor, C.J. Henderson, Kyle Helm, Kyle Fuller. I feel like he'll be a great addition to that DB room with DeMonte Jackson and Malachi Moore. I feel like he'll be a great addition with Caleb Downs.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that name, but I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. I'll look more into that. Yeah, appreciate that. Yo, what happened? That was crazy. That was weird. I don't know. I was saying something, and then something just happened. All right. Whew. We back. Was it weird to not hear my voice? Oh, man. That was crazy. I don't know what happened. As soon as I started talking about like sign stealing and like Michigan and something like that, NCAA hit me up. That was crazy. I don't know what happened. We back though. All right. Let's get all checked in. No, I don't know what happened. It was weird. All right, let me get back to I had my graphic up. I got all messed up. I had to leave the show. I was like in the backstage. All right. Let me get set up again. All right, 1 second. There we go. I'm like all close up on. Okay, boom. All right. We good? All right. That was great. That was weird. And then I lost my callers. If I lost you guys, I'll hit you guys back here in a minute. I think I'm gonna have Coach Sean come on. Kyle, you all right? NFL is built by Bama for sure. In Philly, we drafted 2 GA guys on defense who are terrible. Meanwhile, William Anderson, Christian Harris are all awesome. I'm telling you that, and that's going to be the ultimate challenge too. Is like there's going to be under Coach Kalen DeBoer, there's going to be NFL guys from this next team. There's going to be, but there's still Saban's guys in my eyes. So you got to look down the road. Can he develop these players? Can he, do the same thing in terms of getting these guys to the next level? Because in my, like the NFL is built by Bama. Sending guys to the league is something that we're used to. That's why it's important for Caleb Downs to know what exactly is going to happen with your DB coach, with the defense. It's important. Saban was the GOAT at that. Saban, I mean, what was it? What is that graphic that they tweet out? Alabama football. He's had, $2 billion in contracts? And I think we've talked about it before. I'm sure some of these NFL guys are putting money back into this NIL collective. But if you really want to expedite it, I mean, don't nickel and dime have all these NFL guys put in like $1 million each. Imagine that. Then you could be able to get anybody. Want to keep up the legacy of Alabama football? Man, that would be crazy. Does anybody know what? I think there's a list out there. Chat. How many guys currently from Alabama are in the NFL? Like right now. Do we know that? Is there over 60? No, I'm here. Someone said I'm gone. I'm here. How many guys? That's what I'm saying. 56, 70. That was my guess. I'm going to say 64. Right? No, I'm not typing. 80 players. What do you think about Jason Kelce retiring? I like that guy. I like Jason Kelce. I think he's a good guy. It seems like it. Seems like he's a good guy. I don't know, where he's at in his career. I mean, that's like Coach Saban always says. Philip Sanders is saying 68, 57 active, 80. All right, so let's just say 70 guys. Right, it's 57, Kyle. All right, so if all of those guys, and I don't know, everybody uses their money in a different way. If all of those guys gave, some sort of money, into this NIL, I'm sure that would, speed up that, Alabama. But there's a ton of fans too. I mean, I don't even know how many millions of Alabama fans are. But look at this. This is the thing that I'm also talking about. Like Saban just sent 49 into the first round. That is crazy. That's more. Yeah, look at, I don't know if they all want to hit up, 500,000. But even if they hit up like, I don't know, let's just say 80,000, right? 80,000 times what? 60? That's a lot of cheddar. To get those funds going. But it's like, how much money are in, like, that's the crazy thing. I would love to see some sort of graph. We'd never get these numbers, but the NIL base for each of these programs. Like, literally, what is in Yay Alabama's NIL deal? What is it? Let's just say, I don't know. I have no idea if this is true. But let's say it's like $3 million. What is Texas A&M's like the equivalent to the NIL? Is it like $100 million? Is it like 50? Is it like 10? $5 million? What do you think? What do you think Yay Alabama has? And what do you think Texas, like their version of Yay Alabama, has? I don't even think they're close at all. So I don't know. Like, how do you increase that? I mean, and it's crazy to think we're just like in these bidding wars for these players now. And how much does a Lambo cost? Right? That's what I'm saying, Ben. I don't think Bama's close. And Carl, I'm with you. I think these other programs have a lot more. See that okay, thank you. Talking numbers here, and we're just guesstimating here. Texas A&M probably around 14, Bama probably around 8. Huh. See, I was gonna say that it's like around, like 4, and Texas A&M is like 20. And this is the thing. Nobody knows. There needs to be, like, am I wrong by saying that there should be like a cap on this? Are we against stuff like that? I mean, should the cap be like 10, 7? I don't know. We don't know. There's no transparency. Nobody knows. Lambo's about $200K. Yeah, so Bond's getting like $1 million flat out. Yeah, there should 100% be a cap. Yeah, cap on NIL funds. Yeah, for sure. I think so too. Lambo 244. Yeah, 244 out the door. I've never been in a Lambo. I've never been in a Ferrari. I'm not really into sports cars, but I mean, shoot, I definitely like to check one out for sure. Lambo at least. Yeah, cap would be a good idea. It's all about the media market. Yeah. I mean, see, in Jeremiah King saying Bond not worth $1 million. That could very well be the case too. I mean, he caught the game winner. You have to do some stuff in the NFL. We had some callers before saying that these aren't pros. They're not yet. $4,200. That's your lease payment on the Lambo. Appreciate you guys sticking with me. Kyle Henderson, Bama Football on YouTube. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe if you want to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel. Hit that join button, which is at the top of the screen. If you're on a computer, it says join. I'm gonna open up the call line in 1 second. Just something happened, like everything got reset, so I was kind of like scrambling there for a second. But I'm gonna open up the call line. Give me 1 second. All right. 1 second. Let me remove that. Those are my calls. All right. 1 second. Let me add the screen. We see we got all sideways here. 1 second. I appreciate you guys being patient with me. We had like just a little bit of technical difficulties. These are our headlines. All right, here we go. All right, we go back to the phone lines with the 303. Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, this is Brandon calling from Colorado. How's it going, Kyle?
What's up, Brandon? I appreciate you being patient, man. Sorry, I don't know what happened. I mean, I guess things happen when you're streaming for 8 8 hours, but we back online, and I knew 303 was from Colorado. I used to, and everyone's like, I've always been everywhere. I've been a lot of places, but I used to own a company in Boulder, Colorado, and I used to stay, I think it was in Broomfield, because I could never find a place to stay in actual Boulder. If you're familiar with that, right? I mean, and Boulder's so beautiful. It's such a nice place. But where are you at in Colorado?
Yeah, I'm south of Denver in Castle Rock, Colorado. So in between Colorado Springs.
I know exactly where that's at. Yeah, Colorado Springs is really, really nice. I think it's beautiful. You know where I went to the Air Force Academy one time, and yeah, you know where that's at, right? I was at a camp out there. Man, that's such a beautiful area. I'm sure Castle Rock, you've seen it grow since you've been there. Really cool spot. Anyways, man, welcome on in, man, and take it away.
Thanks, man. I don't think I can match Brandy's energy, man. She was something else.
Tough act to follow. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I just found I'm a Georgia fan, so I just found your channel. But I appreciate you, man. I appreciate your commentary. You're pretty fair when you talk about things. I just like the way you deliver things. So I was just curious, man. How do you guys feel about Milroe coming back? I mean, how do you guys feel with Milroe, and are you comfortable with how it's developing, and what are your thoughts on that?
I like it. I think Alabama fans like the Alabama quarterback room overall. You had Eli Holstein transfer out. He ended up at Pittsburgh. And then you had Tyler Buckner, who transferred to Notre Dame to play lacrosse. So what you have here from the Alabama quarterback perspective, you have Jalen Milroe, who played in 777 snaps. You have Ty Simpson, who had a little bit of time. And then you have Dylan Lonergan. And then you have Julian Sain, who's a 5-star. I think if you ask the great majority of people about Jalen Milroe, they're really excited about him because he's not close to where his ceiling by any means. And I think the one thing that Jalen Milroe hasn't had is a true quarterback whisperer. Now, from everything that we gather, this Ryan Grubb coming in is that guy. And look, Michael Penix Jr. was ultra talented. But I think he developed under Ryan Grubb under these last couple of years. So people are excited about that with Jalen Milroe and his overall playing style. I mean, the guy is every bit of 230, 6'3", 6'2". Like he's built different, right? And I think despite some of his inconsistencies this year, we did see him grow up, and the guy can win football games. The guy is the leader of the team. People have a lot of respect for him, and he's a playmaker. I mean, this is the guy that Coach Saban wanted to be. He wanted him to be the quarterback. There was a staff that said at the beginning of the season they wanted Dylan Lonergan to be the starter. So ended up being Jalen Milroe. Chief 18 inside the comment box said he's not excited about Jalen Milroe. And I think there's a small percent. There's probably, like, I would say at least 70% of the fan base wants him to, is excited for him to come back. And I think there's 30% that would like to maybe see like a quarterback competition. It might be a larger percentage of that, but a lot of people like Ty Simpson as well. So you have Ryan Grubb coming in, who I think can work with these quarterbacks, but just like, everybody else, we don't know how things are going to come together. We don't know the schematics of the new offense. And Coach Saban always said, this is Alabama's offense. No, this is now Kalen DeBoer's offense. This is now Ryan Grubb's offense. So everything is kind of off the table.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question is how do you see like Milroe and the returning pieces you guys fitting in with the new offense that he's going to be bringing in. We saw what I wasn't expecting the Milroe that we got in the SEC championship game. I mean, I think he took a lot of Georgia fans by surprise because earlier in the season we weren't seeing that from him, and he showed just speed and his power and some of those plays he was able to come up with. It was pretty impressive. I don't know, I didn't see the same thing against Michigan, so I don't know if it was the different pressures that they were bringing I think as a Georgia fan, we were hoping that we could have got more pressure on them, and I think that's that hurt us a lot. But I think Michigan was able to bring more pressure, and maybe that affected them a little more.
Yeah, and John, no, I don't think there should be a cap on players' money at all. I think there should be just like, to where there's some sort of balance within all schools. I think the players should be able to earn whatever they want, just like coaches. So if this is in maybe that's why they can't put rules on it. But no, I'm about people getting paid as much as they want. I mean, this is America. I mean, this is the world we live in. So if there's some way to have these caps or whatever, and if that's not the best idea, then it's not the best idea. But yeah, no, I'm all for the players to be paid 100%. I think that, Jalen Milroe, the thing about him was so many people kind of just festered on that week 2 game, and they were just like, well, we can beat Alabama. And then when you got to that game, I mean, the guy's a playmaker, and that last drive, I think, showcased his true ability to a lot of people because it's such a mega stage and being the SEC. He really put the team on his back, and you couldn't stop him. So Jalen Milroe, I mean, if you continue to polish him up, man, because he has a lot of intangibles that you just you don't have. I mean, he's the biggest dude. He's the fastest guy. I think we were talking yesterday. He maxed out at 24 miles per hour, which is incredible running. And then at one point during the season, he had I don't know, his deep ball percentage was grades by Pro Football Focus were up in the 90s. So when things are coming together for him for sure. And I know that because he didn't win a national title, he's still really hungry. And I think he's going to be killing it for sure. And we have some news coming in, so I'm going to put that on the screen. I don't think it's earth-shattering news, but it is some news that is coming in. So this is from Chris Lowe. Size it up right here. So Chris Lowe, another FBS head football coach, will be joining Kalen DeBoer's staff at Alabama. Alabama is expected to hire Buffalo head football coach Maurice Linguist as a defensive analyst, likely working with the secondary. So there you go, working with the secondary. So it's kind of coming together as Kalen DeBoer builds his staff. Don't really know too much about Maurice Linguist and what he'll bring, but that's kind of the way things are looking out. Who finished third season at Buffalo, is the second sitting FBS head coach to join Kalen DeBoer's defensive staff. So there's some news that have just come in. So sorry to break that. We're on the line. Do you want to make a final point before I move on?
Yeah, just a few things. I've just been listening to you. Second thing, I don't think you guys need to worry about at Wisconsin next year. I mean, I think you guys will be able to handle at Wisconsin. And another thing, the Isaiah Bond thing. I know at Georgia and Kirby Smart's philosophy is he tends to shy away and stay away from players that kind of show those characteristics of kind of being a me first type of player. I just, what are your thoughts on that? I mean, at least at Georgia, and I know, a lot of coaches, at least when it comes to players like that are more, me-centric and not so much team players, you can really only handle one or two of those in a locker room before it starts getting too toxic. And I kind of felt like Nick Saban was kind of the same way. You guys kind of feel the same way?
Isaiah Bond is a different cat. I mean, this guy was just straight up tell you every single thing that you wanted to know, zero filter, zero. Jermaine Burton, he basically didn't give a F. Isaiah Bond, they weren't necessarily the same. Jermaine Burton was I don't know, he was different, and Isaiah Bond was just the most outspoken player I've ever spoken to. So I think he has a little bit of that, a lot of it that, he's going to get fed. And I think that he's sleeping just fine. I think he left at Austin and he just, seriously, some people just don't care at all. He just I don't care what you think at all. Zero. I'm going to Texas and yeah, see ya. I don't think he cares at all, which is fine. Yeah. I mean, he's grown. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess bottom line, it may be better for your locker room, as far as having someone like that move on if they don't want to be there. So.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for being patient. I'll catch up with you some other time, man. Call in again.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it, Kyle. Thanks.
All right, see ya. All right. So, as Alabama staff come together, we'll get Coach Jarek on here at some point to talk about this, and some of our other coaches as well. What's your guys' thoughts? I mean, it looks like, so I'll read it again. Alabama is expected to hire Buffalo head football coach Maurice Linguist as a defensive analyst, likely working with the secondary. So it doesn't say he's a secondary coach to me. It just says he's working in the secondary. Do you guys see this as a DB hire? Am I reading this wrong? I don't think. All right. I don't think it says like defensive backs coach. So, who knows? I mean, this is just. This is news coming in. So I don't think it's going to be the defensive backs coach. Assistant analyst. I don't know. Personnel guys. Yeah. See that the Carl, I'm with you. I don't think this is like the defensive backs coach. So. Who knows? All right. But this is kind of like our first kind of piece of something that we could jump at. It's kind of been a slow day, to be honest, but I bet you news comes tonight. You know what? I bet you if I step away, I bet you something happens. That's how it always is. Just, if I always look, I could be at home all day long doing whatever, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna get in my car and like go do something. Boom. That's exactly what happened to me with T-Rob. I needed to go get a specific size of. I was doing like I was telling you, I keep talking about this TV. I need to get something exact. I got my truck, turned around, and boom, just happened like that. Bruce Feldman said, "DB coach." Yeah, right. Step away. Let's see what Bruce Feldman says. We'll go ahead and look at him too. As a defensive coach, it's kind of, it's worded differently. You can read this at The Athletic. I'll show the screenshot here of the tweet. Bailey saying he's been a DB coach in the NFL before. Gotta like that, right? We've been talking about NFL development. Here is a tweet from Bruce Feldman. Bruce Feldman breaks a lot of stuff too. Reads it, assistant, not analyst. Source, Alabama is expected to hire Buffalo head football coach Maurice Linguist as a defensive coach. The 39-year-old Texan had been in DB's coach at Texas A&M, Mississippi State, Dallas Cowboys. He's 14-3 at Buffalo. So, are we labeling this guy that, we're seeing it right here. So, I don't know. Let's take a 865. Hey, what's going on? You're on the phone with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's John. I'm from Morristown.
What's up, man? Did you say Sean?
John from Morristown.
Oh, John. What's up, man? Appreciate you being here, man. Welcome on in.
Yeah. It's just all this movement, all this arrangement that's been going on. It's weird. But, honestly, I don't feel like the sky's fallen in Tuscaloosa. We've got Kalen DeBoer. I kind of feel like you just let everything just kind of lay where it is. If we lose players, that's kind of what's going to happen. We're going to recruit better players. We've got people that can play in this position, and there's kids out there that are going to go elsewhere and make millions and drive Lambos, and, just let them do it. Even after Saban going, and all this, it's not the end of the world. It's college football. It's like politics. You're gonna come and go through the price tag of wherever you need to be. And of course, as a Bama fan, I want players to stay, but if they need to go, then let them go.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
It's just interesting to watch. The greatest head coach ever to do it retired right before our eyes. And I've watched your channel. I've watched other people talk about this on other channels.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just kind of, it doesn't really faze me. I mean, this is college football, guys. It's bound to change based off of the politics that we have in place. So with these new coaches coming in, you just either you trust the system and ride with it, or you get out. You know, I'm all in. I'm locked in on Bama, and I certainly hope we do very well. And I trust the system. I mean, whatever happens with regarding Caleb Downs, I hope he stays. Of course, everybody that's a Bama fan wants him to stay, but you know, you just let it be what it is, man. We'll be here ready for the season to start. See what all comes of it, really.
What did you think about the defensive hire today with Alabama landing Kane Womack?
Womack, honestly, I'll tell you, I don't know enough about him, but I trust what Kalen's doing. I mean, I trust that he knows that this is a big task, and he needs somebody down here in the South that can recruit. These are big players, big people down here in the South, LSU and Texas and Georgia. They're all going to recruit. You know, you got to be ready, because that's one thing. I mean, Saban didn't back off when it came to defense. I mean, he's a defensive guy through years, all over the time. And if he can do the job, I'm not expecting national titles in like a 3-year stretch or nothing. But I mean, if he can be consistent and win the games that he needs to, then that's enough for me. I mean, the thing about being a fan is when you realize there's fair weather fans. You know, the people that are going to just be like, I can't deal with this. It's not Bama. This is Nick. You know, if you love your team, you're going to follow 110% through it. So, I mean, trust the system. Trust the guy that's being hired. Obviously, there's a reason for the hire, and we'll just let it be what it is. I mean, I want him to be able to be understanding this is Bama. You know, we have a standard here. We just got done with the greatest head coach in college football. So I hope he does what he needs to, certainly for our team.
Any other comments while I got you on the line regarding the coaching staff, or, just general thoughts about kind of the roster management or players kind of coming in and out?
I mean, I'm curious what your opinion is. Why like, one lady was on here, I don't remember her name, at Brandy. And the thing is like, when you go to a school like Bama, I mean, just even before Saban, I mean, it's a school like the University of Alabama. It's unmatched. It's got everything you need. As a player, as a fan, I'm curious what makes the system like this, even with the new staff. And, you know, you still got Saban. He's literally got an office in the stadium. So, I mean, like, what makes you think a player outside of money and all this flash and gas, like, why would you want to leave Bama?
Yeah, I mean, other than like it being like a massive, NIL deal or like 2 Lambos or a helicopter, I wouldn't really want to leave Alabama. I think, with the nucleus coming back and the brand, I mean, my goodness. I mean, this team is going to be really good next year. It's still a spillover from Coach Saban's team. It's still the brand. I mean, this, like I asked Chat earlier in the comment box, where do you think it's going to be ranked in the preseason? Like top 8? It's a good team. People, I feel that people are going to see that Alabama might be vulnerable, right? Because a new Coach Saban's gone. But Coach Saban's impact is more than just, it's not going to be vanished, right? The players haven't forgot. I mean, there's still components and from the ecosystem that are still Saban. And I like this staff. I'm not trying to sunshine pump. I've told you guys honestly how I feel about the defense. I'm not sure how I feel about the defensive staff yet. But from the offensive staff, I really like Jamarcus Shepard working with the wide receivers. I really like Ryan Grubb. I mean, that dude is like, he's up there. Actually, and the Coach Saban wanted him last year, and he turned down. Remember, he literally turned down Coach Saban. The stones of that dude to turn down Coach Saban. And it looks like from his farewell speech to Washington, he wanted to be the head coach there, and it seemed like he was really, and he caught feelings for Washington completely. He loved those players. that was honestly a sad message to read, the farewell statement. You know, seemed like he was really hurt to leave there. Seems like he felt that he's ready to be in a leadership position. So coming here, you know, with you know, what he can provide from an offensive standpoint, I like the offensive setup for sure, 100%.
Yeah, it's going to be something to see. I think you, me, and all the rest of the Bama fans on here, and obviously the rest of college football, is anticipating what's going to happen with this Kalen DeBoer era of college football for Alabama. Nonetheless, man, hey, I'm gonna get off here. I enjoy the show. Roll Tide, and keep your head up, Bama fans. We're not going anywhere.
All right, man. Take it easy. John calling in from Morristown. I put the call line number up at the bottom of the screen, 205-850-1994. We got a 256 and a 256, and plenty of room in the call queue. So if you want to get in, now's a good time. So wait. I was just thinking about this. So you had Nate Oates. He came from Buffalo, right? So there's some, you know, like going to Buffalo for some coaches. All right. 256. Let's do it. Hey, you're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where are you calling in from?
Hi, Kyle. This is Adam East in Talladega.
Hey, what's up, Adam? Appreciate you calling in from Talladega, man. Welcome to the show. Make yourself at home.
I'll make a few points on Saban, and then I'll move along. But first, I don't know where all this insecurity is coming from all the fans. Talking about we don't know how it's going to be, and we're scared, and all this. But think about this. Matt Rule was brought in to do one thing. He's going to be the guy over at Nebraska that is familiar with what it takes to pay the players, okay? Doing it in NFL, he can place a value on every player. He can be the guy that says, you're not cutting it this week. You got to go, you know what I mean? Or you're not playing, or whatever. How you going to act when you get this money? That could have been what is expected of Saban if he would have stayed. It's looking more like it now. You know, he didn't want to be that guy. That's what I think. But as far as relative comparative value for the players coming in, if we get all these head coaches that have been in other places on the staff, on offense and defense, they'll be good relayers of information. They've seen the list. They've probably had to do the NIL thing with their players, you know, and so they're good at what they do, and they can place value on the players and make them work too. So there's that. I think why can't we have a championship right now? It looks good. It looks good. I can't lie.
Yeah.
You know, so let me hear some of your thoughts on that, and then we'll move on to another topic.
Yeah. Well, first of all, the kids will be home again tomorrow because they have just canceled school tomorrow. So they canceled school here Friday for bad weather. That was supposed to be a tornado. And then the kids, they canceled school. Well, there was no school on Monday because of MLK. They canceled school today because of weather, and they canceled school today or tomorrow for weather. Look, I think Alabama can win a lot of games right away. I mean, 100%. I looked at this schedule. The schedule is going to be challenging. So my fear is that people just start, you know, rioting if he loses an early season game or something like that. You can't. Like, this is a long season, and I think all the teams that that are able to make the top 12 this year, they're going to be, you know, it's going to be rare for somebody to be perfect by that time. So I think that fans have to be patient, and it's going to be hard because you're following Coach Saban. So there's no such thing as patience. But how you can build up patience is by playing at a high level with low penalties and really good defense. Now, one of the things that I've also been looking into when I look up Kalen DeBoer, and you can look this up yourself, is it seemed like there's a team that had a lot of penalties. Coach Saban and his staff over the last couple of years, it seems like the games that they lost, they had a lot of penalties. You look to the game 2 years ago against LSU and against Tennessee, they had like 15 15 penalties. You look to the game against Texas A&M this past year, they had a lot of penalties on the road. So those are some of the things that will really piss people off. And then if the games are close or they're high-scoring shootouts, people don't like those either. I think this particular offensive staff with the players coming back on the roster can score an outrageous amount of points. But can you do the same thing on defense in terms of the opposite, stopping that? If you're able to do that, fans are going to be happy. But I think Alabama can win a lot of games from the jump. I mean, you're returning a Heisman Trophy. What was he, number 6? Jalen Milroe. Then you have Justice Haynes, who's going to be a phenom. You return all these weapons. You return 3 out of your 5 on offense. If you can figure out, the 4-2-5 or whatever it's going to be under Kane Womack, I mean, man, the team's going to be damn good. You just got to coach them up.
If we could go from being one of the most penalized offensive teams to winning a Joe Moore Award like Washington just did, that right there should tell you what you want to know as far as how it's going to go on offense. If you look at these plays, I watched George Teague's breakdown of this guy.
Yeah,
man, everyone should check that out. That's awesome. But anyway, as far as Caleb Downs, I don't think he's going to go anywhere. And everything's looking up as far as I can see. And I just want to tell everybody just relax and don't be so scared, because we got this, man.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Adam from Talladega, man. Calling again.
Thanks.
All right.
Bye, Kyle.
Yep. Take it easy, man. That was Adam calling in from Talladega. We got a 256 and 201 inside the call queue. We'll take the 256 right now. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, my name's Ray, and I'm from Sheffield, Alabama.
Hey, what's up, Ray? Welcome on in, man. Make yourself at home.
Hey, man, I just wanted to say, this Maurice Linguist, I believe, Linguist, or I don't know, I'm butchering his last name probably, but he was the defensive backs coach at the Dallas Cowboys. I would not be shocked one bit if he is going to coach the DBs, just the corners. And Clinton Dix is not retained to coach the safeties. It wouldn't be that shocking to me, but all these Bama fans that are freaking out about Caleb Downs, and if Caleb Downs leaves, and we're going to die if Caleb Downs leaves. We're not. All right, one player cannot change. It takes 11 guys on offense and 11 guys on defense. And, I get that he's a generational player. He's a generational talent. Like, he's great. I love the kid. I don't want him to leave the state of Alabama either. But if he's following T-Rob to Georgia, then let him go, because, look, people need to look at it this way. T-Rob didn't love him enough to stay at Alabama because he was offered the world, from what I was told.
Mm-hmm.
And so, if he goes, then he goes. He's got to come back and play Alabama in September. And this is something that people are forgetting. All of these people that are running their mouth at Georgia, all these players we're going to go jump in the portal and all that. That Georgia game in September, circle it, because it's going to be lit in Bryant-Denny.
Mm-hmm.
I just see too much of this, like people freaking out over one player. Mm-hmm. I don't understand it. I mean, I get it. Love the kid. Don't want him to go anywhere. And another thing is he's not. There's been no. I know some people are saying, "Oh, we're expecting a Caleb Downs decision today." Well, where did they get that information? Because it was just like the Dan Lanning news. Dan Lanning is going to Tuscaloosa. He's the next head coach. It's going to be in the morning. And then it comes out Dan Lanning was never even offered the dang job.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's Georgia fans and Ohio State fans ramping up a lot of speculation and that cringy dog father over there on TikTok. So that dude is so cringy. I like, but anyway, that's really what I wanted to say, man. This Linguist, he's going to be a great defensive backs coach. I don't know why anybody wouldn't be excited to play for him. I've seen him. He was at Texas A&M. still don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name correctly, but he's a good defensive backs coach. And the Womack hire, it's a great hire. The guy is building a roster at Alabama, but he's not only building a roster, he's having to build a staff, and it's tough, and we're impatient because Nick just retired, and it's kind of like, there's not too much you can compare this to of Nick Saban just outright retiring. It's one of those moments that you'll never forget where you heard the news at. Like I heard the story earlier about you were saying that you were doing something, and you looked at your phone, and you're like, Nick Saban retired. It's one of those moments in our lives we'll never forget, but we're so shell-shocked from it that we're like, man, these days are like months and all that. The day's still 24 hours. It's just that we're so impatient. We got to go right now. We got to know right now. We got to have it right now.
No, I think we want the news, we want the nuggets, and I think a lot of that is just because it's also so historic, right? We're like everything was so like in place, and now that it's just chaos, we're like scrounging to try to rebuild that. But and I don't know if there's been an announcement about Maurice and if he's going to coach the DB. So that's something that we'll track and we'll update it when we have kind of our list, if he's going to be just a defensive assistant or if he's going to be the actual DB's coach. So keep you posted on that. But I appreciate the call in and call in again.
All right.
Take it easy. All right. We have a 2-5. Let's see. We have a 205. Let's see. We have a 201, a 334, and a 205. We'll do the 201 right now. Hey, thanks for calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle, it's Adam calling from Georgia. How you doing?
Adam, what's up, man? Appreciate you, man. Good to hear from you. I appreciate your continued support. It's been a little bit of a, look, I was going to say like slow day, but all it takes is like three things and then we're flying, we're flying a million miles an hour, right? It's like, that's how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. I just have like three really brief points. First, I wanted to thank you for all this coverage. I mean, your analysis is always outstanding. It's really been great. So thank you for all the hard work you put into this. The second thing is, as far as Bond leaving, Ryan Williams decommitting, as far as I'm concerned, good riddance. I'm old school. I like people who are loyal, who stick with their team through adversity and uncertainty, and who kind of have that character. So I really don't wish them well. I mean, I would hope they have great careers and everything, but my opinion of them is not good because, you don't jump ship when things get tough. And that's exactly what Bond did. And he's flashing his Lamborghini, making $750,000 when Bama's struggling to, keep their players together. I think that's really wrong. And I don't like people like that, and I'm glad they're gone. And the last thing I was going to say is, Saban says he's having a role, having an office in Bryant-Denny. I'm curious exactly what his role is going to be, if it's just kind of to appease recruits or if it's really going to be an active role. Because if it is an active role, particularly with the defense, we could have the equivalent of like 1.5 head coaches. That could be really good. So I was wondering what your thoughts were generally. Thanks so much.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks. That's Adam calling in from Georgia. I think with I have no idea what his position would be. In my mind, I'm thinking like some sort of like liaison that can work with coach. I think he can work with the players. I think he can work with like in the NIL space, like landing deals. And I think that he can work with guys in the NFL, or get players to the NFL based off his contacts. So I think he's going to have kind of, a technical approach in his next career, along with maybe some other things that he's working on. Maybe he can, I was going to say, like a consultant, if you will. And I think for this Alabama team, and I really think that this transitional process to him, like getting Alabama taken care of, is really, really important to him. Yeah, I think raising NIL funds is huge. If I'm Yay Alabama in their marketing department, why not put together a commercial with Coach Saban explaining why exactly you need people to contribute to this NIL fund? Lay it out there. Like, there's no one more powerful than Coach Saban. That's why, he's done, stuff on TV. And so he's still like, before in the next 10 years, maybe that changes. But for right now, Coach Saban's still as hot as ever. Still got the personality. People still follow him. He's still super, super relevant. So I think he's going to help out in like the mentorship standpoint. I think the NIL funds, I think he's going to wear a bunch of different hats, but I don't know, other than having his office cleaned out and now having kind of this front office position. And I think he's in the background helping out, talking to some of these assistant coaches and providing counsel. Can you imagine taking over this job and all the stress that comes with that, but also being a resource for Coach Kalen DeBoer? Imagine getting that call from Coach and be like, "Hey, Coach Saban, I have a question about this. Can I?
Absolutely.
What is your advice on this?" He has a hotline to Coach.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, great answer. And again, great show, Kyle. Thanks. And let's stay positive. Roll Tide.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right, take care.
All right. Adam calling from Georgia. Appreciate it. We got a 334 and a 205. We will Mike 4172 likes the defensive assistant hire. It's funny. One second. I'll get to my next card in just a second. All right. We go back to our the phone lines, and we got a 334. Hey, what's going on? You're on line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on line with, and where are you calling in from?
Daryl from Montgomery, Alabama.
Daryl, what's up, man? Welcome to the show, man. Make yourself at home.
Yes, sir. How's it going? Yeah, I just wanted to say that with DeBoer and Grubb, we basically have Nick Saban and Kirby Smart, but on the offensive side of the ball. That's something we haven't had in a while. You also have, and both of these are guys about Kirby Smart's age. They're young guys. And on the defensive side, we have young guys as well with that have been head coaches with Womack and the new guy that just hired today. All these are young guys, so they can identify with the players. This 4-2-5 that he's playing is basically the same defense that Michigan played. It's also the same defense that Ole Miss ran with the Land Shark defense in 2014 through 2016 when his dad was running that defense. And they beat Alabama 2 out of those 3 years he was coaching there with that defense. And it's a very attacking style. The safeties will love this defense. They get to roam, they get to hit, they get to cover, they get to blitz. And the way it's set up, you won't have to do a whole lot of substitutions, because it's fit to play up tempo, and the defensive line, they attack the line of scrimmage. So it's not sitting there waiting to see what's going to happen and like a slow play. They're aggressive at the line of scrimmage. And so and the linebackers slow, and the defensive backs, they somewhat play like zone matchup kind of coverage, kind of like we used to play, but everybody's eyes is toward the ball. So you're not gonna, let's say the D line is attacking and the quarterback tries to escape out of there. Somebody's gonna be waiting to knock his head off. It's not like everybody's gonna have their back to him and he's gonna run for 25 yards, or you're gonna run a back on a wheel route and he go for 30 because it's gonna be somebody there. It's similar to what Iowa plays with Phil Parker. And there's a lot of other teams that play it, but Alabama's probably gonna have the best personnel running this scheme. So it's gonna be nasty if they get it. If they get it going like I think they're gonna get it going, and then all the guys that they're hiring are good character guys. So they're younger guys that can instill discipline in these kids, and they're good examples to them as men. This is, man, I can't wait for this. I can't wait, man. The offense is going to be
it's going to be crazy. I mean, because he's right there with Sark and Kiffin and those guys without the baggage. So I mean, so it's going to be nice. It's going to be just. And as far as people saying, well, if you lose a game early or what have you, Saban only went undefeated twice his whole tenure. With all the talent that he had. So losing a game, especially now with the 12-team playoff, I mean, I wouldn't really be concerned. I wouldn't be concerned about what's going on with recruiting right now. We're trying to retain our players. It's because we're the only ones that got the portal open. So as soon as the portal opens for everybody else, we're going to replace these guys with some good players. They're not going to be scrubs. And if Harbaugh leaves Michigan, and if Brian Kelly goes to Michigan, that's going to be two top-tier schools right there we can get players from. So I wouldn't really be concerned about a lot. And the 2025 kids, you know, we're going to circle back around to them guys. That's not really a pressing need right now. You know, everything's going to fall in line. Just wait. Just be cool. That's all I got.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Daryl. Thanks for calling in, man. I'll catch up with you on the other side, man. Good call from Daryl. So from everything that I'm gathering, I mean, people are super excited about Maurice. Like there's overwhelming excitement about him and about his recruiting abilities. So I don't know if he's going to be the defensive backs coach or not. Like when we officially get that up, I'll post it on the screen. But it just said a defensive assistant, and I mean, as you can see right here on the screen. But from like a recruiting perspective, I think like the ties to Texas are there for Maurice. And from what I'm hearing, like this guy is like your recruiting guy, like 1,000,000%. Clearly has head football coaching experience, which is huge. So yeah, overwhelming positivity for the DB coach or the defensive assistant. And if he is a DB coach, I will list that by his name, but I think it is a really big pickup. So you should be happy about. I mean, I think like people are really fired up across social media and different sites, and feel good about it myself. I mean, I'll have to go over more, but I mean, this guy seems to be a hell of a recruiter. That's the one thing that people keep talking about is the recruiting. Okay, let's go back to the phone lines, and we have a 205. Hey, thanks for being patient. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah, go ahead. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This is Toby.
Hey, what's up, Toby? Thanks for calling in, man. I appreciate you calling in. Toby is one of our great supporters. Met Toby, back before I think like one of the first games on the season. Toby, go ahead, man. What you got for me? And just be patient, and I'll answer you on the other line.
I'm behind Coach Kalen. The board. I'm glad he's here. And let's get behind him all season because he's going to be a good coach for the Tide, and I can't wait until this season because we're going undefeated I think with Coach DeBoer here and Road Tide.
Good job, Toby. I'll get you on the other line, okay, Toby? Thanks, Toby. Toby calling in.
Okay.
Toby calling in from Leeds. So a lot of people know about Toby. Here's a picture of Toby and I. And if you're nervous to call in, think about the stones Toby has to be able to call in and express his opinion. Toby is the biggest fan of Alabama football and very optimistic. He's been texting me saying that everybody should get behind Coach Kalen DeBoer. And I love it, man. I mean, it's amazing that you meet different people in your life, and really glad that I met Toby. And for Toby to be able to call in is awesome. So let me tell you a story about Toby and I. So I first met Toby outside of the media facility. Here's a picture of us. So I go up and I introduce Toby, gives me a big old hug, and then every single home game we take a picture together, just like you're seeing right here. So I go up and I talked to Toby. It was later in the season, and Toby had printed out a picture of him and I think it was this picture or another one that we have together. And he had a Sharpie, and he asked me to autograph the picture. So Toby coming with the call, and he's saying, get behind Coach Kellen DeBoer, and fires me up. You know, I love it. It's an amazing mindset. He's a great Alabama football fan, and he's always staying in touch with me via text. So Toby, I appreciate your call. Thank you so much for calling in today, and roll tide to you, man, because you exemplify much more than a fan. You exemplify that spirit that I think we should definitely have within our life. And that is like to keep on pushing through. You know, a lot of us deal with different things, and you to be able to call in and have the heart to, there's 1,100 people on here right now. And sometimes like public speaking is difficult for people. And for Toby to call in, man, that's you want to hear the call of the day? You just heard the call of the day. And that's Toby. So thank you very much, Toby, for calling in. And we really appreciate you being a fan of not only the channel, but of Bama Football on YouTube. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Toby calling in from Leeds, Alabama. My name is Kyle Henderson, Bama Football. I appreciate you guys rocking with me today. Now streaming for almost 9 hours. I think I'm going to have Coach Sean roll through here in a minute to give me a blow on the back end. And then we'll kind of be chilling with you the rest of the night. So I appreciate you guys throughout the day, all the calls. And here's another tweet from Bruce Feldman of The Athletic, does a really good job. And he says, Alabama is expected to hire Buffalo head coach Maurice Linguist as a defensive coach, 39-year-old Texan. And that's the one thing. It was basically the recruiting ties to Texas are kind of the most prevalent. So love it. And Toby killing it. All right. All right. We will go back to the phone lines, and let's see who else we got. We got a 484. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson.
Hey, how's it going?
Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Jackson, calling from Westchester, Pennsylvania.
What's up, Jackson? I appreciate you calling in, man, from PA, man. Go ahead.
Of course, man. First and foremost, I love this show. With Toby, the call you previously had, that kind of sums up a little bit about who you are as a person and what this show is. You've been super inclusive of everyone. You're willing to hear everybody's opinions. You have so much patience, and you're so open-minded. So it just makes his show fun for everybody. It feels like everybody's kind of chopping it up at the barbershop or something. So it's a good time for everybody. So just wanted to let you know that you're killing it on your end.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. I put a lot into it, and, I hope it kind of shines through. But anyways, man, welcome on in and make yourself at home. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. I just wanted to talk about the recent coaching hires, and then just a couple of things that I was not concerned about, but still had questions on in terms of how we're building out this roster. So I love the Womack pickup. I think that this is going to open up probably a little bit more versatility and speed for our athletes. We usually ran a 4-2-5, I'd say, for probably like 75% of the snaps, because everybody we're going against is a spread or one back. But I do think that there's going to be more chances for a lot of guys in the secondary to play, in terms of getting younger guys to be in certain sub packages and things like that, which I like, because we have a lot of athletes coming up like Mbakwe and Xavier Brown, etc. In terms of guys that, I'm hoping that we add to fill out this roster, I like what we've done so far, but I think it's really, really big for us to, in some way, somehow give some roles to guys that have been under the program. I know that a lot of people have said that we need to retain HaHa, and I'm a big fan of that. But also, I mean, with the linebackers needing help, Sean Dion Hamilton is killing it right now as a linebackers coach for the Lions, and I think that we definitely at least give him a ring, because what's to stop a recruit from, Kalen DeBoer will come to the living room and talk about the process, and what's to stop a recruit from saying, what do you know about the process? You weren't here during that time. It's very important to be able to have a coach there that's been able to say that they lived it, and look what it's done for them. So they could be able to kind of give some credibility to why a recruit should be coming to Bama. If you're able to see that example in a Sean Dion Hamilton, Jamie Mosley, Josh Chapman, and HaHa Clinton Dix, that they, were able to go through the process and have success and come back and give back to Alabama, then I think that'll fire a lot of high school kids up, But, yeah, so that's all I wanted to ask. And I appreciate you again, and I love this channel. Roll Tide.
Yeah, Roll Tide, man. I appreciate you coming with it, man. That's Jackson from PA. I'll answer you on the other line, man. I do like the Sean Dion Hamilton, and I'll tell you why. I don't think it's going to happen. Maybe in the future, who knows? Circles are small. But Sean Dion Hamilton was one of the most well-spoken interviews that we had here. He was like a true man of character, and he really exemplified, kind of like Toby, like that true Alabama Crimson Tide like person. Like he was that guy. And he had a lot of spirit about him too. So I really like him, and I'm glad that things are going well for him in Germany. In Germany, in the NFL. I saw someone from Germany in here. Roll Tide from Germany. What's up, Tobias? Appreciate you being here. I'm glad that things are going well for him in the NFL, because the Lions are having an amazing season. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I would love to see that at some point, because people would go crazy for Sean Dion Hamilton or for HaHa Clinton Dix. I mean, I think having some of the Alabama character sustained within the group would be great. And as you saw, Alabama just added another defensive coach in here in Maurice Linguist, which I think is huge. So appreciate you guys following me. And this is actually, let's get this other tweet up real quick. This is from Chris Lowe, just to add a little bit more bang for the buck right here. All right, let's go back. Let's dip back into the call line. 586. Hey, I guess good afternoon. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
What's up, Kyle? It's Marcel from Detroit.
Marcel, what's up, man? I appreciate you calling in. Always good to chat with you, man. And welcome on in, man.
Yeah, man. I was just looking at, it's crazy. I was looking at some of the film last night from the OC from Washington.
Oh, yeah, interesting.
OC.
Yeah, interesting.
Man, I think if you have a chance, man, really try to look at some of their, in terms of formations and what they run, man. This offense, I guarantee you, I have no doubt in my mind, we're going to be very, very explosive on offense. People are going to have a lot of opportunities to really make a name for themselves. I believe so in this upcoming year. I mean, he sets up different formations. I mean, it's just offset, off balance. Like it's a lot for a defense in terms of coverage and not getting mishaps and not getting misaligned and just things like that. So I'm very excited about the OC. Now the DC, I don't know about too particular. I believe I saw a stat online that said he had a top 15 defense. I don't know how true that is, but
no, he did. They were ranked. They
but
were ranked number 15. South Alabama was ranked number 15 last year in all of NCAA.
okay, which is I'm a big number guy. So if that shows, I mean, yeah, the competition not as maybe as good, but I mean that still shows like okay, he can coach. You know what I mean? So that's just how I look at it. But I like this staff, man. I like where like the direction we're headed. I mean, we're grabbing head coaches from different universities. I mean, only thing that
we need to up this. This is our Marcel calling from Detroit. Do we get that on the screen? Oh, I mean, look, because you have what? I mean, theoretically, you have 4 head coaches because I think Ryan Grubb could have probably been a head coach as well, right? And then you have, I mean, Kane Womack and then Maurice coming in, who was a head coach. There's a lot of head coaches on this staff. There's a lot of coaching experience up in here.
yeah, I think it's pretty impressive, man. Like I don't think it's like I want people to really know, like to really just calm down, man. Like we're setting up something really big in terms of where we're headed, the direction we're headed. I like where we're headed. I wouldn't worry about it. I know we don't know exactly what these guys, like the system they run, but I'm sure all these defensive-minded coach, offensive, like assistant coaches to down, like, man, like I promise you, we are going to be okay.
Mm-hmm.
We will score points and we will get stops. I guarantee it. Like I said, I like the direction we're going though. But my thing is are they player coaches? That's my number one thing. You have to be a player coach, especially in this day and age. It's so important. That's how you win over guys, man. Like I tell people all the time, you have to be a player's coach.
One second. All right, Pete Thamel, hold on. Yeah, I'm looking at. We're on with Marcel, but I think Pete Thamel just tweeted that he's going to coach the defensive back. So I'm going to bring that up on online as well. All right, go ahead, Marcel. I'm sorry.
Well,
go ahead.
No, even with that news, man. I mean, like I just want to see it all come together. We can make, we might get different reactions, but once we see the finished product, that's what I matter about. That's what matters is the finished product.
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion on everything. But go ahead.
No, I was just gonna read this out that Pete Thamel is now reporting that, and he's from ESPN again. Wow, they got the main scoop. Mo Linguist is expected to be Alabama's co-defensive coordinator and coach defensive backs. Wow, so this is big. This is so there you go. I like this. I'm gonna have to kind of dive a little bit more into it, but my initial thoughts are I like this. I think that Caleb Downs is probably gonna like this too. Seriously, hey, you got to. I mean, this is a pretty good staff. pretty good defensive staff. You got to figure out. I guess your inside linebackers, or if Coach Kane Womack is going to coach the linebackers. I don't know. This is pretty good hire. Anything else, Marcel?
One thing I will say is I think we do. Maybe I don't know if you looked more into it, but I think maybe so. If we could grab like maybe 2 or 3 players, I think that would add an additional to our piece. Like we already have players, but I think adding guys to the program in terms of if we can go get the corner from Washington, I think that will be a plus, in my opinion. If we can go get grab just maybe a receiver from Washington, I think if we continue to add pieces and puzzles, I think we have all the limits to do great things next year.
Yeah, for sure, man. I like it, man, and I do like this hire as well. Thanks for calling in, man. Call again, and we'll get you through from Detroit. Appreciate you, man.
Roll Tide
team, man. All right, we got plenty of room if you want to join us. 662 You're up next, and then I think we got Demetrius calling in, but plenty of room on the call line. No, AJ, no man, it's not. Look it up, man. It's Wamik. Check it out, man. Haven't seen it, man. Go watch the mobile news stations. Serious. All right. Let me tweet this out real quick, and then we'll go back to the phone lines. 662. Let's do it. I appreciate you calling in.
Hi, man.
Cool. I'm on the line with him. Where are you calling in from?
My name is Marv from Mississippi, man. It's an honor to be online with you. I've been listening to you, man, especially the last couple of days, and I appreciate, man, that the energy and the effort, the time that you putting in, keeping us updated on what's going on with the Tide, and just keeping information rolling in. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for being here and appreciate the compliment, man. And looks like this is a solid hire for Alabama. I like it from the jump so far, and the staff is coming together nicely. What do you think about the staff so far?
Man, I am totally ecstatic overall about everything, man. I really love Coach Saban. Man, I love, man, what he's built, the not just the community, but just the atmosphere, the everything that he's built down there in Alabama and everything that he's done for us. But I actually think that it was a good time. It was a good time for us to make this change. It had to happen eventually. It couldn't have been any more than, 4 or 5 years off at the work at best. So I feel like this is a really good time. I like DeBoer. And I love his offensive staff especially. Man, I love that. And the defensive staff, I love the SEC connections, Texas, South Alabama.
Yeah.
The league, the experience that the one that we just hired, Maurice Linguist, his experience, man, coming from the league, working at safeties, I think that Caleb Downs is going to love that. And I think we're going to have a really high-power offense. And I think that the defense, I think that he's filling the staff, man, with the things that he's lacking, that the thing that they need to work as a team with recruiting and that. So the SEC defenses are different. We play with a lot more physicality down this way, and I think that this staff, it bags that. I don't think that our defense is going to be soft, and I'm just looking forward to who he's going to bring in. Linebackers, how he's going to continue to fill in the staff. And hopefully, I know I'm worried about Caleb Downs. I know everyone else is worried about it. But I really feel that once we get through this, with or without Caleb Downs, hopefully with him, but I think that, man, this roster is really good. I think they, with him not being used to working with this kind of talent, man, I think that, man, we have a chance to really, man, be competitive next year. And I don't think that, I'm not trying to be just too optimistic. I'm not trying to blow things out. But I definitely think that we'll still be in contention, that we can hold this roster, together somewhat, and maybe bring a few depth pieces, experience pieces in, from the transfer portal. I feel like we can still compete for championships. It's on the board where we go from here. I feel Nick left him with a ready-made, Coach Saban left him with a ready-made program. And we just got to keep, keep winning and, just keep supporting this team. I feel like people going quickly realize that Bama is still Bama. And people are going to always want to play at Bama. So I think that, man, everything is going in our favor. I think people, it's one of those laugh, not cry later situations. I think people laughing because we lost Coach Saban, and he's the GOAT. He's the greatest, and that's understandable. But I think they moving a little too fast to count us out. I think that they're gonna come to fear at the board in Alabama. I think that I think we good.
Yeah, I think, you hit on a lot of good points that I agree with. And I think kind of when you look to the staff, and I'll have a graphic updated with the coaching staff and how it's coming together. But when you look to it from a recruiting standpoint, I think this is a big dub in the state of Texas, keeping that as a key recruiting pipeline. And it's confirmed that he told Buffalo staff he's accepting the job. Thanks, X. I appreciate you inside the comment box. I mean, this is all over. So I appreciate you guys joining in today and this afternoon as we continue to navigate through the news and the new staff here at the University of Alabama. And I like it from a couple different perspectives. I mean, you get a guy with strong recruiting ties, you get a guy that's a head football coach, and I think this guy is certainly going to vibe well with the secondary. I mean, we've talked about all those young guys coming in. I was surprised last night to see Trey Amos hit the portal, but maybe because we didn't hear from Caleb Downs, this is like where sometimes when you don't hear something, that is the message, right? No news is good news.
I think that
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm not going to interrupt you, but from listening to your show and everything, and you telling me about his family, I think that he's just, being patient, doing due diligence, and he wants to, get a good feel for this staff. And that's just me. What I would think would be the best move for him, get a good feel of the staff because it is still Bama, and just see if it's a staff that's gonna, keep Bama competitive and put you in a situation that you can actually learn something, better you and position you to succeed. These other schools might offer you $1 million or whatever the case might be. But Bama, maybe we're gonna be able to bring some people in to put you in a staff that will better position you to make more money further down the road. So I think from what I've heard about his family, listening to your show and everything, I think they're gonna do their due diligence, and he's gonna do what's best for him. But I also think that maybe he doesn't necessarily want to transfer. He just wants to see what's going on. So we're just gonna keep our fingers crossed. Either way, we know we're gonna have to move forward. But like you said, sometimes no news is good news. And I'm feeling very positive about where we're standing with Caleb right now.
Yeah, 100%. And I'll tell you why. I'll answer on the other line, but I appreciate you calling in, man. Thanks for the call. I think, look, I mean, this is about Maurice Linguist and kind of his background. I like this. Look, he was just with the Cowboys a couple years ago, so he has NFL experience. Then he was the head coach, so he has head coaching experience. He was at Texas A&M from 2018 to 2019. This guy's an ace recruiter. Honestly, if you look up guys that he has recruited in the past, a lot of people certainly like his recruiting take. Big ties to Texas. Yeah, and I think he did play. I think you're right, Jimmy. I think he did play at Baylor. I'll scroll up. Yeah, he was a safety from 2003 to 2006. So there it is right there. So this is some really good experience. And I mean, as a head football coach, there's his record, but he's not coming here to be a head football coach. He's coming over here to coach the DBs and to coach at the University of Alabama. And I think I would like this AJ Mui in some capacity. But I think this is a really big pickup, to be honest. And I said, I think the way that I would kind of also look at kind of Kane Womack was kind of depending on who he's added to the staff and how it's shaping up. I like this hire, and I like the fact that you're retaining Freddie Roach. So do I ever sleep? These hours are crazy. Hey, work is work. It's all good. I probably take a blow here in a little while. I think I have one of the coaches coming on at the back end, but it's all good. We navigate through it. But 1400 on. I appreciate you guys hitting the thumbs up, like and subscribe. Yeah, Tuscaloosa is so cold. But I appreciate you guys being here. There was a couple times where I heard from someone well connected in the business that they felt that there was nobody really good or nobody good at all to run a YouTube channel in the Bama football space. I disagreed with that. I feel that, hard work pays through, and that's kind of why I'm rolling with it. But, I believe in myself. I believe in my abilities. I'm built to work, and I'm built to be independent, most importantly. So it's all good. We roll with it. There was a super chat that I actually didn't hit up, and this was from Rocket City. Thank you for the super chat, $50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Means a lot that you would contribute to Bama Football on YouTube. If you want to become a fan funder, hit the hyperlink, which is located at the top of the screen, as low as $2.99 per month to support the channel. You can also become a subscriber of this channel for free. Just hit the notification button. And if you're on your computer, you can hit the join button next to the subscription button. And one thing I want you guys to get used to throughout the day is if I do step away, if I do take a break, to get used to the fact that, I'll be back when news happens. So, for example, you might come to this channel, you might come to this stream, and you might see it in full screen mode. There might be audio behind it, and there might not be. But I'll be back every single time there's news. So if there's news, you guys will know. And plus, there's always people chatting in the chat box. So we'll keep you posted, and we'll update this January 16th headline as well as we continue to navigate through the new coaching staff. We got a super chat in from Calvin, and it reads, do you think that by Amos going into the portal, it's an indication that Jabbar Muhammad is coming to Alabama? Well, who is Jabbar Muhammad? Very talented defensive back from Washington. I don't know. I kind of feel like it, to be honest, like piecing things together, but I'm not for sure. And just because Trey Amos is into the portal doesn't mean that he has gone. So not sure about what he's going to do. And then Jared, what's up? I appreciate the 5 spot. If you think Kalen DeBoer can't recruit, you first didn't watch the press conference. Second, he's out here talking to head coaches and bringing them as assistants. And a lot of that, too, is the brand. I mean, the brand still carries itself because the players are here. You look at who Alabama's added. I mean, it's incredible. Who's still on the roster, right? And no news is good news in most cases. So this is kind of where we're at right now. I'm going to update one of the graphics. Give me just 1 second, and I'll be right back. I'm going to go full screen. Just give me 1 second. All right, fam. What's up? I am going to add another graphic to the show. Should be here in just a second. See if we can get that added. Just add it to the screen. It's all good. And give me 1 second. All right, fam. Perfect. Okay, cool. Let me see. Callers, I'm gonna get to my calls in just a minute. If you guys want to hang up, I'll be back in like, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. So if I didn't get to you, I will get to you guys here in a few. So don't hold it against me. What to hear is me and Coach Sean from an earlier interview while I step away. And if news happens, I will be back like immediately with like with a live report. But here are the headlines that have happened today. And I'm going to add a full screen or I'm going to add an earlier video of Coach Sean and I wrapping it up. So you're going to hear that in just a second. Oh, wow. Yo, I'm rocking the bomber jacket, man. Look, it's cold. Cold is cold, man. And look, I don't really have a problem with it being cold. The cold doesn't really bother me, but like this cold is different. And I have to say, like, I did not get my workout in this morning. And it wasn't because of the cold. It just happened to be coincidental. But like I think I value sleep, and I value working out. They help me. Clearly, sleep for everybody. But like, I've been so heavy in it that I was like, listen, I have to get sleep in. And the night before, I had to get a workout in. So, yeah, someone was saying that I left the mic on hot last night. My bad. Yeah, I was calling for my daughter. I was like, Lacey, couldn't find her. Yeah, I gotta. If you're new to the show, like I have a 10-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old son. So Caden, since they haven't been having school for forever, I just been letting the stream just go, and I'm like, yo, Caden, before you go to bed, just end the stream so people could just chat,
Yeah.
But other than that, kind of where we're at, we're on this, Caleb Downs watch, if you will. And the reason that I titled it today is because they said a decision could come today. Like, we saw that. I mean, I posted a tweet right now that said, if he's going to announce some decision today, and maybe that had a lot to do with why Alabama made the decision to go with the decision in terms of, you are 23. No, I'm not. I just turned 40. So I appreciate that. Thank you. No, but I got a 15-year-old. Yeah, Caden. Really proud of him. Really proud of my daughter too. So I know Coach Sean, you got kids too. Coach Smook has a bunch of kids.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why, the DC hire was always going to be in play, right? To make the DC hire. I encourage you guys to watch this video. I just watched. I'm gonna send it in our group chat, Coach Sean. But it's of Coach Kane Womack.
Yeah.
And he is coaching up. He's mic'd up, and he's coaching up Indiana when he was at Indiana. I like it. It was good. Sounds, fired up, a lot of fire in the belly. I mean, he's not even 40 years old. I'm older than him. He's like 36 or something like that.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good to have people come in with new philosophies, new ideas. And I think that the more that I look at Kane, I'm feeling more and more confident. I still need to watch like some South Alabama and see how they are in terms of like schematics and whatnot. But they were ranked number 15th overall in the country in total defense. We love that. Kyle, are you getting Wingstop today? No, yesterday I hit up. And that's the other thing too with like me now, like just all day news. The diet too is really important to me. So last night what I did was I hit up Hooligans. There's 2 Hooligans here in Tuscaloosa. One is on McFarland. That one was closed. So I hit up the new one that opened, which is by Central High School, if you're familiar with Tuscaloosa. And I go with the chicken kebab plate. It's just spot on. It comes with like a side of hummus as well. So you got the chicken kebabs. No, Hooligan and the burgers, they don't play with the burgers either. Hooligans has really good food. And if you get to Tuscaloosa, you know about Hooligans. It's been around for a long time.
All of you need to come to Huntsville and come get this kava. I don't know if you ever heard of kava.
What's that?
Kava. I challenge everybody to Google kava, Huntsville, Alabama. CAVA. It's Greek, It's Greek, but it's very healthy. Salad based, grilled chicken based. Google kava, CAVA. Wonderful, wonderful restaurant. If you're ever in Madison, Huntsville,
that's what's up.
Kava is where you need to go. Anybody from this area will tell you about Kava. I'm sure some people in the chat that'll. Kava's wonderful, man.
Hey, Coach. So are you like? Because I know Ty. He likes to get. He has a. He likes to grill, and he actually has a smoker that he's always smoking stuff, and it's good to hear. Like, are you a grill guy? Are you a smoker? What are you doing at the house?
Man, listen. I have the grill with the smoker attached to it on the side.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So I grill and smoke a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ribs, chicken, anything, any type of food you can name. I smoke everything, corn, everything.
So my first job was actually there's a Kava in Birmingham, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what Jasmine is saying inside the comment box. Cool. I'm going to check that out for sure. Someone asked, who is Womack? Kane Womack is a new defensive coordinator at Alabama. If you're just joining in, if you're just stumbling in and you see, if you've just popped up, Kane Womack is a new DC. This is official. South Alabama had an announcement today that he is set to resign from South Alabama. So he will be the DC here. We've been talking about him and what he brings to the table. And we're really excited to kind of learn more about him. I said initially that I was like kind of 5.5 in an excitement scale. I've now gone up to a 6, and that's going to probably continue to increase as I learn more about him and I learn more about who's going to be working under him, because I'm kind of looking at him responsible for the entire defense. Now, I do like the fact that you're keeping in Freddie Roach. People have said they'd like to see Coach Roach at the outside linebackers position, but we know that he's going to be retained. And then we still need to figure out who the DB coach is. Last night we were talking about Carl Scott being a name. I don't know if he was going to be named for the DC job, but maybe you could spin it to where you come here as a DB's coach and co-DC. You know, titles mean a lot. Titles are associated with higher pay, right? So being that he was just in the NFL with the Seattle Seahawks, and I know he has ties here, maybe that would make sense. Yeah, we have Greek food here in Tuscaloosa. You have like your tzatziki's. You also have like Hooligans is actually really good Greek food. Like they do it right. So half of their menu is Greek, and then half of their board is kind of like hot dogs and hamburgers. It's good. So I when I grill, I have a Weber charcoal grill. And I like stuff on charcoal. I do. I really like to grill chicken. When my family will send me out like some New Mexico chilies, we'll put that on the grill as well. Of course, steaks. You know, you got to get your iron in as well. So that's what we do in terms. Like sometimes if you're out there, like for me, sometimes I might feel like a little bit lethargic. Sometimes it's just like you need a good steak. So I'll hit up the steak. You know, actually, where I really like to go sometimes, to be truth be told, is I like to hit up Outback. I go to there's still an Outback here. It's like it hasn't changed. Super consistent. I get myself just a nice little 6-ounce sirloin, medium rare with the loaded baked potato when I'm feeling good, and that's it. And it hits. I like it. But I mean, there's some good spots here to hit up here in Tuscaloosa. It's a smaller city. So when I went up to Huntsville, and that's why that's where Coach is from. I was just really amazed with how clean the city is. I felt super safe. There was the downtown was really, really nice, and there was some really good music spots to hit out. So now that I know that you're up in that area, specifically kind of by that Madison area, which is by the Trash Pandas.
That's right.
Are they a double-A team?
They're I think they're a double-A. Yeah, they're
double-A, right? They're not triple-A yet. They're double-A.
No.
So so I definitely liked cruising up there.
So it's crazy where I stay. Where I live right now is considered Madison. But if I go to the red light, literally I can walk to the red light right here, it's Huntsville. So it's really all Huntsville. It's just Madison has grown so big, it wants to be its own city. If you're familiar with Birmingham, it's sort of how Hoover was years ago. I can remember when Hoover was a part of Birmingham, right? It was the county of Birmingham, but Hoover got so big, it wanted to be its own city. It wanted to be separate from Birmingham, even though it's in Birmingham. So it's sort of the same thing.
Yeah, got a comment in here from Robert. Hey, Kyle, I'm not a Bama fan. I'm born and raised in Iowa. Diehard Hawkeye fan, but always watch your shows and respect your views. Your honest reporting, you're only opposite team I view. Hey, I appreciate it, Robert. Thanks so much. You know, when I was living in, so I used to live in Iowa. I used to live at, I know you guys are like, you lived all over. Yeah. I went to Central College. So if you know, it's south of Des Moines, lived in Central. It's the home of Pella. Pella is the city, Pella Windows, if you're familiar with it. And, you know, when I was in college, it was a long time ago. And I'm sure you know this, Robert, but I actually, I dated a really nice woman from the Iowa basketball team when I met her in DC, and she was the point guard for Iowa. And I think she's like number 2 or 3 all time in shooting threes, and baller. And I took her for a date one time in DC to the ESPN zone. And, you know, Division I athletes don't play, like, period. Dialed in. She broke every single record. It was cool. So the other thing was about Iowa, it was freezing. I mean, yeah, I'm cold now here because I got soft because I'm in the South, but Iowa doesn't play. Like Pella, Iowa was terribly cold. It was just located the right of Lake Red Rock, and the wind would kind of blow through, and it was just freezing. But had a really good time at Central College, and then from there I went to New Mexico State. Also did some schooling up in Washington D.C., and then I lived in Los Angeles, and now here I am in the great state of Alabama, living in Tuscaloosa, covering the Alabama Crimson Tide for the last 7 years. Coach, when we kind of look to, outside of the decision watch, and I know I asked you kind of about the 4-2-5 that Kane could install here at Alabama, based off kind of the roster that we're working with. I mean, from a coaching standpoint and kind of looking at the 4-2-5 and how some players could fit in, I have a question for you. How would the outside linebackers, like let's say Keon Keeley, Yanze Pierre, Quay Russo, how would they fit into like a 4-2-5 type scheme, and where are you putting those type of players with their skill set?
And Keon Keeley's, I'll start with him. And Keon's repertoire, I don't think it'll hurt him because Keon can play with his hand in the dirt or he can stand up, right? I think at times and on down and distance, we actually ran a 4-2-5 at times, right? That's why sometimes you saw Will with his hand in the dirt.
Yeah.
Sometimes you seen him standing up, right? Sometimes he's playing defense to simplify it. Sometimes he's playing defensive end. Sometimes he's playing outside linebacker, depending on the front, right? So I don't think it'll be too big of nothing different than what we usually do. Some of the responsibilities on down and distance are different, right? But I don't think the overall play is any different because I think somebody like Keon, somebody like Quindarius Robinson, somebody like Quay Russo, these kids can all put their hand in the dirt and stand up, right? I think Keon, if I'm not mistaken, came from a defense in high school where his hand was in the dirt most of the time. So I don't think it'll be any different for them. The difference will come in a middle linebacker situation, having only two on down and distance. I think that'll be a little different at times, right? But 4-2-5, 3-4, you know what I mean? Gap, front side on the gaps and things like that. That's the only difference. That's the only difference. 4 down linemen, 3 down linemen, gap control, gap integrity, A gap, B gap, head up on the nose, in the gap, shade. It's all different, right? But it's all the same. I know that sounds crazy, but it's all different, but it's all eventually all the same. Same responsibility depending on down and distance. Like you may have something different on third down that you call, that you may have something different to do, right? But for the most part, it's all the same. These guys, if you can play in a 3-4, you can play in a 4-2-5, definitely.
And then, whenever you get some downtime, whenever, you get off again from here, I want to have you watch, and same thing with Ty. I want you to check out Jabbar Muhammad and watch some of his highlights and tell me what you think, how he could fit in from a technical standpoint. If you like him at the corner, if you see him as a versatile, member of the secondary that, because Alabama is in his top 3, and being that the Washington staff just joined Alabama staff, I think it would be a good fit considering that Trey hit the portal. I don't like that Trey hit the portal, to be honest. And I like his game. I really do. I think he's a very talented player. I don't know where he's going to go. I don't know why he's leaving. There's quite a few guys leaving from the secondary that I think, look, anybody can go anywhere. That's fine. But I wish some of these guys would have just waited just a little bit. There's 30 days, and I get it. You got to get enrolled in school and definitely, different elements like that, which are very, very important.
Yeah.
But at least try to figure out based on the timeline who is coming in and let the staff kind of set in place. Because you could have, there's no need. Like, it seems quick. Like, wait at least till Friday or till Wednesday. Like, we're barely on Tuesday, and guys are hitting the transfer portal, at least a couple of them. And a lot of that is going to be because of the Saban bouncing out. A lot of it is because, call it tampering, whatever it is. These guys are going to get NIL deals immediately when they hit the portal. And, Coach, don't you think that this is crazy about the transfer portal? Is like Alabama can get basically picked apart roster-wise because Saban is left and you have a 30-day open window. But Alabama, that doesn't mean that Alabama, like the coaching staff, has 30 days to go and scour all like the rosters across college football. The transfer portal's closed. So the only place that you can turn to is Washington, and you're probably hoping that Michigan, because of Courtney Morgan, who's a GM here, he has connections to Michigan. if something was to happen, that you can go out to Michigan, but those are the only schools that you can pick from. I mean, it seems like a completely unfair time for if you're Alabama. You're like really like you're a turtle on its back.
Look, let me get on my conspiracy theory just for a second. But first, shout out to George Johnson and Kay Lee. I appreciate you guys, man. In the past, when kids transfer at this stage of the season, it was always 20 days. It was either 20 days. I don't remember them ever giving 30 days to transfer. I know that's just 10 extra days, but it's like maybe that's a new rule they came up with. I don't know. But all the fans, think about what Kyle just said. If you're Bama, you can't go to any other place but Washington, where the coach just left, and get players while everybody in the country can raid your roster. So how fair is that? And usually I thought when the coach retired or left or whatever, I thought the players had 20 days. It was either 14 or 20 days, you know what I mean, to transfer. But they gave them, I think it's 30. They gave them a month to decide. So for 30 days, other coaches can come in, offer deals to our starters, to our people. And it's just hella unfair, man. I'll say this as well. When you look at our defensive back room with Des Ricks, with Antonio Kite, right? Both of those backup guys who potentially could have been starters on the other side of Trey Amos. And now Trey Amos, you have Xavier Brown, you have Xavier Mincy, you have Drake Kirkpatrick Jr., you have Red Morgan, you have Jameer Grimsley. All these kids are coming in, right? Probably the best defensive back class that Alabama has recruited in recent memory.
Yes.
Right? Very high on these guys. Very high on Xavier Brown. Very high on Xavier Mincy. Probably the best athlete of them all. I think Xavier is probably the best technical corner of them all. But I think Jameer Grimsley is probably the best talent of them all. This kid is so good, they may put him on offense. Jameer Grimsley. Kid's about 6'2", 6'3". Wow. And he is an absolute monster. I'm telling you. Jameer Grimsley and the little Arian Hampton kid, Jalen Waddle 2.0. So we got some young kids that can make plays to come in. I'm not worried about them on the offensive side. Offensive, it's easier to play offense coming out of high school than it is to play defense. Especially, I'll just say it's easier to play wide receiver than it is to play corner, right? A lot of times wide receiver is little things that they have to teach you, blocking, really, really honing your skills on your routes, coming out of your breaks, sinking your hips, things that you probably didn't really do a lot in high school because you were better than everybody. But a corner is different. You got to learn how to play that position. You got to learn how to play that position, man. The coverages, the leverages, right? Sectors of the field, inside, outside. It's a lot of different things at corner. So I think Arian Hampton and Jameer Grimsley may possibly be on the offensive side of the ball. But that kid, I think Grimsley's a better athlete, man. Jeffy. I mean, just my humble opinion, right? I could be wrong.
Damn, that's crazy. That's amazing that we're even having that conversation. That just shows you the talent because like Zay Mincy's a baller. Red Morgan coming in. We can't forget about him, right? Xavier Brown. I mean, these are younger guys that I think are going to get quickly into the two deep when they got here. One of these guys, I don't know who it's going to be, is going to have a shot to definitely contribute right away, right? We see it. But I think like Jalen Mbakwe, what he was able to do on both sides of the ball this past year, because combine him and Ryan Williams in the state title game, where they account for like 500 yards and like 6 touchdowns or something crazy like that. That's crazy. So just to be thinking that, they have all these athletes on the defensive secondary, I think is the bright spot, considering that you do have like Des Ricks that entered the portal, Trey Amos, Antonio Kite, and that you're losing Terrion and Kool-Aid. I mean, those are 5 big hitters right there. And then, compounded onto that is Trey Amos just recently. Oh, thank you. Peyton Woodyard, right?
And Peyton.
Peyton. It's a hell of a secondary class coming in. A lot of these guys are going to be like elevated to 2 deep automatically. I mean, probably now. Oh, and thank you. We're forgetting about Kendrick.
I said Drake. Drake.
Man. And he had 2 interceptions in the All-Star game. People sleeping on him because of his rating or whatever. He's like a 3-star. But, man, that's a loaded secondary class.
That's a fact, man. Listen, Jalen Mbakwe is one of the best athletes, pure athletes I've ever seen come out of high school. Imagine him 3 inches taller. That's Jameer Grimsley. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, and Peyton Woodard may play at safety before all of them. Peyton Woodard has his. I'll give Peyton this. Peyton's body is ready to play right now. Like, this kid is bigger than some of the safeties on our roster right now. Just as athletic, smart kid, good family. That kid may play. I mean, we are not hurting with young talent. We are not hurting with young talent, man. It's just the growing pains of playing in a college secondary can be just that at times, growing pains. It's not that they're not talented. It's just going from a high school defense to a college defense and trying to defend college receivers, which you defend every inch of the field, not just hash mark to hash mark. You have to defend in college every inch of the field. That's the only thing when you're young that kind of catches up to you at times. But at least we got to be thankful that the talent is there.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, Coach, I know I've had you for about an hour, man. How you feeling? I just got a message from Ty. He said he's about to pop on. I mean, are you good to go? Do you need to go and get some stuff down? Do you want to pop in later? I mean, it's all good. I'm feeling good, man. I'm going to be here for a little while.
Yeah, I can pop back in later, man. You just, as you always do, give me the green light, man. I'll be right back on, man. You know how we do.
All right. Appreciate you, Coach Sean.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat. Goose, Sam, man. Everybody in the chat, man. You guys.
Fam, what's up? How's everybody doing? I appreciate you guys being here. Did you guys miss me? I appreciate you guys being here. That was Coach and I chopping it up earlier today. I want you guys to get accustomed, because clearly I can't be here all day long, right? But what I can do is keep this going and then pop in when news breaks. So as I continue to grow as a YouTube channel, as a business owner, I got to figure out ways to make this feasible, to make this realistic. And definitely having, key contributors on is really important to me. So Coach Sean kills it. Coach Ty kills it. So if you ever come back and you see a screen like this, and I might dub over some audio, that means that I'm taking a break. Or that means that, I'm, taking care of some of my other responsibilities in life like you have. But when news breaks, then I will come back on live. So that's kind of the plan. And I think I'll go for a little bit more this evening. But like last night, for example, for those that were around. So my point is, I want you to get used to the fact that, like, when news breaks, come back to this channel. This will be live. And then I will be live as news happens. So boom, news happens, Bama Football on YouTube, and I'll be live. It'll be just this stream. So I would appreciate you guys working with me on that, considering like the timing and the realistic, because I've been streaming about 10 hours, and I need to balance my sleep, my life, my everything that goes with it. And I appreciate you guys understanding, because a lot goes into it. Plus, like, my voice, about talking all day and stuff like that. And I'm not afraid to work at all. I would, if it was up to me, I would work I would never stop. So, and that isn't healthy for anybody. So I have to even put limitations and boundaries on myself, because I'm a dog. Like, I work. So it's like, don't get me working because I will, I'm in for it. I did reach out to Coach Jarek, and I think he's going to be able to come on at 6:30, which will be good, because the crazy thing is Coach Jarek, being an Alabama fan and a Buffalo Bills fan, he's literally in Buffalo. So I think he should have some good insight to Maurice Linguist, who is being added as a new defensive backs coach. So I'm going to kind of go, yeah, Morty, and thank you so much. And if you guys want to contribute to the channel, hit the hyperlink above this video and think about becoming a fan funder. I'd really appreciate that. It would mean a lot to me. As low as $2.99 per month to support the channel, as it says on the ticker at the bottom of the screen. So if you come over here sometime and you just see audio, don't hold it against me. And I'm not forcing you to be here. But it'll be content that we'll be playing just audio while news happens, and then boom, pop on and I'll be live. We cool? Got you. I think before a lot of people love Pate. Me too. He's done good. It's been really, when you look to people who have really kind of found their craft and what they're able to do in life and they really like go for it, he's one of those guys, right? Spot on in his analysis. He's worked his way up to see what he's been able to do. And I think he does love Bama for sure. Isn't he a Bama guy? Yeah. But to find somebody who's been like really found like their craft, that's him. And you got to be happy for those people because you put in a lot of time and effort into everything that you do. But he kills it, and I'm really happy for him, honestly. So and all the things that come up, but dude kills it for sure. And I know he has a giant following, crushes it. Nothing but positivity his way. There's a lot of great content creators out there. I know it goes into it. All right, what's up, Jake? Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. 10 hours is good, bro. Go dinner with the fam. Yeah. No, I'm going to probably break out in a little while, but I think kind of going forward as I kind of strategize about the channel and because the channel is big and it's important that, we take care of everybody in terms of the news that we're distributing and how we do it. And it's important to me. So, Randall, what's up, man? I appreciate you. We have it. We're probably going to have to highlight that in yellow. Maurice Linguist as a DB coach, if we can highlight that in yellow, that'd be great. On this graphic that we got on the screen, because I think, the news, there's so much news to check. Yeah. Skip, what's up, man? Yeah, we still on? Dang, yeah. That's how we roll. And Caleb Down, decision watch. Look, I think no news is good news. So I like this. Doesn't have to be a decision. Doesn't have to be Robert. I like the hire, and I think Jarek, who is going to be coming on at 6:30, is going to be coming with it and will provide some more context. I really like the fact that he's a dog in the recruiting world. If you look him up, because he was the head coach at Buffalo this last year, and then he worked with the Dallas Cowboys as DB coach. And I think that's probably why you're hearing nothing from Caleb Downs, because he's like, Caleb DeBoer is like, just wait. Can you just hear me out in the hire that we're getting? All right. How about Maurice Linguist? Hey, coach, you know what I'm saying? You imagine that conversation between Linguist and Caleb? I'm just making stuff up here, but man. Yeah, and I think there's no need to have a statement from him for sure. That's what I liked so much about Najee too, right? Because everybody wanted to. I've tried to invite Bone. He has turned me down five different times. They won't let him come over here on 3. They won't let him talk on this channel. So those are facts. But I've tried, and I've hyped those guys up as much as possible. But, and I get it. They're trying to do their thing too. And that's the way it goes. So, but I've tried. I know he's been on different shows. Bone, I love you. You know how I feel about you, man. I know I appreciate the grind. I fought so hard to get him to On 3, and I'm glad that he's crushing it too, because the dude is absolutely connected. He's got a lot of great things going on, man. All those guys crushing it. So, I appreciate you guys being here so much. And that's it. I mean, if I could tell you all this stuff behind the scenes, I would. But you can't worry about stuff in the past. Can't worry about stuff, for sure. I don't worry about, things, places that I worked at or, people that, I used to work for. I choose a different route, and I wish everybody success. This is a dog market, but I'm a dog myself. and I'm built for this. There's a lot of people that told me that I couldn't do this. There was a lot of people that felt that I wasn't right for the job. There was a lot of people that didn't believe in my abilities. There are a lot of people that felt that I couldn't work, that I didn't have the talent to do this. There was a lot of people that said that I wasn't cut out for the job. Here I am. Here I am. A lot of people said that I wasn't cut out for the job, that I couldn't do it because I couldn't lead a YouTube channel. I don't know. I think the people have spoken. 1,200 right now listening. So, whatever. I'm rolling with it. You know what? Fuck it. Let's take some more calls. Let's do it. All right. 205. Let's go. Hey, I appreciate you being here. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who am I on the line with and where you coming from?
Walter from Gardendale, Alabama.
Walter, welcome on in, man. I appreciate you being here. And I appreciate that you're joining us tonight on this fine Tuesday, January 16th. Come with it, man. Welcome to the show.
Hey, man, I've been with you for 2 days, and what I really like that you're doing is I can break away and go do what I need to do, and then I can come back and you catch me up to date quickly. Man, I really appreciate what you're doing. I know you give out and everything, but thank you so much for what you're doing, man.
Yeah, I love it, man. I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. And that's kind of the goal. You know, I think a lot of times there's so much news to kind of track, to keep going, and it's hard to compartmentalize a lot of it, but we got you covered right here. So, Walter, I appreciate you calling in from Gardendale. Come with it, man.
Hey, man, I got 2 points. First point is if we can just weather the storm this year, because DeBoer has not had a chance to put his footprint down just yet. If we can just get through this little cycle right here, the man is going to do amazing things with recruiting. He's going to do major things with retention of players that want to leave. I just honestly believe, like Coach Saban always says at the Iron Bowl, just weather the storm that first quarter, just weather it. And I think things are brighter in the future with him.
I think, look, I mean, you have a great point. I mean, if anybody who has ever like transitioned jobs or you're starting like new school or whatever, the first couple, like the first month, it's confusing. You know, you're trying to find your way. You're trying to get everything together and trying to put your staff together. You're trying to find where your classes are. But the thing that I kind of keep coming back to is the guys that are already on the roster. Right? The guys that have already been built by Bama, the guys coming back. Nobody has talked about the fact that Jalen Milroe's coming back. Nobody has talked about the fact that Justice Haynes coming back. Nobody has talked about the fact that you return your 2 starting guards, that you return your outside tackle in Caden Proctor, who I'm sure has grown up a lot since last season. Nobody has talked about the fact that you return Deontay Lawson or Jahad Campbell, and that you got some transfers coming in on the secondary with, Damani Jackson, potentially, the Mohammed kid from Washington. I don't know if that's going to go down, but if it does, great. You have Caleb Downs. There's a lot to like sleep easy about. The problem is we have so much respect for Coach Saban, and we have so much trust in him because he steered this ship for a long time. The thing I love most about Coach is he knew, and you know what it's called integrity, knowing when it's time to turn the keys over because you can no longer perform at the highest level the way he wanted to. I'm sure it was really difficult for him, but at least he's man enough to do it, because there's a lot of times that people won't get out of certain positions because they just want to stay in that position because of control or whatever it is. But at least he has the stones to be able to step aside and turn the keys over to, a younger gentleman that, he clearly signed off on. You think Coach Saban didn't have a part of the hiring process? I think he did.
Most definitely. Yeah, most definitely. It's kind of human nature for people to focus on the negative. And like you said very eloquently, there is a lot of positives that we can take, but we like to dwell on the negatives as a human race. I feel that. And you're absolutely right, man. I had a second point. I don't mean to take all night with you, but I got a second point with you. Have you, and I know you have, but I want the viewers out there to realize the ripple effect of Nick Saban retiring. And if I could go through a short list with you off memory, you got to replace a Washington coach. You got to replace a South Alabama coach. You got to replace an Arizona coach. You now have to replace a San Jose State coach. You now have to replace a Buffalo coach. This is sending ripple effects throughout the country. Agree or disagree, Kyle?
Of course. And the lasting implications of all this will be, I mean, it will continue to go on. I mean, this is kind of just a short-term wave of the tsunami that Coach Saban has implemented. I mean, college football, is never going to be the same. And then the scary thing is, and maybe the best thing for college football, is the fact that if Coach Saban somehow gets a hold of this NIL tiger and comes up with some ways because he is the college football commissioner, or if he can't do it from the NCAA, then he gets behind Alabama and he helps Alabama start to climb that mountain in the NIL space because of his bright business mind.
Right. Well, that's for sure. He does have that, without a doubt. We're just very lucky at Alabama to have the name Alabama and the tradition. That helps out immensely. But if we can ever, like you said, conquer this NIL deal, and we're going to be at the top for a while, man. I just feel it. I just feel we're going to do what we need to do, and they're going to figure out a way to keep us on top of the mountain.
Yep. Yeah. I like the call, Walter. Save the number, call in anytime. And like you said, anytime you do your errands or whatever, come back. We'll have you covered right here at Bama Football on YouTube.
Sounds good, my man. Love your show. You get rest when you can, buddy.
All right, man. Take it easy, Walter. Thank you. All right.
Yes, sir. Bye-bye.
Walter calling in with a really good call. We got a 512. Looks like we got Demetrius calling in, a 256 and a 224. And I think I got Coach Jarrett coming on at 6:30. Kyle Henderson, the Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up, like, and subscribe. You can also become a fan funder like Lana did right here, featured on your screen by hitting the hyperlink up top of this video, as low as $2.99 per month to support the channel and the other content producers that are on here. Coach Smoot, Coach Jarrett, Coach Sean, and Ty Hayes. Those are, guys that I love to have featured on the channel. They do a really great job helping the channel grow. You can become a subscriber. If you're on your computer, you can hit the join button. It's basically how you can become a fan funder. And remember, you can watch this posted on your big screen if you wanted to. So just go to your smart TV and say Bama Football on YouTube and pop right up. With that said, we move to our next call. Yeah, and a lot of people asking about Maurice. I like it. I really like it a lot. Ties to the NFL, but especially good ties on the recruiting front to Texas. So one of the questions that we've had under this staff was, how was Coach Kalen DeBar going to facilitate recruiting? I think this is a really big W right here on the recruiting front, having your DB and specifically making sure that you're recruiting your own players, your own guys. And I think, no news is good news. You know what I'm talking about? Not hearing from Caleb Downs. I've been hearing about Maurice is really good for the DB class. And I think if you're a player that has entered the transfer portal, you might want to think about popping back out because Maurice is coming with it. I really like it for sure. I appreciate the comments about the show inside the comment box. And thank you very much, Jermaine, for the super chat. $1.99 super sticker. Thank you very much. To send a super chat, you can hit the $ inside of the comment box, basically like a tip to the show. Appreciate it. Diz, what's up, man? You guys are awesome. Thank you very much, man. It's a really nice looking dog inside your avatar. And by the way, if you have a dog, dogs are, man, they make you feel. I have 2 French bulldogs. And if you have a dog out there, you know how it is. Dog life is a different life, just like beer life is a different life. I want to ask you guys while I take my next call, who has a dog up in the comment box? Let me know. All right. We got a 512 and we'll take it right now. Hey, what's going on? You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who on the line with him? Where you calling in from?
Yeah, Kyle. This is Jay Townsend from Round Rock.
Hey, what's up, Jay? It's good to talk to you again, man.
Man, I'm telling you, you got me fired up, man. Let me tell you, this latest edition that we got, man, it put a smile on my face, man. To see what this guy's done. And then you remember the last time I called, I was saying that he needs to really get somebody that can get into the homes of these people in the Southeast. And this guy is knocking it out of the park. I'm telling you, he's doing a really good job as far as hiring his assistants, man. And I think this is really, really good. And you know, the one thing that I've been thinking about, and a lot of people probably don't mention this, they're so worried about Alabama going down, okay? With the talent that we already got and the coaches that he's putting together, man, let me tell you something. It wouldn't be surprising if we came and beat Georgia. And what do you think people would be saying then about this coach? You know, because he's beat some top-tier coaches. This guy just went to the championship. You know, people are just dismissing that as if he can't coach because he's not been in the Southeast, but he has some ties in the Southeast. And he's a really good coach. And I'm just really excited about it. And you were talking about earlier about how, you know, transitioning. You know, I look back at anywhere you go for the first time, there's going to be people that have doubts. I spent 20 years in the military. When I went from one station to another, my soldiers wondered what I was going to be like when I got there, you know. And then when I got there, people were like, I don't know about him. But at the end, they loved me. And I think that's going to be the same thing with this coach. I think we're going to grow to love him, but I'm liking what I'm seeing right now. I'm really fired up about it. And I think if Caleb Downs has the opportunity to just pay attention to this new coach, Coach Linguist, that he's going to have a second thought about leaving. This guy's got some NFL ties. He's got some Southeast Conference ties. And he's a great DB coach. So, I mean, I think everything's looking up. It's shaping up just the way I hope it would. So I'm feeling good about it. If we lose him, I'm going to be disappointed. But I think if he pays attention to what Coach DeBoer is doing, he's going to have second thoughts about leaving Alabama.
Yeah, and that's what I was.
got to say.
Yeah, and kind of to compound on that, Jay, is I think like no news is good news, and you know there was no need to make an announcement or whatever. I mean, just as someone said in the comment box, there needs to be no pressure on these guys, but they do have a right to hear what the game plan is going to be on the defensive side of the ball. And I think this is a huge dub having Maurice come in. So you're starting to see the staff come together. We're going to have another updated graphic showing you how the staff looks in detail. I'll post that here in a little while, but these are the events that we're tracking today. Maurice Linguist as a new DB coach and co-DC. Caleb Downs decision watch. Look, no news is good news. Kane Womack as your defensive coordinator. That's like old news. That was like this morning, but that's like old news. Trey Amos enters the portal. That was last night. Jeff Allen is retained as the head athletic trainer. Shaz Preston. These are headlines from yesterday that we can probably phase out. To Tulane, Sean Murphy to Florida State. That's the fifth guy that Florida State picked up. And then Isaiah Hastings flipped in the portal from Missouri to Syracuse. So that's kind of where we are in terms of today's news. What else we got, Jay?
Yeah, I wanted to say this shows a lot about the character and the maturity of Caleb Downs, because the way he's handling this thing, he's giving Coach DeBoer time. You understand what I'm saying? That shows that he's mature and he's a good character, you know, because he could have jumped into the portal and still not made a decision to go visit anybody, but he hadn't even done that. So that tells me that he's given this man a fair chance to see if he can do something that would, you know, benefit him staying there. And I think that shows a lot about his maturity. For him to be so young, he's showing more maturity than a lot of the guys that's jumped in the portal already that were even older than he was. So that's pretty much what I got to say. I'm very, very confident. I mean, like I said, if we lose him, I'll be disappointed. But I'm pretty confident that if he's going to take a second thought, and I think Trey Amos should probably pump his brakes right now.
Yeah.
And look, and all of these receivers, the receivers that are leaving, they are really making a bad mistake, because this offense that we're going to have, we're going to go back to blowing people out. And if our defense is anywhere close to where it was this year, we're going to be hard to stop.
Yeah.
And I just don't think it's going to be as bad as people think it is. Everybody's saying, "Oh, y'all going down." I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't. I think we're gonna make the playoffs, and we're gonna do good next year. And who knows? What if this guy comes back and win a championship next year? Could you imagine what that? Could you imagine how that's gonna go?
Yeah.
All of those guys that left, they're gonna say, "Wow, man, I should have given him a chance." You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's about all I got to say. I'm pumped up. You know, I'm a true Alabama fan. I'm born in the Southeast Alabama. Roll Tide to the end for me. Okay. Thanks a lot for taking my call. I'm always watching you. Get you some rest, Kyle. You are a dog, man, but you be doing it, man.
Yeah,
Great job.
Absolutely, man. Appreciate you.
All right.
Good call from Round Rock. Appreciate you guys. What'd you miss? What's up, Sean? Appreciate you being here, man. You got the biggest headline, at least within the last hour, has got Maurice Linguist as a new DB coach, new DB and co-DC coach here at Alabama. We'll update that. Caleb Downs decision watch. No news is good news. Nothing really to report there. He's not in the transfer portal, and we haven't heard anything. What does that tell you? It tells you he's still on the team. Kane Womack is the new defensive coordinator. That was the other piece of significant. That's probably the number 2 item on the board right here. And then you have Trey, and we'll sit in the portal, and we can get rid of some of those other items on the bottom. But yeah, that's kind of what happens today. I mean, I wouldn't say today has been slow by any means, because there's definitely been some movement. But, you know, starting to fill out that defensive component of the coaching staff was really important to a lot of people. So that's why bringing in Maurice is really good. And you're also retaining Freddie Roach. I'm going to have a graphic on the screen that shows kind of the outlook and overlay of the roster or the coaching staff rather. But with that said, we'll go to the phone lines, and it looks like we got Demetrius. Hey, Demetrius, what's up, man? Appreciate you calling in.
Hey, what's going on, Kyle? Roll Tide.
Roll Tide team, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm glad Jay brought that up. That's an understatement of what he was saying about, you know, it's people that really hate Coach Saban out here. I mean, do you know the vitriol I've done seen online? We all done seen it in this program. These folks will do anything to take us down. I mean, I've never seen for 1 week they showed the man total respect. Then it just, I mean, it's not no joke. People literally hate this man. Like he ruined these kids' careers and stuff, and he got control over these kids. These young men always did have their own free will. They either come to Alabama or they didn't. I mean, it's shocking. It's shocking.
Mm-hmm.
But on the more positive things, I do believe the future is looking bright, and pieces are coming together like everybody else keeps saying. I mean, I don't sense no nervousness from the fan base, and I'm just waiting for the first game this year. I mean, I can't wait to see it come around, regardless who here on the roster or not. I mean, so but once again, it's just amazing. I mean, I go back and forth on social media. I mean, Facebook all day long. I mean, with people talking about guys transferring from Alabama. We always did have young men transfer from Alabama. Who you think all the rules? I've been saying it for years. They made all these rules just to stop Coach Nick Saban.
Mm-hmm.
They made even at times I even think the commissioner was against us. Greg Sankey for our scheduling. You know, some teams got cupcake schedules, but hey, you want to send poor Alabama through the fire? Can we have a cupcake? No, we don't need that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't know, but that hate is always gonna come, and and I'm excited. Especially Booker, the statement that he made. He said he ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. He's right here in Alabama. And that's I mean, and I learned this from when I was in the Army, the 82nd Airborne Division. They had a sergeant major, the command sergeant major England. He said he'd rather go to combat with one person he knew that was with him versus a whole division and everybody that went with winning the battle.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just excited. I'm excited to see the season get started. I keep doing my little research on all these coaches, especially the Washington coach, that offense. Hey man, I didn't realize how dynamic it was. I was just thinking the Pac. I mean, the Pac-12 out there was no. He was he was doing the do out there in them formations. Getting, I mean, something I noticed he done. Whatever the other team weakness was, he exploited it all game long.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Sarkisian done it. These last Bill O'Brien and Tommy Reese, I reckon they missed that part of the memo about running the offense. Hey, if you got whoever it is weak on defense, you're supposed to light them up. Always put them in some kind of conflict. Always put them in a predicament where they gonna lose. But the boy and his offense, their offensive coordinator, I only watched like 3 games. My cousin that played in the NFL, he coming home in a couple weeks, and he gonna go over. Well, of course he gonna go over that playoff game with me and tell me the intricate details of what I don't know, what he can see easily.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna get him to go over me that Washington offense, cause he played tackle. I ain't gonna put my family information out there on the internet. I'm on social media, but yeah, he played starting tackle for an NFL team, and I'm gonna go over it. But I'm excited on that offense. I mean, that offense is very, very like 2020 with Devontae Smith. Pete Golden was a average defensive coordinator. You know, every once in a while in the game he can dial it up, but it was just our offense was so dynamic that other teams could not keep up, and that's what propelled that 2020 team. I believe that's what can compel us to go further in the playoffs. Win the SEC again, and make the college playoffs and make some noise. I mean, if we can get an offense that get rolling, it makes it easy on our defense. It puts everybody else on guard where they defense is tired playing so many snaps. So that's all I got to say, Kyle. Let your next caller come in, but it's been some interesting calls. I like the calls. I like the show. Of course, you've been doing your thing for years, and I've been listening to you for years, and I enjoy it. Roll Tide, Kyle.
Roll Tide team, man. I appreciate you calling in, man. It's been a minute, Demetrius. Be safe on the road, man. Catch up with you soon.
Yes,
Demetrius calling in from North Carolina, but he's always on the road. So we stay safe, man. The ice was no joke. You know, you don't mess around with ice. Like snow, you know, be safe in the snow for sure. But ice, like, don't mess with ice. You know, it's just too dangerous. All right, we're going to go back to the phone lines. Kyle Henderson of Bama Football on YouTube. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the thumbs up, like, subscribe. You can be a fan funder of this YouTube channel by hitting the hyperlink atop this video. As low as $2.99 per month to become a fan funder of the YouTube channel. You can also just become a subscriber of this YouTube channel so you are always notified when we drop material. And we got a super chat coming in from Adam, and it says, I know we're all focused on the coaching changes, but what about the players? Our O-line was mediocre. Defense had mental errors, and Milroe struggled at times. There needs to be a lot of improvement. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's valid. I think that, you know, you look to where this team was last year and some of the issues that they faced as a team. I think that they did grow up, though, as a unit. Start with the offensive line. I felt they were good, but they were inconsistent. And I feel the center position was just way below average. I mean, it wasn't even average for Alabama, and I think it cost them in the end, to be honest. there was a time where I felt they were playing better. I think the biggest bright spot is the fact that you do return Tyler Booker and Jaden Roberts. Now, a lot of it depends on the development of Caden Proctor and how good he is going to be this next season. I think he's going to make a lot of improvements. Scott Huff will be responsible for developing him going into this next season. I think when you look to the defense, I think the defense had mental errors at times, but for the most part, the second half adjustments under Coach Saban's defense this last year was really impressive. I mean, they did an amazing job making adjustments, and I think the most pivotal part was in the SEC title game where they made adjustments from the jump, because I thought the Georgia, from the looks of that first drive, it looked like Georgia was going to do a lot, but then they were able to make quick adjustments, and which ultimately helped them win that SEC title game. I know Coach Saban probably thinks about the overtime against Michigan because, that's where Michigan put points on the board and Alabama couldn't score on the other side of the ball. And yeah, with Milroe, I think he did struggle at times for sure. I mean, where was his deep ball in those later parts? Was it because he faced really good defenses? Was it on him? I felt he was inaccurate in some situations, but those things you can work on them. And I think with Ryan Grubb, as he develops a new game plan around Jalen Milroe's skill set, because I never really felt that Tommy Rees and Jalen had that type of continuity. I don't know. I mean, I know Ty Simpson just posted a picture of Tommy Rees, but I haven't really seen Jalen. And looks like someone said Blackshire to Texas. What's up, X? We'll see if we can get an update on that. I had heard that was probably the case. Texas was asking about, they were asking me about Kendrick Blackshire. And look, I think that Kendrick Blackshire is definitely a player for sure. I mean, I think I just don't know how he would have got onto the field. So trying to wait to see if Orange Bloods is who I follow on for Texas front. Let's see. Haven't really seen anything in terms of Blackshire just yet, but if you guys see it, let me know in the chat. I'll continue to search that out. With that said, we go to the phone lines, and we got a 256. Yeah, I appreciate you calling in. You're on the line with Kyle Henderson. Who I'm on the line with, and where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Tink from Orlando.
Hey, what's up, Tink? I appreciate it, man. Before we get going, it looks like our good buddy Hayes Fawcett just tweeted. Yeah, here it is. Kendrick Blackshire, and this is, you can follow Hayes. I'm sure everybody does, but has just announced that he is committed to Texas. So I'm not surprised to hear about this, to be honest. They were asking me about Kendrick Blackshire. Kendrick Blackshire, as everybody remembers, was a player that came to Alabama from the state of Texas, and we were excited about him. And I wanted to see if, when he was going to get on the field. And again, this is from Hayes Fawcett. You can follow him on social media. I'm sure you already do. And of course, on 3, this is a scoop. They do such a great job. But Sark, going after another Alabama player, just what was it yesterday about Isaiah Bond? Was that yesterday? Or was that Sunday? I don't know. But news travels fast. So sorry, Tink, I just had to open up with that. But I'm going to leave this graphic on the screen about Kendrick Blackshire committing to Texas. Let me know what you think inside the comment box. And Tink, take it away, man.
Yeah, I actually hate to see that. There was times this past year I actually liked Blackshire a little more than Trez Marshall. Actually, how he played on the field, but I'm actually, if they want to leave and they don't want to still wear the A, then I guess they can go ahead and leave, So, but yeah, I just wanted to really give DeBoer like a big shout out for for how their staff's coming together, because I really feel like even Saban and maybe like Belichick and like all the greats, like they'll say they're only as good as the people they had around them. And the staff that he's put together with how quick all this has happened, from everything I've researched, and I'm just me, but I mean it's looking more and more impressive the more people that get added. So I think he needs a shout out for that for sure. And with Caleb Downs, I kind of feel like Malachi could maybe get him to stay, and I feel like he should definitely want to stay in a 4-2-5.
Yep.
And I mean that's just my opinion on that. And I had one more quick thing I was going to say about Saban. I've been a Bama fan since '05, so I caught all of Saban's years and the last couple of Shula, which I don't want to remember honestly, but. The one thing that always really I know we'll never see again is how Saban could go to these 5-star recruits' living rooms and he could honestly tell them, like, I want you to come to Bama, but I'm going to need you to trust the process, and you're most likely going to have to set for at least a year.
Mm-hmm.
But I need you to trust that. And he's still got these 5-star kids that could start anywhere else in the country. And he still got them to come to Bama, even though they knew they would have to set a few years before they got to shine. And that'll never be done again, in my opinion. And I'll keep watching. And thanks for everything y'all do. I love the show, Kyle, and keep it up, man. And roll Tide.
All right, roll Tide to you, man. Appreciate it, Tink. Tink calling from Orlando. Yeah, I mean, the way that Coach Saban recruited, I mean, I don't know if there'll ever be another to do it like him. I always like the fact to see him in his nice loafers and his pleated pants and, visiting with moms and pops. And I can't even imagine. Can you imagine if you were like hosting Coach Saban, if he was coming over to your house? Like, what would you do? Right? Like, this is Coach Saban. And I get it. I'm not like trying to be starstruck. It's just like, man, this is Coach Saban that's coming to visit you. His time is so important. And I love that whether he was in a chopper or a plane or a car, whatever it was. I mean, those in-home visits, man, that's a full court press. Saban did have that energy coming in, doing the Cupid shuffle, going on through. All right. So look, we're talking about Kendrick Blackshire going to Texas. Jeff has just become a fan funder. How do you do that? Hit the hyperlink above this video. As low as $2.99 per month to support the YouTube channel. Appreciate it, man. Welcome on in. We need like a name for our fan funder crew. So we'll think about it. Kendrick Blackshire is the second prospect to go to Texas within the last, 48 hours, because you had Isaiah Bond and then Kendrick Blackshire. I personally thought that Kendrick Blackshire at some point would get onto the field this coming year. Senior at Alabama, played behind Deontay Lawson and Jahad Campbell. I liked his game, to be honest. I don't know if this like is overall like, earth shattering and it hurts, but look, this guy's a good player for sure. And everybody, when he came to Alabama, and just like Bailey was saying inside the comment box, you remember that picture of him in high school. He looked like he was going to go from high school to the NFL, right? Like, never really got onto the field that much. I think he's a good pickup. I mean, I remember when Texas asked me about Ben Davis, I was like, look, seems like a very nice young man. I just knew that he was never going to get onto the field. Kendrick Blackshire, I feel differently. Depending on where their roster is, I think he gets onto the field, and I think he does, a really good job. I think he's a really good linebacker, and people are saying that he wasn't that good at Duncanville High. I don't really know about that, but I know Alabama fans had high aspirations. It just never really got onto the field. So, and to be honest, I think he'd be second team here. So he's going to Texas, and another one is out for the Alabama Crimson Tide, and Steve Sarkisian, taken from the Alabama Honey Pot. But the crazy thing is, Alabama can't recruit Texas players like right now. How crazy is this, right? Hey, fam, and if you guys are in the call queue, I'll get you guys calls next time I'm on, but I'm going to bring on Jarek from Jan Sports. Don't hold it against me, fam. And I'm going to bring in Coach here. Let me switch the audio up. And Coach, give me a thumbs up, man, if you're ready. Coach Jarek, you ready to go? All right, 1 second. Yeah, so we got Kendrick Blackshire going to Texas. And that's the crazy thing, right? Is like Alabama can't recruit Texas. You can't go eye for an eye. That's how I think was it Bailey that said, like, if you recruit No, it was yeah, it was a Brandy. Brandy said it's like if you recruit, you should be able to go in and recruit from the other school, right? Something like that. I think that's how you should do it. All right. Jarek, what's up, man?
What's going on, guys? What is going on?
What you think about this right here?
Uh-oh, what's going on here?
You have Kendrick Blackshire going to Texas.
It's just for schools that don't like Alabama, for fan bases that don't like Alabama, they certainly like to get our players. But Kendrick Blackshire makes sense. He's from Duncanville. I mean, he's not from the Duncanville area, but he's from that particular area. He transferred to Duncanville during his last year. So he's very, very familiar with the Texas particular area. They've been one of the schools that were particularly hard on him. So this one makes sense, but it is what it is, man. Like I said, we got Texas, Georgia, Florida State. I mean, they're all, this is kind of one of the biggest issues with the transfer portal. But it's a free for all, man. And it's a frenzy out there, it's expect more players to particularly leave. Like I said, I expect more transfers. I expect more players to come out. So best of luck to him. Hopefully he gets a playing opportunity. Because even if he was here, I don't even think he was going to start. He was probably going to be another rotational piece. So hopefully he gets the opportunity for Texas and he has a good career.
Yeah, here with Coach Jarek. And so Jarek, to give you kind of the backstory about Jarek, he started calling in on the call-in line. Then we were rapping, and I was like invited him to come on. And I wanted to kind of, I'm going to step aside. Coach Jarek, are you cool with like taking some comments from everybody and keeping the show going? You good to fly the ship for a little while? So the thing about Coach Jarek is he has a lot of great analysis. And the crazy thing is he's an Alabama football fan, and he can tell you how. But he's up in Buffalo where there's a ton of snow, so he's a Bills fan. But the amazing thing is Alabama has just landed I think this is an old graphic that we'll get on here to get the new graphic on. But Alabama just ended Maurice Linguist to their staff. He's going to be the DB coach. And we have it up on that header up top. So and these are kind of the topics that we're talking about, Jarek, just to kind of set you up, man. So you got Maurice Linguist coming in as the new DB and co-defensive coordinator. Caitlin Downs to make decisions soon. I'm going to reword that because it looks like, he doesn't even have to say anything. I think no news means he's coming back. He's not even inside the transfer portal. Kane Womack. Yeah, it's Womack. I know it looks like Womack. I listened to the mobile news stations and they're saying it's Womack. Okay, just to set it up for you. Okay. Kane Womack is a new defensive coordinator from South Alabama. Excuse me. News from yesterday, Trey Amos hits the portal, but he hasn't gone anywhere. And does he think about coming back in if Maurice is now the new DB coach? Maurice has some strong ties to Texas. So, and there's a couple other news items that are kind of circulating off the board, but that's kind of what we're working with. The highlighted topic is kind of the biggest one, but you cool with that, man? I'm going to take a blow, and if you want to lead the ship, that'd be great.
Okay, yep. All
right, man, take it away. You guys got Jarek, and he'll fly the ship.
All right, guys. So as you guys know, I am from Buffalo. So there's probably not maybe any other fan or maybe any other Alabama media personality that probably knows Maurice more than me. I've seen this dude try to recruit personally. I've seen him involved in camps. I've seen him I've seen him coach, of course, at the University of Buffalo. And he was there at 2012. So he was there at 2012. He was there, I think, he was in the same. This is like when we had Khalil Mack. So he was there during the Khalil Mack era. And Khalil Mack went off in 20, like he was always a great player, but Khalil Mack, for the most part, he was there during that year. I watched him. Even though he was the defensive backs coach, he was on the exact same squadron. He came back, coached at Buffalo for a couple years. He helped win the UB the Camilla Bowl. So I've seen him around. I've seen him coach, for the most part. Like I said, I've never really met him close and personal, but for the most part, I have been able to see exactly, at least get a good feel of what sort of coach he can be. Now at Texas, when he was at Texas A&M, he did a really, really good job of recruiting. And I think that's one thing that I think a lot of Alabama fans is going to be really, really good at. He is very, very solid in the recruiting department. When it comes to the Southwest, I don't think that, at least in this recruiting staff, I don't think that there's a better recruiter than Coach Linguist, right? Perfect example. Look at 2018. The 2018 recruiting class, that was probably one of the more annoying recruiting classes because we had a lot of Alabama targets that year that we couldn't even get. And you look at guys like Jalen Jones, I think Damani Richardson, and Elijah Blades, right? A lot of those cats that were a part of that recruiting class, that was all Coach Linguist. Matter of fact, I think Coach Linguist finished 19th that year as far as recruiters, national recruiters. He finished 19th that year. He was responsible for 6 commitments. But some other notable names you can talk about is like he got Rashad Bateman, right? Rashad Bateman was a first-round pick. Now this is when I think this is when he was at Minnesota, because right, he has a very, very long history. He's been all around the country, but he also got Rashad Bateman. He recruited him. So the dude has ties, right? More particularly to the Southwest. He knows the Texas region, but he also can go, right? He got Rashad Bateman out of Georgia. He got a couple of recruits from Florida. Matter of fact, one of the biggest reasons why Buffalo even got him and promoted him, because he was the co-defensive coordinator, and then he was promoted up to our head coach, was because of his recruiting, right? Typically UB, it's more controllable to the Midwest. It's more controllable. It's the Midwest, Northeast, and then sometimes they like to go to Florida. So sometimes they like to get the leftovers, I like to say, but they like to go to Florida sometimes, get a couple kids from there. But particularly it's Midwest, Northeast type region. That's where UB gets their focus. But they wanted to try to expand that region when it comes to recruiting. So that's why, in a way, they promoted Coach Linguist. Plus, he was already familiar with the program. He was already there. He already had a stint there before. And but overall wise, they wanted to see if he can expand and get that reach. Now, he didn't get that reach. We had some kids from Florida. We had some kids elsewhere, but he also took over a program that was also in the transfer portal, right? Like we came off of like 2019 and 2020 were probably the best years in UB football in a while. We're talking James Starks, Khalil Mack, kind of like James Oliver type stuff. Like that's how long it's been before, UB, like prior to, coach taking over, we didn't even win a bowl game. Like UB didn't even win a bowl game. So it doesn't have the best football history in the world. Is Linguist one of the best defensive back coaches? And that's where I'm getting to. He can recruit. So I feel like for a lot of Bama fans that are worried about Coach DeBoer not getting guys that can get players from the region, here you have a player that knows the Southwest region. Is he a great developer? And if you look at the track record, especially when he was the A&M defensive backs coach, again, he was only there for about a year, so we'll take into context that it's not the best. He doesn't have the best track record when it comes to development. Now, he knows exactly what he's doing as far as recruiting. He's been around the league. Matter of fact, he was the defensive backs coach for the Dallas Cowboys back in 2020. But if we're talking about the college ranks and can he develop at a high rate, is he T-Rob? Is he T-Rob? Is he a Corey Raymond type of a defensive coordinator, defensive backs coach? I would even go to say, is he like a Patrick Surtain Sr. type of coach? I'm not too sure. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Of course, he's got some guys. He's been able to develop some, but it's like the best I can say is that he's okay. And Bama fans, we all know as fans, we know that we're not good with okay. We want great. We want excellence. And so when I first heard about the news, guys, I wasn't ecstatic. I wasn't as thrilled as a lot of Bama fans. And trust me, if you go on a lot of social media platforms, or if you go on YouTube and you see like a bunch of content creators that want to come on, that they want to come out and say that, hey, this is a fantastic hire, this is a fire hire. I'm not one of those guys. You're going to get the truth from me, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to get the truth. And to me, he is a guy that I'm not thrilled about. Is he a guy? Let's just say this: is he a coach that's going to make Caleb Downs stay? I don't believe so. Now, I would love Caleb Downs to stay. You never know. Maybe Coach Linguist and Caleb Downs could chap it up. But is he a coach, in my personal opinion, that's going to make Caleb Downs stay? I say no. I say if it's a choice between T-Rob and Coach Linguist, if I'm Caleb Downs, I'm choosing T-Rob every single day. Because I know that the scheme and the personal development of me working with T-Rob, working with T-Rob, and the fact that I'm going to a different school with a very similar scheme that I pretty much am already acquainted with, why would I go and take a chance and risk with a guy in Coach Linguist who's not the best guy? He's not better than the previous. He's nowhere near the level of T-Rob. So why would I settle down for potentially less? This is the selfishness that a lot of college players are making, right? When it comes to thinking about their futures. So I don't know, guys. Like, to me personally, I'm just, to me, I think that this is an okay hire. I'm not going to sit up here and say this is a bad hire, because if this was a bad hire, then you're not getting somebody that develops, and you can't get somebody that's not recruiting. But this, in my opinion, I'm not going to say this is Pete Golding level, but it comes pretty darn close to it, in my personal opinion, guys. It comes pretty darn close to it. I just saw a comment earlier that said that T-Rob was terrible about South Carolina. True. And I think this is the upside. This is why I'm saying this is not a bad hire, because Coach Linguist can come right here from day one, and you know, he can develop the guys that's already here. Again, when you look at his track record, when you look at the guys that he's recruited, a Jalen Jones, and Elijah Blades, and Damani Richardson, a Rashad Bateman, when you take a look at the track record of guys, he recruited Dylan Wright from Mosquito, Texas. Like, when you take a look at the guys that he's recruited, there's a reason why he was able to do a good job and get those guys in the first place. There's a reason. He got those guys for a particular reason. It was maybe belief, who knows, maybe it was belief in the program, or maybe it was overall belief in the recruiter. Because being a recruiter, guys, it's not easy. Being a recruiter, guys, it's not easy at all. You're going into parents' household, and not only are you trying to convince the kid to come to university, you're trying to convince the parents, you're trying to convince other family members. Maybe that particular child has other peers that kid potentially looks up to, and you got to potentially talk to them. You got to get on that kid's good side. You cannot in some way get on that kid's bad side. So he was able to be successful in that department. So for Coach DeBoer to get a guy that is very, very good, that has a lot of ties to not just the Southwest region, but also particularly some of the Southeast region as well, that's a good thing if you are Coach DeBoer. That's a good thing if you are an Alabama fan. Because now when we take a look at the future, this is a guy that has a track record of getting kids to come to the University of Alabama. Now, when it comes to personal development, I'm just going to repeat this one more time, guys. I am not too sure. I've seen this dude up and close and personal. I've seen him coach. I've been to a lot of those UB games, ladies and gentlemen. Matter of fact, if you look at Buffalo, New York, you look at the Western New York to upstate New York region. This is probably the most talented that New York State, Western New York has probably ever had when it comes to getting high school recruits. 5-star, 4-star, well, not 5-star, we don't have any 5-star kids, but 4-star kids, 3-star kids. This is the most talented that we've ever had. And a lot of these kids, a lot of these 3-4-star kids didn't even give UB a look. Now, I'm not going to go into the in-depth about it, but I will say this, is that UB couldn't be successful in the recruiting region. And it's a group of 5 team. We understand this. It's in the MAC conference. It's difficult. But a lot of these kids that were in part of my area, like you would think to a lot of schools like a Tuscaloosa, that you look at the surrounding areas, which is generally considered a lot. You look at the state of Louisiana with LSU, which a lot of those schools like University Lab or John Curtis or a lot of these other schools that are around that particular region, that these schools would be considered locks for that particular university. For Buffalo, with a lot of the schools like Bennett High School, Canisius High School, St. Joseph, St. Francis, remember, there's a Georgia kid right now who's committed, I think he's actually, he signed to the University of Georgia that came from St. Francis. A lot of these kids, the most talented that it's ever been, and we could, and Coach Linguist couldn't even lock down one of those guys. So, you can say, well, he was a head coach, not a defensive backs coach, and I'm there with you. But I will just say this. There's a reason why they chose not to go there. So we will see with Coach Linguist. Again, this is the first hire that I'm just not thrilled about, but I'm not mad about it. I'm not pissed off about it. I think that this is a solid hire that we will see. This is an ongoing process. Because even when T-Rob was hired, I believe from Florida State, even when he was hired, I don't think it was kind of like it was split. It was 50-50. You had some Bama fans that were mad about it. They looked at his track record. They looked at the South Carolina job that he did. They looked how he pretty much moved around all over the place. But then there were other fans that were excited about it because of the recruiter in T-Rob. And if you look at some of those other stints that he had that were successful, those fans that were excited. And pretty much Kyle covered it along this channel. Trust me, I was in these comments with you guys. I seen it. It was 50-50 split. That's the same reaction that I'm going to get for Coach Linguist. So I think that the best thing that we can do, guys, is that we need to give him a chance. We got to give him an opportunity to see what he can do. He's had some successful stats. He's moved all over. He's been in the collegiate level. He's been in the NFL level. So, this is a guy that played at Baylor. I believe that he was an all-conference mention. He has a lot of experience in the recruiting regions. It's particularly in the Texas region, which we already have to compete with Texas and Texas A&M for, Oklahoma for. So try to give him a chance. Let's see how this rolls. But am I going to sit up here and lie and tell you guys that this is a home run hit? I'm not going to be that person. Somebody else will tell you that. I'm not going to tell you. Read some of you guys' comments. Yeah, and like I said, there's gonna be a lot of particular. There's gonna be a lot. Hey, it's gonna be 50-50. It's gonna be 50-50 split. I mean, you already can take a look at it right now on Twitter. Like Twitter, it's a mess. There are coaches or particular fan bases out there that they're happy about it, and there are fans that are pissed off about it. They're like, who is this guy, Coach Linguist? Why are we getting a group of 5 school? Why are we focusing the attention between Womack and getting Coach Linguist? What's the dynamic? Is he only bringing in coaches that he knows particularly? Does he only, and again, what is he familiar with the regions that we're trying to recruit? Is he going to be the guy that's going to keep Caleb Downs? And I think it's fair to be on either side. I think at this point, guys, it's fair. I think it's fair. But I just think if we're talking about will he draw the full confidence of the defensive backs room, it's just something that we're going to see, guys. It's something that we're going to see. When T-Rob was hired, I was on the other side of the fence when I was saying I believe he can turn this group around. He may not do it year 1, but in year 2, when he gets full command, when we finally move on for Pete Golding, I was confident that T-Rob was going to turn it around. With Coach Linguist, we're going to have to see what happens, because we went from it's huge expectations to follow. What T-Rob was able to do, guys, when the NFL draft comes around, you may see 3 defensive backs drafted for this group. You may see 2 dudes go in the top 15 in the NFL draft. Daniel Jeremiah came out and said that he when he came out with his evaluation, and he came out and said that Terran Arnold was a top 10 overall draft pick. Kool-Aid may be a top 15, maybe worst case scenario, a late first round draft pick. That's tough expectations to meet. Tough expectations, especially coming for Terrion, who came out of high school as a safety. Came out of high school as a safety. I remember last year, everybody was pretty much saying, why in the heck is this dude starting? And the fact that he was able to come in here, play multiple sides, play as a star, play as an outside boundary corner, and pretty much do what he was able to do, you got to give T-Rob a lot of credit. That's T-Rob. That's Saban. You got to give these coaches a lot of credit. That's a tough task. That's a tough task for any coach to follow. And you're talking about right now, look at your depth chart. It's going to be full with young guys. Do you see how many defensive backs left the room? It's insane. It's going to be so many guys. So we look at this recruiting class, we're going to say, you know what? We're going to see if this guy can develop because there's going to be a lot of youth, a lot of redshirt freshmen, a lot of true freshmen. There's going to be a lot of youth coming in, guys, a lot of inexperience when it comes to this defense. And then you have to install a new defensive, a new sort of defensive scheme. Whew, that's a tough task. That's a very tough task. So we'll see. We will definitely see if Coach Linguist is going to be the guy for the job. Again, I've seen him coach. I've seen him coach UB to the Camilla Bowl. I've seen him, be good around players. I've also heard some negative things here and there from the UB media. Matter of fact, I got a couple close friends that go to UB. They're interns. They work. They're around the media. There's some guys that are kind of joyous that that he's gone, and there's going to be some people that's out. Remember, guys, I don't know if some of you guys won't remember this, but they just gave him an extension not that long ago. They gave him an extension despite 2 losing seasons at UB. Like Buffalo fans wanted him gone. Like there was a lot of Buffalo fans that wanted him out. You had some, of course, that were pessimistic and saying, well, it's the transfer portal. Look at the transfer portal. UB doesn't have a chance. You got the transfer portal. You got NIL. We can't compete. You got to figure it out. You got to figure out a way. I mean, UB wasn't even competitive in the MAC conference the last couple of years. We had 2 straight losing seasons. The first time that we've had it in quite some time. So a coach that most likely was going to be out the door anyway could be a concern. I don't know how you guys feel. You guys can let me know. But let me tell you that this was probably going to be a coach that was going to be out the door anyway. And you take a look at the lack of recruits that he was able to get, a lack of the top recruits that he was able to get in the Buffalo area. Is there some concern, especially that he's been away from the state, from recruiting in the SEC territory and recruiting in the Southeastern territory for a while? Is there going to be some concern that he has disconnect? Because remember, even though he recruited good at Texas A&M, even though he recruited good in the SEC for the most part at Texas A&M, he has been away for a while. I'm just being honest. Like I said, I'm reading the comments. I'm being called the hater. It is this. Guys, I'm speaking facts. If you guys can't handle the truth, I don't know what to tell you. You're talking to somebody that literally lives 15 minutes away from the UB campus. I live 15 minutes away from it. I've been to these games. I've been to some of these camps where these high school, where some of these top high school recruits are in our region. I've been around this program. I've seen it live. I don't know how many of you guys can attest to it, but I've seen it live. And sometimes when you've been away from a region for a while, it's hard to kind of get back into it. Now, can you have ties? Of course. I don't think those ties are immediately going to disappear. But can there be some disconnect from recruits now? Because recruits, again, that was 6 years ago, almost 7 years ago, since he was 19th in the country as a recruiter. And you guys can tell me if I'm wrong or not. What's the 2 most important things when it comes to being a positional coach at the University of Alabama? Development and recruiting. That's the 2 most important factors. Now, if I'm wrong about that, you can let me know. You let me know if I'm wrong. I just said I was going to give him a chance. I just said I was going to give him a chance. Am I thrilled about the hire? No, I'm not thrilled about the hire. But am I going to sit up here and say that this guy, for the most part, is terrible, or that this guy is a Pete Golding type of coach? I'm not going to sit up here and say that. I don't think that's fair to criticize. I literally just said earlier, guys, for the most part, we got to give him an opportunity, give him a chance. But am I particularly thrilled about this hire? Am I excited or ecstatic? Or am I going to wave the pom-poms up? No. And I understand some of you guys are not happy with what I'm saying. And, some of you guys are putting in some particular stats in there. Listen, like I said, I'm not perfect. So, like I said, I'll take an L when I need to take an L, and I'll even admit that I'm wrong in particular areas. I hope that he can come in here, he can develop, and even keep, like, if Caleb Downs can stay and say, you know what, I believe in this guy. I believe in his development. That's excellent. Fine. That's perfect for us. But it is what it is, It is what it is. Not going to sit up here and say that I was thrilled about it. But I'm going to sit up here and say that I was pissed off about this hire? No, I'm not going to sit up here and say that. For the longest time, I was one of the, like I said, you could Coach Sean, Coach Mook, Ty Hayes, Kyle Henderson. They will be the first ones to tell you. I was one of the first people that was thrilled about the Kalen DeBoer hire. I was one of the first people that was calling out for Kalen DeBoer. As soon as Nick Saban retired, I came on here. You can go back to live streams. And I said, Kalen DeBoer is going to put together a phenomenal recruiting staff. He's going to put together a phenomenal staff. He's going to find a way to make it work. And it may not be perfect in every single positional group. It may not be perfect. There may be some weak points here or there. Maybe. It's not Nick Saban-like, and that's my expectation. You know what? This does feel like a Kalen DeBoer hire. I think another thing that I'm not really giving Kalen DeBoer credit for this hire is the fact that he's getting coaches that are loyal. He's getting coaches that he has a lot of familiarity with. He's getting coaches that are extremely young and are still growing and developing as a coach. Because one thing I can talk about Coach Linguist, and I saw this personally when he was at the University of Buffalo, was there were kids that were inspired by his actions because he did deal with the tough time. He dealt with the transfer portal. He dealt with NIL. And even though UB had a couple of losing seasons, even though they had some losing seasons, they weren't the most successful, those kids still believed in him. So that's one thing that's one thing I'll give credit him for, was that kids believed in his ability to coach. That's one thing I'll give Coach Linguist from. So I think that this is a okay, maybe even a solid hire. Can I be convinced that this is an excellent hire? Who knows? In about a week, 2 or 3, I may even change my opinion and say, you know what, this is a home run hit. The more that I start to kind of evaluate, the more I start to study, I may even change my mind and say, you know what, I think that this may be an excellent hire. But my initial reaction to the news, I thought that this was an okay hire. There's some good things about this hire that I really like, and there's some things that I'm like, I'm not that impressed. But overall wise, I thought that Kalen DeBoer, if we're taking a look at the entire coaching realm, the entire coaching tree that he's been able to establish, getting Womack from South Alabama, I thought that was a very good hire. Thought that was a very, very good hire. I liked it. I believed in it. And he had a lot of familiarity. Was coached with him at Indiana. That's something that I did like. Jamarcus Shepard. One of the things that we talked about before Kalen DeBoer even got hired was that Scott Huff, Shepard, for the most part. We talked about Ryan Grubb. Those are the guys that I believe he should immediately bring over to the coaching staff, because we're talking about the best player developing staff that he had in college football, in my personal opinion. To take what he had at Washington, especially with the staff that he was able to establish, and develop those players, including transfers that weren't the most talented players, but they were able to exceed their talent limit because of the coaching staff that he was able to put together. And he's done this at every level that he's been at. I thought that was amazing for what he was able to bring over here. Again, to me, I thought that for the most part, if I had to grade it, I probably would say, you know what, this is a B+, maybe even A- coaching staff that he was able to put together. You can say I'm not being fair about it. You guys can say maybe I'm being an A+ hire. But I try to be as objective as I possibly can. I don't try to put on the Bama goggles on. I try to give you guys my opinion, maybe even some of my lifetime experience, right? For the most part, like I said, I'm in the Buffalo area. I've been around the UB program. I know people that are a part of the UB program. And I've heard good things about Coach Linguist. I've heard some bad things. So that's why I'm just using my personal experience. Again, some of you guys may like it. Some of you guys may hate the take. But overall wise, I think this is a very, very good staff that's put together by Kalen DeBoer. I do think that for the most part, that this is a solid sort of run that Kalen DeBoer is putting together. And I think right now it's go time. I think we'll have to take a look because I think our inside linebacker position. I do think that Bala. I think Bala is still our inside linebackers coach. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong about the inside linebacker position, but there are some other positional coaches I think that maybe we can try to that maybe it's there. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong if the staff is complete or not. But for the most part, guys, I'm excited. I'm excited for spring ball. I'm excited for the fact that we're finally getting to a season where it actually feels like a fresh season. It feels very fresh. We're getting to a point now where we're going to see with Kalen DeBoer in this, how will this offense be generated? Now that Ryan Grubb's your OC, now that you have Scott Huff that can improve the offensive line, because we tried the Eric Wolford experiment. We tried it. And Eric Wolford, you're talking about a guy that did an excellent job at Kentucky, but was not able to translate to Alabama. It just wasn't able to translate. It didn't work. It happens. We're going to see what Scott Huff can do, especially coming off of a Joe Moore award-winning season. I'm excited to see what Scott Huff could work with Tyler Booker and Jalen Roberts. And then, like I said, guys, there's three offensive linemen, 3 starters, including their center, who recently just entered the transfer portal. Now, undersized, 6'2", 278, not the biggest guy out in the world. A lot of Bama fans will be impressed by that. But you're talking about an all-conference player that didn't struggle with snaps. So I'm excited to see where this program goes. I really am. And I would like to ask you guys kind of what are your expectations? I'm very curious to see, what are your expectations? Do you expect national championship during the first year of Kalen DeBoer? They'll say you single-handedly ruined the vibe in 30 minutes. Like I said, I apologize. I apologize if I feel like I ruined the vibe. I just try to bring you guys my personal opinion. Some of you guys, like I said, may like the take. Some of you guys may not like the take, but I try to give you guys my personal experience. And like I said, it is what it is. It happens. It is. It is what it is. Downs will come to Georgia. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Will he go to Georgia? That is something that we're going to find out. But Coach Sean is in the back. Coach Sean, I'm going to bring Coach Sean on. What's going on, Coach? What's going on with you, brother?
Coach Jay, how you doing, man?
Man, I'm very chilling, dog. I'm chilling. Like I said, me, me and Bama fans, we're having it out. We're having it out right now. We're having it out. A lot of people don't like they don't like the fact how I'm criticizing Linguist.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, man. For the most part, like I said, I've seen him coach at UB. Yeah. I think that for the most part, he's done. There's some good things that he's able to do. There were some bad things that he was able to do. Yeah. I've seen him in camps. I've seen him around a lot of a lot of our recruiting area. I've seen what he was able to do kind of there. There are some things that I like, and there's some things that I really don't really like. But one of the things that I do like about him was that if you look at the track record, when he was at Texas A&M and that he was a recruiter there, he got some dudes. Jalen Jones, Damani Richardson, Elijah Blades. He was able to get some particular good recruits. But I mean, Coach Sean, you can attest to this. It's when you haven't been around that area for a while, is there a disconnect that can follow up? Because sometimes it may not be the same for what it was 6-7 years ago compared to now.
Oh yeah, you better believe it is, man. I spoke on that earlier today. I think we're going through that in this state right now, from what I'm hearing from some of the coaching lore. You know what I mean? I'm hearing the coaches mad that I said this though, bro. You 100% right. I said this. High school coaches are finicky, bro. They are in some ways. I'm probably gonna get some calls if I say this, but I'm gonna say it. High school coaches, especially the head coaches, some of them, not all of them, some of them, the ones that have won are divas too. They are divas too, man. Yeah. Especially in the deep South. You're right. To answer your question, yes, you are 100% correct. 100%.
Yeah. And like I said, you can see it right there, man. Like I said, $2 super chat. from Late says, okay, you're always kind of ruin the vibe. And then Yo Quiz, like I said, $2 super chat as well. Like I said, appreciate the super chats. Appreciate you so much for all the love and support. You guys, like I said, you may not love my takes. You may hate my takes. You may even, like I said, I've been criticized for my voice. It is what it is. But for the most part, I do appreciate the support. Appreciate you guys for watching and supporting Kyle Henderson, all the support that you guys made for the show. But like I said, we got Coach Mook in the building.
Hey, I
Coach,
heard I need to bring my gloves, bro. I need to bring my gloves. They trying to jump on my brother. That's what I heard. I heard they trying to jump my brother. So
no, it's good, man. Like I said,
it's
good. Like I said, we got football conversation, football talk. Like I said, some people, like I said, they'll like my take, they'll hate it. But what do you think about this? What do you think about this, Coach? Like I said, am I crazy for saying that I have some concerns for Coach Linguist?
No, you're not. I mean, it's a concern that everybody should have for any coach that doesn't have extensive coaching experience in the SEC. Let alone, and I mean, he's doing it at a head coach level, right? But Buffalo, and we, I mean, the more we learn about some of these coaches, it's like, okay, you can find some quality, but to go in there and put the bank on it like some of the fans are doing, it's not their smart thing to do. I will say this though, this coach, I'm looking at some of the games from these defensive backs are disciplined at Buffalo. I will say that. It's not Alabama competition or SEC, but they are very well coached DBs. The upside of any coach coming to Alabama is, well, they've been doing it at South Alabama. We got the new D coordinator. He's the former head coach from South Alabama. They've been doing it at Buffalo. If they found success in those spots, what makes you think they can't find success at Alabama? Not in the SEC, but just at Alabama as far as development. I feel like it's gonna take some weeks. It's gonna take some weeks to get cohesiveness and play calling, all that stuff together, scheme, learning guys' tendencies in game, because you're not, especially on that side of the ball, Jay. Like, you're not getting a lot of film on your secondary to go in there and be able to coach guys and know what to call. Like, it's gonna be a few growing pains, especially if we stay young in that secondary room on both sides, corners, safeties. Malachi's coming back. That's the biggest saving grace right now when you're talking about portal hits and things of that nature. So, good hire. I think it's a if you want to go and try to solidify something and give somebody a chance to see what their worth is immediately, talking about immediate impact. The moment his pen touches the paper and that ink is dry on that paper, that contract, if he's the co-defensive coordinator, did they make it official yet? I've been kind of off and on. But the moment they make that official, man, you got to go and start getting on the phone. Hey, Trey, listen, this is what I got for you, man. I seen what you did for Alabama last year. We don't plan to, and I'm not sure what the plan is for the defensive coordinator, but we don't plan to leave the schematics of what you thrived in, son. You literally were becoming one of the top. You're starting to come into talks as one of the top corners in the nation right now. So, these are the types of hires where guys, they have a chance to come in and really just go, pardon my friend, a way of saying it, but balls to the wall. Like, you don't lose nothing by just going all in your first year around. You don't know what's good. You don't know what's bad. You just be who you are and see what that attracts, especially in the Southeast.
No, I agree. I completely agree with you. And like I said before, one of the good qualities that I like about Coach Linguist is the fact how he had kids playing hard for him. Like, even during the good, some of the good things we had, a lot of bad that we had, he had kids were playing hard. And this is a guy that personally got involved with the defensive backs. He personally got involved with a lot of the schematics, a lot of the X and O's on that side of the ball. And like I said, you're right. These kids played hard, and these kids, for the most part, whether if it was we ran some dime packages, a lot of like heavy nickel dime in some particulars. But he's not, but for the most part, it was a lot of physicality. It was a lot of man on man, a lot of hand checking. It was a lot of physicality, especially up in the line of scrimmage. And UB they don't have a lot of big corners. Like, they don't have like a lot of big corners, but a lot of feisty type guys, willing to fight. And that's one of the things that I really do like about Coach Linguist. For the most part, his ability to get kids prepared, his ability for the most part to keep kids motivated. And UB went through it. They went through it, man, especially coming off of that COVID year. where they did go. They won. I think they actually won their bowl game after that particular year. They went through it, whether it was a lot of transfers. For the most part, it was a lot of transfer portals. Like they lost their top running back to Georgia Tech. They went through it, and so the fact that he was able to kind of keep that team preserved, a lot of that team kind of preserved and able to kind of fight and push through it, and especially kind of leading this team to a Camelo Bowl win. I got to give Coach Linguist that sort of credit.
Yeah.
It's just that, again, my question is that can he reestablish that link in the Southeast and the Southwest? Because like I said, the Midwest to the Northeast region, it is what it is. Like he's not going to focus on that, right? He was not the best recruiter in those particular areas, was not, especially around my area where there's more 3 and 4 star players around my area more now than there's ever been. He was just not that he was just not that dude. But in the region that he did come from, this is what everyone cares about. What about the South? What about the Southeast? What about that Southwest direction, that Texas area? That's a guy that's had a link in those areas before. He was able to get top guys out there before, some NFL quality type guys, even in the state of Georgia. You got Rashad Bateman from Georgia. Now, Rashad Bateman was not a 5-star. Rashad Bateman was a 3-star player. But he has been able to go in Florida, in Georgia, Texas, Louisiana. He has been able to go in these particular areas, and he's been able to get players, whatever school that he's kind of been around in. He even coached at the NFL level with the Dallas Cowboys. Now, the Cowboys in 2020, let's be honest, their defensive backs weren't great. They weren't great in 2020, but he has coached in the professional level before. So he's gotten ties with that South and Southwest. So I think recruiting-wise is something that I think we will get better at, and I think that's something that should be stable, is getting defensive backs. And that's something that I think Bama fans should be happy with.
All right, man. Here's my take on this dude, man. And I'm going to give it to you straight. Never late. Don't give a damn how you feel about it. You know what I mean? Just my humble opinion. My thing is this, man. When I look at coaches, and I did this with the coaches that's on staff now, right? I look at the coaches and see where they've been and see how long they've been there. I know how it is when you're a coach and you've been to 5-6 stops and you get fired in 1 year. That means you didn't do a good job, not a good enough job. Don't mean you did a bad job. Just don't mean you didn't do a good enough job, right? Unless you're leaving for a bigger, better offer. So I did my research on these guys, right? And all I'm gonna say is this, man. I'm not educated enough to say good or bad on this young man.
Right.
What I did like, I'll give you what I did like, and I'll give you real quick what I didn't like. I'll give you what I did like is, like Coach Jay said, the players play hard for him. I saw him, mic'd up a few times. I seen some of his schemes. I like what I saw from a coaching aspect. The things I didn't like is, again, this is my sword I'm gonna die on. Everybody got their own sword, right? This is mine. I'm not high. I don't care what coach it is, what coach you bring. I'm not high on coaches that don't have a SEC background. I'm just not high on them. I don't care how good they are. I'm just not high on them. I'm not going to ever be high on them until they show me they can recruit here. This conference, I don't care if it's Alabama. I don't care if it's Georgia. I've seen Georgia do this for years under Mark Richt. You're not going to be able to win a championship with 3-star kids who you can't develop. You're just not. You're going to be good. You're going to win 8-9 games. You'll be good. Unless you can get the top kids in here and develop them, it's still about the Jimmys and Joes. See, Jimmys and Joes make coaches look really, really good, right? Jimmys and Joes make coaches look a lot better than what they are. That's just the straight up truth. You know what I mean? When you have a talent, all these 5-stars running around, right? It covers up a lot until you don't have them no more. Until this other school that right here got a better roster than you, and then they kicking your ass, right? So for me, I need to see these guys here. I don't care what they done all over the other plays. I don't care about that be positive bush. I don't care about all that. I need to see you recruit here, because I know what Kirby gonna do. I know what Sark gonna do. I know what all these other coaches gonna do. I know what they're gonna recruit. I know where they're gonna recruit. I need to see you come in this conference today, right now, right today. I swear this was about 2 hours ago before I left the house. You know what I mean? My partner right now, Connor Bradley. Well, maybe my partner on on a high school staff right here in the state of Alabama, 45 minutes away. Already they complaining. Already. Swear that. I knew this was coming. I said it. Already the head coaches are complaining. This dude ain't been on the job but 4 days, 3 days, and they already mad because he offering kids not in the state. They already talking about it, right? I swear I heard this today. And I was like, what? And they were like, this is today, not even 2 hours ago, right? So this is what I'm talking about, man. Down south is different. I don't care what nobody tell me. Recruiting here is not recruiting in Washington. It's just not. It's just not, man. You know what I mean? These coaches are divas. They're going to be mad at me, but I don't care. Head coach, not all of them, of course. Most of the ones that are winning. These head coaches are divas, man. You would think they was the recruit. A lot of us stick their chests out. My kids are at Florida State. My kids are at Bama. I'm telling you how they do, bro. They're finicky. Some of them are divas, and they'll act funny with you. They'll act funny with you when you don't put their kids up here. And it's a plethora of them that's like that. Not all of them are like that. You know, I heard what's the young man's name? I really love his channel, man. He works for 24/7 Carl, heavyset black guy Carl. I forget his last name. Very, very plugged in guy. Very, very, very successful high school coach here. Has put several kids through college. Very, very got pictures with every Division I coach that you can possibly imagine. He was saying the same thing. That high school coaches are finicky, right? These guys will get upset when you don't. Right now, they're not upset. Let me not overblow it. They were just talking about the young man coming in offering West Coast kids and not reassuring the kids that had Bama offers that they still are okay. He has 2 on his roster right now that have Bama offers that are leaning toward Bama, and they hadn't heard from the young man, but the West Coast kids are hearing from him. They already talking about that right now, and this is what I spoke to.
All right, and this is my intel on that. So coming from Washington, Courtney Morgan, and getting involved, this is a new stage of recruiting. This is a new phase or new twist that Alabama is putting on recruiting now. There's an important reason why it was good to keep Jeff Banks and bring on Courtney Morgan, because you really had Jeff Banks almost doing what Courtney Morgan is coming to do with this new age in recruiting, which is he has a very expertise. He's very expert as far as being able to do the marketing side of marketing football brands and football players. So now you bring that aspect in. We're not talking about getting somebody in that's good at getting paid to play, but getting guys to understand or getting families and camps to buy into, or people that dictate players' decisions, that can manipulate decisions. He knows how to get in there and talk to them and create the business aspect of it. So that's one thing that we haven't seen in the SEC even now. Like, we see money. We see a money fight right now. Who got the deepest bag right now? But you get somebody to come in here with this experience, like, you don't go to Michigan and put together a staff that can talk to kids and get you a top 10 recruiting class out of Michigan after all the stuff that they were coming through before they get this mentor and who's the offensive coordinator, Sherrod Moore, before they get that staff put together Michigan, like that. Yeah. You don't get that staff together without a guy like Morgan. And then you say you turn around and you see an immediate effect when he goes to Washington with Coach DeBoer. So I feel like there's something that we're missing with our traditional mindsets, being from the South and who we are. There's something that we're missing that Courtney Morgan has been able to do at these other stops. And I'm talking about totally different regions of the nation. But then you come to the Southeast, like you said, we have our ways, but at the same time, money talks everywhere. And guess what? Winning talks everywhere. So mess around and let Alabama go 11-1 regular season, or mess around and let us be one game away from the national championship again. I guarantee you, Porter looks beautiful for us next season. 25 class, it's a lot of Bama was in my top 5. Now Bama in my top 3s. Like, I guarantee you. And all it's going to take is for him to retain 2, maybe 3 key guys on that defense in that secondary and be a solid, like, he's a player's coach. You can look at, and I think we all can acknowledge that it's not hard to see how a coach relates with his players. Right. But the important thing, and I'm right there with you, Sean, is his ability to connect with those recruits in these areas, like you said, not just him, but the staff. And I think that's what Courtney Morgan is about to. He's about to shake some things up in the Southeast region with how recruiting is done. And I'm only saying this because you look at how things flip for Washington in a matter of 2 seasons. You get what I'm saying? Like kids were in California were putting Washington over USC. When was that ever happening? You know, I'm talking about SoCal kids putting Washington as far as wide receivers, defensive ends, safeties, corners. Like Washington started making moves. So I would like to be more inclined to believe that whatever is in the pudding that we haven't seen firsthand is about to shake all of us up. And that's what I'm open to right now. Just being surprised by something. I just don't understand. I don't understand what he's done so great. I haven't been able to watch him. I've never paid attention to a staff manager, at the college level. I never even thought that was an important thing. You know what I'm saying? Until I started doing my research, 2 weeks ago now? So you need the card? Go ahead.
There was a couple of super chats. Spencer Mays, he says, Washington just made the Natty no Southern kids. I think he's trying to refer to recruiting right there for Spencer Mays.
They missing the point though, bro.
Y'all are missing the point heavily. Believe me, I'm not playing Bama goggles on this one. This whole defensive coaching staff, their saving grace right now is Freddie Roach. They better get on Freddie Roach hip and Baloo, y'all know the strength and conditioning coach, he goes on those. They better get on these guys hip and get in they freaking pockets and in they phones, they black books, everything, Blackberries, everything, because you got to start making these connections. It is good to know this before you continue, Jay, that Courtney Morgan is public about getting players' families' contacts, not just the players, but their family members' contacts, people that are on the fence. Like it is very good to know that he is public about.
Yeah, he's on.
And we not big. We're not too big to say we need you at Bama. You guys are really what made us come to Bama. Y'all attracted us to Bama, not necessarily the Bama brand of Coach Saban, but the players knowing that we possibly got an opportunity to coach 4 stars. A roster, 80% of our roster is 4 and 5 stars. That is something that any coach will be looking forward to, man.
Calvin Edson, he had a $5 super chat. He said when Linguist was at A&M, his defensive backs ranked 9th nationally. It's coming from Calvin Edson.
That don't play too much into that because he was coming in off of a strong recruiting class. He didn't have anything to do with that recruiting class. He really just came in kind of like what happened with if y'all want to be real, and this ain't because he's gone. This is something that we've been talking about for a minute now. Kind of like when Holman Wiggins walked into the wide receiver coaching job at Alabama. Who was his first group of wide receivers he had? I think Calvin really was a senior or a junior that year. Mm-hmm. So think about the kids that followed Ridley that had to, sit up under Hurts. You didn't see no crazy development like from those guys. They were already, you had Ruggs, Judy, Waddle,
they were day
Smitty.
one freshmen. They were ready day one as freshmen.
You get what I'm saying? Like, and Waddle wasn't even with that first group. So, and then you look at Waddle, his game never really changed throughout his career. What about Waddle's game changed throughout his career? So you can't give Wiggins credit, and I won't give credit. I'm not gonna say I won't give him credit, but I won't put too much weight on him being developing guys at the SEC level just because he was at A&M. But that was a solid group he coached.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that was 2018 because 2018 Waddle walked in the door, and this was before Wiggins. I think Wiggins was named the receivers coach. Like Wiggins was already, Waddle was already a guy that was already going to come in the door anyway, and literally the exact play style he played when he was playing in Texas was the exact same play style. You fast forward, years later, he's literally doing the exact same thing when he was and we're not giving enough credit to high school coaches. Like high school coaches are sometimes better developers than even college coaches because there are high school coaches that they will get you ready. And especially like in today's game now, when there's like a lot more NFL style type coaches, whether they played in the league, whether they just played in college, and they're just great developers themselves, especially because they can spend more quality time with these recruits compared to the collegiate level. It's just I kind of agree with you there. And I think with Linguist, we all know the dude's a player's coach. A lot of his players who play hard for him. He's been all over the collegiate level. He coached in the NFL again with the Cowboys. 2020 COVID year did not, that was an historically terrible pass defense, and he was a defensive pass coach. But I regress. He did coach at the NFL level. So I'm interested in seeing where he does. I'm interested, but I think that I agree with you. I think the full strength is going to be Parker. I think that's going to be the full strength, and then Jeff Allen. We all know what he can do there as well. I think for the most part.
Let me say this so people can understand what I'm saying. if I can be real for a minute, the chat, the truth
go
is in
ahead.
the details. I'm gonna keep it real. I don't give a damn who he recruit. I could care less. The truth. I went to Alabama A&M University. I'm an Alabama fan, right? I don't care. I don't have no dog in the fight other than me rooting for my team. You can recruit. I don't care who you recruit, bro. All I can do is tell you from my little expertise. You know what I mean? I don't got no connects. I got a homeboy that's on staff down there right now. I got several partners who I play with that coach high school football in this state, in the state of Georgia. That's the only connects I got. I don't have no connects no more. I don't coach anymore. Did that stuff for years, right? Played this game. I'm not no insider, nothing. All I can do is tell you what I hear from the people that are actually recruiting these very same kids that you cheer for on Saturday, right? I've been in that position. All I can tell you is this. I knew in this state because I watched my own kids that I've coached went through the same process. These high school coaches have egos, right? You look at, I'll give you an example. Coach Mark Freeman right here, Thompson High School.
Right.
Let's just say he got a 5-star stud, right? 5-star stud. Say he's connected. He loves Bama. He loves Georgia. Bama coach ain't said nothing to him. Not for real. Georgia coaches calling him every day. They at the school every day. When the hell you think he gonna go? Then we mad that he don't pick Bama. I'm telling you how it is.
Sean, alley-oop real quick, and I'm going to pass it right back. The wide receiver that I keep coming on with here and barking about, Travis Smith Jr. at Westlake, literally is an Alabama fan. He grew, still, it was at the Iron Bowl, for his Auburn visit, cheering for Alabama at his Auburn visit, trying his best to disguise his fandom while he's on a visit. One of the biggest games he's watched his whole life growing up. And he's there. Wants to be at Alabama, wants to be an Alabama kid, but no Holman Wiggins was calling. Nick Saban's not calling every night. These are things that's happening, and it is so true, man, because he just can't. If you go to his Facebook or his Twitter, go look at the visit posts or pictures, and this ain't nothing to, throw shade, but look at the posts and pictures that he posts when he go on visits. He's taking multiple visits. But look at the ones where he's posting 8, 9, 10 pictures of his, the uniform shots, the tour of this field, the walk around. It's so much. It's so much that goes into recruiting. These guys got to be willing to, like I said, they got to be willing to jump in, head first and learn their way through it. Because if you don't, you're going to fall further and further behind. NIL is not going to keep everybody. NIL, you got to be able to talk that talk the right way.
And all I'm saying, guys, is this is all I'm saying. Maybe he has a better plan. Some of the kids. All I'm saying is, and this is something that I didn't know. I didn't know till just a few hours ago. Coaches feel some kind of way. They're not going to act weird with you this soon because some of them hadn't met you.
Right.
But they will act weird with you when they see you offering kids way out in California, and the kids who have prior Bama offers from the previous staff are still here. Like, I ain't heard nothing from this guy. Where is he at? Is my offer still good? But you offering kids 2,000 miles away. That's what I'm saying. They won't forget that kind of thing. Then when the next school comes in to Texas, the later on down the line, it's too late. It's too late.
Right.
They already established that relationship. Yeah, I ain't hear nothing from you. You was recruiting the little Jimmy from way in Bastonia, California. I ain't heard nothing from you, bro, in 2 months. So it's too late then. That's all I'm trying to say, guys. That's all I'm saying. And this happens. So take it how you want.
Yo, fam, what's up? How's everybody doing, man? I appreciate it. We got like the full. This is I guess the full court press was. Can we fit 5 on if like Ty had to come on too? Can you?
Yes, sir. I could juice that up.
Yeah. So okay. All right. So long story short, I've been at it all day long. So I'm going to split out. But I'm going to leave you guys on. So whenever you guys have to dip, just dip out, and we'll put this the full screen on. Smook, you know how to do that, right?
Gotcha.
So if you guys need to bounce out, like whenever you guys are, just bounce out. And then if breaking news happens, of course, we'll talk about it here. But I need to get out. So
go ahead, bro. Look,
I'll catch up with you guys later, man.
All right, Kyle. Much love, bro.
Sean, Coach Jack, I appreciate you guys more than you know. Coach Smook, I got love for you too, man. So thank you guys. I really appreciate you guys. Everyone in the chat, I'll catch you, man. Like,
bet. Chris Chandler, we leaving it on. So, man, whenever there's some breaking news, we ain't got to come on, try to set up a new live, put in a title, put in this. This is just live, up-to-date news. This is something different. I mean, if you don't like it, you can wait for your other channels to come on. But we trying to give y'all the real up close and personal, man. This is what we do. This is what you got a team of 5 guys that's just passionate about getting you the real. Whatever is out there, providing it to you on the most purest basis we can, whether it's fake news, real news, whatever it is. If it's coming to Bama, if it's about Alabama football, we want to try to give it to you. And it seems that, like, people appreciate it. I can't tell you, and the boys will tell you, the fellas will tell you, we've been getting messages and tagging statuses talking about some, man, y'all have been a saving grace during this Coach Saban retirement. These past week is, you get what I'm saying? So we just gotta be there. We trying to be there for you. We're not trying to be no analyst. I ain't trying to be Shannon Sharp or Kirk Herbstreit, none of them. I'm a Bama fan just like y'all, man. Yeah,
And
it's all good though.
And let me get Jack right here. Jack, from what I'm saying is, no, I'm not saying they're mad, Jack. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm telling you is one of my old teammates who coach at Muscle Shoals just told me that they were wondering, why did the coach offer these kids 2,000 miles away? Some of them weren't even interested in Alabama. Some of them didn't even have Bama in their top 3. They were from Washington, California, wherever. They were just wondering, what about such and such, the 6'5", 220 outside linebacker over here that got a Bama offer? What about him? That's all the ones I talked to were saying. Like, we hadn't heard none. If it was me, and like I say, this is just my humble opinion. This is what I was saying 2 days ago. Your footprint, bro. I don't care if you offer anybody your footprint. It doesn't hurt me one way or the other. What I'm saying is, what you do is make Georgia stronger. If you don't, you're going to make Texas stronger.
Yeah.
Right here in your backyard. That's all I'm saying. Please understand what I'm saying.
And then also, just to piggyback, bro, don't take these statements as if we're like, oh, he's been here 7 hours, he ain't did what he needed. No, we know there's gonna be a dwell time, man. Like,
it's a process.
You can't even transfer into Alabama right now. Like, right now, you can't transfer. You can leave, which is crazy to me. You could leave here. You can open up scholarship space, but until after spring practice, you can't come into Alabama, which is crazy to me. So what should his focus be? It shouldn't be necessarily going and try to secure 24 recruits, because 24 recruits done already made a decision. It's not about securing 25. It's about securing the roster that's currently there, and then using that roster who's already been in contact with most of your 25 recruits anyways, to be able to present a positive product. And I think that's what the process is right now, Sean. I think the process is securing what we can at home, keep what we can at bay, maximize what we can in the portal, and then use this season as far as development, rotation, scheme, everything that we're trying to introduce to this whole fan base, but not just fan base, these recruits, this board, everything that we're trying to introduce. We gotta be able to produce a solid product, so we don't have to do all the talking. Let Malachi Moore, who's about to be a top draft pick because of the defensive scheme that we continue to carry, that Coach Saban, Kevin Steele, those guys left behind, T-Rob, they left behind. We carried that scheme on, but made some new, some wrinkles here and there, highlighted his best. Like, that's what this staff needs to focus on. And intel will allow you to get, win. Like I said, winning and money is everything right now. Like, that's what college football is. If you can win a lot and you got a bag, you more than likely gonna get the best players. That's just what it's turning out to be. Alabama got a bag. Kalen DeBoer has won a lot. If he can do that here, I don't think we see a major drop off from. And I'm saying win a lot by. It could be a 10-win season this year, and that's going to have recruits saying, okay, this dude, because he literally goes to every school, a mediocre season, if you want to say that, because he only 2 losses the first year at Washington. To two unranked teams, but he had 2 ranked wins against UCLA, lost by 7 to Oregon, who was ranked number 11 that year at Fresno State. This is at Fresno. This is what I'm talking about. Fresno. He go to Fresno to do that, then go to Washington. Yo, losses is against ranked teams. You turn around that next year, undefeated, go to the national championship. You got 3 ranked wins this past season. 3 ranked wins or 4? It was 3 or 4. I can't remember that. I think they strength of schedule was 3 ranked wins. But he's a winner, so you got to trust the process. I'm actually doing a video, and I'm gonna give y'all the heads up, man. This is gonna be on my channel. Be looking out for us. It's not gonna be a live video. I will premiere it. I'm gonna try to have it done tonight because I want people to start looking at this from a different aspect. I don't want to put it out on here. We got people lurking, so I'm gonna keep my personal thoughts to myself. But this ain't as bad as y'all trying to make it, man. If you were a Bama fan in 2004, up until the day Saban got hired, this process feels nothing like that, and that should be a good feeling. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's 90-day difference. And like I said, there was a SEC recruit that came on and said, listen, I don't feel like Kalen DeBoer is a SEC guy. And that's how a lot of SEC kids feel. Like, this is a guy that's coming from the Pacific Northwest, spent the majority of his career in the Pacific Northwest. So if from a recruiting standpoint, it's going to take some time to develop. That's one of the first things when I talked about how I believe that Kalen DeBoer was going to be the next head coach, was that there's going to be a lot of kids in the Pacific Northwest or in the West Coast region. They're going to be interested in Alabama now because he already drew a lot of interest and intrigue because of what he was able to do at Washington for those first couple of years. He already drew the intrigue. And what are you seeing now? A bunch of kids in the Pacific Northwest region in the West Coast from these powerhouse programs like Bishop Gorman and Mater Dei and Servite and St. John Bosco and De La Salle, all these powerhouse, Folsom, all these powerhouse in the Pacific Northwest to West Coast region that are now interested. Like they're getting offers. They may be getting some kids are getting re-offers, but they're drawing a lot more intrigue than they did with Coach Saban. Why? Because of Kalen DeBoer and the coaching staff that he has assembled, which a lot of those dudes are West Coast guys, Pacific Northwest guys that spent a lot of their best careers trying to recruit those kids. Now all of a sudden it's a change, it's a shift. Like, don't be surprised if Alabama starts to land a lot more West Coast kids or kids from that side of the area than they do in the South. Don't be surprised if that happens. Don't be surprised if you take a look at the transfer portal, how there's going to be a lot more kids from Washington, Fresno, USC that draws a lot more intrigue to Alabama compared to some of the other schools in the SEC.
And this is funny because one of my friends, and y'all know him, very well known Georgia player, played in the NFL for a few years. I played against him in high school. Jarvis Jones, man. When he skipped over Georgia, coming out of Carver High School in Columbus, when he skipped over Georgia and didn't commit to Georgia, when Jamon Fortson, who was at Carver High School, didn't commit to Georgia right off the bat. Who else? Deron Furr was a highly touted quarterback, dual threat quarterback coming out of that region. And all three of these players were like ESPN top 50 players at the time. And we're all on the same team in Columbus, Georgia. And when Jarvis Jones committed to USC, people were so shocked that a kid from Columbus, Georgia, a highly recruited Georgia kid, took that trip to California. And one day they were talking about playing them early, which back in 2008 it wasn't money and stuff like that. They had their ways of doing it. I ain't throwing nobody on the bus, but they had their ways of getting you straight. Put it like that. Ask LeBron. And but yeah, so they talked to him, and it fit his way of what he thought would be best for him to get on the field, get film early. So that's not the only thing you're competing against now. These coaches coming out of this region, man, they've dealt with the other stuff. I think the only hump for real right now for this coaching staff is not necessarily proving that they could win or coach. It's literally just getting out in these streets. Are you going to be brave enough to come to West Side Phoenix City to talk to the next big thing coming out of Phoenix City? Are you going to be brave enough to go to South Side Columbus or East Side Columbus and be in your bins like Coach Saban? We done seen Coach Saban pull up on the West Side so many times, man. In Phoenix City, and when you put that work ethic in, when you go and you do right by these boys, especially, and it's even harder now. You got NIL, you gotta be accountable for. Like all this stuff, you got to be accountable for. But I think this coach's agenda, Coach DeBoer and the staff that he's assembling, I think they understand the pressure, and I think these are coaches that are up for the challenge. They're not reluctant for these jobs. They're looking for this challenge and coming down here and competing, because you look at him, man. This DB coach, we talked about Linguist, bro. You said he started off, all these different destinations, but grad assistant. Then he goes to DB special teams coach at Valdosta. We know Valdosta is a very prestigious, what I'm saying? They D2, right? Valdosta D2? Or they D1AA? D1AA. I can't remember. Let me look it up real quick.
We all know they're a powerhouse. In
the
state
if you're from the South, Valdosta State is the truth. But he goes to Valdosta State. as a DB coach, from being a grad assistant at Baylor to being a DB coach. Then you go to James Madison, as a safeties coach. I mean, just DB coach everywhere, some type of DB coach. And it's like every time he took a step, it was like a level up as far as the university. You go from Madison to Buffalo as a DB coach, Iowa State to Mississippi State, SEC time as a safeties coach, Minnesota, another big defensive conference now. DB coach, A&M, comes back to the SEC DB coach. Cowboys goes to the league, get a little time there. COVID cuts that short, comes back to Buffalo as a head coach. So he's doing something positive to create value for himself. Now at Alabama, let's see how he can continue to elevate that. I'm all for it. Not saying it's a knockout hire. It's not one that I even saw coming. Didn't even know who the guy was really until he got on the radar. 2 days ago now? What's today? Tuesday. So Monday evening, that's when I really started hearing about it. And I didn't put no weight on it because I didn't know about him. So I think it's gonna be straight. But yeah, Sean, nobody talking down at the fans, man. This is how the coaching show is. We just straightforward.
Yeah.
We appreciate y'all, like, for real. Yeah,
of course. My thing is this. Oh, shout out to Jacob Bird, AAMU homie. Shout out to you, bro, and shout out to Spencer Mays, man. Much love to both of you. For me, man, I can only imagine what coaches and stuff like that feel, because it's been a system in place with Coach Saban for 17 years. So I can only imagine, they probably going through the same thing we going through as fans. It's going to be a little different now. You probably had a certain time when Bama coaches came by the school, or, everything is different now. Everything is going to be different, right? And I'm not going to doubt the guy. I just, I'm not doubting him at all, bro. Please don't mistake that for me. I just know there's one thing I do know. I know how the recruiting go in this state. It hadn't changed, man. That's the only thing that I can tell you as far, especially, let me speak just for North Alabama. North Alabama, I know how I go. I know how I go up here. That's a whole fact. 707 wise, high school recruit wise, I know how that go. Okay, I can speak to that. I was up here when Kenneth Dobb, when Coach Saban and them, excuse me, not Coach Saban, but who the guy was right before Coach Saban that Katie and them played for? Was it Shula? No, it wasn't Shula.
Mike Shula.
Was it Mike Shula?
Mm-hmm. When Shula, Joe Kynes, and then
Joe. That's what I was going to speak on.
Yeah, Joe
Whoever
Kynes.
the head coach was, Joe Kynes was North Alabama's scout. He was up here all the time. Joe Kynes.
His drunk ass.
The guy that said Clemson right now, I think it's McCorvey. I think his last name is McCorvey.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys in hunts for 24/7 up here to see KD, Kenneth Darby, up here to see Ramsey Robinson. You know what I mean? Even the basketball guys from Bama was up here to see Trevor Lacey. You know what I mean? Courtney Vance at Butler. These guys was going back to the old Butler Terrace High School. If anybody from Huntsville, they'll tell you about Butler Terrace projects up here. They'll tell you about all the stuff that used to be on Governor's Drive. They'll tell you about Council Court. These are all horrible areas. That's the side of Huntsville they don't show you, right? That side of Huntsville that got the second most murders in this state. They don't even show you that, right? They show you the other side of Huntsville. These coaches was coming there. This is how bad they want these recruits. This is how bad they need these young men, right? Because these coaches' livelihood rests in 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds. I mean, it's just no way around it. It's the truth. They shop you, they chaperone you, they love on you, right? Till they get you to sign their paperwork. They need you. So all I can understand both sides. DeBoer has been here for 10 seconds and you already complaining. But that's the state. That is this state in a nutshell,
that is literally,
bro.
That is literally the Southeast.
They complain about Coach Saban. They complain, dude. Listen to me. It is high schools in this state that prefer Kirby, right? That don't prefer Bama. It's high schools in Georgia that prefer Coach Saban and not prefer Kirby right there in his backyard. They will chaperone their kids to go to Alabama. Now it doesn't happen every time, right? But this is the truth. This is the truth. These coaches have egos just like the players. Please believe me when I say that.
I'm just going through some of the comments. I'm trying to click the right ones. Y'all just commenting so fast, but I like some of the comments because I think when all is said and done, I really believe this is what's happening, man. The strategic hires, it can't be done no other way. If you go out there and try to assemble a super team, you got a bunch of egos, a super team of coaches. You got egos you might run into. These are coaches trying to prove themselves.
Yep.
These are coaches who are specialized in whatever position they're being hired in. That's what I was going to say about this guy. It's not like we're going out and getting a linebackers coach to coach defensive backs. We're not going to get a wide receiver / running back / DB coach. This guy is nothing but defensive backs. And now he has the head coaching experience for the past 2 years, managing, play calls, not necessarily making play calls, but managing play calls. Now he's working on the top side of being a play caller, and right below it, right under it, now you give him a position as a work his position, and he's learning to be a defensive play caller under an up and coming defensive play caller in Womack. I really think Womack is like Kirby 2.0 for this Debo era, man. Go look at a lot of these clips where not just the ones where he's snapping, but you look at how his defensive guys engage with him on the sideline, man. That's one thing I think all of us complained about. We saw Robert Bala every now and then, and Coleman, the outside linebacker coach before he left, Coleman Hutzler. We saw his energy. Those two guys' energy on the sideline. You seen T-Rob go off every now and then, but I feel like this new guy, I forgot his name just that quick because I was trying to think of my defensive coordinator, Kirby Smart and Pruitt. When Pruitt and Kirby Smart was down on the sideline together, oh my God, man. If we can get that type of energy on the sideline with Womack and Linguist, and I'm telling you, man, this can be that surge that we are looking for. I think it's just a strategic hire. You had to get younger if you want to bring some energy. You can't have 60, 70-year-old coaches trying to hype 16, 17, 18-year-olds up to go out and knock somebody's head off all the time. It ain't feeling it.
They ain't feeling
so
it.
You got it
now.
Yeah, man. So it's
let me tell you that, let me not to interrupt you, Coach Smook.
Go ahead, bro.
But if I don't say this, I'll forget. To the Bama, we don't say a lot of this stuff because some Bama fans are so connected, they get mad at you. When you tell the truth, like they'll be mad at you. But this is the truth, what Coach Smook just said. I can tell you this personally because I was actually there when this happened in Atlanta. The kids were making fun of Alabama's Thunderstruck. They were making jokes about it.
Man, I even joke about that, man. That's like one of the worst intro songs I've ever heard, man.
They make jokes about it. And I know the fans love it because it's tradition and all that stuff.
No,
they think it's the lamest song ever played.
Hey, look who
Georgia,
finally
you got
found
Auburn, Trapreneur Sportscast. What's going on with you, bro?
Finally joined up.
Man, shout out to you, brother. Shout out
time.
to you.
You've been here long enough.
Yeah, you be up in here with us, brother. You one of the fam. But to the fans, I can tell you this personally. These kids, and they make jokes about it, bro. Like, and two of these kids are on Bama's roster right now.
Right now, I know
they
you're
make
talking about
jokes about it. They like, bro, what is this BS we coming out? Like, you got all them swag surfing, and we out here coming out to this. Half of them kids don't even know who the hell that is singing Thunderstruck.
AC/DC, dog.
They don't even know who that is.
Yeah,
they
let
make
me tell you
jokes about it. This is the truth. Everything I love. This is the truth, man.
This is how I found out about Thunderstruck. Y'all know I was in the military. That was like the little intro to the Ranger graduation. That's what they came out to when we was get ready to do like all the demonstrations, spies and fries, rappelling, all that stuff. They would play all that crap. Well, we be like, man, this is not be ready to fight nobody or do nothing, bro. I'm telling you, man. Yes. But I got a question for somebody in the chat, man. Time out. Somebody been asking, they've been saying I coached you. Bonds is him. What's your real name and where I coach you at? Cause I only been coaching for a little while, man. I ain't been coaching that long. I've been coaching about 6. Wait, dang, I have been coaching. It's been 5+ years now. Your boy got a little weight on them now. You know what I'm saying? Got a little. Well, what's your name, man? I love to get shout outs. We love to get shout outs when people come in and they be like, yo, what's up? Car Conversations is in the building too, man. Wherever she went, I need a comment for yours to pop up so we can say what's up. Sean, you got Sandman in the building.
Shout out, Texas man. What's up with you?
That's your Texas partner. He loves Sean, boy. That joker.
I'm just saying, man. Come here representing his university. He don't talk crazy. He just spit facts. I like fans like that.
He got good trolls though.
Yeah, I like fans like that, bro. He like James Richards from Georgia. They other fans, but they what they speak is real. So I ain't mad at them for that at all, man.
Mike Ford too, Michigan fan.
Mike Ford, always. Yeah.
Oh, okay. What's your name? 707. You talking about Coach 707? Who is it? Don't tell nobody. And for y'all that don't know the area we come from, It's 7-on-7 is serious. Rodarius Morgan, I coached against him, and Mello. I forget the kid's name from Central. Mello. They played in the league. I actually played in that league, but I was also I coached against some of these kids that y'all seeing sign now. So it's crazy. I ain't gonna sit here in front and act like I'm developing them. None of that. Nah, I just got to see them up close and personal. And y'all know I went to Central. I graduated from Central, so it ain't nothing to walk at Central. I was bad too. I got in a lot of fights, so everybody know me. So it was one of them things. But yeah, Morgan Scout report. So final thoughts on this before we just get into this whole overview of our. I don't know if y'all already touched up on the thoughts of the overall staff hires up until this point, but final overview, a final take on Maurice, man. Coach Jay, you can start. Coach Sean, then I'll go last.
Final take. I couldn't hear you. Go ahead, Coach Jay.
Maurice, it was on Maurice.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Like I said, I thought it was solid. I think this is a guy that has been all over the place. We've seen him, for the most part. We've seen him with Texas A&M and some of the guys that he was able to grab there. We just, again, we can name the accolades and accomplishments that he's been over. But he's a young coach. He's 39 years of age. He has a solid relationship with DeBoer already. So it's not like DeBoer doesn't know him already. And that's one thing I can say about DeBoer. DeBoer is he's forming a staff that he has a lot of familiarity with, that he has a lot of trust in already. So that's one thing we can kind of give him credit. I've seen him a couple times at UB. I've seen him with James Stark. I've seen him with like Khalil Mack during that 2012 type year. Was defensive backs coach, and then he came back around. He was the co-defensive coordinator, and then he was promoted to being the head coach of the team. Kids love him. At least some of the kids at UB loved him. Shout out Dylan McDuffie, one of the best running backs. Well, maybe not collegiately, but look at him. Dylan McDuffie. He's got some prowess. For those who don't know, his brother is Isaiah McDuffie, who's playing on the Green Bay Packers right now. So we all kind of grew up in the same area and stuff like that. But no, I mean, he's been a solid coach as a defensive backs coach. Recruited Rashad Bateman. So everyone's going to like his ability. If we look at the recruiting trail that he has been all over, he's been all over the place. He's been in the Northeast. He's been in the Midwest. He's been in he's been in the Southwest. He's been in the Southeast. He's been all over. And so a lot of fans are going to like his familiarity. They're going to like his recruiting prowess. And I think that's a very, very important aspect, because what did Coach DeBoer talk about? He talked about how we needed guys that know the region. And that's very, very important. So I feel like for the most part, I think it makes sense for Coach DeBoer to go after him. And like I said, this is not the only coaching offer that Linguist had. Linguist had other offers to be a head coach. Matter of fact, last year he was literally this close. I don't know if you can see it. There we go. He was this close from being Cincinnati's head coach. He was their other option. In Cincinnati, he would have been the Cincinnati head coach right now. So he's gotten offers. He's a well-known name throughout the collegiate area. So we'll see what he does. Again, I think my biggest questions is, will he be good enough to keep Caleb Downs? How do the players feel about this? What about Caleb Downs? We know Devontae Smith, Malachi Moore, and some of these true freshmen are locked in, but of course, a lot of people are going to ask, well, is he locked down for Caleb Downs, right? Is Downs willing to stay for Coach Linguist? And that's something that we're going to have to figure out, because Caleb Downs, he's already made it public, man, how he feels about T-Rob. He loves T-Rob to death. That's been his guy. That's, he's known that dude well, way longer. And so we'll see. But overall wise, this is, one of those hires that I think we're going to have to look back, a year or two from now, especially when we start to get to the really groups area recruiting. We'll say, well, you know what? He went to Texas A&M and he did here, but it's been a while since he's been recruiting in these particular areas. How well can he do on the recruiting trail now, right? This is not 5-6 years ago. What can he do now? And so I'm very interested to see how that develops throughout the process. But I thought that overall this was a solid hire.
Coach Jay, to your initial point about the Texas Connect, if you can have any type of connect on the athletic football level in Texas, you got to shoe up on just about every recruiter outside of Alabama and Georgia. I mean, Alabama, Georgia, Texas. Texas, they're big state name schools. But if you're outside of Texas and you got to connect and you can go and pull guys out of Texas to out of the state of Texas, you gotta shoe up in recruiting. And I will say that. So if he can build on that, you're on to something. And we're gonna, just like you did with the Michigan take, we're gonna be right back here in a year and a half from now, with he bringing in another 5-star studded class of DBs. Because it's something in the pudding, man, that he's elevated or maintained or elevated everywhere he's went. It's not like he went back to being a safeties coach at a lower level school. He was a safeties coach at a higher level school and then ended up being a position coach, like the full. So he's doing something right, man.
Yeah,
He's doing
Coach,
something
just
right.
real quick, because I'm like there's some people in there that's saying that there's a fake source. He's not going. My local media station, our top media station, from Channel 4 to WGRZ to Channel 7 Buffalo Local News, every Buffalo news station is reporting that he's gone. Every single one of them. Like,
didn't he
I'm
make
getting
like
text
some
messages
announcement or
left and right.
something? Didn't he make like some unofficial announcement or something alluding to that he was excited about the opportunity, being able to take the opportunity? I thought I seen something.
Like I said, I didn't hear like the official statement because I don't I don't know if he's on the social media platform, but from like you can look it up. Look up WGRZ Buffalo, New York, and they're literally reporting it right now. Like he's like look, it's big here. They're reporting it, so he's gone. He's going to Alabama.
Hey, Quez, you 100%. Y'all seen what I did with the Downs take yesterday. I was so confident about Downs, and then Chris Lowe said otherwise of what I thought, what I was feeling. And mind you, this wasn't no insider scoop or nothing. This was just what I was feeling based off of what I was hearing around it. You know what I'm saying? And I said, Down, he Bama. And Chris Lowe came like 4 minutes later and posted, Downs is expected to enter the transfer portal and go to Georgia. I went right behind it. I said, well, I may be wrong. Chris Lowe, I don't know who he is. I don't know what he do. You know, they say Chris Lowe is the ESPN writer. He an ESPN writer, right? He connected, man. He connected. Coach Sean, your last take on Maurice Linguist before we get past this, and then we're gonna bring up another graphic so y'all can start looking at the what the staff is looking like.
Final take for me on Maurice Linguist is first, Jacob Bird. Shout out to you, bro. That's the only thing open, Jacob. I found Kroger's, bro, that was finally open for a little while, and I went and hooked that up. But yeah, Waffle House, the only thing open, bro. My final take is, I mean, the young man, you know, his track record is very brief. You know, one stop to another, one stop to another. I'm like I say, I'm not educated enough on him to make a good hire, bad hire decision. I just had the same concern that I've always had. I you know, it's just my personal concern, and it may not even be a concern at all, right? I like to be pessimistic. You know, I'm a pessimist by nature. The brothers will tell you that. You know, that way, if it don't happen, I can breathe easy, and if it falls in place like I think, then nothing changes, right? So I'm not educated enough to really make a decision either way. I'm just my only concern is I hope the guys ingratiate themselves in the South a little bit more. And before we go to the next subject, I had a guy tap in. Shout out, man, to Quez Watkins, Philadelphia Eagles last night.
Yeah.
Shout out to Chadarius Townsend. These kids Chadarius played at Bama, transferred to Texas Tech. You know what I mean? Shout out to Terrion Orr, shout out to Tyreek Malone, shout out to Jonathan Man Wiggins. You know what I mean? All those kids come from my 7-on-17 A2 Eagles. They'll tell you, love them boys to death. You know what I mean? They hit me on the Twitters. You know what I mean? Everybody find out that I got the little Twitter thing going on. I appreciate you guys, man. Much love to you. And let's move on. I'm ready.
Bruh. You know, it's crazy. Them A2 Eagles was a group of young thugs on that field. Them boys.
Five squad. Oh, shout out Dreamland Barbecue too, and Phillip Rivers for paying up for our uniforms. Much love to them. Much love to them.
Them boys, A2 Eagles, even now
I was bald head.
I don't you remember I know you know Coach what's Unc name down there in Phoenix City. I can't think of his name. I've been talking to so many people.
I met guys from so many different places doing Bama's camps. When you do they let you when you fill coaching question, they let you be on field helping. I met so many people, man. So many dudes that I got numbers in my phone. It's so many guys, bro. Shout out to them. Shout out to everybody.
And that's what y'all got to realize, man. A lot of these coaches that's coming in, I guarantee you're gonna be seeing them out at a lot of 7-on-7 competitions. Not even like the Elite 11 stuff or the OT7s, like the local stuff where kids are like coming together, and it's like the first bit of buzz. Their social media is an easy tracking device when it comes to recruiting now. So I mean, you got destroying finally taken, and this ain't Coach Spivey. There you go. Hey, Justin Elias, are you related to Creighton Elias? me and Creighton, we live right up the street. Well, Creighton lived up the road from me, but
Phoenix City. Yeah.
But yeah, Spivey, Coach Spivey, man, Spivey connected everywhere. I think his son was at Arkansas. I want to say Montel was at Arkansas. I think that's his son name that was at Arkansas. So shout out Coach Spivey. I think Rodarius played for his 707 squad too.